In the vicinity of Ziyuan Town in the Guandu region, upon a patch of grass, a figure stirred. Cough, it hurts. Baimu opened his eyes, greeted by a splash of crimson before him. The world around him was rendered a sanguine hue by the blood trickling from his forehead. He could faintly discern two shadows swaying at the periphery, an inexperienced recruit from BYD, allowed to partake in a special operation without undergoing the trial of darkness, truly a blunder. You've seen so little and already wish to retreat? Pathetic. Hurry and hand over the gas that you just caught, then kneel and bow to me twice and I might just spare you. Baimu strained to widen his eyes, and with a comparison to his memories, he barely recognized that before him was the senior member of Team Rocket who had recruited him, codenamed Gray Dog, now approaching with a massive purple serpentine creature. Despite the blurred vision, Baimu identified it as our Boca common Pokémon within Team Rocket's ranks. It was this very creature that had sent him flying moments ago, propelling him into this predicament. He needed to devise a means of escape. Panic coursed through Baimu's mind. I'll repeat myself, surrender your Pokeball and return to your team without uttering any foolish thoughts of quitting, and I might let you live. Gray Dog's presence loomed closer, his voice dripping with malice. What was this? Earlier, he had enticed Baimu into joining Team Rocket with promises of its allure, all for the sake of the new recruit bonuses. Yet now, this youth wished to abandon the mission after disturbing the remains of deceased Pokémon in Ziyuan Town. Leaving Team Rocket was not so simple. If Baimu's actions cost him the reward he had just received, he would be in for it. And that Ghastly, which they had nearly subdued during their search, had been snatched by this rookie? He coveted that height-ear Pokémon immensely. Hand it over. He towered over Baimu, his gaze dripping with disdain. The surrounding Team Rocket members, drawn to the spectacle, erupted into derisive laughter. This kid's first mission, and he ends up in Ziyuan Town. How pitiful. He probably wet himself at the sight of those Pokémon corpses. Gray Dog must be cursed to have recruited such a weakling. Who told him to chase after bonuses? He deserves it. The higher-ups were right. New blood without the trial of darkness cannot withstand the test. Not a chance. Baimu clenched the red and white Pokeball tightly, gritting his teeth. If you want, give it to me. I'll take it myself. Gray Dog, incensed by Baimu's defiance, reached out to snatch the Pokeball from his grasp. But Baimu, drawing upon an unexpected surge of strength, abruptly hurled the Pokeball far away. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a floating, pale purple sphere. Run. Baimu unleashed Ghastly, not for protection, but because this Ghastly was already gravely injured and incapable of fighting. You fool! Gray Dog, witnessing the release of Ghastly, erupted in fury, barking orders. Arbok, kill him! He had no concerns about Ghastly escaping. Team Rocket members surrounded them, ensuring it could not flee. What enraged him was Baimu's audacity to resist. Moreover, with Baimu's interference, it was uncertain whether Ghastly would still belong to him. Ignorant of his impending doom, Host detected a faint bond with the Pokémon. The Pokémon entry system is activating. Entry refresh shop opened. Newbie rewards have been credited. Newbie gift box 1. Note: the newbie gift box has a high probability of yielding a golden legendary entry. Would you like to open the newbie gift box now? Suddenly, an ethereal panel materialized before Baimu, while the others remained oblivious. The moment of opportunity had arrived. Open! A red gift box appeared before him, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. Newbie gift box opened. You have drawn the golden entry, Phantom Horror. Phantom Horror, manifestation of the ghostly abyss, wailing spirits. It can conjure the most terrifying phantasmagoria, plunging the caster into an endless abyss of fear. Limited uses. 3. Would you like to load it? Load it. Baimu's eyes widened as he observed Arbok baring its vicious fangs, a primal scream echoing in his mind. D. Gray Dog's grin was grotesque. Arbok's fangs neared Baimu's throat, mere moments from striking. In the next instant, both the man and Pokémon before Baimu suddenly froze in place. Gray Dog's face retained that twisted smile. The surrounding Team Rocket members were equally immobilized. From Ghastly's pale, purple form erupted a thick, inky black mist. An invisible force enveloped all present. In an instant, the once boisterous Team Rocket members were reduced to cowering figures, clutching their heads and kneeling before the ground. Don't! Big Bird, don't come closer! I was wrong, sob. Mommy, The Team Rocket members wailed, tears streaming down their faces, a truly grotesque sight. Grey Dog was no exception, clutching his temples, collapsing before Baimu, writhing like a maggot. Even Arbok, which had been poised to strike, now lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in evident fear. Only Baimu remained unaffected, watching the hellish scene around him, his face pale as he swallowed hard, yet his heart swelled with joy as expected of a golden entry. It was immensely powerful. Ghastly. The floating Pokémon drifted closer, appearing drained yet still nudging Baimu affectionately. That I truly owe you one this time. Baimu casually wiped the blood from his forehead, gazing at Ghastly with a gentle tone. However, this is not the time for conversation. We must hurry. Noticing the Team Rocket members beginning to stir, Baimu's heart raced. But before we leave, I must collect some interest. He rummaged through Grey Dog's belongings, retrieving 2 vials of potion and a box of energy cubes. This is the healing potion. Observing the violet liquid within the vial, Baimu felt a wave of relief. With this, he could tend to Ghastly's injuries. Casting one last glance around, Baimu swiftly fled with Ghastly in tow, heading toward the designated escape route. Chapter 2. Jet Flame on Route 10. Baimu lay concealed in a dense patch of grass. His senses heightened as he watched a group of Rocket members rush past him. Only then did he dare to release his held breath, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Although Ethereal Ghostly Trick was a skill bestowed by a golden entry, the low level of Gaisai limited its effectiveness, especially when unleashed upon a large crowd of Rocket members. The duration of control was barely sufficient for Baimu to escape into the wilderness of Route 10. Upon awakening from their illusions, the Rocket members were filled with indignation, and they refused to let Baimu slip away easily. What began as a mere incident of older members bullying a newcomer had now escalated into a pursuit of a traitor. However, Baimu was not foolish. Aware of his and Gaisai's limited stamina and combat power, he had no intention of mindlessly running down Route 10, where he would inevitably be caught. Instead, he slipped into the dense forest as soon as he was out of sight of the Rockets. Yet, he knew this was not a sustainable solution. With that thought, he began to examine the notifications on his panel. In his haste to escape, he had neglected to pay attention to it, and several pop-ups had appeared that he hadn't even glanced at. Congratulations, host, for your first victory. Reward: colorless entry concept data materialization. Colorless entry? Baimu instinctively stroked his chin, murmuring to himself that these items were presumably meant for his own use. After loading the concept data materialization entry, his gaze shifted to Gaisai, who was also crouching in the grass. Spirit: Gaisai weakened. Trait: floating. Gender: male. Talent: elite level. Level: LV4. Skills: strange light, lick. Hypnosis. Entry: ethereal ghostly trick, remaining cooldown. 1 day. His talent was quite impressive, Baimu thought with a hint of joy. Though he had once dreamed of capturing legendary Pokémon at the outset, such aspirations were unrealistic. With the entry system in place, what more could he desire? Once he accumulated enough entry buffs, he might even dare to confront a Dragon King. Another pop-up appeared. Baimu's gaze swept across the panel, and his heart skipped a beat. The next moment, he burst into a wild laugh, startling several Pidgeys into flight. Congratulations, host, for consecutively defeating over 10 enemies. Reward: blue entry Jet Flame. Would you like to load it? Load. Baimu had no hesitation. As a newcomer who had previously lacked even a Pokémon, he was now irrevocably bound to Gaisai. The higher Gaisai's combat power, the safer he would be. The skill Jet Flame was exceptionally potent at this early stage, boasting a power of 90 and a chance to inflict a burn status effect. Labeled as a blue entry, Baimu felt compelled to defend its value. After all, this skill was far more practical for his current predicament than the gold entry, Ethereal Ghostly Trick, which had no real damage output. Over there, you little brat. What are you up to? The Rockets nearby, having detected Baimu's commotion, immediately realized his location. A few soldiers quickly surrounded him, unleashing their standard-issue miscellaneous Pokémon. Zubat, Rattata. Baimu's gaze swept over the Pokémon, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. None of them were water, fire, or rock types capable of resisting fire-type moves. Although Dragon-type Pokémon would still take reduced damage from Jet Flame, Baimu instinctively excluded them from his concerns. In most Pokémon lore, Dragon-type Pokémon were considered rare and noble due to their formidable strength, and the mere grunts of Team Rocket were unlikely to possess any. These miscellaneous Pokémon, while not weak against fire, did not intimidate Baimu in the slightest. He could simply overpower them with raw numbers. "What are you mumbling about over there?" One of the Rockets, clearly irritated, stepped forward once his companions had encircled Baimu. He raised his hand, ready to slap Baimu. "I don't know what trick you used to take us all down, but this time you're cornered. Show me again. Since you've said that, open your eyes and see clearly." Baimu extended his hand firmly, gripping the soldier's wrist with a cold gaze. Jet Flame. He had endured these nuisances for far too long. Jet Flame, the rocket grunt, taken aback by Baimu's fierce stare, began to scoff. "You must be dreaming. That weakling Gaisai can't even produce sparks, let alone..." His mocking words faltered abruptly. The seemingly feeble Gaisai suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that shot past Baimu's waist and surged forward. Boom! The flames, as tangible as reality, surged towards the other rocket members and their miscellaneous Pokémon. "Get down!" Someone shouted in panic, attempting to dodge the oncoming inferno. The Zubat and Rattata also scrambled away in fear. Yet, the fiery onslaught came too swiftly, too fiercely. Even without direct contact, the moment the flames struck the ground, the forest was engulfed in a roaring blaze. The nearest members were the first to suffer, engulfed by the searing flames. "Ah, fire! Put it out! Damn it! I'm going to burn alive! Someone help me!" Listening to his teammates' desperate screams, the rocket grunt who had initially approached Baimu, still firmly held by the wrist, swallowed hard. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he turned to throw a punch at Baimu. If he could take down the trainer, capturing Gaisai would be a piece of cake. But what he could conceive, Baimu had already anticipated. In that fleeting moment when the rocket grunt turned, Baimu swiftly kicked him in the chest. Taking advantage of the grunt's unsteady footing, Baimu kicked him again, propelling him into the roaring flames before retreating. Baimu gazed at the inferno before him and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the Pokémon world he had entered adhered strictly to the laws of reality. In this realm, both humans and Pokémon could die if killed. There was no warmth akin to that found in animated worlds. However, having arrived, he would make peace with his circumstances. Baimu would never allow anyone to threaten his life. "Let us go." He gestured to Gaisai with a nod of his chin. Chapter 3. The monster within Rock Tunnel. It's merely a ghastly. It can't possibly cause too much trouble. Fire. Is that even human? Run. While callously orchestrating the arson in the forest with Ghastly, Shiroki plunged headlong into a nearby cavern. A gaggle of rocket grunts, panting and winded, followed behind, only to halt at the mouth of the cave as Shiroki disappeared within. "Damn it, the brat got away. Chase him. Chase my foot." "We and Appos, do need torches to enter the cave. Did you come prepared?" "There and Appos. Fire everywhere on Route 10. We can just borrow some." "Don and Appos, to even mention it. It irks me to no end. My freshly caught Spearow was reduced to a roasted chicken after just a bite of an energy cube." "Hush, keep it down." The raucous bickering abruptly ceased as the group fell silent, their gazes drawn to a figure emerging from the inferno. Captain Rio. The individual, nonchalantly nodding in acknowledgement, dragged a bloodied Growlithe by its scruff. He was a captain and an elite member of Team Rocket, a cut below the 4 Heavenly Kings level executives, yet roughly on par with a league-certified elite trainer. He was under the direct command of a Team Rocket executive, whose identity remained a closely guarded secret from most of the grunts. "Growlithe, what do you have to say for yourself? He was your apprentice, recruited by you. And now he's a traitor causing such a ruckus on his first mission." He hauled Growlithe over and slammed him against the cave wall. This level of troublemaking is indeed in line with Team Rocket and Appos' style. "It and Appos. Just a shame he turned traitor." Rio sneered at the dark cave entrance. Cough, cough. Growlithe was a pitiful sight, battered and disheveled. The impact against the rock wall only exacerbated his condition, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He dared not wipe the blood from his mouth. Instead, he leaned against the wall, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at the assembled Team Rocket members. His heart heavy with regret. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so greedy for that bonus, recruiting a rookie and causing such a mess. Initially, it was just a matter of a runaway traitor attempting to defect. A couple of broken legs or a swift execution would have sufficed. Such a minor infraction would have, at most, cost him a year-end bonus. But now, the situation was drastically different. Cherokee, having fled all the way from Celadon City, had set the entire Route 10 ablaze in an attempt to muddy the waters. Caught completely off guard, countless Team Rocket members and Pokémon had perished in the inferno, the resulting losses rivaling those of the previous small-scale encirclement operations by the Elite Four. This was a monumental blunder, one that Growlithe couldn't possibly shoulder, even with his life. You've certainly given me a pleasant surprise, Captain Rio said, his anger flaring up again as he kicked Growlithe in the face, dislodging several more teeth and leaving his face bloodied. Captain, cough, cough. Growlithe had been beaten beyond recognition since Cherokee started the fire. Now, the last bit of unscathed flesh on his face had been thoroughly ravaged once more. Unable to endure any longer, he pleaded for mercy. Spare me. Spare you? The elite member sneered. If I don and oppose, uphold justice, who will spare me? How will the others know I am ruthless and principled? You know what to do with those who err, right? He scanned the rocket grunts gathered around the cave entrance, his gaze settling on Growlithe's face. Don't blame me for being harsh. If you don't atone with your death, it'll be me who dies. At this, a quick-witted grunt stepped forward, releasing a mook. The dark purple, decaying sludge-like creature slowly writhed, gradually enveloping Growlithe and Oppo's body from the feet up. This was Team Rocket and Oppo's standard method for executing enemies and wrongdoers, erasing all traces of their existence without a trace. No. Growlithe and Oppo's eyes were filled with terror as he struggled desperately, drawing strength from who knows where. But Mook's body composition was akin to quicksand. The more Growlithe struggled, the less he could escape, sinking deeper into the mire. Mercy, mare. As Mook completely engulfed Growlithe, his voice was abruptly cut off. Only a single Pokeball was spat out by Mook, landing at the feet of the elite member. Eakins. Captain Rio bent down, gingerly picking up the Pokeball still covered in sludge, and tossed it to one of the other rocket grunts. After all these years of training, you're still so pathetic. A useless wretch, you deserve to die? The rocket grunts behind him fell silent, trembling in fear at the scene. But one among them failed to read the atmosphere. Captain, are we just going to let that kid go? A rocket grunt couldn't and Oppos help but ask. With such a massive fire on Route 10, the League will surely send people to investigate soon. We haven't found the people or the goods yet. And the mission has failed because of that little bastard. Insolent. Rio glared at him, ready to erupt. But seeing the miserable state of his subordinates, all seemingly filled with resentment, he restrained himself. To stabilize morale, Rio patiently explained, Rock Tunnel is treacherous, leading directly to Cerulean City. An executive is currently in seclusion within. So we Don and Oppos need to interfere. If that kid dares to venture inside, his death will be far more gruesome than if we had caught him. He shuddered, as if remembering something. An executive? Which one? The one Captain Rio reports to? Fool, these are organizational secrets. Is that something you can ask? Seeing the grunts begin to argue, Rio clicked his tongue, looking down on them. Don and Oppos, pryin' of things you shouldn't and Oppos, I haven and Oppos, even seen that executive and Oppos, true form myself. All I know is that the executive is a mole within the League and enjoys turning people into toy dolls. He shook his head, his body trembling again as if recalling a terrifying event, looking almost like a conditioned reflex. Ugh, enjoys turning people into dolls. How twisted. Of course. Would he be a Team Rocket executive if he weren't twisted? I think you're just not twisted enough, which is why your strength is so lacking. But with just this little bit of information, it's really hard to guess who it is. Chapter 4. The Deceitful Item Shop. Return my hard-earned money. Upon entering the cave, Baimu plunged into a frenzied escape, his heart racing until the cacophony of noise behind him faded into silence. Only then did he dare to pause, feeling an unexpected wave of relief wash over him. His decision to flee north from Ziyuan Town was not arbitrary. Ziyuan Town is situated in the easternmost part of the Kanto Alliance, and beyond Route 10 lies Hualan City, accessible only through the Rock Mountain Tunnel. Even within the game, the Rock Mountain Tunnel is not insignificant in size. Baimu was acutely aware that within this tunnel's vastness, numerous crevices offered ample opportunities for concealment. Moreover, without a clear understanding of the gym leaders and Oppos dispositions within the Pokémon League, Baimu dare not venture directly into the western part of Ziyuan Town towards Jinhong City, the southwestern Kiai City, or even further to the southwest. Notably, in the special comic series, 3 gym leaders, Nazi of Jinhong City, Ma Zhisher of Kiai City, and a Jew of Qianhong City, are all affiliated with Team Rocket. The Pokémon League had long been infiltrated, resembling a sieve. No matter which city he chose, he could easily fall into the clutches of Team Rocket's officials. In contrast, fleeing to Hualan City provided Baimu with a semblance of safety. His intention was certainly not to witness the almost scantily clad performances of the Hualan Four Sisters at the aquarium, but rather because their skills were relatively lacking. In the event of a conflict, Baimu would at least have a chance to escape. This was how he reassured himself. Upon arriving in Hualan City, he would need to devise a strategy to resolve his official identity. His previous persona as a bug catcher had long ago faded into obscurity. To assume that identity directly would undoubtedly raise suspicions, especially if they discovered his ties to Team Rocket. Such revelations would spell trouble. As Baimu pondered, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if the world had succumbed to deathly stillness. The only sound was the distinct dripping of water into a nearby deep pool, resonating clearly in the silence. Something was very wrong. An overwhelming sense of wrongness enveloped him. As he surveyed his surroundings, darkness enveloped him, and he felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. In the earlier generations of the game, the Rock Mountain Tunnel was pitch black, requiring the use of flash to navigate. But Baimu found himself devoid of such resources. He swallowed hard, realizing that in his haste to evade Team Rocket, he had neglected to consider how he would exit this predicament. Suddenly, a face emanating a thick, dark aura emerged from beside him. Baimu gasped in fright, only to exhale in relief upon recognizing it. BYD Gengsi, I was wondering where you had gone. You gave me quite a scare. He reached out to touch the ethereal flames of Gengsi, feeling nothing tangible. Yet Gengsi appeared to revel in the interaction, rubbing against his palm. What a playful spirit. Baimu couldn't help but reflect on the mischievous nature of Gengsi, reminiscent of the Gengui that interacted with Ash in the original series. As his gaze wandered over Gengsi, he noticed a line of small text drifting across his interface. Fatigue state restored, Baimu was taken aback. He quickly examined the interface, only then realizing the immense pressure he had placed on Gengsi by continuously unleashing Flamethrower on Route 10. Given its mere LV4 status, it was no small feat to transform the entire Route 10 into a blazing inferno, which would understandably necessitate a rest in a quiet spot within the Rock Mountain Tunnel. The rapid recovery was largely attributed to the synergy provided by the ghostly enchantment attribute, which forcibly elevated Gengsi's mental power to a new height, enabling it to unleash Flamethrower. Otherwise, as the previous grunts had mentioned, a Gengsi of such low tier would struggle to produce even a spark. Moreover, the illusion skill accompanying ghostly enchantment theoretically demanded considerable mental energy to activate. However, due to the imposition of a cooldown period, the consumption for skill activation was entirely negated. This allowed Gengsi to effortlessly cast large-scale illusion skills, ensnaring the entire Team Rocket cohort. Golden attributes are indeed formidable. Baimu couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of such high-tier items. However, he lamented the fact that he had yet to encounter another of such caliber. The scarcity was palpable. Yet, the system had mentioned that it had opened a word attribute shop for him. With this thought in mind, he navigated to a concealed corner of the interface. If one did not scrutinize it closely, they might not even notice its presence. Had Baimu not suddenly recalled its existence, he might have never found it. The word attribute shop is at your service. The shop refreshes attributes for purchase at a set time each day, categorized by quality: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, with probabilities declining as quality increases. Attributes can be decomposed into attribute currency. Daily, 5 points of attribute currency and 1 random attribute will be gifted. Note: manually refreshing the word attribute shop requires 5 points of attribute currency, after which the refresh count can be doubled indefinitely. Refresh counts reset daily. Today's random attribute: fire-breathing performance, green quality. Fire-breathing performance. As one might expect, it is a classic act of street performers. If funds are low, consider performing on the street to earn some sustenance. What a disappointment. Baimu frowned upon seeing the shop's offered attribute, and only 5 points daily? That merely sufficed to purchase a white attribute. Green cost 20 points, blue 50, purple 200, gold 1000, and red 10,000 points. Given the circumstances, he decided to decompose it instead. After cursing the unscrupulous shop in his mind, he sighed and chose to break down the fire-breathing performance attribute. Green attribute fire-breathing performance has been decomposed, yielding 20 points of attribute currency. Current attribute currency, 25 points. Baimu swiftly scanned the refreshed offerings in the word attribute shop, his eyes lingering on the purple attribute, time roar, and the golden attribute, mega evolution, which he found exceedingly tempting. As attributes, they could undoubtedly circumvent the inherent limitations of the Pokémon world. The prospect of a Mega Gung C capable of time roar sent chills down his spine. Make way for Gung C. All those Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, stay clear. We are not acquainted. Even Baimu, envisioning such a scenario, couldn't help but swell with pride, only to deflate with a sigh. Currently, his financial situation rendered such purchases impossible. Furthermore, even if he bought them, would he be able to utilize them? That remained uncertain. Baimu consoled himself. Perhaps he should explore the white attributes, 5 Pokeballs, and 2 potions, instead. Dear friends. Suddenly, a loud splash interrupted his thoughts. The sound of something leaping into the deep pool. What Pokémon could that be? Baimu's heart soared with delight. Perhaps it was delivering him a meal. Chapter 5. The Challenge of Dowu. As a creature dwelling in the depths of a cavern, the mosquito larvae has always possessed a profound understanding of its own capabilities. With a low level and rudimentary skills, it must strive diligently to evolve into a more formidable form, the Mosquito King, in order to triumph over the Caracara that bullies it daily within the confines of its lair. However, mere effort and sweat alone are insufficient to swiftly enhance its strength. It must resort to extraordinary means. Seated beside the deep pool in the rocky tunnel, it fixed its gaze intently on a glimmering patch of pale blue stone nestled within the cracks of the rock wall. Although the nature of the stone remained a mystery, it exuded an irresistible allure. With thoughts of seizing the opportunity today for a brighter tomorrow, it propelled itself forward, exerting its tiny legs and leveraging its tail for added thrust, launching itself towards the wall. Just as it was about to make contact with the alluring blue stone, a massive tongue suddenly shot out from the rock face. Following this was a shadowy orb of purple-black hue. Having never encountered such a phenomenon, the unsuspecting mosquito larvae was caught off guard, and the immense tongue slickened its body further, causing it to tumble to the ground, its form rigid and taut, clearly rendered unconscious. What on earth are you doing, Guis? Just before succumbing to the depths of slumber, it faintly heard a voice from the periphery of the pool. Humans, perhaps? Well, if they could rescue me from this abyss, it would be a welcome change from this monotonous existence. With such thoughts, the mosquito larvae surrendered to the embrace of unconsciousness. After you've licked all that, how am I supposed to cook you? Baimu remarked as he hastily approached the edge of the deep pool, observing the sticky mosquito larvae with a grimace. Ugh, that's quite repulsive. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy jolted the mosquito larvae awake, and it prepared to leap into the depths of the pool. However, Baimu was swift. Spending 5 points from his item store to acquire a white entry labeled 5 Pokeballs. Catch! He shouted, as a Pokeball materialized in his hand and flew toward the mosquito larvae. Thud! The throw was remarkably accurate, striking the mosquito larvae squarely on its head. The creature, which had almost leaped into the water, froze in place, then collapsed, succumbing completely to unconsciousness. The licking from Gui's had already drained the larvae of its strength, and it was likely rendered senseless by the impact. Consequently, it offered little resistance, and the red light on the Pokeball ceased to flicker. Unable to find anything to eat, capturing a Pokémon will suffice. Baimu mused, stroking his chin as he scanned the depths of the pool for other edible finds, eventually fixing his gaze on the pale blue stone. If I am not mistaken, that should be a water stone. Baimu was taken aback by the thought that had suddenly surfaced in his mind. This realm is not akin to that of games or animations. Within Baimu's memories, evolution stones were exceedingly rare items, with many trainers having fought over such treasures, leading to irrevocable rifts and friendships. This could be my ticket to prosperity, he thought gleefully, reaching out to pluck the water stone from the rock face. Stop! A distant voice suddenly called out in urgency. Baimu was not one to heed the words of others. In fact, the more someone urged him not to, the more he felt compelled to act. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, he pried the water stone loose from the crevice of the rock wall. How could you be so inconsiderate? The voice was tinged with irritation. I found it first. It rightfully belongs to me. Baimu retorted immediately. If this is a meteorite, it holds immense research value. Baimu turned his head, scrutinizing the newcomer from head to toe. With neatly combed silver hair, sharp at the tips, and striking blue eyes that exuded an air of confidence and composure, it was none other than Dawu, the champion of the Hoenn region and the heir of the Duin Corporation, whose singular passion lay in collecting precious stones. Unlike Baimu's recollections of Dawu's elegant deep purple suit adorned with a red tie and white shirt, the current Dawu was clad in a black and white student uniform, appearing quite youthful, likely around the same age as Baimu, who was barely 15. You are? Baimu stammered as Dawu approached, momentarily taken aback. This was undoubtedly the first celebrity from the Pokémon world he had encountered, evoking a sense of surrealism. That stone. Dawu's eyes widened, his demeanor growing serious. I presume you will not part with it, even for a price. And no, I would give it to you, brother. Baimu and Apos' eyes lit up at the prospect of Dawu offering payment, and he opened his mouth to speak. No need for further discussion, Dawu interrupted, tossing out a Pokeball without allowing Baimu a moment to respond. Your Gui's appears to be a trainer as well. With a determined gaze, he commanded, go. Iron Dumbbell, use Psychic. Confidently assessing his opponent, Dawu felt assured. Although he had only been temporarily training in Kanto, he had never allowed himself to become complacent. His Iron Dumbbell had reached level 10 under his careful guidance, placing it among the ranks of competent trainers. It is worth noting that the Iron Dumbbell is known for its difficulty in training, though its final evolution is the formidable Metagross. Not everyone possesses the ability to raise one successfully. With diligent effort and minimal assistance from move tutors, Iron Dumbbell had swiftly mastered the advanced skill of Psychic. Against a Ghost-type Pokémon like Gui's, this Psychic attack, boasting a power of 50, was immensely formidable, coupled with a twofold effectiveness against its opponent. Dawu was confident of victory, even considering that Gui's Ghost-type attacks would also have a twofold advantage against Iron Dumbbell. Dawu remained unfazed. With such a low level, the only offensive move Gui's could likely manage was Lick, which posed no real threat. Relying on the high stats granted by its level, Iron Dumbbell was set to dominate. Once he emerged victorious, he would utilize some league points to procure that stone. Dawu mused, contemplating the pale blue stone. Could it possibly be a meteorite? With the backing of the Duin Corporation, he was never short on funds. However, many trainers he had encountered were unwilling to sell him stones, which had cultivated his tendency to engage in battles before negotiations. As he deliberated, Baimu, standing across from him, let out a sigh. Gui's Unleash Flamethrower. Chapter 6. Aftermath of War. Challenges resurface facing Daigo and Apos' unwavering confidence. Baimu revealed a relaxed smile before decisively issuing the command. Gui's Unleash Flamethrower. This was a move that Daigo had never anticipated. A torrent of flames erupted from Gui's mouth, tracing a searing arc through the air, directly aimed at the Iron Dumbbell. Instinctively, the Iron Dumbbell attempted to evade, but due to its size and the brief delay after using telekinesis, it failed to completely dodge the onslaught. What? Daigo exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as his composure crumbled in the face of an unforeseen spectacle. The unexpected flare caught him off guard, despite his confidence in battle strategies. He could not conceal the turmoil within. The scorching flames engulfed the iron dumbbell, which struggled to maintain its balance in midair, yet was evidently unable to withstand the fierce attack. It emitted a faint metallic sound of distress, its sheen dimming noticeably. Yet Daigo was unwilling to concede defeat. He resolutely commanded, "Iron dumbbell, hold on, strike back with telekinesis once more." The iron dumbbell concentrated fiercely, channeling its telekinetic energy into an invisible force aimed at Gui's. However, Baimu, well acquainted with Gui's strengths and weaknesses, adeptly guided Gui's to swiftly evade the lethal strike. Frustration welled up within Daigo, his teeth gritted and fists clenched. Even as the iron dumbbell found itself at a disadvantage, he refused to yield. "Gui's, use Shadow Clone." Baimu's voice remained calm and resolute, as if assured of victory in this encounter. Gui's promptly created multiple clones, encircling the iron dumbbell and obscuring Daigo's line of sight. Daigo's heart raced, each passing second stretching interminably. Though a flicker of hope lingered within him, the harsh reality rang like a tolling bell. Under the relentless flames and cunning tactics of Gui's, the iron dumbbell ultimately succumbed to the blows, collapsing to the ground, its fighting spirit extinguished. Each detail etched itself into Daigo's mind, the taste of defeat weighing heavily upon his heart like a leaden weight. He bowed his head in silence for a moment before mustering a strained smile. "It seems I underestimated you." Baimu shrugged with a nonchalant smile, attributing his victory to mere fortune. Daigo nodded. Despite his defeat, he felt a newfound admiration for Baimu. "Next time, I will prepare more earnestly." As he spoke, he retrieved a pale blue stone from his pocket and presented it to Baimu. Though a sense of regret lingered in his heart, he also began to anticipate the next opportunity to challenge Baimu with greater strategy. Baimu accepted the stone with a nod of gratitude, his mind already devising plans for future encounters. In that moment, an unspoken understanding seemed to form between them, foreshadowing their inevitable reunion. In the aftermath, Baimu and his companion Gui's gathered in the open arena, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass. They discussed the recent battle leisurely. Though victorious, there were many aspects we could improve upon, Baimu mused thoughtfully, reaching out to stroke Gui's head, who responded with a contented sound. The use of Shadow Clone was commendable, but if we encounter a group attack, we must devise a new strategy. Gui's nodded in agreement, determination gleaming in its eyes. Just as they were engrossed in their serious discussion, Erica approached gracefully, her gaze brimming with admiration and excitement. "Your battle just now was magnificent," she exclaimed sincerely. "Such a contest has stirred my own competitive spirit. May I join your training sessions?" Baimu smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, Erica. Your participation will be a significant enhancement for us all." At that moment, Naji strolled over from a distance, having evidently observed the proceedings. She approached Baimu and Erica, offering a slight nod of approval. "Your combat was impressive, particularly the strategic application," she remarked. "However, to progress further in future battles, we require more rigorous training." Listening to her sage words, Baimu felt a surge of anticipation for the challenges ahead. He recognized the wisdom in Naji's statement, deeming it worthy of deep contemplation. "You are correct, Naji. We must bolster our training, sharpening both our resolve and skills." Nearby, Daigo stood quietly, observing them with a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. He understood that while this defeat was disheartening, it also filled him with hope for the future. "Baimu, next time I will give it my all," he declared, his voice resolute and brimming with uncontainable passion. Baimu turned to meet Daigo's challenging eyes, unable to suppress a smile in response. "I too look forward to it. We shall all be stronger next time." Erica watched the two, her heart stirred by their camaraderie and fervor. A smile blossomed on her face. Surely, this would be a battle worth anticipating. In that moment, the bonds of friendship among them grew ever tighter, and the thrill of future challenges echoed within each heart, heralding a more arduous journey ahead. Baimu understood that this was merely the beginning of their expedition, with every subsequent step poised to be a pivotal chapter in his continuous growth and transformation. The air in the training grounds was imbued with a relaxed ambience following the fierce battle, Yet this tranquility did not linger for long. Shortly after the fight, an inexplicable unease began to envelop Baimu's heart. His friend Erica approached, her gaze gentle yet resolute. That match was truly spectacular, Baimu. I believe it is just the beginning for you. She presented him with a rare Pokeball, shimmering with an evident aura of value. What is this? Baimu inquired, surprised as he accepted the Pokeball, sensing the power contained within. Consider it a blessing for your future endeavors, Erica replied with a warm smile. Chapter 7. Betrayal and Rebirth. The counterattack of Baimu in that moment. Baimu felt that the bond of friendship between them had reached a new pinnacle. However, the situation was far from what he had envisioned. In the brief instant he took the Pokeball, a shadow flickered across Erica's expression. Before long, Baimu was overwhelmed by an intense sensation of weightlessness. Naz, appearing unexpectedly alongside Erica, struck him down with a speed and power he had never anticipated. As Baimu attempted to retaliate using his Pokémon system, he found its strength gradually dissipating, as though it were being drained away. Stunned, he gazed at the friends he had once trusted. Why? Baimu gasped, his shock overshadowing his physical pain. Erica and Naz exchanged a glance. A flicker of compassion crossed Erica's eyes, quickly replaced by resoluteness. Baimu, this is not what we wish to do, but what we must do. Hearing such callous words, Baimu's heart turned to ice. He could hardly believe they were truly about to strip him of the very system that sustained him. Just as Erica and Naz were on the verge of success, an invisible force surged through the air. A mysterious legendary Pokémon appeared, a creature of myth that no one had ever witnessed before. Its arrival seemed destined to alter everything. Baimu felt the oppressive weight vanish, and he struggled to raise his head from the ground to behold the formidable presence of the enigmatic Pokémon. You have chosen him as your successor? Naz exclaimed in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. The legendary Pokémon scanned the surroundings with its piercing gaze, ultimately fixing its eyes upon Baimu. It spoke not a word, yet conveyed a clear message. It had chosen Baimu and was incensed by his betrayal. Erica and Naz exchanged a glance and instinctively chose to retreat. Even united, they felt ill-equipped to confront such power. As Erica and Naz hastily vanished into the distance, a serene calm returned to the training ground. The mysterious Pokémon nodded gently before disappearing into the ether. Baimu slowly rose to his feet, vowing within his heart that he would seek vengeance and rebuild everything he had lost. News of his dismay and loss spread swiftly, and the Tianqing dojo extended an invitation. Its leader, Aries, personally wrote to welcome Baimu for training. This did not surprise Baimu. He understood it was a rare opportunity. During his time at the Tianqing dojo, Aries arranged rigorous training to aid Baimu in regaining his strength. Though the shadows of the past lingered in his heart, he never faltered in the face of adversity. In moments of quiet reflection, a new force awakened within him, allowing his former system and Oppos's power to resurface. Revitalized, Baimu embarked on a new training journey, his burgeoning strength attracting more challengers eager to test their mettle against him. He realized that the road ahead was fraught with unknown challenges and possibilities. Regardless, he would press on, for a new beginning and for the promises of old. After several weeks of stringent training at the Tianqing dojo, Baimu began to sense a distinct surge of growth energy. He had never eased his self-discipline. Yet after his conversation with Aries that day at the dojo, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Aries' words, "Perceive Pokémon with your heart, not merely conquer them with strength," transformed Baimu entirely. On this day at the battle training ground, a throng of dojo students eagerly gathered, excited to witness Baimu's display of skill. Standing at the center of the arena, his Ice EV loyally by his side, Baimu was met with a challenge from Kane, who wore a defiant smile. "Are you ready?" Kane taunted, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I'm ready whenever you are," Baimu replied confidently, exchanging a nod with his Ice EV. At the signal to commence battle, Kane struck first, unleashing his Pokémon with fervor. Baimu, however, remained calm and directed his Ice EV to dodge momentarily before countering. "Use Ice Beam," he commanded. The Ice EV leaped and released a chilling beam that struck Kane and Oppos's Pokémon, instantly encasing it in frost and signaling the battle and Appo's conclusion. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Kane's defeat registered. Amidst the spectators, a voice rang out defiantly. Baimu, you won too easily. Let's have another match. Aili stormed forward, her eyes ablaze with determination. All right, Baimu smiled, accepting the challenge, accustomed as he was to such spirited interruptions from young trainers. Aili sent forth her Sylveon, employing a confusion tactic to disrupt Baimu's focus. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, yet Baimu maintained his characteristic composure. He understood this was not merely a test of strength, but a trial of mental fortitude. Believe in yourself, ICV, he silently encouraged, nurturing their unspoken bond. Use hail, he decisively instructed. The Ice EV summoned a flurry of snow, rapidly cornering Aili's Sylveon. Aili shook her head vigorously, struggling against the onslaught, but ultimately succumbed to the tempest conjured by the Ice EV. As the match concluded, Aili, disheartened, recalled her Pokémon but offered a thumbs up to Baimu. You are truly strong. I will continue to strive for improvement. Baimu responded with an encouraging smile. Next time, we shall have another match. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the dojo, marking the end of a day of training. Baimu understood that these challenges were not merely battles, but vital lessons on his path to growth. He felt an inner tranquility and resolve. Regardless of how formidable his future adversaries might be, he would confront them with unwavering courage. Baimu exhaled, surveying the dojo as the crowd gradually dispersed. He gently patted his Ice EV standing beside him and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Ice EV. The Ice EV responded with enthusiasm, its tail wagging joyfully against the ground. Just as Baimu prepared to leave the dojo, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a familiar figure, Kane. His expression was serious, yet his eyes shone with determination. Baimu, Kane stepped closer, his tone laced with a hint of urgency. Your strength has revealed my inadequacies. I wish to challenge you once more, to prove my growth. Baimu assessed Kane, noting the resolve in his demeanor, and nodded in agreement. All right, I look forward to seeing your performance this time. After both prepared, the battle resumed in the dojo. This time, Kane was markedly different. His Pokémon exuded newfound confidence and energy. Come forth, show your strength. Baimu encouraged his Ice EV, their bond evident in their synchronized movements. Kane commanded his Pokémon, attempting to strike from various angles. He was focused, entirely immersed in the clash with Baimu. Nevertheless, with his profound trust in his Pokémon, Baimu gradually gained the upper hand. After a series of attacks and counterattacks, Baimu's Ice EV seized a critical opportunity, successfully concluding the battle. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Celebration. A non-electronic adventure of the strong Kane retrieved his Pokémon, his expression not one of disappointment, but rather brimming with determination. Your strength commands my respect, he remarked with a slight smile, extending his hand to clasp Baimu's. Thank you for allowing me to glimpse my potential. I shall continue to train diligently and look forward to our next thrilling duel. Baimu reciprocated the handshake with a smile. I believe that when we meet again, you will have grown even stronger. As the sky gradually darkened, the afterglow of sunset faded into every corner of the dojo. Upon leaving the dojo, Baimu felt a sense of healthy and unwavering tranquility within. These repeated battles were not merely contests of strength. They were a continual journey of spiritual growth. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he was well prepared to confront them. After concluding his battle with Kane, Baimu was enveloped in a serene calm. He gently brushed off the dust from his clothes and strolled home. Upon entering his abode, he was taken aback to discover a peculiar package resting on the table, devoid of any signature, rendering it particularly enigmatic. What is this? Baimu mused, approaching cautiously to unwrap the package. Inside lay a fruit emanating a faint glow, accompanied by a note that read, Dragon Heart Fruit, capable of significantly enhancing a Pokémon's abilities. Dragon Heart Fruit, Baimu whispered to himself, feeling a blend of curiosity and skepticism towards this peculiar item. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, he resolved to accept the gift for the time being, planning to investigate its true purpose at a later date. A few days later, while training his Pokémon in the courtyard, Baimu was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a trainer clad in a black cloak. Baimu, is it? The individual grinned maliciously. I am an acquaintance of Kane's, and I hear you possess a remarkable treasure that I wish to borrow. Baimu's vigilance heightened. You mean the dragon heart fruit, don't you? Why should I give it to you? The cloaked figure dramatically lifted his cloak, revealing a fierce Pokémon. Let me see if you can safeguard it. With that, his Pokémon launched a ferocious attack. Baimu immediately commanded his Ice EV to engage. But the opponent's strikes were relentless. After a few rounds, Baimu found himself on the brink of exhaustion. During a moment of careless defense, he was knocked to the ground, his arms scraped and bleeding. Despite the injury, Baimu refused to yield, relying on his unwavering trust in his Pokémon. He managed to awaken Ice EV's latent potential, seizing an opportunity to repel the onslaught. Just as he exhaled in relief, a brilliant light flashed, and an elderly man clad in golden armor suddenly appeared. The elder regarded Baimu with admiration. Your wisdom impresses me, Baimu. However, you are depleted of energy and require further honing. Who are you? Baimu inquired, leaning against the wall for support, astonished. I shall grant you a special inheritance for your Pokémon, the elder continued. But your current state is far from sufficient. I will aid you in restoring your strength. Excitement surged within Baimu as he couldn't help but ask, where shall I begin my learning? Patience and strategy are essential. There is no need to rush. The elder replied with a gentle smile. Following this extraordinary encounter, whispers of Baimu's formidable inheritance began to circulate. In the ensuing days, many trainers with varying intentions approached him, some with reverence and others with skepticism. Under the elder's guidance, Baimu gradually mastered the more intricate abilities bestowed by the Pokémon system, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that greater unforeseen challenges awaited him. Yet he was prepared to confront the unknown with wisdom and courage. Beneath the starlit sky, Baimu stood, the twinkling stars seeming to illuminate his journey ahead. The figure of the golden-armored elder remained vivid in his mind, embodying a mysterious force that appeared uninvited. Yet, deep within, he recognized that this encounter might be fated. Your potential is boundless. The elder spoke slowly, his voice reminiscent of the resonant chimes swaying in the wind. Baimu nodded, recalling the elder's words, akin to a mentor's guidance and a friend's earnest plea. I seek no material reward, Baimu declared resolutely, his voice echoing with unexpected firmness in the vast night, but rather your recognition and guidance. The elder smiled subtly, admiration gleaming in his eyes. I shall return when you possess sufficient ability. Baimu understood that this path was not a simple one. He silently vowed to explore the road of the strong with wisdom and courage, provided he did not compromise his principles. A newfound sense of stability enveloped him, as if he had discovered the direction of his life. The silence between them was a mutual understanding, and neither felt the need to utter another word. The elder brought not only challenges, but also hope. Baimu gazed at the elder's golden armor, setting his sights on an even loftier goal. Time seemed to stand still as the elder's figure gradually faded, and Baimu clenched his fists. He recognized that he had embarked upon a path laden with uncertainties, a journey that was indeed the requisite passage for the strong. On the following morning, Baimu awoke to find Ice EV sleeping beside him, nestled against him in a warm and steadfast manner. He gently stroked its soft fur and smiled. Let us be off. There are many adversaries awaiting our defeat. Ice EV instantly lifted its head, its eyes sparkling with the same fighting spirit. They exchanged a knowing glance before setting forth together to embrace new adventures. Baimu understood that his journey had only just commenced. Regardless of the challenges or opportunities that lay ahead, he was ready to face all unknowns. As Baimu and Ice EV ambled through the grassy terrain, surrounded by lush woods and the occasional wild Pokémon darting by, a faint melody of joyful singing caught their attention, accompanied by laughter and applause, seemingly emanating from a nearby village. Baimu halted, listening intently. As the song evoked a warm recollection of the past, he gently touched Ice EV's ear. Do you hear that? There's an inexplicable familiarity to that sound. Ice EV wagged its tail, equally intrigued by the melody, leading them to decide to follow the sound's direction. After navigating through dense thickets, they arrived at the edge of a small town, just in time for a joyous celebration. In the square, people gathered, singing and dancing, with laughter resonating in the air. Baimu stood at a distance, feeling somewhat out of place yet warmed by the harmony surrounding him. Just as he immersed himself in the lively scene, a tall, elegantly dressed man approached him. This individual was none other than the renowned trainer Roger, a figure of great repute among Pokémon trainers. "It's rare to see a new face," Roger smiled, breaking Baimu's reverie. "Why not join our celebration?" Baimu offered a shy smile in return. "Ah, I hadn't anticipated encountering such a lively gathering here, but I am more curious about whether this celebration holds any special significance." Roger raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. "It's merely a celebration of a bountiful harvest season, but if you're interested, I could share some more mysterious tales, such as legends about special Pokémon." Chapter 9. Phantom Steps. The non-electronic adventure of Baimu's eyes sparkled as his untamed curiosity was ignited. The legends of special Pokémon? To be honest, I have always been fascinated by such mysterious matters. As the two walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the other side of the plaza, where Baimu observed Master Rayleigh earnestly instructing a young trainer on battle stances. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Is this your arrangement? Master Rayleigh is guiding a new trainer?" Roger smiled and nodded, his face radiating admiration. "Indeed. I hope he can utilize his experience to help these juniors enhance their combat skills." Baimu was astonished by this harmonious atmosphere, reflecting on his own experiences and feeling a sense of nostalgia. In this intricate world, it is indeed rare to encounter such harmony. As their conversation deepened, Baimu tentatively broached Roger's perspective on the true intentions of the legendary Lavdru. He hinted at his partial knowledge but remained unconvinced. After a moment of contemplation, Roger replied earnestly, "No one knows the complete truth about Lavdru. I have only heard that there is a mysterious tablet hidden there, the key to unraveling a certain world enigma." Baimu nodded in agreement, sharing some of his own insights, albeit merely as premonitions and conjectures about the future. Yet, the candid exchange between the two left him deeply inspired. Baimu recognized that he must continue to strive forward, resolutely and confidently stepping toward the unknown future. Beside them, Ice EV quietly observed, as if understanding the fluctuations within its master's heart. Baimu gazed confidently into the distance, envisioning a vibrant path of adventure, prepared to embrace all forthcoming challenges. The conversation between Baimu and Roger concluded amidst laughter, each lost in their own thoughts. Baimu glanced around, noticing Master Rayleigh skillfully demonstrating a delicate step, while a group of young trainers watched intently. Master Rayleigh's movements resembled a nimble whirlwind, his feet seemingly suspended in the air, with the gentle breeze around him synchronizing with his rhythm. Baimu watched in rapture, a profound desire surging within him. Is this the legendary Phantom Step? Unable to contain himself, Baimu took a few steps closer to inquire of Master Rayleigh. Master Rayleigh paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, a faint smile gracing his face. "Indeed, this is a small technique I have honed over the years." His gaze was gentle yet resolute, revealing that it was not a mysterious phenomenon, but rather the result of long-term training and focus on battle. Baimu nodded, listening attentively. He yearned to possess such a skill, to control the course of battle at critical moments. "How can I master such a step?" His voice carried a subtle hint of anticipation. "Through constant practice and experimentation," Master Rayleigh replied, his expression one of approval. "To enhance your abilities, you must be intimately familiar with every movement of yours and be daring in your experiments during each battle." Roger approached, patting Baimu on the shoulder. "I believe that with your talent, diligent effort will lead you to mastery. Future challenges will only render you stronger." Listening to this, Baimu felt a rush of excitement and exhilaration. He gazed toward the adventure-laden path ahead, a vast world filled with unknown opportunities. His heart burned with fervor, akin to a flickering flame. At that moment, Ice EV gently nudged Baimu's leg, conveying silent support. "Thank you, Master Rayleigh. I will strive diligently." The light of confidence sparkled in Baimu's eyes. He was no longer a stranger in this land, but rather an adventurer pursuing his dreams. With expectations brimming, Baimu, alongside Ice EV, stepped forth into the vibrant and unpredictable journey of adventure. He inhaled deeply, casting a glance back at Master Rayleigh and Roger. whose support imbued him with immense confidence. He gently grasped Ice Eevee's small paw and then strode purposefully toward his unknown adventure. The verdant Paralympic forest, though fraught with hidden dangers, was now his target. Strolling along the damp earthen path, Baimu attentively listened to the enchanting sounds of nature surrounding him. He fiddled with the Pokémon encyclopedia system, envisioning various training plans. He understood that only through continual self-improvement could he carve out his place in this magical world. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a hurried voice interrupted his stride. "Hey, you there, kid." Baimu looked up to see a burly man with a scruffy beard emerging from the thicket. His eyes held malice, and he clutched a bag filled with Pokémon balls. "You're the one who got Ghastly, right?" The man, named Grey Dog, spoke coldly, his tone laden with hostility. Clearly, Team Rocket had been well aware of his movements. Baimu remained unfazed by his aggressive demeanor and responded calmly. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Humph, I'm Grey Dog, a member of Team Rocket," he sneered, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "I can't accept that you possess a high-level Pokémon. I want to challenge you." The atmosphere grew tense. Sensing the challenge, Baimu instinctively touched the Pokeball at his waist, contemplating that perhaps this was the moment to showcase his strength. "All right, let us have a match," Baimu replied, neither submissive nor arrogant, a glint of combativeness flashing in his eyes. With a mocking snap of his fingers, Grey Dog unleashed a colossal explode from its Pokeball. Baimu swiftly responded by releasing his Ghastly, which emitted a low growl, floating in the air, poised for battle. Shadow Realm. With a commanding shout from Baimu, a dim illusion enveloped Ghastly, pressing in on Explode. Grey Dog froze, taken aback by Baimu and Appos' swift invocation of the Golden Entry and Appos' power. Explode evidently sensed the environmental shift. Growing increasingly agitated, its attacks becoming erratic and disorganized. Now is the time. Baimu seized the opportunity, directing Ghastly to unleash a powerful shadow ball that struck Explode and Appos' vital spot directly. Explode let out a defiant roar before collapsing to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Grey Dog stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his face oscillating between shades of green and white. Clenching his fists in frustration, he yearned to retaliate but found himself devoid of the courage to continue. "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." Grey Dog spat out this parting remark before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Fully aware that today's defeat would lead him to face the wrath of his superior, Baimu exhaled deeply. Although the battle had been fierce, it illuminated the challenges and adversaries he must confront on his adventurous path ahead. He patted Ice Eevee's head and smiled gently. "Let us go. Our journey has just begun." Together, the duo continued along the woodland path, sunlight filtering through the leaves above, casting a tapestry of dappled shadows around them. Baimu knew that each step brought forth new hopes and greater challenges, leading him toward an expansive world of unknown possibilities. As they tread upon the soft earth, Baimu and Ice Eevee pressed on through the forest path, the sunlight dancing through the gaps in the foliage above, creating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow upon them. Chapter 10. Telepathy. The chaos of battle. Not long into their journey, they encountered a solitary traveler. The traveler was of average build, carrying an old-fashioned travel bag, and appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Baimu. "Hello," the traveler greeted warmly. "I am Uran." Baimu replied, harboring a tinge of wariness towards this stranger. "I just witnessed your encounter with that fellow called Grey Dog. It was quite spectacular." "You were using Jengars, weren't you?" Uran inquired enthusiastically. "Indeed," Baimu nodded, gently stroking the head of his Ice Eevee. "I too aspire to become a Pokémon master." Uran smiled slightly. "Would you allow me to accompany you? I believe I could learn a great deal from you." Baimu pondered for a moment. There was no hostility in Uran's demeanor, only sincerity and eagerness. He nodded. "Sure. I would like to learn about the experiences of other trainers as well." Thus, the two walked side by side along the forest path, exchanging their stories. Baimu recounted the bond he shared with his Pokémon and how he learned and grew in the shadow of Team Rocket. Uran, in turn, shared the challenges and adventures he encountered during his travels. "This is quite an unexpected discovery," Uran remarked, handing Baimu a wanted poster they had stumbled upon together. Baimu focused on it, realizing that the poster bore his likeness. It seems Grey Dog returned to face consequences and seeks revenge against me. Baimu chuckled bitterly, a sense of helplessness crossing his mind, yet accompanied by a newfound determination. This is no simple matter, Yuran suggested. We should take a detour to avoid any potential pursuers. Good idea, Baimu agreed, nodding. Although it would take them slightly off course, safety was evidently paramount. His mind began to devise strategies to tackle the impending troubles. Throughout their journey, Baimu and Yuran continuously shared insights and techniques regarding Pokémon battles. Yuran was astonished by Baimu's unique approach to utilizing the entry system, while Baimu was fascinated by Yuran's wealth of travel experiences. Gradually, a profound trust and friendship blossomed between them. Baimu silently resolved that he would no longer hesitate in the face of any challenge. Just wait and see, he whispered to himself. I will orchestrate a grand counterattack to demonstrate to everyone that I fear no threat. As the midday sun grew increasingly bright, they ventured forth into the unknown, each step filled with conviction. As night descended, Baimu and his companions set up a concealed camp deep within the dense forest. Here, they were distant from any potential prying eyes and troubles, leaning against one another, their hearts filled with both concern and anticipation. Hey, Baimu, don't you think this place feels a bit eerie? Yuran observed, gesturing towards the swaying shadows of distant trees. Baimu smiled faintly, his thoughts lingering on the mysterious power of the entry system. He opened the system, curious to inspect the newly refreshed skills. To his astonishment, the new skill was related to telepathy. This skill is remarkable, Baimu thought to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a tall, mysterious woman cloaked in a hat and mask emerged slowly from the shadows. She stood there, seemingly blending into the night, yet her focused gaze was unmistakable. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. Her voice was deep and powerful. Xiao Chao's eyes widened in surprise, yet she displayed no skepticism. Welcome to our group. Your arrival will surely provide us with more support. Thank you for your trust. The challenges you will face are far from ordinary. Her gestures were fluid, revealing her professional background. The following morning, dawn's light filtered through the forest path, casting mottled shadows through the gaps between the leaves. The trio packed their camp, preparing to continue their adventure. That mysterious woman. I can't shake the feeling that something is off about her. Yuran whispered to Baimu as Xiao Chao tidied up. Perhaps, but we need all the help we can get right now, Baimu nodded, also sensing Yuran's unease. Not far away, Liang's subordinates lurked, poised to strike. De Wu too crept closer, the desire for conflict intensifying within him. As the group maneuvered past a giant moss-covered boulder, a searing metallic object plummeted from the sky, crashing with a thunderous boom. Team Rocket. Baimu reacted swiftly, directing his companions to evade. Without hesitation, Baimu employed his newly acquired skill, conjuring a chaotic illusion in the minds of all present. Team Rocket's vision was obscured, their command chains severed in an instant, leading them to fight independently, thrown into disarray. The tempo of battle fell under their control. Chapter 11. The Moonlit Temple. The Alliance assembles a mysterious woman adeptly joined the fray at a crucial moment, seamlessly coordinating with Shiraki and the others to repel the remnants of the Greyhounds. As the battle drew to a close, Shoko wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, casting a glance at Shiraki, her smile tinged with a subtle relief. Without you guys, I would have surely been finished today. Thankfully, you were all here. Yuran patted Shiraki on the shoulder. Shiraki gazed ahead, filled with a sense of ambition, feeling the increasingly robust bonds among his companions. He understood that this experience would serve as a cornerstone for the road ahead, with more challenges awaiting him, and he was prepared to face them all. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the morning sun filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon the faces of the adventurers. Shiraki relaxed his taut nerves, once again experiencing a sense of tranquility. So, you dislike Team Rocket too? Yuran inquired curiously, eyeing the enigmatic woman. The mysterious woman nodded and smiled faintly. My name is Ilyan, and like you, I harbor no fondness for Team Rocket. Shoko scratched her head, tilting it inquisitively. It's strange. Why does everyone seem to have a grudge against Team Rocket? Shiraki interrupted Shoko's musings, his tone resolute. Regardless of the reasons, since we share a common enemy, I propose we form a temporary alliance to confront them together. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Ilian's eyes sparkled with determination. Of course, just as they reached a consensus, Daigo, who had been silently observing them from the depths of the forest, pondered thoughtfully. The power of this individual exceeded his expectations, indicating that future opponents would be even more formidable. He inhaled softly, deciding to maintain a low profile for now and continue gathering strength. Shiraki and his companions resumed their journey along the lush, verdant path, appearing relaxed and joyful. Suddenly, a long, piercing cry echoed from the sky as a massive shadow swooped down. The fossil pterodactyl soared gracefully through the air, its imposing form majestic. The fossil pterodactyl, Shiraki exclaimed, excitement sparkling in his eyes. This was the Pokémon he had long dreamed of possessing, and now it was before him, stirring a tide of emotions within. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the fossil pterodactyl and spoke earnestly. Hey, old friend, I'm Shiraki. It's a pleasure to meet you. Will you join us on our adventure? The fossil pterodactyl hovered in the air, locking eyes with Shiraki for a moment, hesitating but seemingly aware of something. Observing Shiraki's steadfast gaze and sincere offer of friendship, its wariness gradually faded. It nodded and drew closer to Shiraki. Shoko leaped with excitement. Wow, this is amazing. Now we're even stronger. The journey continued, and Shiraki frequently accessed his system, tirelessly refreshing and enhancing his abilities in preparation for the battles to come. He knew that Team Rocket would not let them off easily, and he had to remain vigilant, preparing for any eventuality. Time slipped away amidst their laughter and joy, and along the way, they faced numerous challenges and trials. The accumulating experiences fostered growth in every individual, deepening the bonds between Shiraki and his companions. The schemes of Team Rocket gradually surfaced, leading Shiraki to realize that this was not merely an adventure, but also a trial of his spirit. Nevertheless, he was ready for the challenges ahead. No matter how perilous the future might be, they would stand together. Under the protection of the fossil pterodactyl, Shiraki and his companions navigated through the dense forest, sunlight dappling the ground through the leaves. They were currently following a hidden path leading to the legendary Pokémon Temple, a route known to only a select few. Rumor had it that Team Rocket was searching for a mysterious artifact capable of controlling all Pokémon. Shiraki frowned, speaking in a hushed tone as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the woods. We must stop them. Shoko glanced ahead, but how do we do that? Where's the temple? It could be a trap. Don't worry, Shiraki reassured her, resting a hand on her shoulder and smiling. Our friends will surely lend us their assistance. Just then, they turned a corner and spotted a mysterious old man seated upon a large rock. A gentle smile gracing his face. The old man in Dapo's figure appeared enigmatic in the sunlight, as if he had anticipated the arrival of Shiraki and his companions. Young adventurers, the old man began, his voice as soft as the breeze rustling through the trees. You wish to thwart Team Rocket, do you not? Shiraki nodded, sensing the old man and Dapo's extraordinary aura, which filled him with respect. The schemes of Team Rocket endanger not only Pokémon, but all of us, the old man continued. This ancient talisman can aid you. As he spoke, he produced a glimmering talisman from within his robes and handed it to Shiraki. As Shiraki accepted the talisman, he felt its mysterious power resonating with his own system in a peculiar manner. If you truly immerse yourself in its essence, using your system, it will guide you. The old man advised, his gaze deep and wise. Remember, on the night of the full moon, you will have your opportunity. After bidding farewell to the old man, they pressed on, the images of Ri and Daigo lingering in Shiraki's mind. He continually reminded himself to exercise caution. This path was fraught not only with foes, but also with countless unknowns. Before long, a group of Team Rocket members appeared ahead, blocking their path. Their fierce gazes bore down on Shiraki and his companions. Be careful, they're coming, Shoko cried, cradling her Pokémon protectively. We have the fossil pterodactyl and the power of our system. Fear not, Shiraki declared, determination igniting in his eyes. As the battle was about to commence, Shiraki swiftly activated his system, harnessing the power of the spectral realm to instill terror in the Team Rocket members. The brief moment of chaos granted them crucial time. Subsequently, the fossil pterodactyl swooped down, repelling the enemies with unmatched strength. After successfully overcoming the obstacle, the companions, guided by the moonlight, continued their advance toward the temple. Each member of the team understood that the challenges before them were not solely posed by Team Rocket, but were also profound tests of their spirits. In this tightly knit journey, each heart brimmed with a shared conviction. No matter how many trials they faced, they would unite to embrace the ultimate challenge of fate. Moonlight cascaded like flowing water upon the path ahead, as Shiraki and his companions deftly traversed the dimly lit forest. In the stillness, only the whisper of rustling leaves echoed in their ears. Shiraki gently grasped the talisman hidden beneath his clothing, feeling the mysterious resonance it emanated, akin to an unresolved melody guiding him forward. "Be cautious, it seems someone is ahead," Shoko softly warned, pointing toward the shadows of trees swaying gently in the breeze. The team heightened their vigilance, their steps becoming lighter. At that moment, a gentle voice pierced the night air. "Heroes, heed this warning, a trial approaches." They turned to discover a seer draped in a blue cloak, her tranquil eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all. Her presence brought an air of foreboding. Yet Shiraki felt a surge of resolve within him. "We are ready to face any challenge," he proclaimed, his voice steady amidst the night. Chapter 12. Phantom Guardian. The battle across time and space. As the adventure deepened, Baimu felt a flicker from the entry system, revealing a new entry, Phantom Guardian. In that moment, an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through him, bestowing him with remarkable defensive prowess. However, at the end of the forest awaited the elite team of Team Rocket, with Liang and Dao Wu standing at the forefront. Their gazes fixed upon the newcomers with malicious intent. A smirk of disdain curled at Liang's lips. "Do you really believe that a charm can alter your fate?" Baimu turned to glance at his companions, nodding in silent agreement. They would not allow their adversaries to succeed. With no further words exchanged, the air thickened with tension, and the battle was poised to erupt. Baimu initiated Phantom Guardian, simultaneously shielding his allies and creating a prime opportunity for counterattack. Xiao Chao seized the moment, commanding her Pokémon to strike, instantly repelling several foes. The fossil pterodactyl soared through the air, plunging down with breathtaking speed, crashing into Dowu's steel-type Pokémon with the force of a mountain. The resounding boom echoed through the forest, as though the very earth were splitting apart. "Don't think this is the end." Liang, sensing the tide turning, felt the veins on his forehead pulse, yet Baimu remained as calm as ice, aware that the resolve to protect his friends had transformed into an imperceptible shield, standing guard before them. As the earth-shattering clash unfolded, time seemed to stand still. Drawing upon the power of the charm, Baimu wrought a miracle beneath the moonlight. A silvery radiance enveloped them, guiding them safely into the temple's interior. This was merely the beginning. Baimu understood that stepping through the temple's threshold heralded the onset of a new adventure. Through the trials of the night, the bond of protection among him and his companions had solidified beyond measure. Exploring the temple under its gentle illumination, Baimu marveled at how the faint light brought the murals on the walls to life. He paused, captivated by one depiction of a magnificent Pokémon soaring through the night sky, trailed by countless stars, akin to an infinite cosmos. The true essence of Phantom Guardian became apparent. Xiao Chao gently tapped Baimu on the shoulder. "What do you think these murals are saying?" "I believe they reveal the origin of Phantom Guardian," Baimu replied, staring intently at the runes depicted. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, placing his hand against the wall. He felt the runes tremble slightly, as if responding to his contemplation. As the runes shifted, the wall quietly parted, revealing a hidden door leading to a secret altar. An ancient aura permeated the air, brimming with mystery and solemnity. Baimu stepped forward, glancing at Xiao Chao with unwavering determination. "Are you ready?" She nodded, and together they approached the altar. The passage flickered with dim light, as if narrating ancient legends. At that moment, Baimu activated the new entry, Time Loop, and instantaneously, he glimpsed future battles, even foreseeing the enemy's movements. Just as they neared the altar, a sudden tremor shook the ground. It was Liang and Dawu. They had not given up, and remnants of Team Rocket rushed toward them. We must act swiftly. Baimu furrowed his brow, silently invoking the power of Time Loop. He knew they were the only ones privy to the temple's hidden secrets. As they stepped into the altar's center, a mysterious Pokémon awakened before them. It was colossal, adorned in shimmering silver scales, its gaze as profound as the night. This is the core power of Amp. Oppos, Phantom Guardian and Amp. Oppos, Baimu whispered, realizing that this slumbering guardian required their trust. We are not your enemies, he spoke softly, attempting to communicate with the dormant Pokémon. We only ask that you trust us to combat the darkness that is to come. The Pokémon and Oppos' eyes sparkled, transitioning from wariness to trust. Baimu felt a profound connection. This power was not merely a concession, but a promise for the future. Not far away, Liang was leading Team Rocket members in an attempt to dismantle the temple structure. We cannot let them succeed, Xiao Chao urged quietly. Baimu was prepared. Utilizing the foresight granted by Time Loop, he skillfully directed his team to evade enemy attacks, countering with unexpected strikes. Soon, Liang and Dawu retreated in disarray, evidently underestimating Baimu and his allies' strength. Amidst the aftermath of battle, the temple began to self-repair, the runes on the walls glowing anew, gently cloaking the previous scars. This battle has made it clear to me. Strength arises from trust and protection, not destruction, Baimu stated firmly, glancing at his companions. We must continue to thwart Team Rocket's plans. Xiao Chao smiled and nodded. United, they faced the challenges ahead, embarking on a new journey of adventure together. Baimu and Xiao Chao's exploration within the temple was far from over. They regrouped, determined to delve deeper into the secrets behind Phantom Guardian. After meticulous observation, Xiao Chao pointed to an apparently ordinary mural. Look, there seems to be something hidden here. Baimu examined closely and noticed subtle cracks on the mural. As he explored further, a gentle push revealed a concealed passageway. They exchanged knowing glances, both aware that the passage held untold histories of the past. Upon entering, the murals around them detailed how Pokémon wielded their powers to protect the world in ancient times. Baimu felt a deep reverence. The strength of Pokémon was never meant for destruction, but for guardianship. Xiao Chao nodded quietly beside him, sensing the profound significance of their intertwined fates with Phantom Guardian. Through their collaborative efforts, their bond had grown increasingly steadfast, transcending mere words as their primary means of communication. Meanwhile, far away at Team Rocket's camp, Liang and Dawu refused to concede. They gathered within a sinister tent, their expressions grave. After careful consideration, Liang resolved to dispatch a mysterious investigator. This enigma was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their true identity. Go to the temple, uncover their vulnerabilities, and undermine their trust with the Pokémon, Liang instructed. Sensing the undercurrents of this plot within the temple, Baimu, through the power of Time Loop, caught a whiff of the impending conspiracy. He recognized that defeating his opponents required not only strength, but also cunning. We must take the initiative. Baimu gradually crafted a plan for their counteroffensive. We need to set a trap, luring the enemy into our snare. Baimu proposed, astonishing Xiao Chao with his strategic insight. This might just reveal the mysterious investigator. Xiao Chao smiled faintly. Perhaps we will be a step ahead of them. They swiftly set about establishing a series of intricate and tightly coordinated plans, waiting for the enemy to take the bait. Each arrangement was meticulously scrutinized, and Xiao Chao realized that this mental synchronicity had elevated their relationship to a new level. In the forthcoming decisive battle, Baimu and Xiao Chao bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the temple while also carrying the mission of protecting the entire continent. Throughout this arduous journey, their bond quietly strengthened, forming a solid bastion against Team Rocket. With everything in place, Baimu silently prayed that with their courage and wisdom, they could face even greater challenges and secure victory in this vital mission. Chapter 13. The Phantom Maze. United against the shadows, the night was as dark as ink, and the air within the temple was so thick it felt palpable. Baimu and Xiao Chao exchanged glances, both aware that the moment had arrived. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Baimu silently recited in his heart, sensing the subtle vibrations brought forth by the cyclical nature of time and space. They were coming. I can feel it too, Xiao Cho whispered back, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Are you prepared? Baimu inquired, fully cognizant of the answer, yet wishing to affirm their resolve. Of course, Xiao Cho nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips. We will not falter. At that very moment, an investigator dispatched by Liang was stealthily approaching from afar. Baimu discreetly activated the Pokémon entry system, deftly updating their strategy and fortifying the defensive barrier, meticulously ensuring that every detail was flawless. As the night wind rustled, the investigator's silhouette became discernible around the temple's periphery. He moved with agility, surveying his surroundings. They're here, Baimu murmured, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes as he triggered the first trap. A sudden burst of blinding light encircled the investigator. The investigator furrowed his brow, momentarily halted but quickly realizing this was merely the beginning. Cursing under his breath, he attempted to extricate himself from the trap with his remarkable agility. However, Xiao Chao's preemptively set sensing array was already activated, locking onto his connection with some mysterious force. Now's the time. Xiao Cho sprang into action, swiftly noting down crucial clues. The investigator displayed a look of astonishment, appearing trapped yet retaining a semblance of composure. Such arrangements, he thought, but soon detected a slight flaw in the trap, allowing him to forcibly break free and retaliate. Baimu and Apos, S. heart sank. He realized the true battle had only just begun. He summoned the Realm of Shadows, a chilling aura instantly enveloping the temple, eroding the investigator's mental fortitude. The investigator stumbled, his expression shifting drastically, yet through sheer willpower, he resisted the encroaching fear. Do you think this will defeat me? He retorted defiantly, his voice a low growl. As the standoff continued, Baimu and Xiao Cho sensed a greater threat. Liang and Dawu were rapidly approaching the temple, their lips pressed tightly together, hearts racing. We'll split up. You go guard against them, Baimu decisively commanded. Leave it to me. Be careful, Xiao Cho replied, no longer hesitating as she darted towards the temple's exterior. Baimu clenched his jaw, fully concentrating on his confrontation with the investigator, acutely aware that this battle was just the beginning. They had more challenges ahead. Xiao Cho reached the temple's exterior, feeling the tense atmosphere in the air. She quickly concealed herself behind a massive boulder, observing that Liang and Dawu were drawing closer. Their strides were steady, clearly brimming with confidence regarding the impending clash. I need to devise a way to delay them, she murmured to herself, her mind racing with ideas. At that moment, the temple's barrier had been activated. She understood that she must exert her utmost effort to buy Baimu sufficient time. She resolved to use the previously set obstacle array to hinder the enemy. Inside the temple, the confrontation between Baimu and the investigator intensified. Baimu's expression was grave as he focused on manipulating the Realm of Shadows, his trump card skill, which, once fully unleashed, could shatter the opponent's mental state. However, the investigator summoned a steel-type Pokémon, its silver sheen forming an impenetrable barrier against Gung Gui's illusions. This opponent's resilience is truly formidable, Baimu thought with a tinge of admiration, but he simultaneously pondered his next course of action. Suddenly, a new entry appeared in the system, Phantom Dreamscape. A spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. With this, he could completely seize control of the situation. A smile crept onto Baimu's lips as he swiftly made his decision. Under the ethereal song of Gung Gui, the power of the Phantom Dreamscape began to spread, enveloping the temple in a heavy mist. The investigator felt a wave of disorientation, his mind gradually being drawn into a surreal realm. Xiao Chao's responses outside were equally agile. Although Liang and Da Wu pressed closer, whenever they attempted to breach the layers of illusions, Xiao Cho skillfully led them astray with her nimble movements and the obstacle array. Looks like she's quite capable, Da Wu paused, slightly breathless, impressed. At that moment, Baimu gained the upper hand within the temple. The investigator's vision blurred, his steadfast resolve slowly succumbing to the pressures of the Phantom Dreamscape. He realized he could no longer withstand the strain, a notion of surrender creeping into his mind. You've lost, Baimu stated calmly, his gaze unwavering and filled with certainty. With the investigator subdued, Baimu wasted no time. He quickly exited the temple to regroup with Xiao Chou, facing the already delayed Liang and De Wu. The challenges ahead remained daunting, yet in this moment, both of their hearts brimmed with the belief in fighting side by side and the anticipation of ultimate victory. Baimu swiftly scanned the surroundings. The air outside the temple had grown heavy, as if every molecule was brewing the calm before a storm. He knew that, in confronting formidable foes like Liang and De Wu, absolute caution and decisiveness were paramount. Xiao Chou, this time I need your assistance. Baimu's voice was low, yet it conveyed his resolve clearly. Xiao Chou nodded, her bright eyes filled with trust and determination. Just then, the system's interface flickered again, revealing a new entry, Void Rift. Baimu's heart surged with excitement, akin to discovering an oasis in a desert. Excellent. This is precisely what I need. Without hesitation, he activated the entry. A sudden silence fell over the temple, followed by a brief tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped apart, echoing through the air. Baimu and Xiao Chou instantly materialized behind Liang and De Wu, as silent as phantoms. How is this possible? De Wu's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. Yet he was caught unprepared to react. Xiao Chou initiated the attack first, her Pokémon executing a precise strike, landing squarely at De Wu's vulnerable spot. Simultaneously, Liang was taken aback by Baimu's swift maneuver and assault, but as a seasoned captain, he quickly regained his composure. At that critical juncture, Liang summoned his main Pokémon, a colossal Gyarados that soared into the sky, an overwhelming aura radiating from it. Xiao Chou, be wary of this one, Baimu urgently warned. However, Xiao Chou was already prepared, deftly adjusting her position, coordinating her Pokémon alongside Gungui to mitigate the Gyarados' formidable onslaught. The fierce battle waged within the temple, each movement rapid and explosive. Baimu was acutely aware that his advantage lay in the flexible application of his entries. Thus, he continuously leveraged the Phantom Dreamscape alongside his various mastered abilities, creating moments of chaos and clarity to disrupt Liang and De Wu's judgment. This kid is no ordinary foe. Liang murmured to De Wu, we must join forces to have a chance. De Wu nodded, swiftly making a decision to summon another Pokémon, escalating the situation further. Yet, just as they prepared to counterattack, Baimu and Oppo's heart jolted. He suddenly realized that numerous members of Team Rocket had been drawn to their battle, complicating the situation even further. Chapter 14. The Temple of Shadows. The Braves' technological adventure. It appears the time has come to unveil more of our advanced technology. A sly smile crept across Baimu's lips, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. With a shared glance exchanged with Xiao Chou, both harbored a singular objective: to swiftly vanquish the adversaries before them and brace for the challenges that lay ahead. They adeptly adjusted their tactics during the fray. The spectral powers of Gaisu were pushed to their limits once more, as Baimu's steady commands transformed the battlefield into a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow, reminiscent of a dream. With a series of precise and impactful strikes, Baimu ultimately shattered the defenses of Liang and De Wu. The victory arrived like the dawn, and though their bodies were weary, Baimu and Xiao Chou felt an unwavering resolve blossom within them. Baimu, you truly are remarkable, Xiao Chou remarked with a smile. Baimu patted her shoulder, replying, without you, this victory would not have been possible. A warm current surged within him, despite the arduous battle. It was the affirmation of trust between comrades that resonated most profoundly. However, they understood that this was merely a brief interlude on the path to triumph, and far more intense confrontations awaited them in the near future. After a momentary respite at the temple's entrance, Baimu and Xiao Chou exchanged nods and swiftly ventured into the temple's interior. The atmosphere within was dim and austere, walls adorned with cryptic ancient scripts, seemingly whispering the secrets of the sealed past. Baimu mused, these inscriptions must harbor some form of guidance. I wonder if they might contain the clues we seek. Xiao Chou surveyed their surroundings and, lowering her voice, advised, Baimu, we must solve these riddles swiftly. Otherwise, once Liang and De Wu recover, the situation will become far more complicated. Her words interrupted Baimu's contemplation, adding a sense of urgency to his already taut nerves. Indeed, we must hasten, Baimu replied, summoning Geisa to probe the area with its spectral powers. Inside the enclosed temple, time seemed to slip away rapidly, yet they were acutely aware that every moment counted. After a thorough examination of the ancient inscriptions, Baimu began to grasp their meanings and tentatively touched the characters, hoping to employ the Pokémon entry system to unravel the mysteries. To his delight, the system promptly provided feedback, clarifying the significance of the writings. Here, this must be the entrance to that specific area, Baimu exclaimed softly, a victorious smile illuminating his face. Xiaoqiu leaned in closer, observing the clarity and confidence in his eyes, and shared in his joy, speculating, inside, there should be the special item we seek, right? Indeed. And not only do we need it, but Liang and Daowu are surely searching for it as well, Baimu asserted. We must secure it before they do. After confirming that they were not being followed, they pressed on without hesitation, traversing the time-worn stone formations steeped in history, until they arrived at the temple's core. The atmosphere remained shrouded in a gray stillness, yet each stone sculpture seemed to murmur with ancient power. In the depths, they spotted a stone pedestal, upon which a shimmering crystal flickered with ethereal light. Baimu sensed that this was the special item capable of enhancing Gaisu and Appo's powers. Xiaoqiu marveled quietly. This all looks just like the descriptions in Pokémon legends. Indeed, Baimu nodded, his tone infused with admiration and anticipation. Before them lay the object of their relentless pursuit. Without hesitation, Baimu seized the crystal. As his hands made contact, the crystal erupted with radiant light, flooding the temple with an extraordinary energy. Baimu felt a wave of warmth surge through his palms as Gaisu's spectral powers intensified. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the temple, signaling that Liang and Daowu were drawing near. Grab the item and let's leave, Xiaoqiu urged, gripping Baimu and Appo's hand tightly as they devised a plan to retreat through the back exit while the light began to fade. Fueled by their fighting spirit and intellect, Baimu and Xiaoqiu understood that this adventure was merely the beginning. Each moment ahead would demand their utmost caution and resolve. Yet, fear eluded them. They were determined to overcome the challenges and embrace a more radiant dawn. Baimu and Xiaoqiu hastily navigated a concealed passageway at the rear of the temple. The walls of the corridor were damp and narrow, the air tinged with an unsettling chill. Their coordination was impeccable, both acutely aware that they could not afford to relax until they had evaded their pursuers. Hurry. The back exit is just ahead, Xiaoqiu urged softly, her eyes glimmering with determination. Baimu nodded slightly, a sense of relief washing over him for their successful acquisition of the crystal. He realized this was a pivotal moment, one that required him to seize the opportunity to its fullest. Just as they stepped out of the temple, Baimu raised the golden entry in his hand and murmured, "Realm of the Shadow Spirits." Instantly, the surrounding environment morphed into something eerily uncanny. In the distance, the footsteps of Liang and Daowu faded, momentarily suspended. Even their breaths held in abeyance. It worked, Baimu exhaled, pulling Xiaoqiu through the night as they vanished beneath the forest's protective canopy. They paused amidst a thicket of dense underbrush, allowing their taut nerves to relax momentarily. Leaning against an ancient tree, Xiaoqiu quietly inquired, "What is our next move?" "We should act quickly while they remain disoriented," Baimu contemplated, gazing at the crystal in his hand. "It's time to harness Geis's power and utilize this crystal to further enhance its abilities. However, we need to find a safer location to proceed." Aside from the occasional chirping of insects, an almost profound silence enveloped them, reflecting the depth and tranquility of nature. They could not afford to linger for long, and Baimu and Xiaoqiu swiftly discussed their next destination. "Let us head to the secret base in the Hoenn region," Baimu proposed. "There, we can implement our plan, and I also wish to contact our allies within Team Rocket to seek any opportunities that could turn the tide in our favor." Xiaoqiu straightened, her gaze resolute as she looked at Baimu. "Yes, we must take the initiative. We cannot remain passive." Meanwhile, on the other side of the temple, Liang emerged from his reverie, glancing at Daowu with anger etched upon his features. "Damn it, he can wield such power." Daowu's brow furrowed, his expression grave. "Baimu is proving to be more formidable than anticipated," but I have dispatched operatives to seal off all exits. It will not be long before we trace their whereabouts. Conflicting emotions swirled within Liang as he gritted his teeth. They must not escape. The honor of Team Rocket and my personal ambitions cannot afford failure. In the depths of the forest, Baimu and Xiao Chou exchanged knowing glances, silently reaching a consensus. Faced with an increasingly perilous pursuit, they understood that every step forward was critical, and they must give their all. A fierce resolve ignited within them, for each other, for the justice they held dear, and for the peace of the entire Hoenn region. They ventured forth into the unknown conflict. Baimu and Xiao Chou traversed the dense forest, the scent of nature filling the air as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whisper. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the secret base hidden deep within the valley. Chapter 15. The Counterattack of Baimu. This was a base constructed by Baimu's former companions. Equipped with advanced technology and comprehensive facilities, both clandestine and secure. We've arrived, Baimu whispered, his eyes filled with nostalgia and determination. Xiao Chou surveyed her surroundings, awestruck by the enormity of the base. Wow, this place is truly impressive. We can plan our next steps here. As they stepped into the base, lights illuminated their path automatically. Baimu placed a transparent crystal on the laboratory's workbench, meticulously strategizing how to elevate the capabilities of Gui C to unprecedented heights. Xiao Chou, prepare some basic settings. We must succeed this time. Failure is not an option, Baimu urged solemnly, entirely focused on the equipment at hand. Meanwhile, outside the base, Liang and Daowu followed closely behind, tracking Baimu to this area based on the clues he had left behind. Liang gazed into the distance, his expression grave. It seems we are getting close to him. We cannot allow him to escape. Daowu nodded, his heart filled with complex emotions towards the young man who had repeatedly evaded his grasp. Indeed, gathering so many allies indicates he is not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, this must come to an end today. Within the base, Baimu had already established contact with hidden allies from Team Rocket, devising a clever counterattack plan. He understood that to break free from the shackles of Team Rocket, he had to take bold risks. We have little time. We must demonstrate our retaliatory strength to those pursuers, Baimu declared confidently. Shortly thereafter, having prepared everything, he turned to Xiao Chou. I will set up some illusions. This place is in your hands now. Be extremely cautious. Xiao Chou smiled silently, nodding resolutely. Rest assured, I will not betray your trust. Simultaneously, she silently prepared herself for the impending battle, vowing to face any challenge alongside Baimu. In the ensuing actions, they would confront not only the hidden enemies, but also the web of fate pressing down upon them. For the future, they were fully prepared. Baimu swiftly and cautiously activated the abilities of the Netherworld domain, enveloping the entire forest in an atmosphere of mystique and dread. The air turned frigid, and the shadows of the trees twisted on the ground, as if countless black tendrils were slowly writhing. At the forest's edge, Liang and Daowu advanced along a narrow path. Liang suddenly halted, glancing around, a hint of unease in his gray eyes. We have entered his domain. We must not let our guard down. Daowu appeared somewhat impatient. Liang, do not be overly anxious. We simply need to resolve this quickly. Prolonging it only gives him more time to scheme. Liang shook his head slightly but refrained from further comment, trailing closely behind Daowu, still wary of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, deep within the forest at the center of the base, Xiao Chou concealed herself in a hidden corner. She began to weave illusions, disguising the core area of the laboratory as a deceptive trap, ready to welcome the unwelcome guests. She silently chanted, Baimu, you must succeed. Our future lies in our hands. A group of Team Rocket members indeed fell into the trap, drawn away by the shimmering illusions, vanishing into the depths of the woods. Baimu observed everything from the shadows, calm and composed. He communicated with an insider within Team Rocket, successfully intercepting information from several incoming reinforcements. This undoubtedly provided him and Xiao Chou with precious breathing room, and the plan was progressing smoothly. Liang evidently sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he spoke to Daowu. We may have walked into a trap. This unusual sensation is too apparent. Daowu, however, remained unconvinced. Even so, We must press forward. Only by doing so can we end this game of cat and mouse. Just as the two debated, the forest suddenly echoed with the chilling sounds conjured by Gue C, accompanied by disorienting visuals, disrupting the minds of the pursuers, causing several squads to retreat in fear. This was a pivotal element of Baimu's plan. Taking advantage of the moment, he and Xiao Chou gathered their gear, preparing to swiftly evacuate. Baimu quietly observed Xiao Chou. She remained calm as she completed the final tasks, reflecting, "Thanks to Xiao Chou's assistance, we have managed to maintain our footing in this situation. It is time to act," Baimu subtly signaled to Xiao Chou. Meeting his gaze, she smiled with a hint of confidence for the future. "Let us go together, Baimu." Not far away, Liang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to De Wu and called out, "We must retreat. Now is not the time to insist on victory." Yet De Wu stubbornly gazed ahead, his voice tinged with reluctance. "Even if it is an illusion, it remains a part of him. We need a stance." At that moment, Baimu and Xiao Chou had already vanished into the depths of the woods, heading towards their predetermined rendezvous point. The two walked side by side, acutely aware that more challenges awaited them ahead, but fortunately, they were together, side by side. At the end of the woodland path, Baimu and Xiao Chou finally laid eyes on a familiar figure. Kaori stood there, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a serene yet powerful aura around her. She smiled slightly and warmly welcomed them. "You finally made it. I was worried you might be trapped in the woods." Xiao Chou stepped forward and embraced Kaori, while Baimu smiled amicably. "With a superpowered trainer like you around, what do we have to fear?" Kaori waved her hand, urging them to take a seat. She had prepared a simple map and some spare supplies, the entirety of her equipment for this journey. She unfolded the map on the ground, marking several secret bases of Team Rocket and their operational routes. "This is all the information I could find about their headquarters." Kaori pointed to a concealed location on the map that should be their main command center. Baimu studied the map, contemplating the next course of action. He realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not only to strike at Team Rocket, but also to gather evidence sufficient to expose their conspiracy. In that brief silence, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility. No longer was he the solitary wanderer in the Pokémon world. Now, with companions, he had to protect them. Xiao Chou interrupted his thoughts. "We cannot act recklessly. Team Rocket is numerous, and we need a strategy." Her gaze was resolute, clearly having formed her own ideas. Kaori nodded in agreement. "Baimu, your ability system can provide us with significant advantages. We need to leverage it to gather more intelligence." "Indeed," Baimu replied, smiling at them. "I will continue to refresh the abilities, unearthing more advantageous powers. However, we must also prepare ourselves for Team Rocket and Oppo's impending counterattack. They must have realized we are on the move." Simultaneously, on the other side, Liang was convening an emergency meeting, a blend of fury and intense frustration coursing through him. He detested this feeling of being toyed with. He must capture Baimu. His fists slammed down on the table like hammers, sending tremors throughout the room. Chapter 16. The Abyssal Domain. The night before the final battle, Daigo noticed Ryo's unease and advised him, "We should not expend all our resources for the sake of one individual. It would be a tremendous drain on our entire organization." Ryo lifted his gaze to meet Daigo and Oppo's, and although the dissatisfaction in his heart was not entirely assuaged, he recognized the validity in his captain's words. Nevertheless, the name Shiroki had taken deep root in his hatred, and he found it difficult to let go. As the winter sun gradually faded, Shiroki, Konoha, and Kaori were redefining their strategy against Team Rocket. Without excessive words, they walked side by side towards the horizon, bracing themselves for the impending storm. The night deepened, and Shiroki, Konoha, and Kaori engaged in a hushed discussion regarding their task allocations. Moonlight filtered through the dense forest, casting a dreamlike ambience around them. "Konoha, how is your trap plan coming along?" Shiroki inquired, his tone imbued with anticipation and trust. Konoha smiled gently, retrieving a map from her backpack and spreading it out on the ground. "Here are the key points." She indicated the mountainous terrain on the map. "We can utilize this area to set up a series of traps, ensuring their personnel and vehicles cannot pass through easily." Kaori nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting her approval. Simultaneously, I have calibrated several interference devices. If we act swiftly, we can incapacitate Team Rocket and Appos as communications entirely. Shiroki mused, feeling a sense of ease with his harmonious teammates. He softly declared, "All right, I will utilize my shadow sneak ability to scout Team Rocket's deployments in advance." Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure vanished into the flickering shadows of the trees. He felt enveloped by the night, this sensation of invisibility bolstering his confidence. Meanwhile, within Team Rocket's camp, Rio continued to pace restlessly. His usually impatient demeanor appeared even more contorted at that moment. "We must capture Shiroki," he murmured, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Daigo stood nearby, silently weighing the situation. He understood that prolonging this conflict would only lead to greater internal discord. Finally, he resolved to act, discreetly signaling his own team. Not far off, Shiroki stealthily approached Team Rocket's camp. Using his shadow sneak ability, he observed the defensive arrangements within the camp, as well as several hidden reinforcement squads lurking in the corners. Alarmed, he swiftly returned to relay his findings to Konoha and Kaori. "Konoha, Kaori, the situation is more complex than we anticipated," he panted, conveying the intelligence he had gathered. "We are facing at least 4 enemy reinforcement squads." Konoha calmly analyzed. "Then we must divert their attention and lead them into our traps." Kaori immediately began adjusting the frequency of the interference devices, meticulously contemplating how to maximize the delay in enemy communications. In her hands, the intricate apparatus behaved like the most obedient of Pokémon, responding to her commands. With a soft click, the devices sprang to life. Shiroki nodded, almost instantly hearing the low-frequency signals around them being interrupted by a buzzing sound. He realized the moment had arrived. Action begins. Shiroki, Konoha, and Kaori infiltrated the enemy ranks, successfully triggering the first wave of traps. Team Rocket and Appos' forward outpost was rapidly dismantled. And amidst the chaos, they further weakened the enemy and Appos' defenses. However, just as victory seemed within reach, Shiroki suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Daigo and Appos' figure emerged in the distance, illuminated by the flames, advancing with an ambiguous intent. "It seems we must hasten our pace," Shiroki whispered to his companions, contemplating how to confront this unforeseen adversary. The strings of war were taut with urgency. They must seek an opportunity for triumph on this tumultuous terrain. Kaori and Konoha exchanged a knowing glance before springing into action. Kaori pointed her finger skyward, summoning her Zapdos, which swooped down from the air, its dazzling lightning cleaving through the night sky, targeting the enemy and Appos' encampment. As the fierce lightning erupted, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest, leaving Team Rocket members contorted in agony, unable to withstand the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, a subtle smile graced Konoha's face as she summoned her Articuno, which soared into the air. A chilling wind sliced through the air from its wings, blanketing hundreds of feet in ice and snow. Those enemies attempting to flee were ensnared in a perilous frost, rendered immobile. Shiroki observed the shifting tide of battle, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. He knew that Kaori and Konoha had successfully detained Daigo and Rio. He could no longer hesitate. He took a deep breath, concentrating on commanding Jengars. In that instant, he felt the power of the abyssal domain surging within him. "Go, Jengars, Shadow Strike," he intoned. The Jengars transformed into a mass of shadows, deftly weaving through the enemy ranks, their invisible claws tearing at the spirits of their foes. Chapter 17. The Battle of the Underworld. The Rocket Team. In an instant, the anguished cries of Rocket Team soldiers echoed through the air, fear rapidly permeating the atmosphere. Daigo furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the necessity to respond, yet he found himself momentarily incapacitated, compelled to rely on his subordinates to hold their ground. However, Leon, as the captain of the Rocket Team, had already sensed the gravity of the situation. He realized that mere brute force would not suffice. A strategic retreat was imperative. Yet, Shiroki had anticipated this move, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, additional traps and obstacles were activated, sealing off their escape route. "Shiroki, how could it be?" Leon gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and frustration. He had never envisioned that his proud rocket team would be so thoroughly vanquished in a single ambush. Date, deliver them another blow. Shiraki's voice pierced through the air like an invisible sword, striking directly at Liang's heart. Date took flight, the powerful gusts it generated bearing an overwhelming sense of oppression. The rocket team's line finally crumbled, with the majority scattering in panic, none escaping the impending doom. As the dust settled, Shiraki realized that victory had come with such abruptness. Yet there was no room for complacency. The remnants of smoke dissipated on the battlefield as he cast his resolute gaze into the distance. This place concealed myriad secrets, and the rocket team was merely a superficial reflection of a far more profound truth. This is merely the beginning, he murmured to himself, his eyes drifting over to Kaori and Koharu, along with the weary yet trusting faces surrounding them. Our struggle has only just commenced. Countless challenges awaited him. But the faint connection with the fragrant grass and the recent experience of triumph in battle fortified his confidence. He hesitated no longer, resolved to delve deeper into the investigation, to unravel the greater conspiracy lurking behind the rocket team. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead might be, he would not falter. For he understood that this endeavor transcended personal motives. It was a quest to protect their shared homeland. After the disarrayed retreat of the rocket team, Shiraki stood at the center of the battlefield, enveloped by an indescribable weight. He gazed at the fallen adversaries and the ever-vigilant comrades, a surge of unwavering determination swelling within him. Producing the Pokémon entry system from his pocket, Shiraki spoke softly. We cannot afford to relax. We must press on. Kaori nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with admiration. Shiraki, your command was truly remarkable. What shall we do next? Koharu, brimming with enthusiasm, patted Shiraki on the shoulder. Of course. We shall continue. We cannot grant them a moment's respite. Hearing this, Shiraki stowed away the system, recognizing the opportune moment to propose. I wish to establish a small alliance, to collectively pursue the movements of the rocket team, including their connections with allies in the Hoenn region and Daigo. Kaori and Koharu exchanged knowing glances. Having reached an unspoken agreement, Koharu stepped forward, resolutely declaring, your suggestion holds significant merit. We all support it. At that moment, Shiraki noticed Kaori's lightly furrowed brow. She spoke softly. However, Daigo is the champion of the Hoenn region, and nominally, he stands as our formidable rival. I worry this may complicate matters. Shiraki's unease seemed to be provoked by her words, yet he quickly rallied his resolve, adopting a firmer stance. I understand, but this also presents us with an opportunity. Utilizing the Pokémon entry system, we can gather the strength of more advanced Pokémon. This way, we stand a better chance against formidable foes. Kaori's expression shifted to one of agreement. Then it is settled. First, we shall uncover clues related to Daigo, and then we will act. Just as they prepared to set forth, a faint sound emanated from nearby. Shiraki instinctively scanned the surroundings, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow slipping away into the woods. He pondered. Perhaps this was the enigmatic figure observing their every move. A fire ignited within Shiraki's heart. It seems we are pressed for time. We must take the initiative. From afar, Liang watched these young adversaries, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. He turned to the cowering remnants of the rocket team behind him, bellowing, we cannot concede defeat. We must muster all our strength to reclaim our dignity. Meanwhile, Shiraki and his companions were determinedly advancing toward the Hoenn region. Each step they took carried immense significance, for it not only pertained to their own fates, but also to the peace of the entire region. The unintentional exchange of glances between Shiraki and the fragrant grass infused the tension with a subtle warmth. Feng Chao, we will undoubtedly succeed. One and amp. Oppos, Tiwi? Shiraki asked with a gentle smile. Feng Chao firmly grasped his hand, nodding slightly. Of course, we shall persevere, walking together. With this trust, they braced themselves for the challenges ahead, poised to unveil the true conspiracy hidden within the rocket team. Chapter 18. The decisive line of the Netherworld realm. Baimu took a deep breath, his resolve firmly established. Liang maintained his cold smile, while his subordinates stirred restlessly, poised for a fierce battle. Baimu glanced at Feng Chao and Xiang Ji by his side. The three understood that this confrontation was of utmost significance, determining their fates in the future. "Ready, Gaisai?" Baimu softly called, and Gaisai emerged from his mental summons, exuding a chilling aura as dark smoke enveloped the surroundings. "Ah, you seem quite spirited," Liang scoffed derisively, initiating the assault. His subordinates, the poisonous jellyfish and the elegant cat, surged towards Baimu, intent on a swift resolution. However, Baimu was already well prepared. Gaisai synchronized seamlessly with him, suddenly executing a dazzling maneuver in midair. Netherworld Wave. Gaisai unleashed overwhelming energy, forcing the approaching Pokémon back. Liang appeared taken aback by the swiftness of Baimu's counterattack, his expression shifting slightly. "It seems you are indeed well prepared." At that moment, Xiang Ji and Feng Chao darted into the fray like two agile shadows, exchanging a resolute glance that spoke volumes. Xiang Ji's original turtle and Feng Chao's mesmerizing lips swiftly joined the battle, providing Baimu with immense support. Phantom Wind. With a hushed command, Feng Chao's mesmerizing lips maneuvered across the battlefield at an incredible speed, disrupting Liang's formation. Concurrently, Xiang Ji's turtle unleashed sharp water columns, relentlessly suppressing the opponent. Perceiving his unfavorable situation, Liang sought to mount a counterattack, but at that moment, Baimu's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He had never felt as confident as he did now, fully aware that he and his companions had surpassed their former selves. "Netherworld Realm, reveal your power." Baimu's voice boomed like thunder, enveloping the battlefield in a thick shroud of darkness, ensnaring Liang and his team in a nightmarish paralysis. "This is impossible." Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his impending defeat before Baimu. In the climactic moment of battle, the brilliance in Gaisai's eyes shone brightly, transforming all fear into a piercing sword aimed directly at Liang's heart. Liang fell, despondent, as his subordinates lost their will to fight. Thus, Baimu emerged victorious in this clash, his strength irrefutable. After the battle, Feng Chao patted Baimu on the shoulder, offering a gentle smile. "Let us go. There are many paths yet to traverse." Xiang Ji nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is merely the beginning." Baimu gazed into the distance, silently making a promise. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would face them alongside his companions. Their journey was far from over, and the peace of this land was destined to be safeguarded by them. Meanwhile, atop a nearby hill, Dawu stood with his arms crossed, contemplatively observing the scene. The potential displayed by Baimu left him profoundly shaken. He understood that his duel with Baimu was merely a matter of time. The whispering winds hinted at a new wave of turbulence about to unfold. Baimu and his partners, Feng Chao and Xiang Ji, continued their journey, their steps resolute and buoyant. As they departed the battlefield's smoke, the surrounding air became fresh, sunlight filtering through the thin clouds, bathing them in warmth. Baimu repeatedly pondered the mysterious gaze from the mountaintop, striving to detach his thoughts from the remnants of battle and focus on the journey ahead. "Baimu, what are you thinking?" Feng Chao and Appo's voice was soft and concerned, having sensed his silence. "Just a premonition," Baimu replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Yet a smile graced his lips. "I feel a formidable opponent awaits us ahead. With a Pokémon like Gaisai, you need not worry too much." Xiang Ji encouraged in her characteristic, unwavering tone. Her original turtle walked beside her, occasionally casting protective glances at their companions. "We will be fine." Baimu inhaled deeply and continued, "No matter the adversary we encounter, we will face it together." In the meantime, in a nearby stronghold, Liang's expression darkened. The defeat of his team had struck him hard, but the bitterness and fury within him swiftly transformed into a new driving force. Sitting in a corner, he tightly gripped a small box containing a peculiar device. "Baimu, next time, I will not lose to you again." His tone was resolute, yet laced with a hidden malice. Liang's gaze swept over his subordinates, still reeling from their morale's collapse, as he secretly plotted his next move. Team Rocket possessed undeniable resources and numbers. He believed that with the right strategy, a resurgence was merely a matter of time. Atop the hill, Dawu silently watched the direction in which Baimu had departed, gently stroking the Pokeball in his hand, his expression complex. The new opponent's potential was profoundly shocking to him, igniting his competitive spirit. This will be an interesting challenge, he murmured to himself, seemingly envisioning the possible confrontations ahead. As the sun gradually dipped, Baimu and his companions traversed a lush forest, the gentle breeze weaving through the trees, bringing with it a refreshing aroma. Each of them was filled with thoughts, yet remained resolute. Regardless of how arduous the future path may be, they would advance hand in hand. For they shared a common belief: to protect peace and unravel the hidden conspiracies of Team Rocket. The journey ahead promised to be grand and tumultuous, and Baimu was confident that, no matter the obstacles they faced, he and his companions would carve out a path of their own through wisdom and courage. Chapter 19. The Nightfall Showdown in the Netherworld. As the night deepened, the town was enveloped in darkness, with only the gentle patter of raindrops against the windows breaking the silence. Baimu stood in the dimly lit room, gazing out the window, seemingly striving to pierce through the endless void. He understood that the challenges ahead were far more daunting than he had imagined. "Guis, are you prepared?" he inquired towards the ethereal figure hovering in the corner. Guis responded with a low, resonant sound, a chill permeating the air. This was their greatest asset, the Netherworld, a realm that not only confounded their adversaries but also provided Baimu's team with steadfast protection. With a soft sigh, Baimu summoned a few trusted friends into the room. They included comrades who had fought alongside him for years and newly acquainted allies. Each face bore an expression of vigilance and focus. "We must ensure there are no traitors among us," Baimu stated forthrightly. "Therefore, I require the assistance of each one of you. We must unite to resist any potential threats." "Fear not, Baimu," one friend replied resolutely. "We all trust you, and we shall support every decision you make. Indeed, regardless of how many from Liang's side come at us, we shall not falter." Another voice echoed in agreement. Baimu nodded, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Although danger lurked outside, he knew that the trust they shared would be pivotal in overcoming their foes. Meanwhile, a hidden elite spy observed the inn intently from a distance. The darkness provided him with the perfect cover as he awaited Liang and Appo's command, ready to spring into action. On the opposite side of the Hoenn region, the league champion, Daigo, issued a quiet command for his subordinates to give their all. He was acutely aware that time was fleeting, and he could not allow Team Rocket to continue their reign of terror. "We are about to make a significant move," Daigo informed his team. "While Baimu distracts Team Rocket, we must seize this opportunity to dismantle their experimental plans." In the shadows, Liang meticulously devised his ultimate strike against Baimu. The elite he had selected were in position, ready to launch their assault at a moment's notice. Despite the tense atmosphere, Baimu remained composed. He firmly believed that as long as he approached the situation with calmness, this serenity before the storm would be bearable. In times of trouble, one must remain unflustered to find a path to salvation, Baimu murmured, as if reminding both himself and his friends. The sound of rain outside gradually ceased, and an air of tranquility enveloped the night, shrouded in an unsolved mystery. The night was still long, yet Baimu understood that regardless of what tomorrow held, they would face it together. Outside the inn, the rain had just stopped, and the chill of the late night filled the air with a biting scent. Baimu silently gazed outside, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the brief calm, signaling that Liang's subordinates were ready to act. "It's about to begin," Baimu contemplated as he quietly summoned Guis, the golden netherworld swiftly expanding like an invisible barrier. The shadows in the corner of the room seemed to thicken, while outside, the lurking elite spy felt a sudden tightness in his chest, cold sweat forming on his brow. Despite his rigorous training, the fear within him made him hesitate. "Baimu, what should we do?" a friend beside him whispered, as they sought to devise a strategy while Guis shielded them from external threats. "We must act more swiftly than them," Baimu declared with determination. "Take advantage of their confusion and divert Liang's attention for as long as possible." His gaze flickered with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, Daigo was directing his team with fervor as they infiltrated Team Rocket's experimental base. Their plan was meticulously crafted, aiming to exploit the chaos created by Baimu to tear apart the core of Team Rocket's forces. Daigo's expression was grave, He understood that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire Hoenn region. On this side, Baimu sensed the urgency of time pressing against him. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, attempting to draw Liang's main force's attention to buy Daigo a precious moment. As Guiz's ghostly aura surged, Liang's team fell into disarray. Unaware they were ensnared in Baimu's carefully laid trap. Quickly, just a little longer, Baimu encouraged himself, knowing that this confrontation would persist until dawn. And all he could do was find a glimmer of hope amid the night's clash. With the passage of time, the first light of dawn began to crest the horizon. Liang's forces grew increasingly anxious, their attacks becoming more frenzied and desperate. While Baimu leveraged the new abilities granted by the Golden Words to further disrupt the ambushers' plans. Opposite him, Liang roared from the shadows, his anger and unease seeking an outlet. Under his command, the assaults intensified, yet Guiz's netherworld stood firm, repelling them one by one. Ultimately, the dawn heralded a new day, where the fates of all would be unveiled in this moment of life and death. Baimu, albeit weary, remained undeterred in his combat spirit. He knew they had entered the final confrontation, and he would stop at nothing to embrace victory. Chapter 20. The Dawn Breaks. Heroes rise again beside the ruins of the experimental base. Baimu and Dawu stood together, bathed in the golden hue of the setting sun. Dawu furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating as he spoke. This battle has concluded, yet we both understand that it is merely the beginning. Baimu, what are your thoughts on the path that lies ahead? Baimu shifted his gaze from the shattered remnants around them to Dawu. With a soft sigh, he replied, "Though we have secured a victory, it does not imply that the entirety of the situation will consequently transform. Liang is not one to concede easily. I am well acquainted with him. He will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor." Dawu nodded, a hint of relaxation easing his features. "You are correct. We must remain vigilant and continue to monitor any movements from Team Rocket." His tone was as composed as ever, exuding a sense of assurance. Baimu closed his eyes, reflecting on the entangled history with Team Rocket over the years. When he opened them again, determination shone through. "I shall continue to hone my Pokémon skills, ensuring that when they resurface, I will once again stand on the front lines." Unbeknownst to them, Liang lurked in the shadows not far away, observing their every move. His face was shrouded in barely perceptible darkness, yet his eyes glittered with unquenchable ambition and resentment. Baimu's newfound abilities posed a significant challenge. But I have ample time and patience, he thought. Soon after, Baimu returned to his residence in the Hoenn region. Amidst the tranquil night, he immersed himself in his training routine, fighting alongside his guys. He believed this endeavor was not solely for potential dangers, but also a means to clarify his own purpose and refine his will. Throughout the Hoenn region, tales of Baimu's heroic deeds spread far and wide. His past affiliation with Team Rocket no longer served as a shackle. Instead, people regarded him as a beacon of hope. Each of his actions sparked discussions, inspiring countless trainers to emulate his courage and decisiveness. However, beneath this radiance, Baimu remained ever vigilant, acutely aware of his sense of duty. One quiet night, after a heavy rain had just ceased, he found himself lost in contemplation about the future. Suddenly, the crisp sound of his mailbox jolted him from his reverie. Stepping outside, he noticed droplets clinging to the leaves, remnants of the rainfall. Upon opening the mailbox, he discovered an exceedingly ordinary letter. Turning the envelope over in search of a cinder and amp, Oppo's information, he found none. Intrigued, he opened it to reveal content that was simple yet cryptic, hinting at the emergence of a new crisis. "It seems someone wishes for me to remain occupied," Baimu murmured softly, gazing up at the darkened sky. The moon peeked through the clouds, illuminating the slight wrinkles of concern on his brow. Renewed passion and a sense of mission surged within him. Baimu understood that the fate of a trainer still beckoned him, and he would face the battles ahead without hesitation. As the morning sun gradually illuminated the mountains of Hoenn, his residence appeared exceptionally serene, with only the chirping of birds breaking the silence. He was fully prepared, slinging his bag over his shoulder and firmly clutching Guiz's Pokeball. Despite the uncertainties that lay ahead, Baimu's gaze remained resolute. It was indeed a new beginning. He spoke softly to Guiz, who twirled in the air. emitting a series of joyful murmurs in response. Baimu recognized that this journey was not merely a test for him, but also a fresh challenge for Gai's abilities. As he opened the door, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth greeted him. Baimu stepped forward, embarking on the path of his journey. He was not only driven by the letter, but also by the desire to safeguard the peace of the land he cherished. On the road to the League, Baimu traversed several towns. He was frequently recognized by trainers, who approached him with admiration, eager to hear tales of his adventures. Baimu always responded with a patient smile, yet his thoughts remained fixated on the mysterious letter. Conversations with these young trainers inadvertently allowed him to reminisce about his own past, when he too was filled with ambition and relentless determination. "You are Baimu, aren't you?" A girl of merely 15 or 16 asked as she approached, several pokeballs hanging from her waist. "Can I train with you?" "Of course," Baimu replied with a smile, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to build trust with the younger trainers while also adjusting his own mindset. During their training sessions, Baimu observed the girl and Apos' techniques, recalling his own struggles and growth when learning new skills. After their training concluded, the girl asked eagerly, "Do you think I resemble you when you were younger?" Baimu smiled gently, patting her shoulder. "You are far stronger than I was at your age. Keep striving, and you will undoubtedly become even greater." Bidding farewell to the young girl, Baimu continued on his journey, receiving various reports about Dawu in each city he passed. Rumors circulated that the League champion's whereabouts had become enigmatic, and many past allies were unable to reach him. Alarm bells rang in Baimu's mind, solidifying his resolve. "It seems necessary to have a conversation with him," he pondered. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Hoenn region, Liang had prepared for every eventuality. Upon learning of Baimu's movements, he plotted how to extinguish Baimu's flame in its infancy. "There is no need for shouting. It is better to quietly ensnare the prey," Liang coldly remarked, his gaze piercing through the glass window as he surveyed the distance. Every action of Baimu was accounted for in his calculations, and he would allow no further opportunities. In this battle for territory, belief, and will, Baimu drew closer to the truth with each step he took, attracting more followers, both friends and potential foes alike. Each night, he would review the day's experiences with guys around the campfire. "We will find a way," Baimu declared resolutely, as guys floated around him, silently accompanying every decision made by his master. This was a challenge and a journey of growth. Baimu understood that only by bravely confronting and dismantling Dawu and Liang's schemes could he ultimately achieve victory. Chapter 21, The Realm of Shadows. The non-electronic adventure of the brave. This conviction served as the most potent motivation for him to fight alongside Gaisai. Baimu strolled through the bustling marketplace, surrounded by the vibrant sounds of people coming and going, the air infused with the aromas of spices and tobacco. His gaze wandered among the stalls, yet his mind remained unfocused, idly flipping a coin in his hand. "Is this truly the place Xiao Qian mentioned?" Gaisai's voice, laced with doubt, circled in his ear. "Indeed, she said to wait for me here," Baimu replied thoughtfully. Upon raising his eyes, he spotted a familiar figure waving at him. It was indeed Xiao Qian, clad in her signature pink dress, the gentle breeze playfully teasing the hem. "Xiao Qian." Baimu hurried toward her, a smile illuminating his face at the sight of an old friend. "It's been ages, Baimu," Xiao Qian exclaimed, recalling their last collaboration, where Gaisai had indeed caused them considerable trouble. "Huh. That was because your tank is notoriously formidable in defense," Baimu chuckled, the light-hearted banter easing the atmosphere considerably. Finding a quiet corner by the street, they settled down as Xiao Qian began to share information. "I recently caught wind of some news. Dawu may have ventured to the stone cavern in search of something of great importance," she revealed. Baimu nodded, contemplating this new lead. Dawu's motives were always elusive. Just as he was about to inquire further, Gaisai suddenly issued a warning. "We may be followed." The words heightened Baimu's alertness. Xiao Qian's expression grew serious. "A spy sent by Liang?" she whispered, her gaze fixated on an inconspicuous figure within the crowd, who appeared to be monitoring their movements. Baimu nodded slightly. "It seems we must exercise greater caution," he murmured, his eyes sharp, determined to convey that trailing them was a foolhardy endeavor. As they strategized, the unidentified individual stealthily approached, Baimu's thoughts shifted, and Gaisai's eyes ignited with the glow of the Shadow Realm, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. The figure froze, quaking in fear. What is this? Tell Liang that we are not so easily dealt with. Baimu intoned darkly, turning back to converse with Xiao Qian. Before long, Baimu and Xiao Qian stealthily departed, leaving the trembling spy behind. Moments later, they stood at the town's edge, Baimu slightly turning to bid farewell to Xiao Qian. I will proceed to the stone cavern, hoping to uncover more clues. Stay vigilant, and do not let the spy catch wind of your movements. Xiao Qian nodded. Take care, Baimu. I believe you will uncover the truth. With unwavering resolve, Baimu advanced forward. Amidst the ever-changing shadows and light, he understood that the chapter of his adventure was just beginning. Gaisai silently hovered on his shoulder, a shadow quietly safeguarding his path. As the journey unfolded, the fates of many would be altered by his actions, and he gradually embarked on an endless quest of exploration and self-discovery. Baimu walked in silence along the path leading away from the town, occasionally glancing back. Although all seemed calm, he knew better than to let his guard down. The presence of Gaisai offered a semblance of security, a feeling that grew increasingly vital as he departed the familiar. The entrance to the stone cavern loomed before him, deep and enigmatic, as if concealing countless secrets. As he approached, he sensed an unknown force calling to him from the depths of the cavern. With each step into the darkness, the whispered secrets awaited revelation. Upon entering the cavern, Gaisai grew restless. Floating beside Baimu, it whispered, "There is a presence of traps here." Baimu's heart sank, immediately sharpening his senses. He gently stroked Gaisai, communicating in silence. This is not as simple as it seems, he murmured to himself. Releasing Gaisai, he instructed it to survey the surroundings using the powers of the Shadow Realm. The mist within the cavern thickened ominously, as if foreboding ill tidings. Gaisai's shadow darted through the fog, soon pinpointing an unknown target. Over there, Gaisai softly urged. Baimu sprang into action. Through the murky outlines, he discerned a mysterious figure cautiously manipulating something, evidently a trap. Baimu furrowed his brow, realizing this was likely an obstacle set by Liang to thwart him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to circumvent the trap. Gaisai floated like smoke, unexpectedly appearing before the operator. Startled, the individual nearly triggered the mechanism in their panic. Who are you? They stammered. Baimu seized the moment, his tone icy. Does Liang believe such petty tricks can hinder me? A delusion. Tell me, what is his objective? Faced with Baimu's relentless questioning, the figure turned pale, cold sweat beading on their brow, compelled to confess. After a tense exchange, they finally admitted, Liang. He fears a successor threatening his position. This is a test. Baimu and Apos. S. heart ignited with fury, yet he maintained his composure. He knew many more puzzles lay ahead, and countless battles awaited him. Swiftly, he disabled the trap, leaving the operator to flee in disarray. As Baimu exited the stone cavern, his resolve intensified. He recognized the arduous path ahead, but he was determined to uncover the truth and dismantle the conspiracy completely. Inadvertently, he recalled Xiao Qian's trusting gaze, a wave of tenderness swelling within him. He understood that all of this was worthwhile. The shadows of the cavern gradually yielded to light as Baimu continued onward. Not far ahead, his journey was merely beginning. With each step into the future, he would remain steadfast, for himself and for Xiao Qian. Baimu traversed the rugged path away from the cavern, sunlight filtering through the leaves above, deepening the conviction in his heart. Although the shadows of the stone cavern had receded, he was acutely aware that more challenges awaited him down the road. After walking a short distance, his instinct struck a chord, akin to a plucked string. He halted, sensing the faint rustle of branches nearby. Baimu realized he was being followed. Feigning the act of tightening his shoelaces, he subtly placed his hand on Gaisai's pokeball, ready for action. Gaisai, he murmured. It's time to give them a little fright. With a flash, Gaisai emerged, ethereally swirling around them in an eerie black mist. The light in the forest shifted dramatically, and the sound of the pursuers abruptly ceased, as though time itself had frozen. What is this abomination? A trembling voice echoed from nearby. Baimu smirked, silently chanting, Golden Entry, Shadow Realm. In the next moment, A haunting tone reverberated around him, and the follower could no longer withstand the dread, hastily fleeing, leaving only the sound of retreating footsteps. Regaining his composure, Baimu contacted Xiao Qian through his communicator. Her voice, gentle yet resolute, responded, Baimu, I have received your message. You must exercise caution, Liang and Apos. Men are no trifles. Chapter 22. The Shadow Duel. The Dark Battle of the Hero. Baimu let out a soft sigh, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. It was unwise to divulge too much information to the Alliance, as the presence of Team Rocket's spies within their ranks remained a constant threat. Their collaboration was, for the time being, the safest course of action. After a brief silence, Xiao Qian spoke resolutely. Regardless of the circumstances, you must prioritize your safety. I will seek opportunities to investigate the Alliance's situation as swiftly as possible. Upon terminating the communication, Baimu gazed into the distance, the image of Xiao Qian's trusting eyes lingering in his mind. He understood that only by unraveling Team Rocket and Apos' conspiracy could he protect both himself and Xiao Qian. At that moment, the branches behind him stirred slightly, and Gaisai appeared, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if he had detected new traces to the north. Baimu realized that their standoff had entered a new phase. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Hoenn region, Liang Zheng was hatching a new scheme. Simultaneously, Dawu stood by the window of the Alliance headquarters, staring into the distance, contemplating Baimu's next move, seemingly prepared to confront him personally. For him, this was not merely a series of pursuits against Team Rocket, but a profound test of his own responsibilities. Baimu clenched his fists, fixating on the path ahead. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly to discover a solution before Liang and Dawu made their move. Taking a step forward, he felt the forest behind him grow ever darker. Yet this did not hinder his unwavering resolve. Navigating through the chilly woods, shadows danced around him, accompanied by the rustling of fallen leaves beneath his feet. Gaisai floated silently by his side, emitting a faint glow, seemingly guiding him onward. Though the weather was turning colder, Baimu sensed an invisible pressure intensifying his pace. He understood that Liang's plan was gradually unfolding, and time was no longer on his side. He gently patted Gaisai and whispered, My friend, we may face greater dangers tonight. We must remain vigilant. Gaisai appeared to comprehend Baimu's thoughts, his eyes shining with a gentle light as he nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Xiao Qian was infiltrating Team Rocket and Apos' internal network. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, the screen flickering with data. This was her first encounter with the enemy's secrets, yet her heartbeat remained steady. The sound of Baimu's voice on the communicator brought her considerable comfort. Baimu, how is it on your end? She inquired softly, the only sound being the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. Baimu lowered his voice and responded. Gaisai has discovered a hidden route. I am investigating some clues. Have you found anything? Xiao Qian's fingers halted abruptly as a document titled Project Shadow appeared on the screen, prompting her to take a deep breath. Something is surfacing. I will delve deeper. Be careful. Their actions are quicker than we anticipated. After ending the communication, Baimu quickened his pace. Following Gaisai's guidance, he stumbled upon a concealed Team Rocket stronghold. This could be the pivotal moment to unveil the conspiracy, and he needed to take the initiative. He surveyed his surroundings, a sense of vigilance enveloping him. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted in the distance, illuminating the entire forest. Baimu's heart raced as he realized this signified the onset of a more intense plot. At the Alliance headquarters in the Hoenn region, Dawu smiled faintly, fully aware of Baimu's movements. The scenery outside the window passed before him like mere fragments of a grand chessboard of fate. Baimu, I have finally found you, he murmured, his voice deep and filled with newfound confidence. This confrontation would determine the fate of the Alliance, serving as a critical juncture for him to once again prove his courageous heart. The plans of Team Rocket were gradually revealing themselves, and Baimu's mind was as clear as a mirror. He understood that this would be a choice of destiny. In the end, would he and Xiao Qian's efforts succeed in uncovering the hidden truths and vanquishing Team Rocket once and for all? For now, it was merely the beginning. Baimu silently slipped deeper into the laboratory, shadows growing behind him like an encroaching darkness. Every step he took was deliberate and cautious, while Gaisai floated beside him, occasionally sensing the surrounding movements. Baimu recited the information from his outline in his mind, fully aware that time was slipping away. Concurrently, Xiaoqian, in a small room not far from the stronghold, typed furiously on the keyboard. She knew that, as the one tasked with deciphering the documents, she was a thorn in Team Rocket and Apos' side and must seize every moment. Watching the data flow on her screen, she gradually pieced together the truth behind the entire Shadow project. Baimu, she whispered through the communicator. I have discovered that Team Rocket aims to harness the power of the underworld to birth a new army of ghost Pokémon. Understood. We must act immediately to dismantle these plans, Baimu replied, his eyes flashing with determination. Stay in touch, he added, hanging up the communicator and resolutely stepping into the deepening darkness. As he approached the core area of the laboratory, he suddenly came face to face with Liang, his expression shrouded in ominous clouds. Liang's appearance did not surprise Baimu. Oh, Baimu, I never expected you to come this far, Liang taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. Baimu remained silent, raising his right hand slightly as the power of the underworld began to coalesce in his palm. Liang, you are merely a stumbling block in my path, he said coldly, his aura intensifying. Liang's expression changed, realizing that Baimu was not an adversary to be trifled with, but rather a true foe possessing formidable power. He attempted to counterattack, but at that moment, Gaisai's chilling shadow enveloped the entire space, casting a fearsome illusion that disrupted Liang's senses. His defenses faltered. He screamed in an attempt to break free from the grip of the illusion. But Baimu did not grant him the opportunity. With an undeniable pressure, he firmly suppressed Liang and Apos' retaliation. However, just as Baimu was about to subdue Liang, a shadow emerged from behind the curtain, accompanied by Dao Wu's steadfast figure. His pale face radiated an unmatched authority, his eyes glimmering with sharp intensity. What a splendid contest, Dao Wu remarked, a hint of derision in his voice. Baimu turned to face him, instantly recognizing that this alliance champion was no ordinary adversary. Baimu, I am intrigued by your abilities. Join me, and we can seize control of this world together. Dao Wu's words dripped with a persuasive power, attempting to unravel Baimu's will. Baimu smirked coldly. Even so, I will not forsake my path. His words were resolute, void of hesitation. The opposing forces clashed, the air thickening to the point where breathing became laborious. Baimu knew this was not merely a contest of strength, but a profound battle of beliefs and determination. Amidst this tense standoff, Xiaoqian's voice once again echoed through the communicator, bringing Baimu a glimmer of comfort and hope. No matter what, I am by your side. With Xiaoqian's support, Baimu felt emboldened, ready to engage Dao Wu in a more intense confrontation. He sensed the awakening of the power of his convictions deep within, resolutely choosing to stand for justice, no matter the challenges ahead. In the shadowy arena, the gazes of Dao Wu and Baimu clashed like two razor-sharp blades. Dao Wu broke the silence first, raising his hand to summon a Metagross. The colossal creature soared into the air, emanating an aura of formidable oppression. Chapter 23: The Ruins Covenant. The crisis of the brave Baimu, unwilling to concede, softly commanded Gaisai to attack. Gaisai hovered in the air, embodying its name with an elusive and eerie presence. Baimu understood that this was not merely a contest of strength, but a validation of his convictions. Dao Wu and Baimu's voices resonated like thunderclaps in the void. Almost simultaneously, the Metagross charged towards Gaisai like a bolt of lightning, yet Baimu remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware that Gaisai's golden ability, the underworld domain, was his trump card. Gaisai, now is the time, Baimu urged softly. Instantly, Gaisai transformed into a fearful specter that enveloped the entire arena, plunging the scene into darkness. Dao Wu's Metagross wobbled, evidently affected by this overwhelming aura of dread. At that moment, Xiaoqian and Apos' voice crackled through the communicator. Baimu, remember, the Metagross is prone to exposing its vulnerabilities during its rapid movements. Grasping this insight, Baimu meticulously observed every subtle shift on the battlefield. His heart raced, igniting an even fiercer determination within him. Gaisai used Shadow Ball. The attack surged towards Metagross. And under the interference of the fearsome illusion, Dowu's commands faltered. Baimu sensed the dawn of victory beginning to illuminate his path. However, he did not allow himself to relent. He knew Dowu would never surrender easily. Indeed, Dowu coolly adjusted his stance, commanding, Metagross, use Psychic. In that moment, Baimu recognized Dowu's strategy as a test. He could not retreat. Gaisai, evade, and prepare to counter. As the battle unfolded, Baimu gradually adapted to Dowu's offensive patterns. He deftly commanded Gaisai, continually shifting between attack and defense, gradually seizing control of the battlefield. Baimu, you truly possess remarkable potential, Dowu remarked, laced with a hint of condescension. Yet Baimu understood that the scales of victory were beginning to tip in his favor. This is the path I have chosen, he replied, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. As the final Shadow Ball struck Metagross's critical point, Dowu's previously unshakable demeanor began to crumble. Seizing the opportunity, Baimu unleashed the underworld domain once more, momentarily blinding Dowu and Apos' judgment. Ultimately, with a sigh from Dowu, Metagross crashed to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. Standing at the center of the arena, Baimu felt a profound sense of adherence to his beliefs, accompanied by a gratified smile. He realized that it was the support of Xiao Qian and his steadfast faith that enabled him to prevail in this struggle. Baimu's victory not only symbolized a successful counterattack but also affirmed his unwavering commitment to the path of righteousness. This battle undoubtedly bolstered his confidence, fortifying his resolve to face future challenges. While the road ahead may be fraught with peril, Baimu understood that with the support of his beliefs and companions, he feared nothing. Following his triumph over Dowu, other prominent figures in the Hoenn region grew increasingly interested in Baimu, eager to collaborate with him. Baimu recognized this as a golden opportunity, an exceptional chance to infiltrate Team Rocket and gather intelligence. After careful consideration, he decided to accept the invitation. Yet, uncertainty lingered within him, for he knew this was a significant risk. At that moment, Xiaoqian approached him, her face etched with concern. Gently taking Baimu's hand, she expressed her unease. Baimu, I know this is crucial for you, but I am still afraid. The enemies of Team Rocket are formidable. Baimu smiled reassuringly, attempting to assuage her fears. Xiaoqian, I understand this path is dangerous, but one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. I will proceed with caution, with your support. I have come this far. Xiaoqian nodded. Though anxiety still resided in her heart, she chose to trust Baimu's ability to manage the situation. Then I will always support you, no matter what happens, she gently stated. Meanwhile, Dowu, undeterred by his defeat, maintained close ties with several key figures in the villainous alliance, plotting a counteroffensive. He was well aware of Baimu's prowess and recognized that he could not confront him directly, but the schemes he had set in motion might prove effective. One day, while Baimu and Xiao Qian were exploring the Hoenn region, they were inexplicably drawn to a mysterious force, leading them to discover an ancient ruin. The structure of the ruins was intricate, imbued with an indescribable energy, and legends spoke of a powerful Pokémon residing within. Baimu felt an inexplicable attraction. He sensed that this place might conceal the enhancement he sought. There is a strange aura here, Xiaoqian whispered, gripping Baimu's arm tightly. Nodding in agreement, Baimu resolved to challenge the trials within the ruins. With Gaisai's assistance, he gradually overcame seemingly insurmountable obstacles, each breakthrough forging a deeper connection between them. Ultimately, they activated a new ability, a newfound power that filled Baimu with elation and heightened his confidence. Simultaneously, Team Rocket's leader, Liang, grew increasingly anxious over Baimu's meteoric rise. He ordered the members of Team Rocket hidden within the Hoenn region to lie in wait for an opportunity to assassinate Baimu, as a new conspiracy brewed silently. Unbeknownst to Baimu, peril was stealthily approaching. He remained engrossed in his newfound strength, hoping to better confront the forthcoming challenges. In this context, the trust and mutual support between Baimu and Xiao Qian became a solid foundation for resisting all external challenges. Baimu understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Yet with Xiao Qian by his side, he felt emboldened to face the unknown. As Baimu and Xiao Qian cautiously traversed the ruins, The ancient engravings on the walls cast a faint glow, enhancing the air of mystery surrounding this enigmatic environment. The surroundings were eerily silent, pierced only by the occasional chirp of insects, quickening their heartbeats in response to the unknown. "We must exercise caution," Baimu murmured, "for no one knows what challenges lie ahead." Xiaoqian nodded, closely following Baimu, acutely aware that silence was paramount in such explorations. Just as they passed a moss-covered stone wall, they inadvertently triggered an ancient mechanism. A subtle tremor coursed through the air as the stone wall slowly shifted, revealing a faint red glow. As the crimson light spread, a warm and gentle aura enveloped them. Soon, Latias appeared before them, radiating vitality as it floated gracefully. "Thank you for liberating me," Latias conveyed telepathically, as a token of gratitude. "I shall assist you in times of need." Baimu and Xiaoqian exchanged glances, realizing the magnitude of this precious promise. A surge of warmth flooded Baimu's heart as he turned to Xiaoqian. "It seems we have gained a formidable ally." However, the atmosphere swiftly turned tense. Baimu suddenly detected an unusual presence, as if warning him of approaching foes. A weight settled in his chest as he recognized that Team Rocket's assassins might be closing in. Quickly relaying the situation to Xiaoqian, he urged, "We must leave here at once and reconsider our plans." "Yes," Xiaoqian responded, firmly grasping Baimu's hand, conveying her trust and resolve to face adversity together. Chapter 24. The Battle of Understanding. The two hastily retreated from the ruins. Baimu, employing his newly acquired ability, unleashed a wave of trepidation that enveloped the surrounding forest, saturating it with an oppressive sense of fear, as if something was about to emerge. With the assistance of Latias, this dread was magnified, compelling the lurking enemies to reveal themselves. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he deftly discerned and repelled the assassin's ambush. This encounter profoundly impressed upon Baimu the significance of strength and collaboration. He resolved to continue exploring the mysteries of the Hoenn region alongside Xiaoqian, preparing himself for even greater challenges ahead. They embarked anew on their journey, their hearts brimming with unwavering conviction for the future. Meanwhile, Liang was exceedingly displeased with the failure of the assassination plot. Following this, he realized the necessity of intensifying the siege against Baimu, thus seeking out the region and Appos as champion. Daigo. The two began to conspire against Baimu. However, Baimu had already devised a multitude of strategies, utilizing his advantages with ease. With Xiaoqian by his side and the assurance of Latias, he felt an extraordinary surge of strength. From a mere seeker of power, Baimu began to transform into a leader capable of guiding his allies in battle. He understood that although the storms ahead may be formidable, he was no longer alone. He possessed the courage and strength to confront adversity together. On a tranquil path within the forest, Baimu and Xiaoqian walked side by side, sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating their faces. Baimu glanced at Xiaoqian and smiled gently. "Thank you for your unwavering support. With you here, I feel as though I fear nothing." Xiaoqian beamed in response, nodding resolutely. "As we have journeyed together, our understanding and strength have continually grown. I believe that regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them together." As they conversed, a sudden commotion arose ahead. Instantly alert, Baimu summoned Latias and cautiously approached the source of the noise. An elderly man, disheveled and breathless, stumbled towards them, panic etched on his face. "Help! Someone is pursuing me," he gasped. Xiaoqian quickly stepped forward to support the old man. "Please, remain calm. We will assist you." "Who is chasing you?" The old man's eyes were wide with terror as he panted. "It's a group of men in black. They said they want to take my treasure scroll." Baimu and Xiaoqian exchanged a knowing glance, realizing this must be connected to Liang and Appos' machinations. Baimu spoke softly. "We cannot stand idly by, Xiaoqian. Prepare for battle." On the other side of the forest, Liang had indeed dispatched pursuers. Daigo stood beside him, his expression grave. Baimu is not to be underestimated. His companions, Xiaoqian and Latias, are formidable as well. "I am well aware," Liang replied, glaring at the woods, "but we must retrieve that scroll. We cannot afford to give them a moment's respite." Simultaneously, Baimu began to set up defenses. He and Xiao Qian swiftly analyzed the terrain and devised a simple ambush plan. With Latias's assistance, Xiao Qian escorted the old man to safety, while Baimu prepared to confront the enemy. The wind in the forest began to pick up, heralding the imminent clash. Baimu's heart was as calm as still water as he looked to Xiao Qian and nodded firmly. He understood that with Xiao Qian by his side, they were no longer solitary travelers, but comrades ready to face the challenges ahead together. Chapter 25: Betrayal and Rebirth. The awakening of the heroic spirit standing before the ruins of an ancient temple. Baimu and Xiao Qian silently gazed at the distant mountains, the golden sunset stretching their shadows long against the earth. Surrounding them was an eerie stillness, broken only by the gentle caress of the breeze stirring the remnants of vines among the debris. Baimu's thoughts swirled like leaves caught in a whirlwind of memories, the years of cultivation from long ago playing out before him like a lengthy drama, frame by frame. He shook his head in resignation, finally summoning the resolve to pierce the silence. Xiao Qian, I must confess that I was indeed immature back then, but do you truly not regret your betrayal? At his words, Xiao Qian's heart quivered slightly, yet her expression remained steadfast, a flicker of barely perceptible pain crossing her eyes. Turning to meet Baimu's gaze, her voice was calm and resolute. Baimu, you should understand that I have never engaged in actions I might regret. This was not born of personal desire, but rather for a grander ideal. A grander ideal? Baimu echoed, a wave of helplessness and sorrow washing over him. He had once believed their souls were intertwined. Only now did he grasp the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Noticing Baimu's silence, Xiao Qian sighed softly. I know you may not comprehend this now, but perhaps one day you will see what I am truly pursuing. Baimu lowered his head, whispering to himself, a blend of resignation and reluctance filling his heart. Yet, in that moment, clarity dawned upon him. He would no longer cling to past emotions, but instead cast his gaze towards a more distant future. Perhaps, but Xiao Qian, when that day arrives, everything may have irrevocably changed. With that, he turned away, no longer looking at her, yet within him, a new decision began to take shape. Farewell, Xiao Qian. Without looking back, he strode towards the mountains. Xiao Qian watched Baimu's receding figure, an indescribable pang of sorrow welling within her. She understood that she had made a difficult but resolute choice. As for Baimu, where his path would lead him next was beyond even her knowledge. After Xiao Qian departed, Baimu continued his journey, his thoughts a tumultuous tide. He recognized the significance of the ideals Xiao Qian spoke of, while the flames of vengeance within him blazed ever brighter. Perhaps fate enjoys toying with us, but I shall no longer be its puppet. At that moment, the voice of the ancient heroic spirit resonated within his mind once more. Baimu, do not allow hatred to govern your heart. You have a greater mission to fulfill. Baimu smiled faintly, his resolve unwavering. I know the path I must take, until my strength is restored. Anyone who attempts to obstruct my way shall become an obstacle to overcome. As the last rays of twilight faded from the horizon, Baimu's silhouette grew increasingly indistinct among the mountains, his journey of cultivation reigniting. This time, he would embrace the power of the heroic spirit and steadfastly march towards the future. In the encroaching night, Xiao Qian's heart remained tumultuous. Yet she understood that the road ahead was one she must traverse alone. Shani and Zhangqi remained silent, their gazes following the direction from which Baimu had vanished, a multitude of emotions swirling within them. This companion, once united in adventure, had now been divided by fate and Apos' hand. He will be all right, one and Apos. Tihi? Zhangqi murmured softly. Shen Yi paused for a moment, then nodded. Baimu has his own path. He has always been strong. Yet, having voiced his thoughts, he could not help but feel a tinge of uncertainty. They both recognized that the journey ahead was fraught with unknown dangers, particularly as that mysterious force seemed to be stirring in the shadows. At that moment, a faint but resolute voice shattered the silence. Xiao Qian, we must leave this place. Drawing upon her inner strength, she began to employ ancient techniques, her skilled movements appearing particularly graceful under the night sky. Shun Yi and Zhongqi exchanged determined glances, synchronously channeling their energies, and the three of them began to soar into the air. The moonlight cascaded like water, filling the air with a subtle scent of pine. As they glided above the treetops, the densely packed forest below transformed into a blurred dance of shadows. Chapter 26. The Journey of Freedom. The hero's fate exploration. Though the figure of Baimu was absent, Shun-Yi could still feel his presence lingering in his heart, as if whispering in his ear, "Continue onward, do not pause." Meanwhile, deep within the tranquil valley, an unusual luminescence continued to envelop the cave. The crystals flickered like a heartbeat, and the colossal creature remained only half awake, its form still concealed in the shadows. When its golden eyelids lifted slightly, its gaze seemed to eclipse all light. The surrounding beasts bowed their heads, as if caught in a silent frenzy, growing ever more formidable under the pull of that energy. Baimu traversed another path, like a seasoned traveler, seeking answers among the stones and trails of the mountains. He felt every cell within him responding to the power of ancient spirits, a sensation akin to a flowing stream, swirling within the valley, eagerly declaring its existence and mission. "What do you seek, and what shall be your fruit?" The voice in his mind was profound and resonant, carrying an irresistible weight. Baimu understood this was a dialogue between him and ancient powers. He calmed his spirit and solemnly replied, "I seek freedom, for myself and for those bound by fate." As his words fell, the mountain wind brushed against his face like a cold yet gentle embrace, as if to tell him that this path would be fraught with trials and challenges, but it would also be a place of awakening and growth for his strength. "Then go forth and create the future you envision." The voice of the spirit began to fade, and within Baimu arose a conviction he had never known. No matter the challenges ahead, he would no longer be shackled by anything, but would follow the deepest yearning of his heart. In the dim light, his silhouette repeatedly intersected with the contours of the mountains, as if continuously sculpting his own journey. The next chapter of the story was quietly gestating, waiting for its unveiling in the questioning and narration of fate. Baimu sat quietly in a shelter from the rain, as raindrops pelted the rocks around him, composing a natural symphony. He murmured softly, reciting the phrases that often echoed in his dreams. "I am a traveler in pursuit of freedom." His words floated like fine strands of rain, intertwining in the air. At that moment, a voice broke the solitude of the rain, the voice of Shi Chuan. He appeared like a shadow, silently, and with a hint of curiosity asked, "Baimu, how do you perceive the bonds between travelers?" Baimu turned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, but gazed through the curtain of rain, seemingly searching for the right words. "Shi Chuan, do you know? The freest among travelers is the most authentic." He smiled and added, "I hope to one day be like the spirits, unbound by any constraints." Shi Chuan blinked, as if pondering Baimu's words. "It sounds as if your journey is intricately tied to your destiny, does it not?" Baimu nodded, his gaze steadfast like that of a mariner. "Indeed, it is an indelible tenacity." Just then, Feng approached from the side, wearing a somewhat dismissive expression. "Baimu, your journey seems driven solely by personal goals. I believe a true traveler should seek the unknown." Baimu was touched by her words, momentarily speechless. The memories swept through him like water on a bamboo raft, gently nudging him forward. Yet he felt no anger, only took a slow breath and replied as calmly as possible, "Everyone has their own choices. The freedom I pursue will be another form of the unknown." Feng could not help but laugh, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding. She knew Baimu never acted rashly, but was always in search of the meaning of his path. Shi Chuan interjected with a conciliatory tone, "Perhaps it is these differing perspectives that enrich our journey." The sound of the rain began to lessen, and the sky revealed a faint light. A warmth surged within Baimu, as if the burdensome journey had lightened due to the conversation with his companions. He turned to Shi Chuan and Feng, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, and to every soul who has walked alongside me on this journey." The trio and Appo's figures slowly faded into the softly brightening valley after the rain. Their steps varied, yet gradually drawing closer to the path in their hearts. Just as Baimu hoped, it was a journey of unfettered pursuit, a free expression of his quest to break the chains of fate. Everything in the future, whether radiant or dim, awaited their hands to sculpt it. In the valley, the scent of freshly turned earth permeated the air, and the landscape was adorned in a lush emerald hue. Baimu, Sichuan, and Feng continued their journey, the gentle flow of the stream seeming to accompany their steps. Baimu gazed at the retreating rain clouds on the horizon, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. The recent journey had deepened his understanding of fate, and these new insights were as urgently awaiting refinement as the stones at the valley's bottom. He felt a twinge of regret regarding his dispute with Matsumoto. That fierce conflict had nearly caused him to lose his way. "What are you thinking?" Sichuan's voice pulled Baimu back to reality. "I am still reflecting on that quarrel with Matsumoto." Baimu sighed, his brow furrowing slightly. Feng gently patted Baimu's shoulder, smiling. "Everyone has moments of heightened emotion. But this is also a form of growth, is it not? Just like now, the sun always emerges after the storm." Baimu nodded silently, grateful for Feng and Appo's consistently optimistic outlook. It was this optimism that allowed him to view the ups and downs of the journey with broader perspective. Sichuan spoke again, his tone imbued with steady encouragement. "What matters is what we learn from our experiences. Our goal, is to continually comprehend life and fate." Baimu pondered for a moment before a relieved smile graced his lips. "Yes, regardless of the controversies, every step we have taken together has been a free choice. No longer fixated on the argument itself, but rather on understanding the meaning behind it." At that moment, they passed through a field bursting with flowers, the petals swaying in the gentle breeze, as if dancing to accompany their conversation. Feng twirled around, arms outstretched, joyfully exclaiming, "Wherever I go, as long as you are with me, everything along the way will be filled with meaning." Her words made Baimu and Sichuan exchange smiles, a sprinkle of brightness washing over their hearts. Baimu felt resolute. Their collaboration was not merely for a destination, but a shared pursuit of freedom and the future. "Despite the arduous path ahead, as long as I have you, I shall surely find a glimmer of light." Sichuan nodded in agreement, while Feng cheerfully ran ahead up a small slope, waving back to them. "Come on, there are many unknowns awaiting us." Once more, the three joined hands and embarked on the journey into the unknown. The air still held a hint of the rain's chill as Baimu, Sichuan, and Feng traversed the gently illuminated valley, ready to embrace the uncarved future. Baimu walked ahead, the melodies of birds resonating in his ears, while the fresh scent of earth filled his nostrils. Feng, to his left, occasionally excitedly pointed out the wildflowers on the distant hillside, while Sichuan walked quietly beside him, his demeanor calm and focused. The journey had made them somewhat weary, so the trio decided to rest beneath a lush canopy of trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Feng sat cross-legged, smiling as she clapped her hands. "The weather today is splendid, making everything feel full of hope." Chapter 27. The Journey of Advancement. The sunny adventure of the harmonious trio. Baimu leaned against the tree trunk, gazing at Ishikawa with a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He recalled the emotional turmoil he had recently experienced, his heart swelling with appreciation for his companions. "Ishikawa, I truly thank you. Without your calm analysis, I might still be lost in my emotions." Ishikawa surveyed Baimu, and a faint smile graced his lips. "The important thing is that you know yourself better now than you did a few days ago. And then there's Keed. She always brings sunshine to our lives." His gaze shifted to Keed, his eyes reflecting admiration. Upon being mentioned, Keed immediately quipped, "I am the goddess of sunshine, and I can provide exclusive rays for everyone." She winked, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. Laughter erupted in the air, dissipating the tense atmosphere. Baimu felt their bond deepen. They were no longer merely companions on a journey, but rather inseparable friends. A corner of his heart felt as though it had been filled, and he sensed a profound joy and satisfaction emanating from within. After a moment of tranquility, Ishikawa stood up and proposed, "Since we haven't tea practiced in a while, perhaps we could utilize this break to hone some essential travel skills. I believe these skills will be incredibly beneficial for our future journeys." Keed clapped her hands enthusiastically. "Great idea. I was just lamenting my boredom. Let us learn how to do it." In the clearing, Ishikawa demonstrated how to construct a simple rain shelter using branches, the techniques for handling fire, and methods for orienting oneself in emergencies. Although Keed appeared somewhat clumsy in her initial attempts, Her unique humor transformed the learning atmosphere into one that was relaxed and enjoyable, free of rigidity. Wow, look at me ignite the flame. Keed beamed with pride, then turned to Ishikawa with admiration in her eyes. I never expected you to know so much, Ishikawa. Ishikawa scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. These are just basic skills, but they are indeed quite useful on our travels. His gaze was gentle yet resolute as he shared his experiences and insights about the journey with Keed and Baimu. Baimu smiled at the two of them, warmth swelling in his heart. This journey had allowed him to rediscover and understand his emotions and goals. And through Keed and Ishikawa, he had reevaluated their friendship. He firmly believed that the future would be clearer and more fearless. With the help of Ishikawa and Keed, Baimu not only delved deeply into his own reflections, but also gained the courage to face challenges through continuous learning. Once again, they joined hands, ready to set forth on their journey towards the uncarved future that lay ahead. The sunlight cascaded upon their shoulders, and their hearts brimmed with conviction due to each other and Appo's support. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a golden warmth upon the earth. The air was filled with the fresh scent of damp soil. Ishikawa had risen early, seizing the opportunity to share some new travel techniques with Baimu and Keed. They gathered together, enjoying a simple breakfast. Ishikawa cleared his throat. Today, I would like to teach you some more advanced skills. They will help us utilize our energy and resources more effectively during our travels. Sometimes, the journey seems interminable, and we must learn to cope better both mentally and physically. Baimu set down his bread, excitement gleaming in his eyes. That sounds impressive, Ishikawa. It is indeed useful, Ishikawa replied with a smile. But it requires a bit of patience and repeated practice. He began to explain in detail how to manage physical fluctuations through focused training, essentially encouraging a better understanding of one's body, knowing when to conserve energy and when to exert oneself fully. Keed pondered, resting her chin on her hand, and asked, so? It's like a mechanism of self-regulation? We need to reflect on ourselves continually, paying attention to when to speed up and when to slow down. Ishikawa nodded. Exactly. For example, today I'll do a small demonstration. You can close your eyes and feel your breathing rhythm, trying to keep it steady. This can help you regulate your emotions during tense situations and assist in energy recovery during long hikes. Baimu attempted to relax his body, following Ishikawa's guidance to control his breathing. He felt his consciousness settling amidst the myriad of thoughts. Gradually, he began to experience a state of ease and comfort. Keed, curious, occasionally peeked at Ishikawa with one eye open. This feels great. Baimu smiled and remarked, I feel like I can think more clearly. Keed slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her temples. I must admit, although it sounds simple, achieving it is not easy. However, it has made me realize that often we are too hasty and overlook our own rhythm. Ishikawa nodded in satisfaction. We can further practice applying this regulation in real travel scenarios, such as how to manage energy on rugged trails or how to remain calm in unexpected situations. Wow, this is a whole new perspective, Keed exclaimed. It's not just physical training, it's a refinement of mindset. Baimu said with anticipation, I believe this will bolster our confidence when facing future adventures. As the sun gradually ascended with the passage of time, elongating their shadows, they continued to absorb Ishikawa's guidance, slowly grasping the power these skills imbued. A gentle breeze caressed them as they tightened the straps of their backpacks, ready to forge ahead. Regardless of how uncertain the journey ahead may be, their hearts brimmed with courage and confidence, buoyed by these newfound skills and their close friendship. On a sunlit morning, Baimu and Ishikawa stood face to face. After their previous training, Baimu's movements had noticeably become more agile, and Ishikawa gazed at him with a sense of satisfaction. Today, let us delve deeper and attempt a more complex coordination. Baimu nodded, taking a deep breath, concentrating on the synergy of body and mind. Though he felt a tinge of nervousness, it was overshadowed by anticipation. Nearby, Keed and the other companions remained silent under the tree, watching from a distance. Be careful, Baimu. I will increase the pace now, Ishikawa said, stepping back slightly, his eyes betraying the seriousness of the forthcoming training. Baimu adjusted his breathing rhythm, mentally counting Ishikawa's steps. He could feel his reaction speed significantly improved after a period of training. With a swift rush of wind passing his ears, Ishikawa initiated his first attack, his movements flowing swiftly and seamlessly. Baimu instinctively dodged, his heartbeat quickening for a moment. Stay calm, concentrate, he reminded himself, naturally raising his hands to engage in defensive and counterattacking practice. In this serene hillside, their movements were as swift as lightning, and everything around them seemed to pulse in rhythm. Baimu quickly found his flow. He no longer fixated on the minutiae of his movements, but allowed his body and awareness to correspond naturally. Gradually, he realized he could anticipate Ishikawa and Appo's next actions, and their synergy reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 28, Dawn Patrol Excellent. After a failed attempt, Ishikawa stepped back, revealing a satisfied smile. You have begun to anticipate some of my movements. Thank you for your guidance, Ishikawa. Baimu gasped for breath, lifting his gaze to the verdant surroundings, a newfound confidence swelling within him. Nearby, Feng immediately remarked, Baimu, I can see your progress. It's truly remarkable. This training is incredibly beneficial. Another companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must practice these skills more on our own journeys. As the training concluded, the sun poured its brilliance upon everyone, and Baimu, drenched in sweat, bowed to Ishikawa in gratitude. He understood that today and Appo's gains transcended mere physical enhancement. They also encompassed a spiritual rejuvenation. Next time, I hope to join you. Feng and Appo's voice brimmed with anticipation. Certainly, there is much to share on this journey. Ishikawa patted Feng's shoulder, his gaze imbued with profound foresight. As a gentle breeze swept by, the group tightened their backpack straps, preparing to set forth to their next destination. Such training and camaraderie instilled in each heart an indomitable courage. They recognized that no matter the unknown challenges that lay ahead, they could confront them with resilience. At the harbor of Shijia town, the air was laced with a hint of sea salt as Baimu, Ishikawa, and their companions braved the chilly winds to enter the serene little town. The streets, once bustling with the day's activity, were now quiet, save for the curious glances of the occasional resident. Baimu and his group patrolled the cobbled streets. He observed the earthy, quaint cottages, recalling the arduous training he had endured on the hills, the exhilarating feeling of complete immersion echoing in his heart once more. His companions, inspired by him, though feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, were also filled with excitement for exploring new realms. These people are truly peaceful, Feng remarked, surveying the surroundings with curiosity, wondering if we could learn something from their tranquility. Baimu nodded, acknowledging that these simple ways of life indeed foster relaxation. Yet we must remain cautious of the risks that may lurk beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Ishikawa busied himself at one end of the marketplace. He keenly observed that a few vendors were casting furtive glances at their movements. Such details sparked doubt within him, yet he understood the importance of prudence. He contemplated their next steps, determined to ensure that this stop would adequately supply their journey without inciting any unnecessary conflict. Ishikawa, here are the herbs you need. Feng approached with a smile, holding a handful of freshly picked plants. Ishikawa accepted the herbs with a slight smile. Thank you, Feng. Stay vigilant, though the town is small. Unpredictability can abound. As dusk fell, Baimu and his companions returned to their temporary lodgings, a quaint yet comfortable and located in the heart of the town. During dinner, they discussed the discoveries of the day. What kind of instability do you think this place might harbor? A young companion inquired. Baimu appeared lost in reflections of his training on the hillside, the peculiar confidence within him seemingly granting him deeper insights. Perhaps it's merely intuition, he mused. But intuition has saved us on numerous occasions. Here, we must be attentive to every subtle change. The room fell silent for a moment. Only the sound of utensils lightly clinking against bowls could be heard. Subsequently, Ishikawa rose, speaking with a solemn tone. Tomorrow morning, we shall split into 2 groups. I will compile a list of supplies. Baimu, you will lead the patrol around the vicinity. We must prepare to continue our journey in the shortest time possible. Baimu looked at Ishikawa, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Yes, Ishikawa. I will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. As night deepened, the sound of waves echoed outside the inn, resonating with their heartbeat. The evening in Shijiao Town seemed to herald further unexplored adventures and challenges, soon to arrive with the morning breeze. As darkness enveloped the town, lights twinkled like stars, illuminating every corner of the streets. Baimu stood by the inn's window, his gaze drifting over the distant hills shrouded in darkness. An inexplicable unease lingering in his heart. He endeavored to relax, but could not quell the torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and Feng entered with a soft smile. Baimu, let us take a moment to rest. Everyone is tired. She settled by the window, pulling a small piece of pastry from her pocket and offering it to him. Baimu accepted the treat, smiling gratefully. Thank you, Feng. In times like this, it feels as though a little support can provide a sense of security. Feng nodded, her gaze warm yet resolute. We all believe in you. Shijiao Town may seem small, but perhaps that is precisely why we must be attentive to its nuances. Maybe, Baimu replied softly, yet this disquiet is impossible to ignore. It feels as though something we have overlooked lurks here. Meanwhile, Ishikawa also entered the room, bearing a small pack on his shoulder. A hint of fatigue from the day's endeavors gracing his features. How is the preparation coming along, Baimu? He inquired, taking a seat at the table and retrieving a notebook to begin recording. We are all set, Baimu responded. Tomorrow, we will depart as planned. Patrolling the outskirts of the town, we must ensure no potential threats are approaching. Ishikawa nodded in satisfaction, a flicker of reassurance crossing his eyes. With your keen intuition and judgment, we should swiftly uncover any underlying issues. The room fell into a brief silence. Only the gentle sound of waves caressing the shore could be heard outside. In this moment, Baimu realized he was not alone in this team. He had Ishikawa's rational analysis, Feng's attentive care, and the collective trust of all. This alleviated much of the unease he felt within. As the night deepened, the three gradually succumbed to their thoughts. Baimu recalled the myriad challenges they had faced during their journey, reaffirming his belief that with teamwork, even the steepest difficulties could be surmounted. What he needed to do now was to balance these intricate emotions, intertwining reason and feeling, ensuring everyone's safety and that they were fully prepared in Shijiao Town. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling onto the floor and rousing the slumbering companions. Baimu swiftly organized his gear, his gaze resolute as he addressed his teammates. Today, we are ready to depart. Indeed, for a safer path ahead, Ishikawa replied, giving Baimu's shoulder a firm pat. Feng smiled gently, adjusting her small pack, and confidently declared, let us go. We will face it together. The group, equipped and resolute, set forth towards a new dawn in Shijiao Town, no matter what awaited them. As Baimu contemplated, they were not alone. Continued, the morning sun shimmered on the sea's surface, painting a tranquil scene. Baimu's team patrolled along the coastline of Shijiao Town while checking their equipment. Chapter 29, The Battle of Exchange. The power of trust. Every step was laden with vigilance, each glance keenly detecting potential anomalies. Hey, Baimu, Ishikawa approached discreetly, lowering his voice. Where do you think that rumored secret passage might be? Baimu furrowed his brow slightly, attuning himself to the atmosphere around them. Closing his eyes, he summoned his unique intuitive abilities, striving to perceive hidden pulsations. Let us head east. For some reason, I have a premonition that path conceals something amiss. Premonition? Ishikawa chuckled softly. All right, we shall follow your intuition. The salty tang of the sea breeze mingled with the air as Keed, while walking, tidied her tousled hair. Occasionally glancing back at her slightly anxious companions, she reassured them. It's all right. If there are indeed enemies, I won't let them succeed easily. With that, she raised an eyebrow mischievously. The tense atmosphere eased a bit due to Keed's words. But just then, a shrill alarm rang out from afar, as if the entire town had been startled by the sudden commotion. A heavy feeling settled in Keed's stomach as she swiftly picked up her communication device, contacting the town and Oppo's guardians. We are heading to the incident site. Please assist in sealing off the perimeter. Ishikawa calmly analyzed. They must have infiltrated through underground channels. If we can locate the entrance, we can cut off their supply. Baimu nodded, glancing at his partners. Let us proceed as planned. Keed, you monitor from above. Ishikawa and I will approach from the sides. They quickly dispersed, and not long after, they noticed movement in the dense forest ahead. The silhouettes of lurking enemies emerged from the shadows, their gazes cold and calculating. "Here they come," Ishikawa whispered urgently. The battle was inescapably ignited. Baimu understood that this was not merely a contest of physical prowess and endurance. It was a clash of wits and strategy. He activated his innate abilities, immediately sensing the shifts in the surrounding elements. The subtle vibrations in the air became increasingly distinct. "Watch this." Baimu thrust outward, and the winds coalesced into a barrier, obstructing the enemy's path. In that moment, Heed's voice crackled through the earpiece. "The enemies are starting to retreat, but another squad is approaching from the southeast. I'll find a way to intercept them. Stay safe." Ishikawa's tone was unusually urgent. "We must act quickly," Baimu nodded at Ishikawa. "We cannot let them slip away." The two made a decisive move towards Keed's indicated direction. The wind howled past their ears, their hearts brimming with trust and responsibility for their comrades. Upon arrival, they spotted Keed peering from behind a large rock, signaling them. Baimu swiftly joined the fray, while Ishikawa maintained his characteristic calm, orchestrating the overall strategy. After a fierce exchange, the enemies found themselves cornered. As the battle concluded with the enemy's retreat, the town of Shijiya returned to tranquility. Baimu stood at the beach's edge, gazing at the gradually calming sea, his heart filled with myriad reflections. "Today's battle is a victory for all of us," he murmured. Ishikawa and Keed exchanged silent glances, nodding in agreement. "Let us ensure they have no further opportunities." Keed fixed her gaze into the distance, her eyes resolute. "Indeed," Ishikawa revealed a rare smile. "We still have a long journey ahead, but as long as we are together, nothing can impede us." In the sea breeze, Baimu once more felt the warmth of comrades fighting side by side. He believed that, no matter what awaited them in the future, they were now prepared. Upon returning to the base in Shijiya town, Baimu sat by the window, staring at the night sky. Stars dotted the deep blue canvas, echoing the uncertainties rising in his heart. He recalled Keed's displayed skills during the battle, a sense of unease creeping in. Keed's abilities seemed to be more formidable than we had anticipated, he thought, unconsciously furrowing his brow. At that moment, Keed entered, her face weary yet satisfied. Noticing Baimu's gaze, she casually teased, "What's wrong? Are you still doubting my ability to handle that squad?" Baimu chuckled at her jest, giving her a thumbs up. "You really impressed me today. I had no idea you possessed such skills. Never heard you mention them before." Keed shrugged, her smile more relaxed. "It's nothing special, just some tricks I learned from my grandfather when I was a child. I never expected they would come in handy now." "Well, so the legendary expert is hidden among us." Ishikawa entered with his usual calm demeanor, yet with an air of admiration. "Baimu, you never noticed how deep Keed was hiding her talents. It seems I need to reassess her capabilities." Baimu laughed heartily, acknowledging Keed's outstanding performance. "Indeed, we must all strive harder." At that moment, Keed fiddled with the wind chimes on the windowsill, her expression complex. "To be honest, today's battle taught me that it's not just about strength and technique. Fighting alongside you gives me the sense of security and confidence to tackle greater challenges." Ishikawa nodded slightly, adding, "Trust is the strongest power. This victory also proves that our mutual support makes everything possible." Baimu felt the warmth enveloping the air, inhaling deeply before turning to face his companions. Indeed, battle has never been a solitary affair. Many unknown challenges lie ahead, but as long as we are united, nothing can defeat us. As night deepened, the room was filled with a tranquil yet optimistic atmosphere. The sound of waves from outside blended with the gentle wind, seemingly witnessing the promises and courage of these young warriors. They understood the path ahead would not be smooth, yet they no longer felt alone. Having forged through thorns, they were prepared for the future. The next day, the dawn's sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon the floor. Baimu rose, feeling invigorated with newfound strength. A new exploration was about to commence. He thought to himself, a determined smile gracing his lips. With the companionship of his partners, everything felt worth anticipating. Continuation. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gently illuminating the vast grassy expanse of Peace Town. The morning air was infused with the scent of dew as Baimu and Ishikawa walked side by side along the path leading to the meadow. Baimu, are you truly resolved to spar with Keed? Ishikawa inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Baimu gazed ahead, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Yes, Ishikawa. I contemplated this thoroughly last night. Rather than a competition, this is an exchange, an opportunity for us to strengthen our trust. Ishikawa smiled faintly. That sounds promising. I hope this sparring session meets your expectations. Upon reaching the edge of the meadow, they spotted Keed sitting atop a stone, sunlight casting a golden glow upon her hair, making her appear almost ethereal. She was idly twirling a small twig, her expression serene. Baimu called out Keed. Hearing his voice, Keed looked up, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she saw them approaching. You're here. Baimu nodded. Keed, today I wish to engage in a spar with you. I hope you'll show some leniency. Chapter 30. The Wheel of Fate. Whirlwind Iron/Foam paused momentarily, then replied playfully, showing mercy is not my style. However, I shall endeavor to be gentler. The three exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere relaxed and carefree. The fragrance of the grass, lifted by the gentle breeze, was invigorating. Baimu stood firm, facing Foam, yet his mind echoed with the calculations of the previous night. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a communion of souls. Foam assumed his stance, his gaze sharpening as he recognized that Baimu's visit was not solely about victory or defeat, but rather a quest for deeper understanding. They nodded at each other in silent agreement, and their sparring commenced. On the grassy field, their figures moved with agility and swiftness, their actions replete with unspoken harmony, each move revealing trust and admiration for one another. In the midst of a punch exchange, Baimu seized the opportunity to speak. Foam, I have always envied your ability to perform extraordinarily in critical moments. Foam slipped slightly but quickly regained his balance, responding, No, Baimu. There is much I must learn from you. Your steadfastness inspires trust. Beside them, Ishikawa watched intently, sensing a collision of strength and spirit. And he couldn't help but reflect, such synergy is the cornerstone of team growth. Ultimately, the sparring concluded amicably, both panting yet smiling as they exchanged fist bumps. It seems we can create more possibilities together, Foam remarked, his eyes sparkling. Baimu wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, Indeed. This is merely the beginning. Ishikawa approached, placing a hand on their shoulders. Let us not forget, I am the backbone of our team. A gentle breeze swept through the town, carrying away whispers and bearing witness to the strengthening bond between them. In the days to come, further challenges and opportunities awaited, and they were all prepared to embrace the future. Baimu noticed Foam rising from the grass, appearing somewhat fatigued. A pang of concern gripped his heart. He understood that their adversary was no ordinary foe. Nevertheless, Foam insisted that Baimu and Ishikawa retreat first. You two go ahead. I will hold off Crimson Lotus Vajra. Fang's voice was resolute, imbued with undeniable determination. Baimu felt a jolt within. He was unwilling to leave Foam alone to face a formidable enemy. Foam, no. This is too dangerous. Foam shook his head, his tone remaining gentle yet firm. I understand your reluctance, but we have no time for debate. If we separate, there remains a chance to seek assistance. Emotions surged within Baimu. He recognized the truth in Foam's words, yet his heart remained unsettled. We are a team. How can I abandon you? Trust me, this is only temporary. Once I hold him off, you will find new allies to aid us. Foam offered a slight smile, seemingly soothing Baimu's troubled heart without uttering a word. Finally, Baimu took a deep breath. All right, Foam, but please return safely. Foam nodded, watching as his two companions turned to leave. He knew they all shared a common goal, to defeat the Crimson Lotus Vajra. With a gentle exhale, Foam turned to face the approaching enemy. As the Crimson Lotus Vajra drew near, the ground trembled ominously. Foam understood that the time had come. Whirlwind Iron Slash, rift in the sky. He called out, propelling himself like a whirlwind towards the Crimson Lotus Vajra. Meanwhile, Baimu and Ishikawa heard a colossal impact from behind as they retreated. Ishikawa glanced back, noticing the deep concern reflected in Baimu and Appo's eyes. Is this truly all right? Leaving Foam alone, he muttered softly. Baimu gritted his teeth, struggling with his own decision. No, Foam will be fine. We must have faith in him. Yet, as they pressed onward, Baimu gradually sensed that something was amiss. An obstacle had appeared ahead. The Crimson Lotus Vajra had shifted positions, blocking their path. A foreboding feeling engulfed Baimu as he halted, thoughts racing. Ishikawa, we must return to assist. Baimu declared decisively, aware that a swift decision was imperative. But what if the Crimson Lotus Vajra obstructs us? Ishikawa's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Baimu raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, breakthrough path 4, White Thunder. A brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating a new escape route for Ishikawa. Head that way, Ishikawa. I must return to support phone. Ishikawa paused momentarily before nodding. Be careful, Baimu. We still have future battles to face together. Baimu turned. His mind singularly focused on one conviction. He would do whatever it took to reunite with Feng. With renewed determination, he raced towards the battlefield. As he ran, memories of his past with Feng flooded his mind. They had once been inseparable companions, embarking on adventures and striving together. Now, he could not allow Feng to bear such pressure alone. The wind howled past his ears, and Baimu felt his heartbeat synchronize with his footsteps. Upon returning to the battlefield, he found Feng facing the Crimson Lotus Vajra alone. The recent fierce battle had left Feng somewhat weary, yet his gaze remained resolute. At that moment, a black orb descended from the heavens, slowly merging with Feng's being. As Feng momentarily appeared dazed, Baimu rushed to his side. Feng! Baimu gasped. Concern etched across his features. Are you all right? Feng crouched, gently patting Baimu's shoulder, catching his breath with a smile, a bit fatigued. But that is not the crux of the matter. His gaze shifted to the imposing figure of the golden-armored elder descending from above, radiating an aura both powerful and gentle that commanded reverence. The elder and Apos' voice resonated like thunder, solemn yet soothing. Feng, fate has chosen you. His words bore an irresistible weight. Baimu and Feng exchanged a glance, both comprehending that this could be a pivotal moment in their destinies. If that is the case, I shall shoulder this responsibility. Feng whispered, a newfound courage igniting within him. Baimu nodded, filled with reassurance. Years of friendship had instilled unwavering faith in Feng's capabilities. However, after the elder proclaimed this appointment, his expression suddenly shifted, brow furrowing as he turned to Feng. Your spiritual energy is compromised. I will assist in restoring it. The elder's words exuded both anger and resolve. Baimu and Feng sensed his innate, formidable power, seemingly insurmountable. After a moment of contemplation, Baimu proposed, let us go to Xuantiangong. There must be methods to restore our strength there. Moreover, I have some ideas to enhance spiritual energy that may prove beneficial. Feng nodded in agreement, and Ishikawa arrived, panting yet smiling. Apologies for my tardiness. However, I find this plan quite agreeable. Thus, they reached a swift consensus and immediately set forth towards Xuantiangong. At Xuantiangong, Feng's unique abilities indeed stirred quite a commotion, yet he remained humble, redoubling his efforts. Baimu and Ishikawa each sought their own paths to improvement in different domains. One evening, after a session of cultivation, Feng gazed up at the bright stars, feeling a sense of liberation. Chapter 31. Vows beneath the fireworks. He understood that the challenges ahead might be even more formidable, but at least they were no longer alone. They would grow and fight together. We will succeed, right? Ishikawa's voice interrupted Feng's thoughts. Feng smiled and nodded, filled with confidence as he replied, yes. With you all by my side, we will surely overcome any difficulties. He felt the unwavering support of his two companions and was resolute that in every future challenge, they would stand shoulder to shoulder, courageously moving forward. In the early morning of Xiantian's sect, Feng gradually awakened from the training room, his eyes still holding onto a glimmer of unyielding hope. He sat up, his hand resting on his knee, reflecting on the passage of time. Last night's training had made him more adept at harnessing spiritual energy, yet it also heightened the pressure of the treacherous path ahead. The further I go, the more difficult it becomes, Feng murmured softly, reminiscing about the various obstacles and challenges encountered during his training. Although he had mastered the rudimentary spiritual techniques, the more advanced abilities seemed tantalizingly out of reach. Each training session left him feeling unsatisfied due to the constraints of time and the depletion of energy. This sense of discontent churned within him, sowing seeds of concern for the road that lay ahead. If only I could recover my spiritual energy faster, he thought. If he could learn more efficient recovery methods, then even while learning higher-level skills, he would no longer feel so powerless. He shook his head, silently resolving to find a solution at Xiantian's sect. After completing his daily sword training, the blade glimmered coldly in the morning light. Each movement reinforced his growing proficiency and the confidence that accompanied it. He assessed his progress and felt immensely satisfied with his recent improvements. Today, he had mastered a new spiritual technique, further solidifying his determination to continue studying at Xiantian's sect. Feng sheathed his sword and decided to seek out Baimu and Ishikawa to discuss their training progress. He strolled out of his room, greeted by a gentle breeze. In the corridors of Xiantian's sect, disciples whispered in small groups, their gazes occasionally sweeping over him. Through the air, he faintly caught discussions about the deep friendship between him, Baimu, and Ishikawa, as well as their collective aspirations for further achievements. Reflecting on this, Feng felt a sense of comfort wash over him. He quickened his pace and found Baimu and Ishikawa in a small courtyard adorned with azure flowers, where they were discussing the training arrangements for the day. Good morning. Feng, Baimu waved with a smile. I think we need to discuss our respective training plans. I was just thinking the same, Feng replied, feeling a significant weight lift in the moment their eyes met. Ishikawa, lounging against a tree, grinned and said, I have this feeling that days like these will become the warmest memories in the future. Upon hearing this, both Feng and Baimu laughed. Feng added, Indeed, even if countless challenges lie ahead, as long as you are by my side, I believe we will overcome those hardships. Thus, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them as the three sat together, mapping out their future training path. No matter how rocky the road ahead, for them, the presence of one another was a steadfast guarantee. Their journey in Xiantian's sect would continue, not merely to grow stronger, but to safeguard the most precious friendship they shared. In the courtyard filled with azure flowers, a gentle breeze caressed the petals, and the air was fragrant with a subtle floral scent. Feng, Baimu, and Ishikawa sat together, engaging in a fervent discussion about their training. To be honest, Baimu said, drawing a circle in the dirt with a twig, his gaze intent. I believe we have made significant progress recently, but it still seems insufficient, especially when we see other disciples making so many breakthroughs. Indeed, Feng nodded, a bright wave of concern washing over him. Let us not forget, our goal is to become the elite of Xiantian's sect. With this thought, it appeared they still had a long way to go. Ishikawa leaned against the tree trunk, holding a fruit thoughtfully. Nonetheless, we already have a solid foundation, wouldn't you agree? Just then, a tremendous roar shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. The three looked up to see brilliant fireworks bursting forth in the distant sky, resplendent and magnificent. Wow, those fireworks are stunning, Baimu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with reflected light. Perhaps some island is celebrating a grand festival? Ishikawa speculated, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Feng gazed at the dazzling display, yet a tinge of worry flickered in his eyes. He was acutely aware that many formidable opponents awaited him on this journey. Hey Feng, what's wrong? Baimu noticed Feng's unusual demeanor and gently tapped his shoulder. Feng snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. It's nothing, just pondering the challenges ahead, feeling a bit anxious. Ah, we have you, me and Ishikawa. You won't feel lonely, Baimu reassured him, his voice filled with conviction. Exactly, Ishikawa said, plucking a leaf from his head and patting Feng's shoulder. As long as we don't abandon each other, no difficulty can defeat us. Far away in a certain sea, another powerful practitioner felt discontent due to an event. He stood at the bow of his ship, gazing into the distance, contemplating Feng's potential. Although his own strength was commendable, it still did not pose a significant threat. The practitioner muttered to himself, yet his gaze remained fixed. However, regardless of external assessments, Feng firmly believed that with his companion's support, he could surmount all future hardships and stride forward with unwavering determination. As the fireworks gradually faded into the night sky, The friendship among the three in the quiet courtyard rose like the dawn, everlasting and unyielding. Continuation. In a distant sea, a warship sailed quietly. Nagasawa stood at the bow, the northern wind lightly stirring his cloak, his face gradually becoming chilled. He gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea, yet his heart was tumultuous with waves of emotion. Their destination was Mariewa, known as the center of power. Though he had visited several times, each occasion weighed heavily on his spirit. The call from the telephone bug had come unexpectedly, but he knew resistance would be futile. Recalling the moment he first received the call, hesitating between acceptance and refusal, he had to admit he felt both excited and apprehensive about the impending changes. "Were you thinking about that call?" Darsky's voice snapped Nagasawa back to reality. She had been silently standing behind him, guarding this pensive senior. "Yes," Nagasawa said with a wry smile. "The matters from headquarters always leave little room to breathe. But I believe you can handle it all," Darsky said with a supportive look, confident that Nagasawa had it under control. The ship sailed steadily, gradually approaching Mariewa. Once they reached the port, the meeting would formally commence. His steps faltered on the deck. With each stride, it felt like a tentative exploration into an uncertain future. Finally arriving at the dock, a group of fully armed soldiers immediately approached to escort them to the conference building. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Even the air seemed to thicken. Chapter 32. The Stellar Duel. The contest for Admiral Akainu in the conference room, influential figures congregated. Nagasawa felt a sense of unease, yet maintained an outward calm. When the topic of Sengoku and Garp's resignation arose, a contemplative silence enveloped the room. Naturally, Nagasawa harbored thoughts of his own, believing that Akainu would be an excellent choice. Although Akainu and Appo's uncompromising style often drew criticism, the prevailing circumstances demanded a resolute and courageous admiral. Akainu possessed the necessary leadership qualities. Nagasawa candidly expressed his opinion, hoping for a constructive discussion. As the meeting progressed, when someone suggested determining the admiral through a contest between Akainu and Akiji, Nagasawa deemed it a reasonable decision. After a moment of reflection, he was confident that Akainu would prevail, for that decisive strength was undoubtedly what was required at present. He surveyed the faces around him, noticing that many reflected a similar glimmer of agreement. Meanwhile, thoughts of Keed, the young man who once walked alongside them, surfaced in his mind. Keed had never faltered in the face of myriad challenges. He understood that as long as Keed and his companions remained steadfast, they could persevere through even the most arduous journeys ahead. In a modest courtyard, Keed continued to revel in camaraderie with Shikawa and Hakamata, though the fireworks had faded. The flames of friendship remained undiminished. Their anticipation for the future showed no sign of waning, and they faced the unknown with courage. "Keed, above all, believe in yourself," Shikawa urged, placing a reassuring hand on Keed's shoulder. "Indeed, do not forget that we stand with you," Hakamata added, his warm smile conveying strength without the need for words. Keed understood deep within that regardless of the formidable adversaries before him, that unwavering determination and persistence were his most treasured assets. As long as he had his friends by his side, they could confront any challenges and embark on even more extraordinary adventures. He nodded with a smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of solidity and bravery. Meanwhile, in the distant seas, the practitioner continued to gaze at the twinkling stars, harboring doubts about Keed, yet beginning to reconsider the potential and possibilities of the future beneath the infinite sky. Each story of growth is a cherished journey, and he was destined to leave his mark upon it. In the courtyard, the stars continued to shimmer as Keed lightly tapped the hilt of his sword, emotion swirling within him. Shikawa's earlier praise and affirmation filled him with both pride and confusion. No one understood the flaws in his swordsmanship better than he did. Yet Shikawa seemed to perceive some overlooked virtue within him. "Shikawa," Keed finally spoke, fixing his gaze steadily upon him. "What do you believe is unique about my swordsmanship?" Shikawa replied with a subtle smile, his eyes radiating conviction. "Your swordsmanship flows like a gentle breeze, achieving a sublime balance between power and grace, a dream for many of us." Keed fell silent for a moment, a hint of doubt seeping into his core. Perhaps what Shikawa glimpsed was a quality honed through years of training. Nevertheless, he knew his limits had yet to be surpassed. The only technique capable of transcending that boundary was the flash slash. Shikawa, I must caution you. The flash slash is exceedingly perilous. Keed's voice took on a serious tone as he attempted to dissuade Shikawa from entertaining such a daunting notion. Yet Shikawa merely raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Perilous? Precisely. Challenges are often accompanied by danger, and I wish to confront this power. Keed's heartbeat quickened. He realized that his warning seemed futile. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he resolved to let his actions speak louder than words. In an instant, he unleashed the flash slash, the sword's radiance dazzling like the Milky Way, swiftly cleaving through the night like a meteor. At that moment, every ounce of his strength and spirit surged to its limit, filling the air with a palpable tension. Undeterred by this extraordinary force, Shikawa unleashed his pride, his flame slash. The sword's energy blazed like fierce fire, clashing vehemently with the star-like brilliance of Keed's strike. Two distinctly different powers collided in the air, erupting into a shower of sparks and light. This fleeting yet intense contest left both participants profoundly shaken. Keed felt his body gradually nearing its limits, his consciousness beginning to blur. He struggled to maintain composure, only to find that Shikawa showed no signs of retreat. You have indeed not disappointed me, Shikawa declared, sheathing his sword, his eyes still alight with passion. Keed, your swordsmanship is truly exquisite. The tumult of emotions within Keed gradually subsided, transforming into a sense of relief. He finally grasped that this was not merely a demonstration of power, but a journey of the spirit. Chapter 33. The Challenge of Returning Home. Thank you, Feng murmured softly, the endless starry sky above them reflecting the unwavering course of their journey. Despite the multitude of obstacles they faced, the faith shared between them grew ever more resolute. For in the collision of their spirits, they glimpsed the brilliance of the future. Amidst pain and loss, Ishikawa's consciousness gradually awakened. A familiar fragrance filled the air, the distinctive scent of aromatic wood that permeated Feng's dwelling. He slowly opened his eyes to find a gentle interplay of light and shadow before him. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Ishikawa like a soothing embrace. Raising his hand, he felt an extraordinary power coursing through him, as if a new life was stirring within his veins. Feng entered the room, her expression a mixture of relief and apprehension upon seeing Ishikawa awake. How do you feel? She inquired cautiously, her tone laced with concern. Ishikawa offered a faint smile, though the flames of anger and vengeance still burned within him. He understood the need for calm and reason at that moment. I'm alive, thanks to you, he replied, his voice hoarse yet imbued with unwavering strength. Feng stepped closer, handing him a cup filled with clear water. As he slowly drank, the cool liquid soothed his parched throat. Suddenly, a thought struck Ishikawa, and he looked at Feng with gravity. I must grow stronger. I can no longer allow others to dictate my fate. What I have lost, I will reclaim one day. Feng nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I will always be by your side, supporting you, no matter what happens, she asserted with conviction, hoping to provide Ishikawa with solace and strength. At that moment, Ishikawa felt the presence of the mysterious orb within him. An endless stream of information and power subtly revealing itself in his consciousness. He closed his eyes, striving to perceive it more clearly. This orb is extraordinary. It seems to be guiding me, he murmured. Feng gazed at him curiously. Can you sense anything? Perhaps this is your new beginning. Ishikawa did not respond immediately but focused intently on the orb, feeling the unusual energy that lay deep within him. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, filled with intensity. I can sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. It is converging around us. This is an opportunity. Realizing he might be undergoing a significant transformation, Feng smiled brightly. Then let us begin anew, gradually exploring this power and uncovering your bright future. With Feng's unwavering encouragement, Ishikawa felt the shackles within his heart loosening bit by bit. He understood that a new journey had commenced. Despite being labeled as a failure, he was determined to rise again. He gazed out the window at the sunlit horizon, which seemed to herald a future filled with revenge and rebirth. Their conversation revealed the deep bond they shared, willing to fight tirelessly for each other's beliefs and dreams. Even in the face of adversity, in this new realm, Ishikawa aspired to be more than just a vengeful spirit. He yearned to become a vital presence capable of safeguarding all. After successfully escaping the threat of the spirit beasts, Ishikawa and Feng finally slowed their pace. Seeking refuge in a secluded cave, leaning against the cool stone wall, Feng breathed softly, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue, yet still gleaming with determination. Ishikawa stared up at the starlit sky, his thoughts drifting back in time. Those spirit beasts. Feng broke the silence, her voice gentle, yet filled with curiosity. They seemed to be acting against their will. What is controlling so many of them? Ishikawa hesitated before responding. He closed his eyes, recalling the strange waves of spiritual energy he had sensed earlier, the orb's message surfacing in his mind. Finally, he spoke with a steady voice. When I felt the orb's power, I sensed a certain pull. Those spirit beasts are like puppets, compelled to advance. Feng nodded, concern flashing in her gaze. What should we do next? If this force continues to grow, we must discover ways to enhance our own abilities, Ishikawa declared resolutely, meeting Feng's eyes with unwavering determination, not only for revenge, but also to protect. Feng gazed at him, warmth blossoming in her heart. Despite the perils that lay ahead, she knew that the man before her was no longer the Ishikawa consumed by hatred. He was evolving, maturing, no longer living solely in the shadow of the past. You know, she said softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Seeing you like this fills me with reassurance rather than fear. No matter what unknown dangers lie ahead, we can face them together. Ishikawa's expression turned earnest as he gently grasped Feng's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, a power capable of penetrating the darkness. He understood that with Feng by his side, he was never alone. They shared a moment of tranquility, yet beneath this calm facade, their hearts brimmed with resolve for the future. Outside the cave, a full moon hung in the sky, its silver light casting a mysterious veil over the earth. Deep within the abyss, the silver crystal continued to absorb the energy of the spirit beasts, emanating a dazzling glow that gradually unveiled a new life form. A colossal figure stirred in the darkness, its crimson eyes radiating an intense light, seemingly heralding the monumental changes soon to unfold. Awakened, it loomed as a formidable threat, silently drawing nearer. Ishikawa and Feng stood as courageous travelers, ready to confront their unknown destiny. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they remained undaunted, fortified by their companionship and shared convictions. Let us press onward, Ishikawa whispered, his eyes ignited with unyielding resolve. Indeed, we shall face it together, Feng replied, her voice like a clear spring, both pure and steadfast. Continuation. Ishikawa traversed the alley still imbued with the warmth of summer, his steps steady and unhurried. The fatigue of his task ebbed away, replaced by a comforting anticipation of homecoming. He knew Feng awaited him, and despite the recent heavy burdens of their missions, the thought of their shared responsibilities and emotions filled Ishikawa with profound fulfillment. As he rounded the corner, the rooftop came into view, and he approached cautiously, certain that the mischievous little Fengzi would be lurking somewhere in wait. Sure enough, just as he neared the entrance, a small stone lightly tapped his shoulder. Ishikawa looked up, unable to suppress a smile upon spotting the impish Fengzi peering out, a triumphant grin adorning her face. Little Fengzi, what mischief are you up to today? He asked with mock seriousness, staving off laughter. With wide, defiant eyes, the little one shot back, Uncle Ishikawa, you should know. I'm serious today. Let us see if you can catch me. Very well, let me give it a try. Ishikawa feigned a sigh of exasperation and began to climb the rooftop. As he reached the summit, a cool breeze brushed against his face, and there stood Fengzi not far off, her expression tinged with challenge. Chapter 34. Battling the storm together. The exhaustion that had accumulated within Ishikawa seemed to dissipate in the wake of Xiaofeng's vibrant energy as he caught up to her, gently grasping her wrist. Got you. Ishikawa gasped slightly, yet his expression radiated warmth and resolve. Wow, Uncle Ishikawa, you're amazing. Xiaofeng laughed while feigning a struggle. Just then, Feng appeared, her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Xiaofeng, you shouldn't always be mischievous. It will tire Uncle Ishikawa out. Xiaofeng instantly quieted, pouting with a hint of reluctance but predominantly compliance in her gaze. He ceased his struggles and softly remarked, "I just wanted to play with Uncle Ishikawa a little longer." "That's all right, Xiao Feng," Ishikawa replied, kneeling down to meet her earnest eyes. "We will have plenty of time to play together in the future. However, sometimes we must exercise a bit of restraint, all right?" Xiao Feng nodded and then flashed a mischievous smile. "Okay, but I will definitely try again next time." Feng could not help but chuckle, drawing closer to Ishikawa, her eyes conveying gratitude and warmth. Ishikawa gently patted Xiao Feng and Appo's shoulder before rising to his feet. "Well, it's time to head inside and rest. It has been a long day." Ishikawa sighed, a smile of relief gracing his face. As they walked into the house together, the setting sun outside painted the clouds in shades of gold. Reflecting on the day, Ishikawa recognized that while there had been playful pursuits and teasing, there had also been an abundance of warmth and care shared among them. He understood that with Feng and Xiaofeng by his side, this unspoken bond and understanding would empower them to face future challenges together. Standing in the courtyard, Ishikawa and Feng locked eyes, a subtle tension permeating the air, mingled with an inexplicable camaraderie. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, stirring a few fallen leaves between them. "Are you ready?" Ishikawa's voice was calm, yet powerful, reminiscent of a deep pool of water. He subtly flexed his wrist, leaning slightly back, carefully adjusting his center of gravity. "Absolutely," Feng replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, her determined gaze radiating strength as she stood tall, exuding an undeniable aura. "Then, let us begin." Before Ishikawa's words had fully escaped his lips, he had already closed the distance between them with several strides, his movements solid and unwavering, each step resonating with purpose. Feng met him head-on, her agile and aggressive maneuvers contrasting with his steadfast approach. Between them danced an unvoiced current of energy, as if awaiting a spark to ignite. "It's impressive how quickly you've pushed me to take this seriously," Ishikawa breathed, his tone laced with admiration. "Likewise," Feng responded, her smile growing brighter as she swiftly sidestepped to create distance, only to surge forward again. The serenity of the courtyard shattered with their movements, leaving behind a tapestry of intertwined footprints on the ground. Though time had granted Ishikawa a certain steadiness, Feng's agility posed a formidable challenge. "After all these years, your progress is truly remarkable." In a fleeting moment, Ishikawa deftly evaded Feng's advance, yet he asserted, "I am not yet old enough for you to underestimate me." Feng offered no reply, only a smile, her actions becoming increasingly decisive. In her heart, she recalled the years of Ishikawa's guidance and support, which fueled her desire to surpass herself in this encounter. As midnight approached, both appeared somewhat fatigued, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, the sound of droplets echoing in the stillness of the night. Nevertheless, their fighting spirit blazed fiercely within, neither willing to concede defeat. "One last move, Uncle Ishikawa," Feng panted, her eyes shimmering with a brilliance rivaling the stars. Ishikawa nodded slightly, his gaze filled with appreciation and a sense of relief. "All right, let me witness the growth of your technique." In unison, they unleashed their final bursts of energy, enveloping the courtyard in a palpable force. Ultimately, they halted simultaneously, standing face to face. At that moment, time appeared to freeze, only their breathing resonating in the oppressive night air. "You have won," Ishikawa stated slowly, his expression one of profound satisfaction. Feng, exhausted yet content, replied softly, "I have always aimed to match you. This victory was merely fortuitous." They exchanged smiles, and in that instant, their trust in one another solidified further. As the night breeze caressed them, they walked side by side into the depths of the courtyard. This was a communion of spirits that the night could not obscure, a fusion of their souls. Though the hour was late, they understood that many more interactions awaited them in the future, ready to face them hand in hand. As the morning mist lingered, the air in the courtyard was fresh and serene, sunlight draping over Feng like a delicate veil. Sitting cross-legged, she closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility within. Yet, at that moment, a strange and potent aura abruptly invaded her senses, akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, creating ripples of disturbance. Furrowing her brow, Feng's intuition warned her that this was no ordinary visitor. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Ishikawa, who was practicing nearby. Almost simultaneously, he ceased his movements, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared alertness. Xiaofeng, did you feel that? Ishikawa approached, his tone grave. Yes, it's an unusual energy fluctuation. Feng acknowledged, standing up, her calm exterior betraying a hint of tension. They exchanged a knowing glance and unhesitatingly proceeded toward the courtyard's edge. As they moved, the surroundings began to envelop in mist, and vague, grand silhouettes materialized against the distant mountains. Ishikawa inhaled deeply, his taut expression hardening under the sunlight. This is a challenge we cannot ignore, Feng. Feng nodded, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation swirling within her. Since she began her studies under Ishikawa, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent, yet this was the moment to test her growth. With a resounding shockwave echoing through the valley, the ground trembled slightly. Feng and Ishikawa remained acutely aware of the shifting environment, capturing every subtle change in the air. Recall what you have learned, and prepare for battle. Ishikawa reminded her in the serious tone of their training days, evoking memories of his teachings. A blinding beam of light surged from the depths of the fog, charged with an unparalleled electric energy. Feng swiftly summoned her inner strength, transforming it into the form of wind as she advanced toward the brilliance, exhilarated by the powerful surge. Ishikawa, equally resolute, channeled his energy, creating a protective barrier around Feng against the tempestuous force. In that moment, the entire mountain seemed to tremble, fissures spreading across the ground. At the center of this maelstrom of energy, Feng and Ishikawa stood united once more, fully aware of the peril of this challenge, yet experiencing an unspoken understanding between them. We did it, Feng gasped, glancing back at Ishikawa, her face slightly flushed from exertion. Ishikawa nodded gently, his face radiating pride. I am glad to fight alongside you, Feng. We are not alone on this journey. As their gazes locked, understanding and trust solidified between them like an unbreakable chain. Chapter 35. Resonance of Dawn. Though the future remains fraught with unknown challenges, Feng and Ishikawa are acutely aware that they shall continue to face each dawn hand in hand, weaving together a magnificent narrative that belongs solely to them. Amidst the deafening roars of thunder, the tranquility of the valley is once again shattered, plunging into a terrifying silence. However, Feng and Ishikawa remain unshaken, their inner flames of resolve ever burning bright. Taking a deep breath, Feng feels within it the essence of her determination and courage. Master, look over there, she exclaims, pointing towards the opposite side of the valley, her voice tinged with uncontainable tension and a hint of excitement. The enemy is approaching once more, but they seem stronger than before. Ishikawa gazes into the distance, his expression grave but his eyes resolute. He senses the palpable pressure in the air. Indeed, Feng, this is not merely a test of strength, but a trial of strategy as well. His tone reflects seasoned calmness, interwoven with unwavering trust. Standing side by side, the gentle breeze tousles Feng and Appo's long hair, which dances like waves, her heartbeat resonating with the silence of the moment. Ishikawa conjures his defensive art, enveloping them in a subtly glowing energy barrier, resembling an indomitable fortress. As the enemy draws near, the concentrated energy in the air surges like a tide, sending rippling waves crashing against the valley's rocky walls. Clenching her jaw, Feng swiftly channels her inner strength, feeling every cell in her body quiver with the anticipation of battle. We cannot afford to wait any longer. She turns to Ishikawa, her gaze unwavering. Let us take the initiative and see if we can disrupt their rhythm. Without hesitation, Ishikawa nods, fully aware of Feng's courage and wisdom, recognizing this as the optimal course of action. Very well, Feng. Remember our objective, distract them as much as possible. With Ishikawa's command, Feng transforms into a silver-white blade of wind, darting towards the enemy with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Ishikawa, with the steadfastness of a mountain, guides the pressurized air, forming wind blades like swords that seamlessly augment Feng's assault. The enemy, utterly unprepared for such a swift counterattack, finds themselves nearly cornered. Yet, at that moment, A more ferocious shockwave emanates from the adversaries, causing the entire valley to tremble. In an instant, Feng and Ishikawa's spirits seem to resonate at a new frequency. Feng nimbly flips through the air, evading enemy strikes, while Ishikawa stands firm, using energy as a shield to withstand the onslaught of ferocious force. Feng, are you ready? Ishikawa calls amidst the chaos. Always prepared, Ishikawa. Feng responds, her voice resolute. They understand that to create a turning point, they must unite their strengths. Their energies begin to synchronize, performing a silent symphony in the air. This is a union of spirit and power, where even time appears to slow within their realm. As the final barrier of energy erupts, the valley radiates with light, illuminating the battlefield and causing the enemy's figures to vanish in the brilliant glow, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The synergy between Feng and Ishikawa is not merely an explosion of strength, but a transcendent communion of souls. How exhilarating! We have triumphed! Feng exclaims, embracing Ishikawa, her voice brimming with victorious exuberance. Ishikawa gently pats her shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning, Feng. We have a long journey ahead. While the future remains laden with challenges, Feng and Ishikawa firmly recognize that through mutual trust and cooperation, they will invariably discover the glimmers of dawn amid the intertwining threads of fate, regardless of the storms that lie ahead. This spirit of unity shall be their inexhaustible motivation to greet each new dawn. The smoke of battle has yet to dissipate entirely, and the air still carries a tense undercurrent. Ishikawa and Feng retreat to the side, seeking to gather their thoughts in this fleeting calm. Ishikawa cannot help but reflect on the recent clash, a wave of introspection washing over him. Feng, sometimes I ponder, he muses, gazing towards the horizon, his brow slightly furrowed. While these conflicts may fortify us, the inherent dangers cannot be overlooked. Feng turns her face, silently listening. Witnessing her own and her comrades' valor in battle fills her with pride. Yet an undercurrent of unease stirs within her heart. Chapter 36. The Alliance of Stars. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind. Belonging to an elder from the Ishikawa team, a figure known for his steadiness and keen insight. Young ones, he began. You are often swept away by the euphoria of your current victories. But do you realize that some of the youthful forces among our adversaries are exceptionally formidable? He nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, the movements of that enemy just now left me utterly bewildered. She paused, a torrent of complex emotions swirling within her. Past conflicts may have been rife with misunderstandings, perhaps accompanied by unnecessary losses. The elder smiled gently, as if he had already gleaned the truth, and continued. Arin and Apos, these conflicts also honing our courage and wisdom? Perhaps this is precisely what we can learn from them. A thought sparked in Ishikawa and Apos' mind, prompting him to speak. If we can grow from each conflict, then it transcends mere opposition and transforms into a form of communication and learning. In the distance, a weathered figure approached, an enemy they had once clashed with but now bore no malice. His voice was deep and resonant. I once believed these battles to be nothing more than brutish encounters, but now it appears they serve as a crucible. Perhaps our future can be one of collaboration. A wave of relief washed over Keed, as if a new door had swung open before her. She exchanged a resolute glance with Ishikawa, a newfound sense of responsibility blossoming within her. Perhaps we can emerge from our misunderstandings. Extending her hand in a gesture of hope and reconciliation, she embraced the idea of working together towards a more harmonious future. Ishikawa clasped the enemy and Apos' hand, feeling an unprecedented warmth. Indeed, each encounter and conflict presents an opportunity for growth. As nightfall descended, the stars adorned the sky, though the battlefield lay silent. It sparkled with the intertwining thoughts and beliefs of the trio. Ishikawa and Keed understood that the path ahead would still be fraught with challenges. Yet as long as they stood united, they could usher in a vibrant and fulfilling tomorrow. As the morning's soft light pierced through the mist, Ishikawa and Keed rested in their camp. Reflecting on the previous night and Apos' musings, they acknowledged the significance of forging a new alliance. though they recognized that the journey ahead would grow increasingly complex. At noon, the former enemy, now a new ally, strolled into the camp. His name was Liao, his demeanor calm, yet both sensed the underlying resolve within him. Ishikawa offered a slight bow in respect. "Liao, we are grateful for your willingness to assist us. However, we wish to understand the specifics of your proposed terms." Liao nodded, his gaze drifting between them as if weighing the prudence of his decision. "My request is not excessive," he stated in a low, steady voice. "I hope that in the future, you can aid me in finding my long-lost family members. They too are victims of this conflict. I can provide detailed information. You would only need to assist me within your means." Keed furrowed her brow, a hint of wariness in her inquiry. "How can you assure us of the authenticity of this information?" Liao inhaled deeply, as if burying the pain of the past. "I understand your skepticism, but I can offer some clues as proof. Moreover, I believe that through this collaboration, we can witness each other in Appo's sincerity." Exchanging a glance, Ishikawa and Keed felt their resolve wavering. Keed spoke first, her tone tinged with generosity. "Very well. We will assist you to the best of our ability within our principles. But remember, we seek results from our cooperation, not unilateral sacrifices." Ishikawa nodded in agreement. "Every interaction is an opportunity for exchange and learning. Even if the path is arduous, we must trust one another." Liao smiled faintly, a hint of relief evident in his expression. "So it is settled." He then shared vital intelligence, which Ishikawa and Keed diligently recorded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three stood side by side at the edge of the camp, gazing up at the starry sky. Liao remarked, "Regardless, I appreciate your willingness to take this step." Keed looked at the night sky, her heart brimming with hope. "It is the stars that grant us the courage to continue moving forward." Ishikawa patted Keed's shoulder, feeling the solid bond of camaraderie. "No matter the challenges we face, as long as we stand united, we can embrace all possibilities that the future holds." At that moment, the starlight cascaded upon the trio, their aspirations for the future shining as brightly as the sky above. A new journey unfolded between hope and doubt, and they understood that this was merely the beginning. Liao gazed into the distant glimmer of the town, an inexplicable allure stirring within him. He sensed that this mysterious figure might be connected to the enigmatic organization. Steeling his resolve, he decided to investigate further. "I shall return shortly," Liao whispered to Ishikawa and Keed, his gaze unwavering. Keed smiled and nodded, trust glimmering in her eyes. "Be cautious, and do not draw attention to yourself." Ishikawa patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Relax, we will be right here." With a grateful smile for his companion's trust, Liao ambled toward the town, gradually disappearing into the night. The streets of the town were steeped in silence, punctuated by faint glimmers of light. Liao traversed the narrow alleys with grace, striving to remain undetected. His heartbeat quickened, memories of past encounters with the organization flashing through his mind. Suddenly, around a corner, he caught sight of a young man's silhouette. The youth appeared hurried, his steps brisk, seemingly intent on evading the gaze of others. Liao crouched low, carefully trailing behind him. "How did you find this place?" the young man suddenly whispered, a hint of tension lacing his tone. Liao halted, feigning calmness as he replied, "I too am in search of answers." The young man turned, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Liao, assessing his sincerity and trustworthiness. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them as if they could read each other's thoughts. "I possess some leads," Liao lowered his voice, adopting a non-threatening tone. "I believe we share a common interest in that organization." The young man's demeanor softened slightly at Liao's words, and he lowered his voice. "Very well. This is not the place for discussion, follow me." They swiftly navigated through the winding alleys to a secluded corner. Moonlight trickled through the dilapidated rooftop, casting an air of mystery over the floor. "My name is Ryoji," the young man finally spoke, fatigue evident in his voice. "I have been seeking the truth about them." Liao nodded in understanding. "I empathize with your plight. Past events have compelled me to unveil their secrets." He paused before adding, "Perhaps we can collaborate." After a moment of contemplation, Ryoji extended his hand. "I am willing to trust you this once." As Liao grasped his hand, a flicker of hope ignited within him. "Thank you. I shall not let you down." At that moment, the stars in the distance shone even brighter. And in a quiet corner of the town, two young men with shared aspirations silently forged an agreement. This was merely the beginning. Yet they both understood that as long as they marched forward together, the future brimmed with infinite possibilities. In the deepening night of the town, Liao and Ryoji discovered a dilapidated cabin, temporarily establishing it as the base for their operations. Chapter 37. The awakening of the mysterious crystal. The room was eerily empty, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window, casting dappled shadows across the floor. A sense of urgency, stemming from the unknown, weighed heavily upon the hearts of the two individuals seated at a rickety wooden table. "Lingjie, did you mention a mysterious emblem? What is it?" Liao inquired, his voice tinged with eagerness. Lingjie furrowed his brow, contemplating thoughtfully. "That emblem is said to be the key to entering their core organization. I stumbled upon information suggesting that the leader of this organization and those participating in their bizarre rituals always wear it." "Leader?" Liao echoed, his heart tightening. He suddenly recalled fragmented pieces of information he had heard in other fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, that leader possesses remarkable skills, with the entire organization firmly under his control. Lingjie's voice conveyed a hint of alertness, and beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of this small town lay countless mysteries. Liao nodded. "It feels like an invisible shadow looms over us." His gaze hardened. "Since this emblem is so crucial, we must find it." The two reached a consensus, exchanging a determined smile, their hearts brimming with an indomitable spirit for the future. However, they both understood that this was a confrontation from which there would be no retreat. Outside, the distant hoot of an owl shattered the silence, heightening the peculiar atmosphere of the town. Lingjie rose and approached the window, peering into the darkness beyond, murmuring, "We cannot delay much longer. They may have noticed that someone is investigating." Liao silently nodded, then retrieved an old notebook from his pocket, which contained clues about the organization that might aid them. Lingjie returned to the table, took the notebook, and began to examine it closely. In the dim light, the words on the page appeared somewhat blurred, yet Lingjie meticulously read each line, striving to extract more useful information. As Lingjie read, Liao began to formulate their next course of action. "We shall act tonight and investigate the locations mentioned in the clues." Agreed. Lingjie closed the notebook, his eyes glimmering with the same resolve. "Time is of the essence. We must hurry." A pale moon hung in the pitch-black sky, seemingly observing the unwavering determination of the two young men. Within the shadows of that dimly lit room, a clandestine struggle quietly commenced. They both understood that this path was fraught with peril, yet what of it? As long as their belief remained unshaken, no matter how arduous the journey, they would not be defeated. Lingjie stood amidst the unfamiliar forest, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. He looked up, sensing the mystery and uncertainty of the land, while also feeling a chill that matched the forest's unusual climate. He glanced down at the emblem in his hand and the notebook Liao had given him, resolved to explore along the path. "This place certainly has an eerie quality," Lingjie mused, slowly proceeding along the trail, admiring the peculiar plants he had never encountered before. They were diverse in form, as if they had stepped out from a fantastical realm. He recalled the clues in the notebook, attempting to find any information related to these plants. "Perhaps they could assist us," he thought, feeling slightly fatigued as he sat beneath a tree in Appo's shade, casually plucking a few fruits to stave off hunger. Just as he began to eat, the sound of footsteps in the distance heightened his alertness. Lingjie swiftly rose, scanning his surroundings, prepared to evade at a moment and Appo's notice. At that moment, a familiar figure gradually approached along the nearby path. It was Liao. Lingjie. Upon seeing him, Liao quickened his pace, a look of relief washing over his face. "I finally found you, Liao," Lingjie exclaimed, equally delighted, stepping forward to celebrate their reunion with a high five. His eyes filled with approval. "You were transported here as well?" "Indeed, I suspect this forest is connected to the organization we are investigating." Liao reiterated the clues from the notebook, sharing his insights once more. After an extensive conversation, the two quickly devised a plan based on the notebook's guidance. They resolved to continue searching for an exit within this enigmatic forest while hoping to uncover more secrets pertaining to the organization. Be cautious. Everything here is laden with the unknown, Lingjie cautioned, his vigilance unwavering. Rest assured, Liao replied confidently with a smile, regardless of the obstacles, we shall not be defeated. The two pressed onward, their figures gradually melding into the depths of the dense forest. Sunlight danced around them, as if silently guiding their journey. Despite the perils that lay ahead, their steadfast belief in uncovering the truth remained unyielding. The adventure of the two young men had only just begun, and their tale would continue here until the myriad shadows behind the forest were unveiled. Lingjie and Liao strolled along the forest path, surrounded by the melodic chirping of birds and the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, evoking an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Yet, beneath this calm, a hint of unease lingered. Have you noticed something amiss with the Pokémon here? Lingjie whispered, pointing to a nearby cluster of Pokémon. The eyes of those Pokémon were dull, and the eerie blue patterns on their bodies flickered ominously, sending chills down their spines. Yes, I've observed it too. They appear to be under some form of control. Liao nodded, his brow furrowing. The notebook had seemingly mentioned a similar phenomenon, further amplifying their tension. They exchanged knowing glances, silently deciding to delve deeper into the mystery. Cautiously, they navigated through the woods, striving not to disturb the dazed Pokémon. Gradually, they arrived at the entrance of a hidden cave, its mouth shrouded in vines, nearly blending into the surrounding trees. Through the gaps in the foliage, a faint blue light flickered within. Let us investigate, Lingjie suggested, though a sense of trepidation filled him. He took a deep breath, gripping the Pokeball tightly, almost feeling the subtle tremors beneath his skin. All right, Liao replied, summoning a flying-type Pokémon, ready to assist Lingjie in bypassing the obstacles surrounding the cave. Together, they mounted the Pokémon and, with its aid, gracefully soared above the cave. At that moment, a more intense blue light erupted from within the cave, nearly blinding them. They focused intently on the source of the light, ultimately discovering a massive crystal, greedily absorbing the mysterious energy emanating from the Pokémon. This crystal must be connected to the organization, Lingjie murmured, determination gleaming in his eyes. He realized that the secrets behind this phenomenon might be far more profound than they had anticipated. Look, what is that? Liao suddenly exclaimed softly, pointing beside the crystal. A colossal creature slowly raised its head, its golden eyes strikingly captivating against the backdrop of the blue light. Both held their breath, their hearts racing like drums. They understood that the next phase of their adventure had commenced, and the truth behind the mist was beginning to reveal itself. No matter what awaited them ahead, retreat was not an option. Before Lingjie and Liao could thoroughly examine the enormous creature surrounding the crystal, a rustling sound emanated from the grass nearby. Chapter 38. The Crystal Crisis. Ryosuke's last stand. Ryosuke lifted his head, and in an instant, a group of individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms emerged around him, moving with silent steps, effectively blocking the escape route for both him and Liao. Observing the menacing demeanor of the Team Rocket members, Ryosuke tightened his grip on the Pokeball in his hand, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. The leader, who remained silent, emanated a palpable aura of danger. He stepped forward deliberately. It was none other than the leader of Team Rocket, Ryo. His piercing gaze swept over Ryosuke and Liao, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Long have I awaited this moment, Ryosuke. Ryo and Appo's voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone. I have heard of your extraordinary Pokémon, and I am eager to witness their prowess. Feeling the tension rise, Liao whispered nervously to Ryosuke, what should we do? Yet, as Ryosuke gazed at the self-assured man before him, he surmised that Ryo was undoubtedly linked to the mysterious crystal. He signaled Liao to remain calm and then quietly instructed his Jengars, prepare yourself. We may require your strength. The azure glow of the crystal flickered, its brilliance intensifying, while Ryosuke sensed an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. At that moment, a black orb fell from the ceiling, crashing into Ryosuke's body. A searing pain coursed through him, severing his connection with Jengars, and the Pokeball in his hand turned icy cold. Ryo observed Ryosuke with a sly grin. as if he understood the unfolding events all too well. How about it? Shall we continue the fight? Ryosuke managed a faint smile, feigning composure. There was no rush. He recognized the gravity of his situation and knew he must seek an alternative route. The priority was to preserve his life and await an opportunity to retaliate. At that moment, several colossal flying-type Pokémon surged forth under Ryo's command, attempting to ensnare Ryosuke and Liao. Ryosuke suddenly pivoted, shouting to Liao, "Now's our chance." Liao grasped the intent instantly, summoning his Pokémon with swift precision. In a graceful motion, they soared into the air, and although Ryosuke had lost his connection with Jangars, they escaped the encirclement of Team Rocket with Liao's Pokémon's assistance. Drawing a long arc through the sky, Ryosuke watched as the Team Rocket members diminished beneath him. Resolute in his conviction that there lay a far greater conspiracy at play, it was imperative to uncover the truth and prepare thoroughly. Meanwhile, not far away in Yunhai City, the Alliance was convening an urgent task force meeting to discuss the investigation surrounding Ryosuke. Despite Ryosuke's previous notoriety, he understood that to unveil the truth, he must collaborate with the Alliance to thwart Team Rocket's deeper machinations. No matter how arduous the challenge, he had to tread this path. With the assistance of Liao and Amp, Oppo's Pokémon, Ryosuke and Liao landed safely on the ground, evading Team Rocket and Oppo's pursuit. They quickly sought a concealed location, analyzing their recent perilous situation with urgency. "Ryosuke, what was that black orb? It reminds me of the blue glow of the crystal," Liao inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. "I'm not entirely certain, but that orb severed my connection with Jangars. I suspect it may be related to the power controlling the crystal," Ryosuke replied, his eyes reflecting determination and anxiety. "This indicates that the crystal is far from ordinary. A greater conspiracy lies behind it," Liao added, a flicker of resolve in his gaze. Ryosuke nodded. "We must hasten to Yunhai City. I suspect there are clues regarding the crystal and its energy. Moreover, the Alliance's meeting could provide us with support." The two sprang into action, checking their Pokeballs and supplies before, under Liao's direction, their Pokémon lifted them into the sky, racing toward Yunhai City. Meanwhile, in a nearby subterranean cavern, a massive blue crystal greedily absorbed the pale blue energy from the controlled Pokémon, its surface gradually revealing a golden shimmer. This signified the awakening of a more potent force, and an inevitable crisis was brewing. As they soared through the air, Ryosuke occasionally lowered his head in contemplation. He recalled the complex relationship he had with the Alliance. His past independent actions had not always fostered a harmonious rapport. Yet now, in the quest for truth, he recognized he had no alternative. "Ryosuke, we are nearly there." Liao's voice broke through his thoughts. "We must persuade the Alliance to cooperate. Only through united efforts can we thwart Team Rocket's schemes." At last, they beheld the silhouette of the Alliance building rising above Yunhai City, their hearts brimming with determination and hope, aware that their forthcoming actions would dictate the fate of the world. Descending to an appropriate landing spot, they alighted firmly and hurried toward the conference room. Upon entering the Alliance building, Ryosuke immediately sensed a tense and urgent atmosphere. Everyone was preparing for the meeting, and this time, they were no longer facing threats in isolation. With allies at their side, a great weight lifted from Ryosuke's heart. "Let us unveil the conspiracy of the Crystal and Team Rocket," Ryosuke declared to Liao, hope igniting in his eyes. Liao nodded, and together they strode purposefully toward the Alliance leaders, vowing to uncover all secrets in the near future. Suddenly, the tranquility above Yunhai City was shattered by a deafening explosion. The colossal blue crystal erupted with golden radiance, instilling terror as the sea trembled violently. Shortly after entering the Alliance building, Ryosuke and Liao felt the tension escalate, an invisible weight pressing down on everyone. Yet within their hearts, a fighting spirit ignited. This struggle was of utmost importance, and they had to give their all. "The power released by the crystal is far more formidable than anticipated," Liao said, his brow knitted in concentration as he gazed out at the shifting lights. "We must expedite our actions. We cannot allow Team Rocket to reap the rewards of this chaos." Ryosuke nodded, a surge of unease yet unwavering determination swelling within him. I can feel its pulse. May my Pokémon assist us in withstanding this force. His hand grazed the Pokeballs at his waist, filled with strength and trust. At that moment, an Alliance staff member hurried in, delivering the latest intelligence to Ryosuke. This information is invaluable. We believe you can guide us through this crisis, he affirmed, his eyes reflecting confidence. Ryosuke quickly scanned the document, formulating a plan. I need to get close to the crystal. It seems to be the key to this crisis. If I can control it, we can turn the tide. Liao promptly agreed with Ryosuke and Appo's assessment, but cautioned, be careful. We are all your support. But approaching the crystal is fraught with peril. With a team of Alliance members following closely behind, they swiftly departed the building. Ryosuke felt a familiar surge of immense power coursing through him, a resonance shared with his Pokémon, growing ever stronger. Not far off, the crystal continued to tremble, exuding an air of majesty and unstoppable force. Through meticulous coordination with Liao and the other members, Ryosuke acquired the cover he needed to approach the crystal. He released his Pokémon, and all beams and energies converged, as if orchestrating a silent symphony. Channel your energy and assist me in interacting with the crystal. Ryosuke urged his Pokémon, his eyes ablaze with resolve. Chapter 39. The Realm of Shadows. The Midnight Laboratory he commanded with great intent, and the tense atmosphere in the arena began to ease slightly, as the strange golden light was gradually influenced. Although it did not dissipate entirely, it no longer appeared as terrifying as before. As all eyes focused on the peculiar spectacle where azure and gold intertwined, Ryosuke's confidence was ignited. He understood that, although this was merely the beginning, it had already brought a glimmer of hope to the crisis at hand. Once again, everyone united. The schemes of Team Rocket no longer seemed insurmountable, but rather filled with promise. As Ryosuke was fully engrossed in his interaction with the crystal, Sterling paced anxiously in the distance. He angrily addressed the intelligence officer, demanding to know what else they had failed to disclose. This concerns everyone's safety. The officer, appearing somewhat helpless, could only murmur that the higher-ups had ordered them to maintain secrecy. A surge of anger welled up within Sterling as he declared vehemently, "If anything happens to Ryosuke, I will not let this go unpunished." He turned, his gaze resolute, determined to uncover the truth at any cost. Meanwhile, near the crystal, Ryosuke and Liao cautiously observed their surroundings. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar shattered the tranquility, and a massive crystal lizard burst forth from the cavern, blocking their path. Liao reacted almost instantaneously, shouting, "Skyblade, prepare." He summoned his Pokémon and launched a fierce aerial assault, attempting to thwart the lizard's advance. A colossal storm formed in the air, momentarily trapping the crystal lizard. Ryosuke remained calm, swiftly analyzing the situation. He noticed the lizard was gathering a cerulean light in its mouth, a manifestation of the unique energy pulsating in this region. With a thought, he connected with his Pokémon to form a protective barrier enveloping their team. "Stay close to me," Ryosuke called out. "This is an exotic energy. We must tread carefully." He led the team to narrowly evade the lizard's energy breath. After a grueling struggle, Ryosuke and Liao finally identified the lizard's weakness and managed to subdue it. Despite the perilous confrontation, their collaborative prowess had temporarily alleviated the unexpected crisis. As they caught their breath, Ryosuke couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The echoes of battle had yet to fully fade, but a spark of hope had ignited within their hearts. Regardless of the challenges they faced, as long as their hearts remained united, they could overcome anything together. Sterling, in his pursuit of the truth, silently wished for Ryosuke's safety. Despite the complexities of reality, a shared belief resided within them all. They would conquer the obstacles before them. With the assistance of Ryosuke, Liao, and the other members, the crystal seemed to gradually stabilize, as if responding to their efforts. This team was lighting a beacon of hope for those lost in the midst of crisis through their actions. The aftermath of battle still lingered, yet Liao and Ryosuke stood amidst the somewhat chaotic battlefield, exchanging knowing smiles. They took a deep breath, readying themselves to recuperate. Just as they rested on the grass, Sterling approached with a grave expression. Clutched tightly in his hand was a scroll of paper, which appeared to contain urgent intelligence in need of deciphering. Everyone, this is undoubtedly a new clue we have not encountered before, Sterling stated, unfolding the paper before them. Ryosuke bent down, focusing intently on the details. The blueprint indicated a secret laboratory hidden deep within the mountains, the very source of the anomalous crystal energy they had been searching for. Ryosuke raised his gaze, scanning the faces of his team, each reflecting a mix of anticipation and concern. We have no choice. We must uncover the truth of this secret laboratory, his voice, though soft, resonated with determination. After a brief discussion, the team decided to split into smaller groups, with Ryosuke and Liao leading the investigation. Ryosuke gently placed a hand on Liao's shoulder, affirming, "Together, we will manage." "Of course," Liao replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. They continued their journey, the air in the forest tinged with tension and excitement. Ryosuke and Liao walked side by side, their unspoken understanding forged through their synergy. Despite the dangers that lay ahead, they pressed on fearlessly, ensuring that no team member lagged behind. At that moment, a blurred figure emerged from the woods, moving gracefully yet radiating an undeniable aura of pressure. Ryosuke halted, alert, positioning himself in front of the team. He noticed that Sterling had also come to a stop, his face a mixture of surprise and anticipation. "Is that you? But how is this possible?" Sterling's voice trembled slightly. The figure nodded slightly, revealing a ghostly Pokémon shimmering with mysterious power behind them. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Sterling. However, this is not the time for pleasantries." Ryosuke and Liao quickly adjusted their stances for battle, whispering to each other. Anyone's motives could be suspect, but how shall we resolve this? With unwavering resolve, Ryosuke gazed at Liao. After a brief exchange, they moved swiftly and decisively, leveraging their mutual understanding to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities, carving a path through the chaos toward the laboratory. Sterling finally regained his composure, murmuring, "We have a responsibility to resolve this issue." Witnessing this scene, Ryosuke felt a jolt of determination. He slowed his pace, surveying the surroundings, as teammates encouraged one another, prepared to face the unknown challenges once more. "Let us go," Ryosuke said, firmly patting Liao's shoulder, signaling the team to advance, unwaveringly toward the unknown. As the team delved deeper, unresolved mysteries gradually came to light, revealing new directions and empowering them for the impending adventure. Every step they took embodied the unwavering faith in their hearts, refusing to retreat. They traversed through dense woods, ultimately arriving at the enigmatic laboratory. The structure before them loomed shrouded in heavy mist, the presence of ghostly Pokémon swirling ominously around, instilling a sense of dread. Ryosuke gazed up at the entrance, internally assessing the daunting task ahead. "We must steel ourselves," Liao stated, clenching his fists with undeniable resolve. Sterling surveyed the surroundings, taking a deep breath, seemingly contemplating an important decision. Everyone paused, as Sterling's voice resonated distinctly in the solemn atmosphere. "My Jengar possesses a skill known as Realm of Shadows. This power can shift the tide in critical moments, but it requires unwavering focus from each of us." Ryosuke nodded. "All right, we will rely on you. We'll provide cover and ensure everyone's safety." They encouraged one another, resolutely stepping into the laboratory. The ghostly Pokémon flickered around them, as if monitoring the intruders. The highly intelligent defense mechanisms reacted swiftly, with traps laid at every turn. However, the team's synergy and lightning-fast reflexes became their most potent weapons. As Sterling softly chanted, Jengar unleashed its domain, the realm of shadows glimmering ominously in the darkness, both eerie and powerful. The once predatory defenses fell into disarray, as if cursed, colliding chaotically with one another. Chapter 40. The Realm of Shadows. The triumph of the Champions Alliance. Such a situation is untenable. Even Sterling's prowess has its limits. Ryosuke surveyed the shifting surroundings while contemplating. He peered into the depths of the laboratory, realizing that he must swiftly locate the control room to disable these defensive mechanisms. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. "Daigo." The champion of the Hoenn region and one of the masterminds behind this laboratory appeared. His demeanor was calm as he regarded the throng of intruders. "It seems you have finally arrived," Daigo stated, his tone laced with a touch of respect and a hint of resignation. Sterling's expression was complex, his voice low. "Betrayal is unforgivable, yet I have come to see that you are an obstacle I must confront." Thus began a confrontation fraught with tension. They refused to yield, exchanging blows that showcased their unparalleled synergy and strength. At that moment, Ryasuk understood that this was not merely a contest of victory and defeat, but a profound trial of spirit. After a grueling struggle, Sterling and his team, fortified by their trust and unity, ultimately breached Daigo and Appo's defenses. Daigo and Appo's expression was grave, yet he did not appear surprised. With a sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart, he conceded, "You have won, and I have learned that some matters must be resolved personally." As the laboratory's defenses fell silent, the team members exhaled in relief. Sterling turned to Guiz and smiled. "We did it." Radiance illuminated each team member's face, their sweat and laughter intertwining to compose the narrative of their triumph. Though challenges loomed, their faith solidified. As long as their hearts were united, no obstacle could instill fear. "Let us return and celebrate properly. There is much to be done." Ryasuk clapped his companions on the shoulder and led the way out of the laboratory. Behind them, sunlight streamed down, illuminating their shared future. Baimu and his team meandered along the winding path to the nearby Pokémon Center. A wave of fatigue washed over them, and they finally found a moment's respite in this tranquil haven. Inside the center, Baimu's gaze roamed over the bulletin board, seeking to detach himself from the recent battle. Sterling and Ryasuk began to discuss their next steps, while Guiz floated silently nearby, as if guarding them. "Have you heard?" Ash exclaimed, rushing over from a nurse with palpable excitement. "What news do you bring?" Baimu inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. "A pirate crew is gearing up to auction a rare Pokémon artifact." Ash's announcement ignited a wave of anticipation among the group. Despite the flicker of excitement within him, Baimu opted for caution. "This sounds intriguing, but we must not act impulsively. Let us assess the situation before devising a concrete plan." However, Ash appeared dismissive, biting his lip, "But this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must act before anyone else does." Baimu noticed the eagerness in Ash's eyes and smiled gently, advising, "Sometimes patience reveals the best opportunities." Just then, a cacophony erupted outside, suggesting chaos in a corner of town. Baimu and Appo's instinct stirred, and he gazed out the window. Spotting a crowd gathered, seemingly witnessing a conflict, he realized this might be the perfect chance to discern the unfolding events. Simultaneously, the pirate crew became aware of Baimu and his companions, evidently heightening their vigilance and setting up defenses with acute alertness. Baimu chose to remain discreet, silently observing the escalating chaos in the town square. "Ash, do not act rashly," Baimu cautioned softly, his eyes fixed on the distant commotion, unwilling to let his guard down. Nonetheless, Ash could no longer contain himself. He cast a quick glance at Baimu, a stubborn smile gracing his lips. "I will be careful." Then, he charged into the fray, meeting the pirate crew amidst the gasps of the crowd. In the gentle breeze, Baimu watched Ash's retreating figure, filled with a blend of helplessness and apprehension. "It seems we cannot remain idle," Ryasuk spoke, as if resolved. "We must take action, otherwise, Ash will be overwhelmed." Baimu nodded slightly, aware that the time to act had arrived. They needed to ensure Ash's safety while preparing for the challenges ahead. With a final agreement reached, they swiftly formulated a plan, and Guiz's realm of shadows would serve as their pivotal strength for this endeavor. Baimu understood that this would be yet another adventure demanding meticulous attention, yet they had never feared a challenge. Baimu stood at the edge of the square, the energy of the realm of shadows coalescing at his fingertips. His gaze was unwavering, fixed squarely on the heart of the battlefield. With Guiz's full support, the realm of shadows enveloped the area like an invisible shroud, rendering the previously chaotic battlefield eerily silent. Even the wind seemed stifled. The pirate crew members began to panic, their movements slowing as fear crept into every corner of their being. "Ash, this is your chance," Baimu silently urged. Knowing this moment was prime for Ash to command his Pokémon, Ash navigated through the shadows with agility, Baimu and Apos, instructions echoing in his ears. In the face of the oncoming onslaught, he executed his newly mastered technique, the Tornado Assault, with deft precision. His Pokémon harnessed their strength, whirling toward the pirate captain with ferocity. The violent gusts of wind and swirling force left the adversaries reeling. Simultaneously, Ryusuk's voice resonated through the Shadow Realm. The opportunity is here. We must not squander it. Baimu nodded in agreement as Ryusuk's Pokémon advanced swiftly, perfectly synchronizing with Ash's assault. Their teamwork was seamless. Under the cover of the shadows, they dismantled the once impenetrable formation of the pirate crew. Baimu could sense the deepening dread of their foes. Each move they made lost amidst the encroaching mist. "Do not worry, Ash. We are all here," Ryusuk reassured, a gentle smile soothing Ash's anxious countenance. Ash finally displayed a hint of relaxation, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. As the tide of battle shifted, Baimu quietly observed the chaotic scene stabilize. He recognized that their triumph provided a momentary sigh of relief, yet his thoughts drifted to the looming threat of Grey Dog. "We must expedite our actions," he murmured. "We cannot allow Grey Dog to set his sights on us. We need to prepare for what lies ahead." Ryusuk immediately grasped Baimu's intent, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. Our prior victory is merely the beginning. We must strategize for a prolonged confrontation with the villain." "Exactly. Grey Dog will not rest easily," Ash concurred, determination glimmering in his eyes as if he was ready to face even greater challenges. Baimu smiled lightly, reassured by the resolute expressions of his companions. No matter how perilous the journey, with them by his side, he felt invincible. Chapter 41. The final battle at the Rocket Team base. Though the battle had reached a temporary cessation, their adventure was only just beginning. They would forge ahead, undeterred by the obstacles that lay ahead. In the aftermath of the conflict, Baimu and his companions pressed onward. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the ground, momentarily blinding them. Baimu's heart raced. He recognized this as a trap set by the Greyhound that had been triggered. "Everyone, be cautious," Liang Jie shouted, swiftly commanding his Gyarados to unleash a water cannon, deflecting most of the energy surge. However, several residual waves still swept through, scattering stones in all directions. Ash quickly instructed Pikachu to use Iron Tail to shield them from the incoming debris. This was Greyhound's final counterattack. It seemed they had to exercise even greater caution. With a tense expression, Ash understood the malicious intent of their foe. Baimu shielded his eyes from the blinding light, his gaze piercing as he focused on the source of the trap and Apos' activation. "We must contemplate how to turn this crisis to our advantage," he stated, his tone steady yet resolute. After a moment and Apos' reflection, the power of his golden entry, Underworld Domain, surfaced in his mind. If they could instill fear during the struggle, it would disrupt the enemy's rhythm. In that instant, he felt immense gratitude for this ability. With Underworld Domain, we can cloud their vision and unsettle their minds. Liang Jie nodded in understanding and turned his gaze toward the vast expanse of the battlefield. He and Baimu shared a silent understanding of their next course of action. Baimu and his comrades swiftly adjusted their tactics and collaborated seamlessly. He summoned Gung-Gui and invoked Underworld Domain, enveloping the surroundings in a foreboding atmosphere. As the mist thickened, Dawu's allies displayed signs of fear, their movements becoming erratic. Their formation was in disarray. Baimu smiled faintly, his fist clenched, his heart unwavering as a rock. Greyhound was likely lurking deeper in the shadows. Amidst the silence of impending danger, the shadow of Greyhound writhed like a colossal squid in the murky depths. At that moment, Baimu and his companions had to exercise even greater vigilance. Liang Jie proposed, "We must launch a powerful attack to fundamentally obliterate this area. Only then can we eliminate these hidden threats." Baimu exchanged a glance with Ash. Liang Jie's suggestion was undoubtedly the most direct and potent approach. They needed no further words, as a single, concerted strike would suffice. The Pokémon began to gather energy, and Liang Jie directed his Gyarados to concentrate a gleaming golden beam. Baimu, Liang Jie, and Ash stood shoulder to shoulder, their minds in perfect harmony. As the light grew increasingly radiant in the air, they simultaneously issued a decisive command. A fierce flash combined with their allies' assaults, raining down upon Greyhound's concealed position, unleashing a torrent of energy that engulfed the area. The ground turned charred, and the air was thick with a searing heat. This time, they had thoroughly eliminated Greyhound's threat. Baimu felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Standing alongside his companions, the stillness around them solidified the bonds of friendship. This was but a small step in their adventure, and before them lay a new journey awaiting exploration. As night descended, the small port of Hoenn was illuminated by a few warm lights. Baimu and Ash walked side by side along the dock, the distant sound of a ship's horn occasionally breaking the tranquil atmosphere, filling their hearts with serenity. Ash, your quick reflexes during that attack were impressive, Baimu remarked, tapping his temple to emphasize the importance of mental agility. I was genuinely surprised you evaded Gung Gui's underworld domain. Ash scratched his head, a bashful smile spreading across his face. Actually, it was thanks to your guidance that I spotted the opening in that moment. As they strolled, they arrived at an open area where they had just trained, remnants of their fierce battle still faintly visible on the ground. Reflecting on the intensity of their recent conflict, Ash felt a mix of excitement and fatigue, while Baimu experienced a sense of accomplishment, finding solace in witnessing the growth of his former partner. Let us take a break. Today's training has proven fruitful, Baimu suggested, taking a seat on a nearby wooden crate, gazing toward the distant horizon. He resolved to pause for a while, recharging for the forthcoming endeavors. Ash settled beside Baimu, gazing up at the starry sky, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. Baimu, what do you think our next adventure will be like? He inquired. Complex and perilous, Baimu replied, his voice imbued with a confident smile, even without turning his head. But regardless of what awaits us, we shall give our all. That is the allure of adventure. Ash nodded emphatically. He and Pikachu had traversed numerous places and faced countless challenges, yet each experience imparted invaluable lessons. Not far off, the port's lights cast simple yet clear reflections, prompting Baimu to ponder the imminent journey to the rocket team's base, a wave of indescribable anticipation swelling within him. There lay hidden secrets, and it was here that he would confront the rocket team head-on. Once more, he would showcase his ability to wield Pokémon entries, employing his strength and wisdom to unravel the greater mysteries that lay ahead. As the night breeze grew colder, Baimu rose and patted Ash's shoulder. Let us go. It's time to rest. Tomorrow holds many tasks for us. Ash offered a weary yet content smile, following Baimu toward the small inn. The quiet dock behind them echoed with their light-hearted footsteps, as if narrating the promise of tomorrow for the two young adventurers. The next morning, the dawn light filtered through the inn's curtains and spilled onto Baimu's bed, gently rousing him from slumber. The rest he had enjoyed the previous night left him invigorated. He slowly opened the window, and a refreshing breeze carried the briny scent of the sea. As Baimu had anticipated, today was a momentous day. Ash had risen early, bustling about the inn's lobby to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing Baimu descend the stairs, he excitedly waved. Baimu, come try this. The pancakes here are delicious. Baimu chuckled as he approached and sat down to share breakfast with Ash. There was no need for excessive words between them. A mere exchange of glances conveyed their mutual trust and determination. After finishing their meal, the two readied themselves and set off toward the port. The sea breeze, imbued with a hint of salt, caressed their faces as Baimu reminisced about his past experiences with the rocket team. Despite the complexity of their relationship, he was resolved to confront this organization with a fresh perspective today. He had made up his mind to unveil the secrets lurking within the rocket team and put an end to this tumultuous chapter in his own way. Finally, they embarked on their journey to the rocket team's base. The facility was nestled beside a secluded bay, concealed behind a dense forest. Baimu and Ash exchanged glances, quickening their pace. Upon arriving at the base, Baimu was taken aback by the stringent protective measures and towering walls surrounding it. However, he did not hesitate, striding directly toward the entrance. Raising a hand to signal Ash to be prepared, it wasn't long before the rocket team and Appo's leader, Liang, appeared before them. Ah, Baimu, we meet again, Liang remarked, a knowing smile playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with danger. Liang, we both knew this day would come, Baimu replied calmly, standing firm before Liang. Chapter 42. A daring assault on the rocket team base this time. There would be no mercy. Liang, indeed, did not harbor the slightest contempt. He summoned forth his Pokémon with a sweeping gesture, filling the air with an imposing aura. Baimu and Ash exchanged nods before promptly calling forth their Pokémon, readying themselves for battle. The clash erupted swiftly. Liang launched his assault with lightning speed, aiming to intimidate Baimu. However, Baimu and Ash skillfully countered Liang and Appo's offensive with perfect synergy. Well done, Baimu, but I have yet to unleash my full power. Liang and Appo's voice resonated with the challenge, more compelling than ever. At that moment, another member of the rocket team stealthily emerged, launching a fierce attack towards Baimu, intent on leveraging the surrounding environment to suppress him. Yet, Baimu, utilizing the abilities of his Pokémon, summoned the golden power of the underworld domain, staunchly resisting the onslaught. Though he was pushed back a few steps, his expression remained unwavering. In this tense atmosphere, Baimu decisively declared, Ash, we must concentrate all our strength for a full counterattack. The two quickly recalibrated their strategy. Baimu harnessed the fear-inducing power of the underworld domain as the primary attacker, while Ash adeptly defended against the intermittent assaults. In this intricate duel of wits and bravery, Baimu understood that every step must be taken with caution. Eventually, after a series of relentless attacks, they gained the upper hand. Liang, resigned, chuckled softly and gradually lowered his commands. All right, Baimu, you have won this round. Baimu, slightly breathless, could not suppress a victorious smile. Through intelligence and valor, he had once again breached his opponent's defenses. However, this was merely one segment of their adventurous journey. The Liang and Rocket Team members before them had been thoroughly intimidated, bolstering Baimu's resolve to press onward. Within this perilous space, Baimu believed he was nearing the revelation of the Rocket Team and Appo's true secrets. Baimu and Ash walked side by side down the dimly lit corridor of the Rocket Team base, the flickering red lights on the walls serving as ominous reminders of the dangers they were about to face. An unsettling atmosphere permeated the chilly air. Furrowing his brow, Ash quietly inquired, Baimu, what shall we do next? Baimu responded calmly, we must locate the control center. It surely harbors the Rocket Team's secret plans. We cannot afford to waste time. At that moment, they felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, as if some heavy machinery were being activated. As they proceeded, they noticed surveillance cameras on the walls tracking their every move. Baimu grew wary. Clearly, they were being monitored. Before long, they arrived at a heavy metal door, the entrance to the Rocket Team's control center. Baimu gently grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open. However, the scene that awaited them took their breath away. Standing before the control panel was Liang, his imposing figure casting a chilling shadow. Liang lifted his gaze, a scornful smile adorning his face. You truly are bothersome intruders, but this game ends here. Baimu's heart raced, instinctively reaching for the Pokeball at his waist, ready to summon his Jengar. Ash, too, undeterred, clenched Pikachu's Pokeball tightly. At that moment, Liang grinned, summoning his Pokémon, Galade. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, tense energy enveloping them. Show them what you're made of, Galade. Liang commanded, and Galade unleashed a powerful psychic wave with graceful poise. Ash and Baimu reacted swiftly. Ash shouted, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped forth, releasing a dazzling surge of electricity, while Baimu confidently sent forth Jengar. The dark power of the underworld domain rapidly spreading throughout the room. Jengar, utilize the underworld domain. Baimu commanded as the dark mist enveloped Galade, ensnaring it. Liang's expression darkened. Damn it, what kind of sorcery is this? Galade struggled desperately, but found it difficult to move under the oppressive grip of the underworld domain. Seizing the opportunity, Baimu rushed to the control panel, deftly manipulating the complex machinery until he uncovered a hidden document detailing the Rocket Team's plans. Baimu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ash, we found it. Fantastic. Let us copy it quickly. Ash, equally thrilled, kept a vigilant eye on Galade's movements. Baimu swiftly copied the document, the screen illuminating with a series of intricate schematics revealing the Rocket Team's sinister plot to dominate the Pokémon world. Just as they prepared to make their escape, alarms blared throughout the room, followed by a tremendous crash as the entire base began to shake violently. Liang, fuming, waved his hand. "You won't escape so easily." With a resounding roar, the structural supports of the room collapsed, sending debris and metal shards flying, plunging the entire base into chaos. Baimu and Ash struggled through the swirling dust, their hearts racing with each explosive sound, daring not to pause for even a moment. "Keep running. The exit is just ahead," Baimu shouted as he and Ash sprinted towards the exit of the base, with the last boulder crashing down behind them. Baimu and Ash finally burst forth from the rocket team base, covered in dust, their hearts pounding like thunder. Chapter 43: The Twilight of the Spectral Domain. The dawn of the heroes' victory, however. They were all acutely aware that this was merely the first step in unraveling Team Rocket's nefarious plot, and a multitude of challenges awaited them. As the dust settled, Baimu and Ash paused, exhaling in unison, fully cognizant that their escape from the Team Rocket base did not equate to the complete dissolution of danger. "Ash, we must relay this intelligence to the Pokémon League immediately," Baimu asserted, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. He understood the urgency. This information was pivotal to the future of the entire Pokémon world. "Indeed, the sooner, the better. I have a foreboding feeling," Ash replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he clenched his fists, preparing for any potential ambush. Just then, a familiar yet disquieting voice echoed from behind them. "Baimu, I never expected you to truly betray Team Rocket." Baimu and Ash swiftly turned, only to be confronted by Grey Dog, accompanied by his fiery bird, the intense flames illuminating the surrounding darkness. Grey Dog sneered, his eyes brimming with menace. "But don't you find yourself rather naïve?" Baimu's heart was as tranquil as still water, his demeanor calm. He had anticipated this confrontation. He whispered to Ash, "This time, we must give it our all. There can be no room for error." Ash nodded, determination radiating from his gaze. "Absolutely, we can do this." Gengar and Pikachu stood resolutely side by side, bracing themselves against the wind. "Gengar, unleash the spectral domain," Baimu commanded, and in an instant, a shroud of darkness enveloped the battlefield, akin to an endless nightmare. Grey Dog, unwilling to relent, commanded his fiery bird to unleash a torrent of flames. Yet, under the influence of the spectral domain, even that previously indomitable fire seemed feeble and ineffective. Inevitably, a fierce battle ensued, with stones flying and dust swirling. Baimu understood that to decisively defeat Grey Dog, he must seize this fleeting opportunity. He steadied his mind, regulated his breath, and refocused on the essence of the battle. He could distinctly sense Gengar's mastery over the spectral domain growing ever more profound, as if their thoughts were intertwined. "Ash, launch a full-scale offensive," Baimu called out, his strategy simple and direct. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt, with all your might," Ash commanded without hesitation. With Gengar's assistance, electric currents danced amidst the darkness, creating a tempestuous onslaught directed at Grey Dog. The latter's expression darkened further, as if sensing the impending taste of defeat, his confidence shattered by the relentless barrage. "No, this cannot be," he cried out in despair, directing the fiery bird to attempt another counterattack. However, Baimu had already discerned Grey Dog's vulnerabilities, seizing the moment to command Gengar to unleash the final spectral domain. Darkness and fear enveloped Grey Dog like a colossal net, ensnaring his consciousness. At last, he succumbed to the tempestuous onslaught. Watching Grey Dog collapse, Baimu and Ash exhaled in relief. A faint smile graced Baimu's lips, a slight alleviation of the burden on his heart, yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The two exchanged glances, smiling softly. Amidst such intense confrontation, their resolve remained unshaken, as Baimu's inner voice succinctly summarized. This unwavering conviction would suffice to propel them through the myriad challenges that lay ahead. "Let us move forward," Baimu declared, his gaze shimmering with anticipation. "The machinations of Team Rocket have only just been unveiled. We have much to accomplish." Ash nodded, his face brimming with confidence and courage. "Indeed, Baimu. Together, we shall press on." They exchanged a determined glance and stepped forward, fearless and resolute, ready to embrace even more formidable challenges. fully aware that their mutual support constituted their greatest strength. As Baimu and Ash traversed the expansive meadow, sunlight bathed their faces, imparting a warm sense of determination. Just as their destination appeared within reach, a sudden commotion erupted from the thicket ahead, accompanied by the howling wind. A formidable scyther emerged into view, its razor-sharp forelimbs glinting ominously. "Ash, be cautious," Baimu warned, swiftly assessing the situation. This Pokémon could not have appeared here without reason. It was undoubtedly part of Team Rocket's scheme. A sense of unease stirred within him. "Wow, this fellow looks tough to handle," Ash exclaimed, yet the fire of challenge ignited in his eyes. Fearlessly, he drew Pikachu's Pokeball, ready to engage in battle. Baimu smiled knowingly at Ash. Through their time together, he had come to appreciate Ash's courage and strength. He calmly sent forth Gengar, preparing for a full-scale confrontation. "Gengar, unleash the spectral domain, and let it experience the taste of fear," Baimu commanded resolutely. The darkness of the spectral domain enveloped the arena, resembling a colossal vortex, striving to instill terror in Scyther. However, Scyther appeared undaunted, its pincers thrashing as if attempting to break free from the shadows. "Pikachu, discharge your electricity," Ash promptly instructed, unleashing a torrent of electrical energy alongside Pikachu's battle cry, intertwining lightning with darkness to form a formidable attack. At that moment, the bushes rustled once more, revealing the imposing figure of Ponghu, a sinister smile curling at the edges of his mouth as he commanded the beautiful yet threatening Milotic to join the fray. "Baimu, your journey ends here," Ponghu proclaimed confidently, simultaneously directing Milotic to assault Baimu and Ash. Baimu furrowed his brow, quickly discerning Milotic's intentions. He remained composed, addressing Ash. "We must stabilize our position, ascertain our opponent's movements, and then seek an opportunity to counterattack." Ash nodded, trusting Baimu, fully aware that this was a pivotal moment in their collaborative resistance against their adversaries. The spectral domain unleashed by Gengar, along with Pikachu's thunderous might, relentlessly pressured Scyther's defenses, while Ponghu's Milotic attempted to employ cunning maneuvers to prolong the battle. Yet, she clearly underestimated Ash and Baimu's indomitable spirit, ultimately seizing a prime opportunity. Baimu commanded Gengar to amplify the terrifying aura, while Ash instructed Pikachu to unleash a dazzling electrical assault. The two forces converged, overpowering both Scyther and Milotic, swiftly altering the tide of battle. Ponghu's expression darkened, his head bowed in reluctant defeat, aware that Team Rocket's plan had once again unraveled. Through the synergy of Baimu and Ash, they triumphed with unwavering resolve and seamless coordination. Despite the looming dangers yet to be unveiled, Baimu believed that as long as Ash fought by his side, they could surmount any obstacle, embarking on a new journey. Their eyes sparkled with confidence and hope for the future. After the intense battle, Baimu and Ash steadied their spirits and continued deeper into the forest. The morning light filtered through the dense foliage, casting a green hue on the ground beneath their feet. Unbeknownst to them, they were enveloped in a mysterious and tranquil environment. "Ash, do you sense anything extraordinary?" Baimu inquired as Ash eagerly surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover a new Pokémon. Chapter 44, The Phantom Counterattack. The Battle of Genghis. Baimu paused, acutely aware of an unusual energy ripple permeating the air. Narrowing his eyes, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. "Xiaoji, I sense something approaching. It is prudent to remain vigilant." The two advanced with caution, when suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly from beneath the trees. There stood Dawu, his cloak billowing in the wind, a disdainful smile adorning his face. The champion of the Hoenn region surveyed them, akin to a cat eyeing two unsuspecting mice. "You are quite persistent," Dawu remarked with a hint of mockery. "Unfortunately, you will not succeed so easily this time." Xiaoji clenched his fists and shouted at Dawu, "Do you think we fear you? Baimu, let's go." Baimu nodded, exchanging a resolute glance with Xiaoji, establishing their mutual understanding. In that moment, Baimu firmly believed that their trust and cooperation were the keys to overcoming any formidable adversary. He quietly, yet resolutely commanded the Genghis to manifest its shadow realm. A chilling aura enveloped the area, causing the air to grow suddenly frigid. Dawu shivered slightly at the sight of Genghis's shadow realm, as he seemed to recognize Baimu's extraordinary prowess. However, Dawu was not inclined to concede easily. He produced a shimmering orb from his pocket and proclaimed, "You may not know what this is, the celestial elixir cauldron. Its power is sufficient to crush all opponents." In this dire moment, Baimu maintained his composure, smiling enigmatically as he replied, "Did you think you were the only one with a trump card? Behold this." With his command, Genghis unleashed an unprecedented force, shadows surging like waves, engulfing the arena. Xiaoji's Pikachu responded in kind, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning that intertwined with the shadows. Dawu was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Baimu's hidden depth, and found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Reluctantly, he had to concede his miscalculation and retreated in disarray. As Dawu withdrew, the battle came to a close. Baimu and Xiaoji exchanged a glance, smiling gently at one another, their hearts brimming with courage and confidence to forge ahead. "Let us go, Xiaoji," Baimu said, his tone infused with excitement and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Side by side, they walked along the edge of the Pokémon Master Challenge arena, the setting sun casting a warm orange glow upon them. Baimu turned to Xiaoji, unable to contain his admiration. "Xiaoji, during your match with Feng Yun, Pikachu and Appos, S reactions were astounding. I was on the edge of my seat." Xiaoji scratched his head, grinning a bit sheepishly. "Haha, it was all thanks to Pikachu's training and our synergy." However, that guy conceded rather abruptly. It felt rather strange. Baimu nodded, his gaze drifting over the other competitors engaged in fierce battles. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Feng Yun must be concealing his true strength, after all. His Blaziken did not seem to exert its full power. I suspect he may be waiting for a more opportune moment, or perhaps finds us novices unworthy of his full effort." Xiaoji blinked in confusion. "Do you think greater challenges await us?" Baimu smiled faintly, clenching his fist with determination. "Regardless, we must prepare thoroughly and fear no challenge." As dusk settled, they arrived at the stands filled with spectators, observing another intense battle. Baimu was entranced by the formidable presence and robust defense of the Onyx. Murmuring to himself, "Such a tenaciously defensive Pokémon. Defeating it will not be easy." Xiaoji analyzed the battle strategy of the opponents, quietly stating, "If it were me, I would use speed to circumvent Onyx's defenses, seeking its weaknesses to strike." Baimu nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of Xiaoji's strategy. He understood that speed and wisdom were crucial in overcoming powerful foes. He grasped the Pokeball of Genghis beside him and murmured, "In the upcoming matches, I too must find our breakthrough with Genghis." As night descended, the audience and Appos' cheers gradually subsided. Xiaoji turned to Baimu. "Shall we go find something to eat? We need to gather our strength for tomorrow's challenges." Baimu responded with a smile, "Absolutely. It is a perfect opportunity to unwind and prepare our stamina for the upcoming battles." Together, they exited the venue beneath a star-studded night sky, their strides firm and resolute. Both understood that this was merely the beginning of their adventurous journey, with countless unknowns awaiting their challenge. Yet, they were certain of one thing. As long as they worked together and inspired one another, nothing would be insurmountable. As the night deepened, upon returning to their dormitory, a somewhat somber atmosphere enveloped them. Baimu stood by the window, watching as the lights of the arena slowly dimmed. He felt a twinge of unease, for he knew that tomorrow he would face a formidable opponent. Although he had manipulated the match arrangements using the entry system, Baimu recognized that this was not a foolproof strategy. "What are you thinking about?" Xiaoji inquired, gently nudging Baimu with his shoulder as he organized his betting. Baimu sighed, expressing, "I want to prove that my strength is genuine, reliant on my abilities rather than external assistance." Xiaoji smiled gently, replying, "Sometimes, believing in ourselves is paramount. Tomorrow, let us follow through with our plan, and remember to trust in Genghis's power. It is your steadfast partner." Baimu turned back, smiling in affirmation. "Indeed, tomorrow will be our moment." As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered into the room, Baimu's spirits gradually lifted. He and Xiaoji made their way to the competition venue, where everyone awaited the imminent battle. The audience's anticipation reached a fever pitch. Baimu stepped into the arena, flanked by Xiao Ji and Genghis. Across from them stood a notably confident trainer, a Pokeball in hand, determination evident on his face. This match undoubtedly became the highlight of the day, drawing nearby trainers eager to witness this thrilling face-off. The instant the match commenced, Baimu and Xiao Ji exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly entering their battle mindset. Baimu softly called out to Genghis, who immediately floated into the air, poised like a soldier awaiting orders. Suppressed the opponent with speed and seized the opportunity to strike. Xiao Ji shouted to Baimu. Baimu nodded, and with a mental command, Genghis seemed to grasp his intent, darting forward with lightning speed. The opponent appeared caught off guard, struggling to direct his Pokémon while attempting to defend against the sudden onslaught. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands, all eyes captivated by this exhilarating clash. Flames of determination ignited within Baimu. He knew that as long as he persevered, victory would undoubtedly be his. The battle raged fiercely, with Genghis's offensive proving overwhelming for the opponent. Ultimately, with a resounding cry, Genghis triumphed over the opposing Pokémon, securing victory in the match. Baimu exhaled softly, hastening forward, knowing he had taken another step forward. Xiao Ji enveloped him in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "You did it! I knew we could overcome any challenge." The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, and in that moment, Baimu realized this was merely the beginning. Chapter 45. The non-electronic adventure of the brave. Ahead lay many challenges, yet today and Appos' triumph undeniably bestowed upon him greater confidence and courage. In this moment of burgeoning brilliance, Baimu silently vowed that regardless of the nature of the next confrontation, he would forge ahead without hesitation. In this world of Pokémon, he was destined to carve out a legend of his own. The atmosphere of the second round of the competition was even more intense than the first. Baimu and Xiao Ji entered the arena side by side, acutely aware of the fervor and anticipation radiating from the audience. Xiao Ji gently nudged Baimu with his elbow, asking if he was ready. His voice brimmed with eagerness and trust. Baimu nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips, affirming, of course. A resolute gleam sparkled in his eyes. He understood that this match was a significant step towards his aspiration of becoming a Pokémon master. As he surveyed the surroundings, Baimu noted the exceptional trainers competing in other arenas. One particular trainer caught his eye in Arena 3, demonstrating swift reflexes and innovative strategies that piqued Baimu's interest. He mentally cataloged these formidable rivals, potential adversaries he might encounter in the future. The competition adopted a free-for-all ranking format, and Baimu found himself assigned to Arena 2. Upon stepping onto the battlefield, he sensed a markedly different atmosphere compared to his first opponent. Before him stood a trainer adorned with golden insignia, whose piercing gaze revealed an unyielding demeanor, evidently unfazed by Baimu and Appos' burgeoning renown. Baimu fixed his gaze ahead, mentally reciting the capabilities of the Shadow Realm. "Let us proceed, Gengsi," he murmured, prompting Gengsi to hover into the air, poised for action. The whistle signaled the start of the match, and the opponent immediately launched an elegant yet fierce attack. Their Pokémon seemed trained specifically for speed, aiming to suppress Gengsi's agility. However, Baimu remained unflustered. He had grown accustomed to the tempestuous nature of his foes. "Gengsi, unleash the Shadow Realm," Baimu commanded calmly. Instantly, an eerie aura enveloped Gengsi, disrupting the opponent's rhythm and shrouding the arena in an ominous ambience. Utilizing Gengsi and Appos' speed alongside the formidable power of the Shadow Realm, Baimu deftly countered each assault, gradually mounting his retaliation with an air of composure. The opponent soon displayed signs of agitation and unease, clearly taken aback by Baimu and Appos' astonishing prowess. Before long, the match concluded, culminating in the opponent's Pokémon being rendered unable to continue. The audience erupted into fervent cheers once more. In that moment, as he and Xiao Ji reveled in the acclaim, Baimu's resolve to become a top-tier trainer solidified even further. Unbeknownst to him, Team Rocket and Appos' Liang and the envious Greyhound were lurking in the shadows, watching him intently, biding their time. As Baimu descended from the battlefield, he felt a mix of pride and vigilance. Each battle could harbor unforeseen perils, yet he firmly believed that with steadfast conviction, Nothing could impede his ascent to Pokémon legend. After the match, Baimu stepped down from the arena, his heart swelling with the satisfaction that accompanies victory. Xiaoji stood beside him, wearing a grin that blended excitement with admiration. Baimu, your Gingxi is truly remarkable. That shadow realm rendered the opponent helpless, he exclaimed. Baimu smiled modestly, patting Xiaoji on the shoulder. Thanks to Gingxi, we achieved today's success. However, we have yet to reach our pinnacle. Each encounter serves as a reminder of the vast knowledge and skills I still need to acquire. The two strolled along the corridor adjacent to the audience, preparing to head to the locker room to regroup and discuss their next training regimen. Meanwhile, they remained oblivious to the watchful eyes hidden in the darkness. Liang stood at a distance, cloaked in shadow, his gaze flickering with complex emotions. Beside him, the greyhound scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "Look at his smug expression, it and Appo's utterly detestable. When shall we make our move?" After careful contemplation, Liang replied coolly, "Patience. We shall strike when he is at his most triumphant, letting him savor the bitterness of defeat first. The public sentiment will aid our cause." He paused, adopting a commanding tone. "Prepare accordingly. Let's orchestrate a little incident in the next match." The greyhound nodded in understanding, although internally, he wrestled with jealousy that had simmered since Baimu acquired Gingxi. He silently vowed to seize this opportunity to deliver a crippling blow to Baimu. Meanwhile, Baimu had reconvened with Xiaoji on the training grounds, ready to embark on a new training plan. In the vast arena, Gingxi hovered gracefully, surrounded by wisps of shadow. "Baimu, how do you think we can enhance the efficiency of the Shadow Realm?" Xiaoji inquired, his gaze lingering on Gingxi. Baimu furrowed his brow in contemplation. The key lies in a profound understanding and application of Gingxi's attributes while maximizing the potential of the Shadow Realm. I believe we should focus on improving Gingxi's reaction speed and duration. Additionally, simulating diverse battle scenarios during training may allow us to comprehensively explore this ability. As the two delved deeper into their discussion, they remained blissfully unaware of the larger conspiracy that awaited them. Little did they know that in the next competition, they would face not only an opponent, but also the clandestine machinations of Team Rocket. Baimu scanned the surroundings, a flicker of unease washing over him. But he quickly dismissed it. "Regardless, as long as we are prepared, there is nothing to fear," he assured Xiaoji. Amidst the swirling sands, new challenges loomed ever closer. Whether Baimu could sustain his valiant demeanor and overcome his foes remained to be revealed. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Baimu held an empty energy ball, his mood mirroring the gray sky, filled with uncertainty and doubt. He turned to Xiaoji, saying, "What are your thoughts on this matter? These energy balls should enhance Gingxi's abilities, yet now." Baimu hesitated, seemingly reluctant to confront the possibility of betrayal. Xiaoji furrowed his brow, pondering before responding, "It and Appo's peculiar. Perhaps someone is deliberately sabotaging you. The affairs of Team Rocket are not to be taken lightly. There could be ill-intentioned individuals within their ranks targeting you." Baimu nodded, carefully returning the empty balls to the box. "It seems we must thoroughly investigate the conspirators behind this plot. Gingxi's condition has also seemed off lately. It feels as if its strength is waning." As night deepened, the training ground's lights flickered dimly. At that moment, the greyhound stealthily emerged from the shadows, inconspicuously observing them from a corner, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The plan was progressing smoothly. He relished the feeling of controlling the situation, and at last, he could exact revenge on Baimu. "Hey, are you ready for the upcoming match?" The greyhound feigned concern as he approached, breaking the silence. Baimu turned, masking his unease behind a smile. "Of course, the competition must go on. However, there has been quite a bit happening lately, don't you think?" "Indeed," the greyhound replied, pretending to contemplate, striving to conceal his inner excitement. "Perhaps we could start by investigating the basics, like whether anyone has tampered with your equipment recently." Xiaoji scrutinized the greyhound's expression, narrowing his eyes slightly but remaining silent. Chapter 46. The Phantom Domain. Unveiling the conspiracy, he always felt that this individual was unreliable. Yet he lacked the evidence to substantiate his suspicions. The following day, the competition commenced as scheduled. Baimu and Xiaoji stood resolutely in the arena, acutely aware of the necessity for utmost caution. Their sluggish start had unveiled a significant flaw in their strategy. Under Baimu and Appo's guidance, Gaisai floated. Yet its speed was markedly diminished, and its power seemed to have waned considerably. Clearly, the issue was substantial. Xiaoji, standing nearby, whispered his observations. Baimu nodded helplessly, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Gaisai. A flicker of doubt surged within him. Doubts concerning Gaisai, the energy orbs, and Team Rocket. They had to swiftly uncover a solution, otherwise, the next encounter could entail consequences far graver than mere defeat. As the match progressed, Baimu gradually recognized the insidious cunning of the gray dog, yet at this moment, he could only respond reactively. The exchanges in the arena were fierce and rapid, the cheers of the audience drowning out his thoughts. Ultimately, the contest concluded amidst applause and a sense of frustration, Baimu's inner turmoil having undergone a fierce struggle. At the moment of exiting the arena, he resolved to employ every means at his disposal to resolve the pressing issue, no matter how deep the conspiracy might be. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. As Xiaoji had remarked, we must outsmart them if we are to remain undefeated in this game. After the match, Baimu and Xiaoji encountered one another backstage. They exchanged affirming smiles, their minds simultaneously revisiting each fleeting moment of the recent battle. That guy nearly got away with it, don't you think? Baimu remarked, his tone tinged with anger. Xiaoji shrugged, yet confidence sparkled in his eyes. Fortunately, we had your phantom domain. Just look at the gray dog's expression. It's as flat as a pancake. Baimu recalled the moment Gaisai unleashed the phantom domain. The uproar and terror that swept through the audience. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. We must be grateful for it, mustn't we? He gently patted Gaisai, which emitted a significant sound, as if to convey, next time will be even better. At that moment, Xiaoji excitedly grasped Baimu's shoulder. I've uncovered some information about the gray dog. He indeed tampered with your equipment, although his intentions remain unclear. Baimu frowned, a sense of unease intensifying within him. Perhaps Liang is involved as well, Xiaoji added cautiously. Baimu pondered for a moment, formulating a plan. He looked at Xiaoji and declared, we must continue our investigation, but since we've emerged victorious, let us first celebrate and ease our minds. Xiaoji nodded. Indeed, we need to celebrate our triumph. The streets of Rainbow City shimmered with vibrancy under the night lights as the two chose a relatively unassuming CF to sit. Xiaoji handed Baimu a steaming cup of coffee, smiling as he said, regardless of everything, let us rest well tonight and devise our plan tomorrow. The surrounding clamor felt distant to them. Baimu gazed out the window, yet he could not entirely relax. The unknown challenges loomed like distant lights, flickering in and out of reach. The encroaching night reflected the uncertainty of their future. We can achieve this, can't we? Baimu softly mused, simultaneously seeking affirmation from Xiaoji. Xiaoji did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his coffee cup to victory and to uncovering the truth. Their gazes intertwined, a collision of trust and determination. Regardless of the dangers ahead, they were ready to embark on this prolonged adventure. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, gently rousing Baimu from his slumber. His sleep had been restless, shadows of the gray dog and the conspiracy swirling in his mind. It's time to set forth again, Baimu murmured to himself. Rising to prepare his Pokémon gear, Gaisai's Pokeball lay quietly at his waist. He patted it, sensing its eager anticipation. Today was significant, as the Pokémon tournament in Rainbow City was about to continue, and he and Xiaoji had to be fully prepared. Xiaoji awaited him in the living room, offering a smile as he clapped Baimu on the shoulder. Are you ready? Today might turn out differently. Absolutely, Baimu responded, his tone imbued with resolve and anticipation. Today, we must give it our all. The pair exited their lodging, arriving at the tournament venue. The atmosphere was already abuzz with excitement, trainers of all kinds gathering. The air thick with the tension of battles and the cacophony of various Pokémon cries blending into a unique and lively ambience. Xiaoji, we must pay special attention to the trainers from the Hoenn region, Baimu remarked, having spotted Dao Wu conversing with several high-ranking members of the league. He appeared to harbor doubts about himself, and they could not afford to underestimate any forthcoming actions. That guy is formidable, Xiaoji observed, his expression grave. Indeed. He is the champion of Hoenn, Baimu concurred, then a confident smile graced his lips. However, I've devised a plan. We can glean clues from this competition that may reveal connections to Liang. As the tournament commenced, Baimu swiftly settled into the rhythm of battle. His seamless coordination with Gaisai led to victories in successive matches, maximizing the potential of the Phantom Domain. The dazzling interplay of effects drew cheers and attention from the audience. Xiaoji remained equally focused, diligently gathering information from each match, leaving no detail overlooked. Their unspoken collaboration aimed to showcase their prowess while unveiling hidden secrets. Eventually, Baimu faced his semifinal opponent, a seemingly enigmatic trainer named Ing. This trainer's attire starkly contrasted with that of ordinary competitors, seemingly designed to conceal his true identity. Ing Baimu whispered the name, a depth of thought evident in his eyes. He turned to Xiaoji. Perhaps this Ing will provide us with some vital clues. Are you prepared? Of course. I've always been ready, Xiaoji replied, his expression brimming with anticipation and determination. The signal for the match to commence rang out, and Ing immediately released his Pokémon, a robust Gyarados. Clearly, this was no simple contest. Baimu took a deep breath, gripping his Pokeball tightly. Gaisai, it's your turn. As he issued the command, Gaisai floated forth, emanating an ethereal glow that instilled psychological pressure upon the opponent. As the battle unfolded, both Baimu and Ing exerted their utmost effort. Their clash transcended mere technical rivalry. It evolved into a contest of intellect and strategy. Each skill unleashed, each decision made, tested their mental fortitude. As time progressed, the tension in the arena escalated. Nevertheless, Baimu maintained his composure. He understood that as long as he remained calm, victory was within his grasp. Gaisai unleashed the Phantom Domain. At a critical juncture, Baimu decisively issued his final command. Gaisai instantly unleashed a formidable force, enveloping the arena in an atmosphere of terror akin to hell, leaving Gyarados utterly bewildered. Chapter 47. The Phantom Duel. Unveiling Team Rocket's scheme. Shadow evidently underestimated the potency of the move. His expression transitioned from confidence to disbelief, ultimately leaving him to watch helplessly as his Gyarados was vanquished. As the match concluded, Shirakumo was met with resounding applause from the audience, while Shadow silently exited the arena. Thank goodness we won, Ash exclaimed, rushing forward to celebrate with Shirakumo. This is merely the beginning, Shirakumo replied with a faint smile, his gaze shifting towards Daigo's direction. I believe we will soon unravel more secrets. The duo's adventure continued unabated. After the competition, Shirakumo and Ash took a respite at a nearby Pokémon Center. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on their table, enhancing the ambience of the twilight hour. Ash, judging by your expression, are you still immersed in the excitement of the match? Shirakumo teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Absolutely. That was one of the most intense battles I've ever witnessed. Ash responded, his enthusiasm palpable as he waved his arms. How did you manage to remain so composed against an opponent like Daigo? Setting down his teacup, Shirakumo's smile deepened with contemplation. In the face of formidable adversaries, I often find it easier to tap into my true potential. Daigo is a respectable opponent, and his Metagross is formidable. However, I am aware of Jengar's potential and trust in our synergy. I believe that was the key to our victory. Ash nodded, admiration gleaming in his eyes. I hope that one day, I can face challenges with the same composure as you. You will, Shirakumo encouraged. Your courage and determination are essential qualities of a remarkable trainer. As they engaged in conversation, the door of the Pokémon Center swung open. A young man clad in an elegant suit entered, his slightly arrogant demeanor and cautious stride immediately capturing Shirakumo's attention. Isn't that Daigo? Ash whispered, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. Daigo approached their table, and after a brief silence, he spoke. Congratulations, Shirakumo. You performed exceptionally well in today's match. Shirakumo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. It is an honor to battle against such a powerful opponent like you. Your strategy was quite clever, Daigo continued, his gaze resolute. I had thought Metagross would prevail, but it succumbed to your phantom force. That was merely due to my familiarity with the move and Oppo's characteristics, Shirakumo humbly explained. Moreover, a battle is not solely about strength. It also involves mindset and strategy. Daigo turned his attention to Ash and, with an air of mystery, remarked, I am intrigued by your future adventures and challenges. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to battle again. I look forward to that day. Shirakumo nodded solemnly. Their brief exchange lightened the atmosphere, and Daigo offered them a friendly smile before departing the Pokémon Center. Once Daigo left, Ash let out a relieved breath, curiosity evident in his eyes. What do you think his ulterior motives were for coming here? Shirakumo pondered for a moment before responding. As the champion of the league, Daigo may be assessing potential rivals and allies. For us, this is also an opportunity to glean more insights into the league and Oppo's developments. What should we do next? Continue training or seek new challenges? Ash inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. Certainly, we should explore more adventures. Countless mysteries await our discovery, Shirakumo replied, gently patting Ash's shoulder. Regardless of the challenges we face, we will confront them together. With this dialogue, their objectives crystallized. The journey ahead would not merely test their strength but challenge their friendship and convictions. New adventures awaited them, paving the path to an uncertain yet promising future. As Shirakumo and Ash stepped out of the Pokémon Center, sunlight graced their shoulders, heralding even more thrilling escapades to come. In the nearby woods, a Pidgey soared joyfully through the air. Ash turned to his companion, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Shirakumo, how many powerful trainers do you think are waiting for us to challenge them? Shirakumo smiled faintly, gazing at the distant mountains. Trainers are scattered far and wide. Challenges and adventures await us. The more, the better. Just then, a trainer suddenly appeared before them, his Pokeball reflecting dazzling light in the sun. I've heard of your prowess. My name is Rex, an elite trainer from Team Rocket, and I wish to engage you in battle. Rex's lips curled into a slight smile, yet a subtle calculation lurked beneath his seemingly friendly demeanor. Instinctively, Ash edged closer to Shirakumo, alertly stating, he doesn't seem like an ordinary opponent. Shirakumo nodded, his gaze unwavering. Very well, I accept your challenge. The battle commenced in a nearby clearing. Rex unleashed his Machoke, its muscles bulging, showcasing extraordinary strength. Shirakumo countered with Gengar, its ghostly form hovering in the air. However, as the match unfolded, Rex's expression began to shift. What should have been confidence morphed into agitation. Gengar's phantom force instilled fear in Machoke, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Rex's brow. It seems your Gengar is quite formidable, Rex remarked, feigning composure as he recalled Machoke. Let us end the battle here. I have urgent matters to attend to. This hasty decision immediately raised red flags for Shirakumo and Ash. Weren't you here to challenge us? Why the sudden desire to leave? Ash couldn't help but question. Rex chuckled awkwardly, his tone dismissive. I have other tasks to attend to. Watching Rex's retreating figure, Shirakumo and Ash exchanged knowing glances. Before long, the league's reconnaissance team arrived. Led personally by Daigo, he greeted the two with a friendly nod. I heard someone was attempting something nefarious. Shirakumo, your performance has certainly drawn attention. Maintaining a calm demeanor. Shirakumo responded with a slight smile. I merely did what was expected of me. Daigo regarded Shirakumo meaningfully, his words laden with implication. Recently, some high-ranking members of Team Rocket have been sensitive to these developments. I will continue to monitor the situation. Ash, Shirakumo, I wish you both the best of luck. As the league departed, Shirakumo and Ash gradually realized that the world before them was far from simple. Ash's resolve strengthened internally, no matter what lay ahead. They would face it together. Shirakumo patted Ash's shoulder firmly, affirming, indeed, regardless of whom we encounter or what challenges arise, we shall not waver. The pair continued along the forest path, their steps imbued with anticipation and fearlessness for the future. This brief interlude merely served as a reminder that in the forthcoming adventures, numerous enigmas and sources of power awaited revelation. Shirakumo and Ash walked along the woodland trail, their thoughts churning. They reminisced about the unresolved battle, puzzled by Rex's abrupt departure. Shirakumo squinted, feeling as if a myriad of emotions had spilled within him. Rex is indeed a complicated character. I have a strong suspicion that his departure was deliberate. As Ash walked alongside, he frequently glanced back, wary of Rex's potential reappearance. Chapter 48. The scheme of Team Rocket. He pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps we have overlooked some detail. I have an ominous premonition." "I share your sentiments," Baimu nodded, his brow furrowed. Despite his hasty departure, an unsettling feeling of conspiracy lingered in the air. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the surroundings, and a familiar figure stepped forth from behind a tree. It was Rex, a sly smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. "It appears you are indeed more perceptive than I anticipated, having swiftly uncovered my plans," he taunted. Ash clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead pulsing. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Rex smirked coldly at this juncture. "You must realize that I am a member of Team Rocket. As for my plans, allow me to divulge. Indeed, I have had my sights set on you, especially you. Baimu." He pointed at Baimu. "Your Jingars are rare pawns in this game." Baimu regarded Rex, calmly analyzing the myriad possibilities. "Your scheme will not unfold successfully. We shall thwart you," he asserted with unwavering conviction. The essence of nature swirled with the wind, and Baimu sensed the gravitational pull of Jengar's attributes on these energies. He gazed towards the distant cabin atop the mountain, where the energy flowed incessantly. "It seems everything aligns with our suspicions. That cabin must be the crux of your formation, correct?" Rex chuckled, lightly applauding. "Clever. However, to impede me, you shall need to exert greater effort." A tense standoff ensued in the woods, as Ash keenly observed his surroundings and swiftly withdrew a Pokeball from his pocket. "Pikachu, prepare for battle." Baimu too sprang into action, summoning his Jengar. He understood that to dismantle this cycle of energy, both strength and intellect were indispensable. "Rex, your game ends here." Rex shrugged, the nonchalance etched on his face. "Very well. Let us see just how formidable you truly are." With a wave of his hand, several members of Team Rocket surged forth from behind the trees, while the energy within the cabin surged ominously, seemingly poised to unleash tremendous power. Baimu and Ash exchanged a knowing glance, and instinctively began to act. Ash and Amp, Oppos, Pikachu darted towards the adversaries, bolts of electricity illuminating the air, while Jengar floated above, unleashing its shadow realm, temporarily instilling fear in their foes. At that moment, an explosion erupted from the direction of the cabin, causing the ground to tremble. Baimu's anxiety reached a crescendo. He realized time was running out. "Ash, we must stop them." Without hesitation, Baimu led Jengar swiftly towards the cabin, flanked by the retaliating Pikachu and Ash. Rex and his Team Rocket subordinates, witnessing this, turned pale and scrambled to intercept them. The valiant confrontation raged on through the mountains, with Ash exerting every ounce of strength to protect Baimu and ensure his safe arrival at the cabin. Baimu remained focused, contemplating how to unravel the intricate web of energy surrounding them. As the tremors subsided, Baimu finally arrived at the cabin's entrance. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open, bracing himself for a final confrontation. Their adventure was unveiling a new chapter, confronting Team Rocket and Amp, Oppos' more perilous schemes. This was merely the beginning. Baimu and Ash, fueled by a shared conviction, would continue to battle, embracing the unknown challenges ahead. Inside the cabin, Baimu surveyed his surroundings, one wall adorned with complex runes and scrolls, the other shimmering with pulsating energy. The air crackled with tension. He needed to act swiftly to uncover the secrets within. His fingers danced across the scroll, attempting to decipher the perplexing characters. Outside, Ash and Pikachu valiantly repelled Rex's henchmen. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt," Ash shouted, the brilliant lightning cleaving through the air, driving back the advancing Team Rocket members. Within, Baimu sensed the rhythmic flow of energy within the scroll. He quickly arranged the symbols according to his earlier analysis, and at last, a dazzling light erupted from the scroll, signifying his success in solving the riddle. At that critical moment, Rex burst through the door, his expression dark, clearly displeased with Baimu's achievement. "You are indeed formidable, but this is merely the outset." Baimu remained composed, a slight smile gracing his features. "So you let me in to confront me personally?" He knew Rex's prowess, but held firm confidence, for Ash was right outside. and they had fought side by side countless times. Rex emitted a low growl and summoned his Pokémon, a formidable Luxray, its massive form radiating intimidation. Baimu stood resolute, side by side with Gengar, ready to engage. Shadow Realm, attack! Baimu commanded, his voice unwavering as Gengar emerged, the temperature plummeting as darkness enveloped the room. Even in the face of a powerful adversary, Baimu remained calm and focused. Rex directed Luxray to launch a fierce assault, attempting to dominate the encounter with overwhelming force. The two Pokémon clashed in the confined space, Gengar deftly dodging attacks while employing its ghostly abilities to weaken Luxray. Outside, Ash and Pikachu had dispatched the last of Team Rocket's members and, without hesitation, rushed inside, witnessing the fierce battle between Baimu and Rex. He felt a surge of tension, yet was filled with confidence. Baimu, I'm here. This support bolstered Baimu, igniting a powerful resolve within him. In this fierce contest, he realized that with Ash and Appos' backing and his own intellect, they could overcome any adversity. As Rex and Appos' Luxray was forced to retreat, Baimu and Ash finally gained the upper hand. The fierce clash unsettled Rex, who recognized that Baimu was no ordinary opponent and that his plans might be jeopardized. This is just the beginning. Await your fate. Rex spat, retreating from the cabin. Baimu and Ash exchanged triumphant smiles, both aware that this was merely the first revelation of Team Rocket's intricate schemes. Their trust in one another solidified, and together, they would face more unknown challenges in this adventure. Outside the cabin, Ash and Baimu took a moment to regroup, but Baimu still felt a stirring unease within. Though they had achieved a temporary victory against Rex, they both understood that Team Rocket would not relent easily. We must always be prepared. They won't give up easily, Ash said, patting Baimu's shoulder. I know, Baimu replied, his brow furrowed, his gaze resolute. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Before he could finish, his instincts caught the sound of conflict nearby. Baimu and Ash exchanged a knowing glance, silently deciding to rush towards the source of the commotion. They traversed the woods, their pace unyielding, until they once again spotted the familiar figure, Rex leading a throng of Team Rocket members, charging towards them anew. Rex and Appos' gaze was fierce as he bellowed, they must not escape alive. Baimu instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, yet he understood what retreat would signify at this moment. Chapter 49, The Shadows Counterattack. The non-digital adventure of the hero Ash and Pikachu displayed the fruits of their specialized training, charging forward while deftly countering the onslaught of incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Shiraki and Appos' mind conjured the image of Gengar's, and this time, he resolved to shatter the impasse before him with newfound strength. Shadow Realm, Shiraki shouted, seemingly in defiance of Rex and Appos' threats. Gengar's responded, its form dissolving into countless shadows as the temperature plummeted, enveloping the battlefield in a familiar, chilling aura. The fearsome shadows began to infiltrate the hearts of every enemy, causing members of Team Rocket to spiral into chaos as they faced their dire predicament. In this shadow-laden environment, Shiraki and Ash discovered an unexpected synergy, their connection transcending understanding, reaching an unparalleled level of tacit agreement. Ash flashed a smile at Shiraki, proclaiming, I'll stand in front of you. Together, we shall vanquish them. His eyes sparkled with trust and determination. All right, let us do this together, Shiraki replied, his words simple yet resolute. He understood that Ash's courage and faith had, in that moment, become his greatest source of strength. After a fierce battle, the encirclement by Team Rocket began to crumble, ultimately leading Rex to realize his futile position, retreating in frustration with his remaining subordinates in disarray. Left at the scene, Shiraki and Ash exchanged glances, both exhaling a sigh of relief. Shiraki recognized that this was not the end. They were merely at the precipice of unraveling Team Rocket's conspiracy. For the sake of faith and friendship, he and Ash would shoulder their next challenge, unwavering and steadfast. The road ahead is still long, Ash whispered, his tone tinged with anticipation. Shiraki nodded, filled with determination. Their journey continued, with unknown adventures awaiting their conquest. In the woods after the battle, Shiraki and Ash walked side by side. the gentle night breeze brushing against their weary yet resolute figures. The trees swayed lightly in the wind, producing a delicate rustle, as if recounting the tale of their extraordinary struggle. Ash, I believe we must grow stronger, Shiraki stated earnestly. Team Rocket will not relent so easily. I understand, Shiraki, Ash replied, pausing to gaze at the twinkling stars above. Perhaps we should devise a way to enhance our Pokémon's abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Shiraki suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, we can unleash Jengar's potential through intensive training, much like the story you once told me about Jiangchun refining the Ice Lotus. Ash nodded in agreement, adding, exactly, and my Pikachu also requires new evolutionary energy to become even stronger, like Jiangyu, who opened 4 realms. They spoke no further, continuing along the forest path. After a while, they stumbled upon a campfire where a tall, amiable trainer waved at them. Hey, young trainers. Good evening. Shiraki and Ash exchanged wary glances before approaching. The man introduced himself as Adu, claiming he was sharing a rare Pokémon training technique and sought to exchange knowledge. That sounds intriguing, but why share it with us? Shiraki inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Adu smiled, a flicker of inscrutable intent in his eyes. I simply wish to meet like-minded friends. Shiraki and Ash stepped aside to deliberate, despite their doubts. They considered the potential for strengthening their skills and ultimately retrieved some elixirs from their bags for exchange. I hope these will be of assistance to you, Shiraki offered tentatively as he handed the elixirs to Adu. Adu gratefully accepted and subsequently imparted a unique training technique to them. Just as Shiraki and Ash prepared to focus on their growth, a new message arrived. Team Rocket was brewing a larger conspiracy. It seems we have no time to relax. Ash sighed ruefully. Indeed, we must set off promptly and be thoroughly prepared, Shiraki affirmed, his gaze radiating fearless resolve. The following morning, they departed from their safe zone, embarking on a treacherous journey. Each moment along the path brimmed with uncertainty, every step presenting an unpredictable trial. When they encountered the first wave of Team Rocket pursuers, Ash's Pikachu sprang into action, unleashing its newly acquired evolutionary energy to repel the foes with blinding speed. Meanwhile, Jengars wielded the power of the Shadow Realm to conjure illusions of fear, sowing confusion among their adversaries. In the brief respite, an unprecedented resolve surged within Shiraki. He understood that his companions and belief were his greatest sources of strength. On this unpredictable odyssey, he would confront every challenge alongside Ash, facing each peril head-on. Despite the long road ahead, they remained undaunted. The tale continued, their adventure merely unfolding a new chapter. In the morning forest, the air was laden with a moist essence, accompanied by the gentle chirping of birds, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Yet, this calm was swiftly disrupted by faint footsteps. Shiraki and Ash advanced along a concealed path, aware that greater challenges loomed ahead. This environment is truly relaxing, but we must remain vigilant, Ash murmured, a trace of concern on his face. Indeed, Team Rocket could appear at any moment, Shiraki replied, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. As soon as their words fell, a clearing emerged before them, a tranquil glade where sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a shadow in the center. At that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man slowly stepped out of the shadows. He was none other than the leader of Team Rocket, Liang. Shiraki, we meet again, Liang stated coldly, his eyes assessing. Shiraki was not intimidated by Liang's presence. He had anticipated this encounter. This time, I will not allow you to succeed. Shiraki met Liang's sharp gaze, recalling his previous vow. Liang smirked slightly before promptly unleashing his first Pokémon. The air crackled with the scent of impending battle as both sides locked eyes, silently sizing each other up. With the first command uttered, their confrontation erupted instantaneously. The Pokémon clashed fiercely in the clearing, their skills colliding with explosive force, sending plumes of dust into the air. Liang was as steady as a mountain, his battle-hardened experience quickly giving him the upper hand, while Shiraki relentlessly searched for weaknesses, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. It seems you have yet to grow sufficiently, Shiraki, Liang remarked, seemingly able to see through it all. Shiraki realized that relying solely on brute strength would lead to defeat. So he withdrew an elixir from his pocket, determination flickering in his eyes. He gripped the elixir tightly and summoned Jengars, unleashing his signature move, Shadow Realm. In an instant, the clearing was shrouded in a mysterious black mist, Jengar's illusions of fear engulfing the battlefield, affecting everyone present. Allies and foes alike were gripped by terror, plunging the scene into chaos. Liang, evidently unprepared, displayed a moment of hesitation. Shiraki seized this opportunity, leading his Pokémon to launch a counterattack, precise and powerful. After a while, the mist began to dissipate. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Stone, a new chapter of power. Baimu slowly approached Liang, who lay on the ground, breathless yet filled with the radiant light of victory in his eyes. This is merely the beginning, Liang, Baimu calmly remarked, realizing that their adventure had only just commenced. Xiaoji rushed over, bursting with pride for Baimu and Appo's combat prowess and wisdom. Amazing, Baimu. We truly defeated him. Yes, but Team Rocket will not relent so easily. Baimu replied softly, a surge of unwavering conviction swelling within him. As sunlight poured down anew, their adventure shrouded in mystery would continue. They understood that despite the numerous obstacles ahead, with their collective courage and indomitable spirit, they would rise to the challenges and pursue the light. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon Baimu as he walked slowly to Liang's side, gazing down at his fallen opponent, deep in thought. Though the battle had been arduous, he was certain that his synergy with Guici had advanced significantly. Thank goodness for the underworld ghost realm. Otherwise, this would have been quite troublesome. Baimu murmured to himself. Suddenly, Xiaoji dashed over, his face alight with excitement. Baimu, you were incredible. That last move was simply spine-chilling. Baimu smiled faintly and patted Xiaoji on the shoulder. This is just the beginning, Xiaoji. Although we have triumphed, Team Rocket will not abandon their schemes. We must remain vigilant. Xiaoji nodded vigorously before expressing concern. But, Baimu, what do you plan to do next? I've heard that Dawu has also set his sights on us, and he is not to be trifled with. Indeed, Dawu is a formidable adversary. Baimu replied, his expression serious as he gazed into the distance, seemingly peering through the mountains toward an unpredictable future. But how will we know unless we try? There are still many unknown entries to uncover, and Guici and I will continue to improve. The two conversed as they made their way toward the campsite. In the distance, the playful sounds of Pokémon echoed, and the lively scene was as delightful as ever. Upon reaching the campsite, Xiaoji suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a new figure not far away. Baimu, isn't that Huigo? What is he doing here? He whispered anxiously. Baimu furrowed his brow slightly, but soon regained his composure. He understood that Huigo had long harbored jealousy over his bond with Guici and would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means, no matter what schemes he concocts. We shall counter them, Baimu resolved. Huigo approached slowly, a sly smile playing on his lips. Hey, Baimu. I heard you just showcased your skills. Quite impressive. Baimu regarded him coolly. What do you want, Huigo? Why must you always adopt this attitude? I merely came to remind you that Team Rocket has more than just Liang as an adversary. You should be cautious, Huigo jested, waving dismissively before turning to leave. Xiaoji, visibly perturbed, exclaimed, what is he plotting? Don't mind him. We must prepare ourselves, Baimu said, pulling Xiaoji back toward the campsite. He knew that the current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. However, this only reinforced his belief that with teamwork, they could surmount the challenges ahead. In the warm embrace of sunlight, Baimu's stride was resolute and composed. He was aware that a new journey awaited them, and despite the treacherous path ahead, their unyielding will would guide them toward the unknown light. When Baimu and Xiaoji returned to the campsite, night had fallen, yet they were reluctant to rest. Baimu recognized that while Huigo's words were sharp, they bore a kernel of truth. The influence of Team Rocket ran deep, and they needed to remain vigilant. Sitting by the campfire, Xiaoji stirred the flames while inquiring, Baimu, are those entries you mentioned truly that powerful? Baimu pondered for a moment. To me, these entries are sources of strength. Behind each entry lies the potential for greatness. The key is in how we unearth it. With that, he revealed a confident smile. As the night deepened, The campfire illuminated their faces, but Baimu suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. It was the instinct of a seasoned adventurer warning him that a crisis was looming. The following morning, Baimu and Xiaoji embarked on a new journey, heading towards the mysterious forest beyond the campsite. Shortly after entering the woods, they noticed the surroundings growing increasingly somber, a gloom that seemed to stem from both the dense canopy and an elusive atmosphere. "There's an indescribable feeling here," Xiaoji remarked, scratching his head, visibly uneasy. Baimu nodded in agreement. "This is uncharted territory. Perhaps there lies a hidden Pokémon within." As they delved deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon a secluded valley. There, a stone radiating an unusual glow captivated Baimu's attention. He could hardly believe his eyes. This stone in Dapos' luminescence was unlike any Pokémon gem he had ever encountered. "Look at this luster." Baimu gently picked up the stone, feeling a powerful energy emanating from it, quickening his heartbeat. Xiaoji leaned closer, suggesting, "This might be significant. Should we test its reaction with Guixi's entries?" Just then, a commotion erupted from the other side of the forest. Baimu quickly stashed the stone away and gestured for Xiaoji to hide among the bushes. Before long, several members of Team Rocket appeared at their previous location, pointing and searching for something. Baimu's heart raced. It appeared they were also eyeing this forest. "We cannot let them discover us," he whispered to Xiaoji. The battle for Pokémon resources had unwittingly begun. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Dawu stood atop a rocky outcrop, surveying the expanse of the woods. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the ever-shifting energy waves. A smile of intrigue gracing his lips. Powerful Pokémon seemed to be lurking nearby, and there was more than one. For Baimu, challenges and opportunities had always coexisted. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Xiaoji, we must locate that rare Pokémon before anyone else. This forest has transformed from merely an adventure into a battleground." Xiaoji clapped Baimu on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. "So what is the plan moving forward?" "We must evade Team Rocket's eyes and navigate deeper into the forest. That is where our breakthrough will occur," Baimu asserted, filled with determination. In this uncharted land, Baimu and Xiaoji prepared for the challenge ahead. Regardless of the obstacles that awaited, they were ready to confront this unprecedented adventure. As Baimu and Xiaoji swiftly maneuvered through the shadows of the trees, Baimu clutched the stone that shimmered with mysterious light. He sensed the power intensifying, as if urging them to hasten their pace. "Baimu, what kind of trouble do you think this stone might bring us?" Xiaoji asked anxiously, keeping close to Baimu. "I cannot say, but we must be prepared for any eventuality," Baimu replied softly, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. "If we can harness this power, it might just transform the very dynamics of our battles." Chapter 51. The Abyssal Realm of Spirits, fighting side by side at that moment. A piercing sound sliced through the air, startling the surrounding avian Pokémon. Baimu halted in his tracks and looked up, whereupon he beheld an elderly Pokémon master appearing before them. Dressed in a simple Pokémon uniform, the pocket watch on his chest glimmered in the sunlight. "Young ones, you have inadvertently unleashed an ancient power of the forest. Do you not realize?" The master spoke with a steady voice, surveying Baimu and Xiaoji. Baimu cautiously stepped back, shielding Xiaoji. "We did not intend to create such chaos. We just—" The master nodded slightly, softening his tone. "I understand. This power must not be underestimated. It has previously caused significant calamities. However, since you have awakened it, I hope you will assume the corresponding responsibility." Baimu was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he endeavored to respond candidly. "We did not mean to, but if there is a responsibility, I shall bear it." At that instant, from afar atop a high cliff, Dawu observed the unfolding scene. He murmured to himself, "It seems Baimu is indeed a lad worthy of attention. Yet this power must not be taken lightly." Turning back, the master gazed down at Baimu and Xiaoji, continuing, "First, you must learn to control it. Otherwise, the consequences will not befall only yourselves." Xiaoji, feeling somewhat shaken, nervously inquired, "How do we do that?" After a moment of contemplation, the master replied, "I can guide you, but it will require time and patience." Baimu met the master's gaze and finally nodded. "Then please, guide us." His voice brimmed with resolve. The shadows of the forest seemed to pause in this moment of tranquility, while Dawu, blissfully unaware, continued to watch from above, his smile growing as he anticipated the unknown developments ahead. In this enigmatic and challenging forest, a new adventure had quietly commenced, and under the Master and Apos' guidance, Baimu and Xiaoji were about to embark on a journey filled with uncertainty. After a period of training, Baimu and Xiaoji gradually became adept at harnessing the ancient power under the Master's tutelage. The depths of the forest retained their mystery, with various peculiar Pokémon occasionally darting by. However, Baimu and Apos' thoughts were not solely on training. He began to realize that within this verdant expanse, he and Xiaoji bore an intangible yet significant responsibility. During a training break, Baimu sat on a rock, clutching a letter from Team Rocket. He had read it no less than 10 times, his brow perpetually furrowed. The allure and peril of Team Rocket loomed over him like a shadow, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. "What's the matter, Baimu?" Xiaoji inquired with concern, sensing his deep contemplation. "It's nothing, just pondering our next steps," Baimu replied, his tone tinged with hesitation. Suddenly, Xiaoji's Pikachu leapt onto Baimu's shoulder, wagging its tail as if to say, "Whatever it is, we will face it together." Baimu nodded, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. At that moment, a memory surfaced. He whispered, "When I was younger, I encountered a powerful trainer by chance. His name was Su Quan." Xiaoji's interest was piqued. "Su Quan? What kind of person is he?" "He is an experienced trainer who taught me many combat techniques in the wild, especially the concept of unity of mind." Baimu spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "I believe it may be time to seek him out. He might be able to assist us." Just as Baimu made this decision, the master approached silently, seemingly aware of Baimu's thoughts. "Go, perhaps he possesses the wisdom to guide you forward." Baimu took a deep breath, finally resolving himself. In this mysterious forest, he had found a new direction. He understood that, regardless of how relentlessly Team Rocket pursued them or what schemes Dawu might be plotting in the shadows, he and his companion Xiao Ji would face it all with courage. The sunlight slanted down, warming their faces. As Baimu and Xiao Ji exchanged determined glances and stepped forward, they knew a new journey awaited them, and every experience that strengthened them was worth embracing. This journey would be yet another pivotal chapter in their growth. As evening approached, Baimu and Xiaoji entered a village. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the rooftops of the cottages, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The two instinctively relaxed their pace, inhaling the sea breeze laced with a hint of salt. Xiaoji looked around, visibly excited. "It's so peaceful here. What a delightful place." "Indeed," Baimu affirmed with a nod, yet his mind remained burdened with underlying concerns. He understood that outward serenity did not imply the absence of peril. Suddenly, a young trainer approached them. Slim and sharp-eyed, he bore an almost imperceptible air of confidence. "You must be Baimu. I have come on Dawu's orders to retrieve what belongs to us, the abyssal realm of spirits." His tone was unequivocal. "We will not relinquish it easily." Xiaoji stepped forward, his voice resolute. He sensed the gravity of the situation but remained undaunted, with Pikachu leaping onto his shoulder, releasing a crackle of electricity in preparation for battle. Baimu sized up the young trainer, realizing that he was formidable. "This could be troublesome, but we are not to be trifled with," he muttered to himself before sending forth his ghastly. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Xiaoji fiercely engaging the opponent while Baimu meticulously observed, seeking weaknesses. Under Xiaoji's relentless diversion, Pikachu nimbly dodged attacks, retaliating with swift electric strikes. Baimu's ghastly flitted around the battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment. "Unity of mind," Baimu silently chanted, feeling the connection with Ghastly, which transformed into a shadow and launched a fierce assault on their adversary. The opponent evidently underestimated their cooperation, ultimately being knocked to the ground. The young trainer's arrogance dissipated, and he begrudgingly assisted his Pokémon as he departed. Xiaoji clapped Baimu on the shoulder. "This proves we can do it. No matter what enemies we encounter, there will always be a way to defeat them." Baimu inhaled deeply and nodded, feeling the strength of friendship envelop him like a sturdy shield guarding his heart. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the village, contemplating. Regardless of the hardships that lie ahead, we must press on. The two decided to rest for the night in the village before confronting the challenges of the morrow. As night fell, they shared a sumptuous dinner in a quaint eatery. Baimu's heart gradually became clearer, whether faced with the threat of Team Rocket, Wu's machinations, or future battles, he would not be alone. He had friends to stand by him. This unwavering belief became the greatest motivation for his onward journey. Having recently departed from the vicinity of the feral Pokémon, Shiroki and Satoshi encountered a seemingly seasoned trainer along the mountain path, adorned in a deep azure trainer's uniform. He wore a benevolent yet subtly authoritative smile. "Greetings, young lads. Might I have the pleasure of observing your Pokémon?" The trainer inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Shiroki and Satoshi exchanged glances, and out of politeness, Shiroki offered a slight bow. "Certainly. I am Shiroki, and this is my Goze." At that, Goze materialized beside him. Hovering in the air, its eyes still gleaming with an unusual light. Satoshi, with a touch of pride, gestured towards Pikachu, the fluffy, golden sprite standing confidently between them. "Impressive." "Quite impressive," the trainer remarked with a nod. Extending his hand, he continued, "I am Rio, an elite trainer from Sekigan Town. Shiroki, I find your Goze rather intriguing. May I inquire as to your next destination?" "We are en route to Sankin Town," Shiroki replied, laced with caution, mindful that amicable facades could conceal animosity in this world. "Sankin Town, you say?" Rio paused in contemplation, a spark of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes. "If you would permit, might I accompany you? I am confident that we could be of mutual assistance throughout our journey." Shiroki and Satoshi exchanged glances once more. Satoshi shrugged, nonchalantly stating, "The more, the merrier, I suppose." Subsequently, the trio embarked towards Sankin Town. However, as they traversed a dense forest, Shiroki sensed an unsettling aura permeating the surroundings. In the distance, a figure cloaked in a black mask materialized, flanked by several menacing Pokémon. "Shiroki, at last, I've found you," the figure uttered icily, removing the mask to reveal the contorted and envious visage of Greyhound. Greyhound. Shiroki's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Team Rocket had caught up to them. Pikachu and Appos, ears perked up, its gaze fixed warily upon them. "I shall not permit your escape today." Greyhound roared in fury, summoning a multitude of ferocious Pokémon. "We must exercise caution. There's an ambush." Rio's seasoned judgment manifested instantly. Combat erupted, an unavoidable maelstrom. Amidst the chaos, Satoshi swiftly commanded Pikachu to unleash Quick Attack, darting through the enemy ranks with lightning speed. Seizing the opportunity, Shiroki commanded Goze to cast Netherworld Realm, seemingly suspending time itself. Greyhound's cohorts were instantly ensnared in a vortex of terror, scattering in all directions. Just as Shiroki and Satoshi were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Hold." The crimson-haired Kasumi appeared along the path, her breathing labored, her expression tinged with concern. "You must exercise caution. Rio has ties to Team Rocket." Rio shook his head, asserting resolutely, "Nay, I do not condone their methods. Shiroki, I pledge to aid you in your fight against Team Rocket." Shiroki peered into Rio's eyes, discerning an undeniable sincerity. He nodded, turning to Satoshi, who responded with a smile. "In that case, let us proceed together." Shiroki firmly grasped the wind chime flower in his hand, recognizing that collaboration and courage were paramount to their journey towards the future and the triumph over all adversities. At long last, they embarked upon the path to Sankin Town, ready to face the trials that awaited. The midday sun filtered through the foliage, casting a shimmering light upon the trio as they advanced along the path. Shiroki meticulously reflected upon Team Rocket's past transgressions, casting a sidelong glance at Rio. Despite their vow to stand shoulder to shoulder, he had yet to fully relinquish his wariness. Rio seemed to perceive Shiroki and Appos' gaze, offering a gentle smile, refraining from further comment, his gaze fixed ahead, contemplating their next course of action. Satoshi, on the other hand, appeared more at ease. He sensed the subtle tension between Shiroki and Rio, opting to alleviate it with conversation. "Shiroki, have you given thought to your initial course of action upon reaching Sankin Town?" Shiroki averted his gaze, pondering for a moment. "I am contemplating a visit to the abandoned factory. It houses a clandestine Team Rocket laboratory, which may hold information of use to us. Rio nodded in agreement, adding, I had previously gleaned from a few veteran members that they were conducting experiments there. It may yield clues that will enable us to better comprehend Team Rocket and Appo's vulnerabilities. Satoshi lightly patted his cap, while Pikachu emitted a cheerful cry, prepared for the forthcoming adventure. Regardless, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Traversing the forest, the path to Sankin Town became increasingly desolate. Chapter 53, The Netherworld Coliseum. Unveiling the battle, Baimu murmured, Xiaoji, scout ahead. We'll approach gradually. Pikachu darted forward with agility, Xiaoji following closely behind. No problem, I'll be vigilant. Be careful. As Baimu and Liang cautiously approached the dilapidated factory walls, a gentle breeze rustled Liang's hair. He warily surveyed their surroundings. Liang suddenly lowered his voice, cautioning, there are sentries over there, likely left by Team Rocket. It seems they're moving something. Baimu frowned slightly, surmising that Team Rocket would never reveal their secrets easily. Recalling Xiao Xia's warning about a potential mole within Team Rocket, he harbored additional reservations and wariness towards Liang. This time, I'll venture inside myself. Baimu silently invoked the contract art, preparing to cast it at a crucial moment. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Let's see if we can bypass the sentries and ascertain what they're up to. Liang nodded in agreement. Baimu gently tapped the air with the campanula, causing a faint azure energy to swirl around them. The two swiftly and silently moved to a derelict corner of the factory, the entrance not far off. As they drew nearer, the aura of the enigmatic factory grew increasingly intense, akin to a mystery on the verge of unraveling. Baimu's resolve solidified in this somber atmosphere. Regardless of what lay ahead, he was prepared to stake everything on uncovering Team Rocket's secrets and acquiring the power to thwart their nefarious schemes. Let's go. Let Appo's take a look, Baimu uttered softly, imbued with a sense of solemnity and unwavering determination. He cast a glance at Liang, and after a brief exchange of glances, Liang nodded firmly in response. This time, Baimu was confident that even if the circumstances grew increasingly complex, he would persevere through any adversity until the light of day prevailed. Baimu and Liang continued their cautious reconnaissance along the factory's outer walls. Suddenly, their attention was captivated by a faintly glowing dragon-shaped totem on the wall. A jolt coursed through Baimu as recollections of Team Rocket's attempts to pilfer Pokémon energy flooded his mind. Could this dragon vein be the key? A trace of gravity flickered in his eyes, while Liang feigned nonchalance. It's just an old pattern on the wall, right? Liang remarked casually, a hint of deliberate indifference in his tone. However, his hand instinctively reached for the communicator at his waist. Seizing the opportunity while Baimu was lost in thought, Liang swiftly pressed a concealed button, reporting their discovery to Team Rocket. He warily observed Baimu, hoping he hadn't been detected. However, Baimu had already discerned Liang's subtle maneuver. His emotions were conflicted as he strove to maintain composure while covertly planning his next move. He knew that time was of the essence. He had to unveil Team Rocket's true machinations before Liang's accomplices arrived. Liang, I sense something amiss here. We must go inside immediately, he stated, deciding to temporarily comply with Liang's intentions and lure him into the factory's interior. Liang furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly assessing the situation. He knew that Baimu was not easily deceived, but his immediate priority was to stall Baimu while awaiting reinforcements. All right, but we must act swiftly. I have no desire to linger in this desolate place for too long, Liang replied with a forced smile. As they ventured into the factory's depths, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Baimu discreetly observed his surroundings, already formulating a plan to utilize the contract art to turn the tables at a crucial juncture. Look there, Baimu, Liang said, gesturing towards a concealed passage ahead, attempting to divert Baimu and Appo's attention. However, at that precise moment, a surge of intense energy emanated from the factory's recesses, reverberating through the air and halting them in their tracks. It's a Pokémon's, Baimu began, his tone firm and resolute. I must investigate. He swiftly evaluated the various possibilities and made a bold decision. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to locate the source of this energy. He sensed that only by confronting this unknown challenge could he unravel the true conspiracy and perhaps even acquire a more formidable power to combat Team Rocket. Upon witnessing Baimu's determination, Liang refrained from further obstruction, merely patting Baimu's shoulder with faint helplessness. "Be careful, I'll be right behind you." Beneath the veneer of their contentious exchange lay a subtle undercurrent of deception. Yet, at that very moment, Baimu had resolved that nothing would impede his subsequent actions. The light emanating from the wall gradually diminished, while the darkness within the factory's depths seemed to conceal profound secrets and an eagerly anticipated showdown. As Baimu and Liang stepped into the factory's interior, they were immediately greeted by an expansive spectacle. A colossal coliseum unfolded before their eyes, teeming with trainers whose gazes converged upon a radiant and extraordinary flame. The flame pulsated like a sentient soul, illuminating the anticipation and trepidation etched upon each face. Baimu perceived the immense power emanating from the flame, causing his heart to palpitate involuntarily. At that juncture, a trainer emerged into the arena. It was Yu Luohan. He strode forward with composure, confronting another trainer whose aura blazed with fiery intensity, Dawu, the league champion of the Feng Yuan region. Baimu had heard tales of Dawu and Appos as exploits. Witnessing him firsthand, he couldn't and Appos help but feel a sense of reverence. Dawu brandished his hand, causing the contract art to dance nimbly in the air, propelling the extraordinary flames skyward. The audience gasped in awe, while Baimu observed with even greater scrutiny. He discerned that the duel was far more than a mere friendly exchange between two trainers. It was a contest steeped in profound mystery. Baimu comprehended that there was undoubtedly a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface, and he was determined to uncover its secrets. As Dawu and Yu Luohan engaged in a fierce battle, Tang Hao emerged from the opposite side of the Colosseum, bearing a striking resemblance to Liang. Tang Hao possessed an expression of unwavering focus and determination. Gripping his iron sword tightly, he fearlessly challenged Dawu. The two swiftly engaged in a contest of swordsmanship, their blades flashing and clashing in a dazzling display that held the audience and trainers spellbound. Standing at the edge of the arena, Baimu meticulously calculated his next move. He realized that the time had come to take action. He had to find the optimal moment to intervene before everything spiraled out of control. Clutching the ghastly Pokeball, Baimu swiftly channeled his golden lexicon ability, preparing to unleash the power of the Netherworld domain to strike a decisive blow against his adversaries. Now is the moment. Baimu mused inwardly. Ghastly emerged from his grasp, swiftly enveloping the arena in an aura of dread. As the Netherworld domain expanded, the surrounding air seemed to congeal, drawing the attention of everyone present. Dawu and Tang Hao visibly faltered, while the trainers recoiled in fear. The knowledge Baimu had acquired in the past now proved invaluable. He skillfully exploited Ghastly's power to amplify his enemy's fear, catching them off guard. A flicker of apprehension crossed Dawu and Appos' eyes as he clearly sensed the impending threat. After a moment of disorientation, he gritted his teeth and began to regain his composure. Baimu, noticing this, did not relent, harboring even grander designs. He was determined to uncover the conspiracy behind the duel while simultaneously solidifying his position within Team Rocket. This Colosseum was not merely a contest of strength. It was also a validation of Baimu's resolve. Chapter 54. The Abyssal Gasland. A decisive confrontation, he sought to demonstrate that his capabilities extended beyond merely contending with the present adversary, encompassing the capacity to confront unforeseen challenges in the future. Baimu, his countenance grave, observed the unfolding situation within the arena. He exerted a subtle pressure on the ghastly Pokeball held firmly in his grasp, prompting an immediate response from Ghastly as the aura of the Abyssal Gasland intensified perceptibly. This escalation rendered the duel between Tang Hao and Daigo increasingly arduous, as the static electricity in the atmosphere seemed to coalesce into a tangible force, instilling a profound sense of chilling unease. The trainers standing nearby exchanged apprehensive glances, refraining from any rash intervention. Baimu recognized that the opportune moment had arrived. He lifted his gaze toward Daigo, his mind alert, acknowledging the formidable nature of the Hoenn League champion. At that moment, fervent shouts echoed from beyond the arena. Baimu turned to witness Wanner, her hands clasped resolutely around a longsword, single-handedly confronting a contingent of Team Rocket members. Despite her valiant efforts, she was clearly disadvantaged. A slight furrow creased Baimu's brow as he realized he could not idly stand by. "Ghastly, lend Wanner your aid," Baimu commanded. Responding promptly, Ghastly glided toward Wanner's location, employing its spectral abilities to disrupt the enemy's assault, thereby granting Wanner a reprieve. Simultaneously, Baimu began formulating his subsequent course of action. He was determined not only to unveil the conspiracy underlying this confrontation, but also to safeguard his standing within Team Rocket. Just then, Liu Chen arrived with a contingent of reinforcements, swiftly joining the fray, organizing their ranks, and initiating a counteroffensive alongside Ghastly. "Daigo, did you truly believe your machinations would remain undetected?" Baimu and Appo's voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable clarity under the shroud of the abyssal gasland. Daigo responded with a frigid smile, his gaze as piercing as an eagle's. "Baimu, did you imagine such paltry tricks could unsettle me?" His eyes swept over Liu Chen, who was directing the battle from the rear, revealing a hint of disdain. Without delay, Liu Chen directed his Pokémon in a fierce assault against Daigo's faction. The battle reached a fever pitch, with the specter of the violet cloud sect looming large, instilling a sense of disquiet among the assembled trainers. Overwhelmed by rage, Daigo appeared to make a decisive choice, initiating the legendary imprisonment formation. Baimu's heart rate quickened, recognizing this as the opportunity he had been anticipating. He intended to capitalize on Daigo's actions to expose the greater secrets concealed beneath this conflict. Concurrently, Baimu sensed that he was not merely battling for the present turmoil, but also paving the way for his future. Consequently, he persistently refreshed new abilities from the Pokémon Codex system, augmenting the potency of his Ghastly. Prepared and poised, Baimu fixed his gaze upon the tumultuous center of the martial arts arena, his heart pounding like a grand drum, sensing the imminent arrival of a cataclysmic storm. He clenched his fist, resolute in his determination to confront the unknown challenges ahead. The battle continued to unfold intensely within the arena. The scorching atmosphere permeated by the resounding clamor of lightning and fire. Baimu remained on the periphery, his eyes fixed on Daigo at the center, his objective now clearly defined. Ghastly circled overhead, the black mist of the abyssal gasland enveloping the entire area, creating an atmosphere of oppressive tension. "Wanner, maintain your distance and focus your fire," Baimu called out to Wanner, who was positioned behind him. His voice, resolute and commanding, conveyed a sense of reassurance amidst the chaotic battlefield. Wan and Appo's responded with a nod, directing her Pokémon in a determined assault. Flames and torrents of water intertwined, creating a dazzling display of combat. A trace of nervousness flickered across her face, yet it was overshadowed by her unwavering focus. She understood that this was the decisive moment. Daigo, unwilling to concede, fixed his gaze upon Baimu, his Pokeball emitting an ominous glow. With the force of a raging tempest, he summoned the legendary Pokémon. "Baimu, did you believe such petty tricks could secure victory in this battle? Your arrogance will inevitably lead to your downfall." Baimu's tone was relaxed, yet brimming with confidence. He commanded Ghastly to intensify the power of the abyssal gasland once more, causing Daigo's Pokémon to experience a surge of intense pressure, hindering their movements. Daigo's countenance betrayed a hint of unease. In this delicate moment, Baimu declared with sudden calm, "It is time to unveil certain secrets." His figure vanished before Daigo's eyes, only for Baimu's voice to resonate from behind him. "All of this has merely been my shadow clone." As his words faded, Baimu summoned another powerful Pokémon, swiftly subduing Daigo. Overwhelmed and defeated, Daigo stared at Baimu in disbelief, his mind reeling with complex emotions. The triumph in this battle brought a sense of relief to the scene. Liu Chen and Wan and Appo's approached, their expressions reflecting a mixture of respect and gratitude as they observed the shift in the tide of battle. "Thank you, Baimu," Liu Chen expressed, his voice filled with respect and appreciation. In the midst of this chaotic confrontation, Baimu had demonstrated his extraordinary abilities and unwavering resolve. Baimu offered a subtle smile, recognizing that although the smoke of battle had dissipated, This was merely the beginning of a new chapter. The secrets concealed behind Daigo had been partially exposed. Yet even greater conspiracies and challenges awaited him. "This is our new journey," Baimu asserted to his companions, his voice unwavering. "Together, we shall uncover all the truths." His eyes gleamed with determination and hope, acknowledging that the forthcoming adventures would be fraught with uncertainty, but he was fully prepared to confront the impending storm. Chapter 55. The Night of Destiny's confrontation. As the night deepened, the indigo sky enveloped the entire camp in a blanket of tranquility. Baimu's gaze remained fixed upon the great tree, where two indistinct figures lingered, as if awaiting something or concocting a plan. "What shall we do?" Wanner's voice shattered the heavy silence, soft yet resolute, her eyes reflecting a blend of unease and subtle anticipation. Baimu furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. He recognized that retreat was no longer an option, yet his mission remained far from complete. It appeared that they too were struggling. But perhaps this presented an opportunity to discern their intentions. In a low voice, he spoke decisively. Lu Chun nodded in agreement, then remarked with a hint of jest, "It and Appo's certainly preferable to waiting idly here. Wouldn't you agree?" He patted Baimu and Appo's shoulder, as if to bolster their spirits for the impending upheaval. At that moment, the two figures stirred, whispering to one another before one of them approached the camp. Baimu instinctively clenched his fists while Gaisai floated beside him, its spectral aura dimmed, yet pulsating with latent energy. The newcomer halted a few paces from the camp, illuminated by the faint moonlight, revealing his identity, Jiang Yao, a former member of the Greyhound. Baimu steadied himself, signaling Gaisai to remain vigilant. "Baimu, it's me," Jiang Yao's voice, though low, resonated clearly in the night. "I have come to settle an old score." Wanner flinched slightly, eager to speak, but Baimu gently restrained her. He understood that calmness and discernment were paramount at this juncture. "What is it that you seek?" Baimu inquired directly, striving to maintain a composed tone to diffuse the tense atmosphere. "I am here for revenge against the Greyhound," Jiang Yao replied, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Yet his demeanor was not frenzied, but tinged with sorrow. "He was my only friend. You are aware of this." Baimu nodded, mentally bracing himself as he subtly gestured to Gaisai, prepared for any unforeseen developments. "If you wish to avenge him, then I presume we are destined to clash." "Indeed. But I do not desire a futile demise," Jiang Yao responded with a bittersweet smile. "I merely wish to uncover some truths through you." Baimu raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Jiang Yao's intentions were more complex than anticipated. "You speak of truth? Are you willing to grant me an opportunity for clarification?" Jiang Yao fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Perhaps only the truth can liberate us." The air surrounding the camp seemed to freeze, and Baimu realized a pivotal moment of decision had arrived, one that could alter their fates. He inhaled deeply, placing his hopes upon this unforeseen turn of events. "Then follow me," Baimu stated, his gaze resolute and sincere. "I shall share with you all that I know." Under Baimu's lead, Wanner and Lu Qin gradually lowered their guard, and the group ventured deeper into the camp, preparing to unveil the secrets that lay beneath. Despite the myriad of mysteries, they glimpsed a faint glimmer of dawn, albeit weak, yet sufficient to guide their path forward. Baimu led Jiang Yao, Wanner, and Lu Qin through the winding routes within the camp, the atmosphere thick with tension. They finally halted before a concealed training ground. "How can there be a training ground here?" One and Appo's furrowed her brow, lowering her voice as she scanned the surroundings. Baimu gestured for her to remain calm with Gaisai and turned to Jiang Yao, stating, "We must collaborate cautiously. It ends here for now." Jiang Yao nodded, a newfound determination glimmering in his eyes, aware of the significance this collaboration held for both parties. Just then, Baimu noticed a rustling among the foliage, and upon glancing around, he discerned several indistinct figures lingering outside the training ground. He activated Gaisai's spectral domain ability, silently weaving an invisible layer of protection around them, the shadows thickening as they repelled unease and fear. "Let us address the questions you posed. We shall begin now." Baimu maintained his composure, speaking plainly, fully aware that every second could dictate their fates. "Regarding the true fate of the Greyhound," Jiang Yao began, his tone laced with hesitation. I suspect his death was not merely an accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Baimu furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. At that moment, Gaisai trembled slightly, sensing the encroaching hostility. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the far side of the camp, reverberating like thunder. Do you think you can evade punishment by hiding here? They turned to see the commander of Team Rocket, Liang, clad in a black-gold armored puppet. His eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Liang. Jiang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this confrontation was now unavoidable. Liang was evidently prepared to quash any dissent. Baimu swiftly calculated his next move, exchanging glances with Warner and Luchin. Retreat. Maintain your distance. What now? Luchin trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his palms. We have no way out, Baimu declared, his voice steady, as if consolidating all his determination into that moment. He locked eyes with Jiang Yao, conveying unspoken understanding. Jiang Yao acknowledged this with a nod, indicating his willingness to face the forthcoming challenges together. The tension between both parties surged to its peak, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. They all recognized that this conflict was not solely for survival, but also to unveil the truth and alter their destinies. Within Baimu surged an unwavering will, each action and word echoing his commitment and pursuit of this enigmatic journey. As the black-gold armored puppet advanced, the shadows they had cast upon the training ground began to coalesce imperceptibly. In this fleeting moment, they braced themselves for a pivotal confrontation determining their fates. Baimu clutched Gaisai's Pokeball tightly, his heartbeat racing in response to the standoff before him. He understood this was no ordinary conflict, but a battle intertwined with truth and destiny. Liang's gaze was as sharp as a razor. Yet just as he prepared to command the armored puppet forward, a light, resolute voice emerged from the shadows. Enough, Liang. The champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo, stepped forward. His expression resolute, exuding an air of calm that seemed almost unattainable. Chapter 56, Arena Tempest. Spectral Domain. Steven Stone gestured, and with a radiant flash, his Garchomp materialized from its Pokeball, accompanied by an imposing aura. Ray's composure faltered, a flicker of astonishment and unease crossing his features. This is Rocket business, Steven. You have no jurisdiction here, Ray asserted, his voice a repressed thunder, unable to mask his inner turmoil. Steven smiled faintly, replying with composure, I require no jurisdiction. This is merely the intervention of a righteous individual. As his words echoed, his Garchomp unleashed a torrent of power like a wildfire, engulfing the black augurite automaton. Baimu's spirit quailed. Steven's prowess was emblematic of the League's zenith. It was his first visceral encounter with the power of a League champion, akin to a tempest raging within his soul. Ray was visibly suppressed by this force, yet he refused to yield, striving to command the black augurite automaton to break through. However, each assault was deftly neutralized by Steven, as if confronting an inevitable adversary. Baimu regained his senses, knowing this was the juncture he had awaited. Jiang Yao. We must act, he murmured to his companion. Jiang Yao nodded subtly, clutching his Pokeball tightly. Spectral Domain, activate. Baimu commanded his Ghastly. Their offensive as stealthy as phantoms, yet rapidly expanding in the periphery of Ray and Appo's awareness. Gradually, Ray and Appo's attacks began to wane. His focus diverted as Baimu and Jiang Yao coordinated, seeking an opening. Ray's countenance grew increasingly grave. He was manifestly unable to withstand the combined onslaught of Baimu and Steven. Finally, a trace of resentment flashed across his face, leaving him no choice but to retreat temporarily. You will rue this, he spat, his threat brimming with animosity, before leading his remaining subordinates away. The camp returned to stillness, the air thick with the lingering tang of battle. Baimu recalled his Ghastly, his gaze resolute and clear. He turned to Steven, a deeper understanding and aspiration for the path ahead welling within him. Thank you for your assistance today, he said earnestly, his voice tinged with admiration. Steven inclined his head slightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. No need for formality. Since our objectives align, let us continue to unveil the truth behind this. Baimu nodded silently, a fierce determination surging within him. He knew that regardless of the perils ahead, he would press forward undaunted, alongside his comrades. The light of truth beckoned before him, an irresistible call. The Indigo League competition in Lily Cove City continued, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Spectators thronged the arena, vying for the best vantage points. The audience was abuzz with excitement for the day's matches, particularly after hearing that Stephen Stone would be participating. Stephen appeared on the field, his opponent a trainer of considerable renown. As the battle commenced, Stephen unleashed a powerful Pokémon that had never been seen before. A wave of disgruntled murmurs swept through the stands, with many deeming it unfair. Stephen raised a hand, signaling his intention to explain. With a firm voice, he stated, "Every trainer has the right to showcase their strength. That is the essence of competition. I have not transgressed any rules, and I hope for your understanding." His words slightly quelled the audience's dissatisfaction, but it was evident that doubts lingered in many hearts. Simultaneously, Zhang Yao stood in his own arena. As the battle began, his Pokémon moved with blinding speed, swiftly defeating his opponent with a masterful use of Pokeball skills. The audience gasped in astonishment at the display, with his Pokémon becoming a shooting star. In a secluded corner, Baimu sat quietly. He was not participating in the daytime matches, instead awaiting his pivotal confrontation. In his heart, he knew that all storms would eventually subside, and he would face whatever came with equanimity. Finally, Baimu stood in his arena, facing an experienced trainer ranked 6th. Baimu's every move exuded familiarity with tactics and mastery of strategy. He was composed and methodical. His opponent was equally determined, unleashing a fierce counterattack with his Pokémon and Oppos's unique abilities. Baimu calmly observed his opponent and Oppos's offensive, swiftly devising various possible responses. In an instant, he commanded Ghastly to unleash Spectral Domain, enveloping the arena in a faint mist, seemingly disorienting his opponent. The opponent's rhythm was disrupted, his attacks becoming sluggish. Now, Baimu thought, seizing the opportunity to launch a final assault, swiftly concluding the match. Gasps rippled through the audience, astonished by Baimu's innovative strategy and Ghastly's power. His precise judgment and decisive actions garnered admiration from many. Baimu emerged from the arena, sensing the mixture of quiet awe and boisterous energy in the air. He knew this was only the beginning, and his battles would continue. The light was ahead, and the truth awaited his discovery. After the match, Baimu left the arena, his heart stirred by emotions as untamed as the sea. He could feel the gazes of the audience, some filled with admiration, others with uncertainty, but he remained unfazed. He knew that this victory was merely a prelude, with more battles awaiting him. As he pondered, Stephen and Ray were engaged in a clandestine confrontation on the other side of the city. Ray regarded Stephen coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Stephen, you should know that my black augurite automaton is not something your trinkets can handle," Ray sneered. Stephen remained calm, showing no fear. "Ray, do you know how long I have prepared to confront this darkness?" he replied, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, Baimu felt uneasy about Ray and Oppos's special attention to him, sensing complex motives behind it. He recalled Gray, his face twisted with envy. Even though that adversary had vanished into the annals of time. "A tempest is brewing within Team Rocket, and I can only move forward," Baimu murmured to himself. He had no time to dwell on others' opinions, for his unwavering conviction was that only by unveiling all hidden truths could he earn true freedom and peace. He gently caressed Ghastly's Pokeball. "Ghastly, we have a long journey ahead," he said, knowing that their bond would be his greatest source of strength, no matter how perilous the path. In Team Rocket and Oppos's command center, Ray watched the recording of Baimu and Oppos's performance, his interest growing. A newcomer like him might bring unexpected surprises. He mused, "I must act quickly and seize the initiative before he fully matures." In this clash between good and evil, Baimu clenched his fist, his decision made. Chapter 57. The Abyssal Challenge. The non-electronic adventure of the demonic depths, he gradually exited the arena, savoring the tranquil air, and gazed upward at the sky. The sun, gently warming, seemed to illuminate his path toward the future. Baimu stood at the center of the battlefield, remnants of combat etched into the ground. He faced Dawu, lifting his chin, his eyes brimming with determination. Not far behind him, Dawu's black gold automaton lurked, poised for action, as the atmosphere grew dense with tension, palpable as if a great battle was imminent. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me, Baimu?" Dawu's voice was cold, like a piercing wind brushing against Baimu's ear. A subtle smile graced Baimu's lips, confidence igniting within his gaze. "Dawu, time will reveal everything." He retrieved the spirit ball containing his gungsi from his waist and pressed it gently. A swirl of eerie purple smoke enveloped the air as gungsi materialized, cloaked in an ominous mist. Dawu scoffed dismissively, commanding the black-gold automaton to advance, the palpable tension between them almost visible. The automaton's colossal form loomed like a moving fortress, obscuring the light behind it. This was the essence of Dawu's unyielding confidence. "We must resolve ourselves," Baimu silently contemplated. Feeling the psychic bond with Gungsi strengthening, he began to unleash the abyssal ghost domain, as the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness, instilling fear. Dawu felt an overwhelming dread. Despite his strenuous efforts to maintain his composure, the black-gold automaton's movements began to falter, even retreat. Meanwhile, Liang, hidden not far away, furrowed his brow, a mixture of unease and excitement stirring within him. "This newcomer surpassed my expectations. His abilities cannot be overlooked," he silently strategized, instructing his subordinates to closely monitor Baimu. Within the arena, Dawu sensed himself being consumed by darkness, fully aware that defeat loomed. Reluctantly, he prepared to unleash his final technique, attempting to turn the tide. However, Baimu was already perceptive, continuing to manifest the abyssal ghost domain while softly warning, "Liang, I know you are watching. This is merely the beginning." As his words fell, Gungsi lunged toward the black-gold automaton with lightning speed. An overwhelming surge of ghostly power erupted, and in an instant, the automaton crumbled into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Dawu and Appo's pupils dilated, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the outcome. Baimu effortlessly recalled Gungsi and strode toward the arena's luminous exit. In his wake, Liang's expression remained inscrutable, yet his thoughts grew increasingly intricate. "This child must not be underestimated. I must take measures before he spirals beyond my control." Meanwhile, Baimu, with his unwavering heart brimming with justice, would continue his journey forward. Walking alongside Gungsi, he was filled with anticipation and resolve for the future. Each step he took was a stride toward the revelation of ideals and truths. Upon leaving the shadowed arena, Baimu felt the air infused with an unfamiliar essence. The freshness and impending challenges ignited an unquenchable excitement within him. He lifted his gaze, sunlight cascading upon his face, as if celebrating his recent victory. With Gangxi by his side, he pressed onward, fully aware that his journey had only just commenced, with new tasks awaiting him. During his exit from the arena, Baimu received a new mission from Team Rocket. He was to venture into the Hoenn region, a land brimming with the unknown and opportunities, where he would collaborate with other members to complete a formidable task. The specifics of the mission were scarce, yet Baimu recognized it as a splendid opportunity to enhance his abilities. "It seems another challenge awaits, Gungsi," he remarked with a smile, his eyes sparkling with a yearning for the unknown. Gangxi floated beside him, seemingly responding to his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Liang's keen gaze remained fixed on Baimu. As his dispatched watchers operated in the shadows, Liang understood that this young man possessed undeniable potential, especially following his astounding performance in the preceding battle. Thus, he clandestinely devised a series of plans to ensure Baimu's capabilities remained within his grasp. Upon arriving in the Hoenn region, Baimu sensed an unusual aura enveloping him. His mission entailed not only surviving in this uncharted environment, but also undergoing rigorous training with his teammates. Baimu realized that personal growth was intrinsically tied to the crucible of challenges, and he was willing to devote all his energy to it. Majestic mountains, dense forests, and winding rivers set forth a labyrinth of obstacles for Baimu and his team. Accompanied by several companions, Baimu commenced an array of battles and training sessions. His teammates, captivated by Baimu's performance in the arena, gradually came to recognize his leadership. "Baimu, do you truly intend to lead us to accomplish this mission?" One teammate cautiously inquired, a mixture of hope and skepticism in his tone. "Absolutely. We must embrace every challenge," Regardless of its magnitude, Baimu replied steadfastly. Each individual could discern the unwavering conviction in his eyes. He understood that to unveil the truth and realize his ideals, the only path was to continually transcend himself. However, as the mission unfolded, Baimu became aware that challenges extended beyond environmental trials. Enemies lurking in the shadows and unknown forces posed equally daunting threats. Liang's subordinates monitored their every move from a distance, and Baimu remained acutely vigilant. He understood that these observers were not merely watching. Deeper crises might lurk behind their presence. Baimu recognized that his future journey was replete with untold possibilities, yet this was not merely an opportunity for growth. It served as a catalyst for his dreams. Deep within, he vowed that whatever awaited him, he would face it with unwavering resolve, never retreating. This steadfast belief was his greatest advantage in confronting the challenges and rivalries that lay ahead. Chapter 58. The Netherworld Domain. Confronting Daigo in the training arena of the Heavenly Demon Abyss, Baimu walked slowly to the center, and the entire venue fell into an unexpected silence. Gazes from all directions converged upon him, while nearby, his gungsi floated, exuding a chilling and mysterious aura around its diminutive form. Greetings, everyone. Today presents a splendid opportunity to hone our skills against one another, Baimu spoke calmly. Yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. As he spoke, the audience began to stir, whispers rising in a crescendo. ISN and Appos. Teehee the one who swept through all obstacles in Team Rocket? I and Appos. VE heard his gungsi is particularly formidable. Not far off, Suquan stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on Baimu. He sensed that Baimu had grown significantly stronger, the oppressive aura emanating from him becoming increasingly palpable. At that moment, an unknown challenger stepped forward, declaring loudly, Baimu, I challenge you. I've heard your netherworld domain is powerful, and I wish to test my mettle. Baimu paused for a moment. Then a smile of challenge graced his lips. Very well, I accept your challenge. The two took their positions, and the audience held its breath in anticipation of the impending duel. The battle commenced. Baimu swiftly commanded Gungsi to launch an attack. The figure of Gungsi danced through the air, transforming into countless phantoms, leaving the challenger's Pokémon bewildered. Now, Netherworld Domain, Baimu shouted. In an instant, the entire training arena was enveloped in a terrifying darkness. The challenger's Pokémon appeared unsettled, and in a moment of hesitation, Gungsi seized the opportunity to strike. The challenger furrowed his brow, contemplating, impressive, but this match is far from over. He quickly adjusted his strategy, attempting to withstand Baimu's onslaught. However, under the seamless coordination between Baimu and Gungsi, the challenger found himself gradually at a disadvantage. After several rounds of confrontation, Baimu finally landed a decisive blow. With Gungsi's powerful strike, the challenger's Pokémon fell helplessly to the ground. The arena erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, the audience awestruck by the thrilling contest. Baimu merely smiled gently, humbly acknowledging his opponent. This victory further solidified Baimu and Appos' standing in the eyes of the crowd. Yet he understood in his heart that this was merely the beginning of training and trials. The true challenges were just commencing. As the clamor of the arena began to recede, Baimu and Appos' thoughts delved deeper into contemplation. He realized that while the battle was exhilarating, it was still just the prologue of his journey. The surrounding crowd spoke of his triumph, but he pondered how to advance further. At that moment, Suquan stepped onto the arena. His expression conveyed a sense of unwillingness, yet more prominently, determination. He paused, locking eyes with Baimu, a glimmer of challenge illuminating his gaze. I know you've grown stronger, Baimu, Suquan said, his tone laced with a hint of tension, yet predominantly urgency. But I still want to try once more. Baimu smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Of course, I look forward to witnessing your progress. The battle began anew, both releasing their respective Pokémon. Baimu's Gungsi maneuvered effortlessly within the netherworld domain, while Suquan's Pokémon displayed a calm demeanor, evidently the result of meticulous training. Gungsi, netherworld domain. Baimu decisively commanded. Don't be intimidated. We have our ways. Suquan encouraged his Pokémon resolutely. As the battle progressed, although Suquan remained at a disadvantage, it was evident that he had prepared numerous new strategies. The audience was inspired by his persistence, erupting in fervent cheers from time to time. However, as the battle neared its conclusion, the leader of Team Rocket, Liang, had unexpectedly arrived at the scene. He stood at the edge of the crowd, observing everything with a composed demeanor. Baimu, returning to the present amidst the applause and cheers, felt a surge of tension. Baimu, Liang approached slowly, an inscrutable smile adorning his face. I admire your strength, but greater challenges lie ahead. Baimu and Appo's expression turned serious, and he lowered his gaze slightly, showing respect for the Team Rocket leader. In the next selection for Team Rocket, Liang continued, you will face the champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo. This will be no small challenge. In an instant, Baimu felt a sudden weight of pressure. Yet alongside it surged a thrilling excitement. He recognized this as the very path of growth he had longed for. Only through relentless challenges could he advance on the journey of a Pokémon trainer. I will give it my all, Baimu replied steadfastly, his eyes ablaze with unwavering conviction. Beside him, Suquan softly remarked, I believe you will win, Baimu. Despite his own reluctance, he sincerely cheered for Baimu in the face of such a formidable opponent. Baimu nodded, turning to Suquan and Liang. Thank you. I will strive to improve myself and decisively defeat Daigo next time. Then he turned, fixing his determined gaze on the horizon. On that night, the starry sky shone brilliantly, each twinkling star seemingly a radiant promise from Baimu's heart. The echoes of battle still reverberated in the arena. Yet Baimu understood that his true journey had only just begun. The following morning, Baimu, Suquan, and their companions gathered in a small town in the Hoenn region, preparing to embark on a new journey. The refreshing morning breeze mingled with the faint scent of grass, sunlight bathing each face and imbuing the young team with renewed vigor. Is everyone ready? Baimu stood at the forefront, his eyes reflecting a resolute glow. Though a hint of nervousness lingered within him, he recognized the rare challenge ahead. Absolutely, Suquan responded joyfully, adjusting his backpack as if the slight weight brought him a measure of security. He added, we are off to challenge the most formidable trainers in the Hoenn region. The other companions nodded in agreement, encouraging one another. While some felt an intangible pressure from Baimu, most were filled with admiration for his courage. Before departing the town, Baimu discreetly checked the Pokémon balls and other essentials in his backpack. The ball containing Gungsi glimmered faintly in the morning light, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Gungsi was his trusted partner, and the Netherworld domain was his sharpest weapon. The scenery in Hoenn is truly beautiful. I hope the battles don't conclude too swiftly, Suquan mused, his mood as light as his footsteps. Baimu glanced at him, playfully remarking, fear not. We are to face the champion of the league, Daigo. Chapter 59, The Abyssal Domain. The final battle in Hoenn. As they traversed the verdant path, the group moved forward, with Baimu occasionally pausing to mentally prepare for the impending confrontation. He repeatedly reminded himself that facing Daigo required immense courage and resilience. They soon arrived at an expansive meadow, the last resting place before the battle. The earlier warnings from Liang echoed in his mind. This would be a considerable challenge. Each of his words seemed to test Baimu and Appo's resolve. Be cautious, Suquan suddenly became serious, patting Baimu on the shoulder. I believe in you. But this time we must give it our all. Baimu nodded, a slight smile on his face, not only in response to Suquan, but also as a reaffirmation to himself. I will. As the sun climbed higher, its rays intensified. Baimu, Suquan, and their companions gathered, steadying their emotions as they approached the battleground in Hoenn. Baimu understood that even with the aid of the Abyssal Domain, victory would not come easily. Yet, the anticipation and tension within him propelled him forward, guiding him toward a broader future. Thus, they continued onward, ready to face the champions of Hoenn and the vast Pokémon world ahead. Baimu's pursuit of his dreams grew ever more resolute, becoming an exceptional Pokémon trainer. The battleground lay before them, and Baimu and Suquan stood at the entrance, quietly awaiting the adjustment of their comrades. The air was thick with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, rendering the atmosphere somewhat grave. Baimu, this place truly lives up to its reputation as Hoenn's battleground. Are you prepared? Suquan smiled, casting a trusting glance at Baimu. Baimu nodded slightly, feeling a complex yet exhilarating swirl of emotions. At that moment, Daigo stood at the opposite end of the battlefield, his demeanor relaxed, yet his gaze remained intensely focused. Beside him was his formidable Pokémon, Metagross. Daigo surveyed the audience gathered around the arena, clearly intrigued by the upcoming clash. Baimu, he called out, his voice steady and clear, your reputation precedes you. Today, I wish to witness your prowess firsthand. A palpable tension filled the air as the spectators murmured, speculating about Baimu's battle style. Baimu inhaled deeply, turning to his Jengar beside him. Are we ready? Jengar met his gaze with a resolute look, a silent bond forged through numerous trials. Baimu felt the tension within him transforming into strength, knowing that the abyssal domain was their greatest asset. As the battle commenced, Baimu commanded, Jengar, unleash the abyssal domain. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A chilling aura enveloped the arena, silencing the audience in awe. Daigo no longer underestimated his opponent. He maintained his composure, directing Metagross to counter. Jengar moved fluidly across the field, its ghostly form confounding the enemy. Baimu seized the moment, utilizing his ability to refresh his commands, enhancing Jengar and Appos' attacks and gradually turning the tide. Daigo was internally astonished by Baimu and Appos' rapid growth, swiftly recalibrating his strategy, yet feeling somewhat at a loss. On the sidelines, Suquan clenched his fists, silently urging, faster, just a bit faster. He fervently hoped Baimu could prove himself in this battle. Time slipped away, and the atmosphere in the arena intensified. At this moment, Baimu's mind was clear. Filled only with unwavering conviction, this was for his dream and to liberate the souls oppressed by the likes of Grey Dog and Liang. His yearning manifested in every strike Jengar made. Ultimately, amidst the audience's hushed breaths, Jengar delivered the final blow, triumphing over Metagross. As Daigo revealed a nod of approval, the fierce and intricate battle concluded. Baimu not only claimed victory, but also earned the respect and admiration of everyone present. Suquan rushed forward, excitedly patting Baimu on the shoulder, while Baimu felt gratitude swell within him, gazing upward at the sky. The journey of life continued, and this battle was merely the beginning of his venture into a broader world. It solidified his belief that this was just another step on his journey. Having triumphed in his remarkable duel with Daigo, Baimu's eyes sparkled with determination. The onlookers buzzed with admiration for his recent performance. Seizing the moment, Baimu stepped away to lean against a large tree, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He understood that victory was merely a temporary pause. The road ahead would demand relentless effort. At that moment, Liang emerged into view, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he approached Baimu. Do you think such a victory secures your place within Team Rocket? He taunted, his gaze dripping with provocation. If you truly possess the capability, defeat me with your own strength. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Baimu slowly opened his eyes and regarded Liang. Aware that his opponent's strength was formidable, yet undeterred by his words. For the sake of the oppressed souls, he had to give his all. Liang tossed a Pokeball, coldly declaring, let me see the true power of this rising star. As his powerful Pokémon emerged, the audience gasped, unprepared for the ensuing intensity of the battles. Baimu took a deep breath, steadied himself, and commanded, Jengar, once more, unleash the abyssal domain. With his words, the icy aura permeated the arena once again, enveloping all in a chilling atmosphere. Liang's smile faltered as he realized that this young adversary should not be underestimated, prompting him to fully immerse himself in the battle. Jengar deftly evaded Liang and Appos' attacks while Baimu calculated each opportunity with precision, his commands impeccably timed. When Liang sought to unleash a more ferocious assault, Baimu abruptly shouted, now, counterattack. Jengar arced gracefully through the air, its spectral form mesmerizing, swiftly closing in on Liang's Pokémon. Suddenly, an eruption of powerful energy surged forth, forcing Liang and Appos' Pokémon to retreat. The audience held their breath, witnessing Baimu and Appos' resolute spirit, as though they were witnessing the rise of a new star. In the end, Jengar's formidable strike utterly defeated Liang, securing victory. Baimu stood in the arena, breathing heavily but wearing a relieved smile. Su Quan, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Incredible, Baimu! You did it!" Baimu simply smiled, casting his gaze toward the sky, filled with hope for the future. This confrontation not only earned Baimu a place within Team Rocket, but also garnered him respect and trust from many. Just as Baimu began to settle from the exhilaration of his victory over Liang, he learned of Su Quan's abduction by a mysterious organization. Now, standing at the foreboding entrance of the sinister base with Jengar by his side, he sensed a wave of oppressive tension. "Su Quan, we will rescue you," he vowed. Chapter 60. The Legacy of Longway Cliff. The counterattack of Baimu. Baimu clenched his fists discreetly, his resolve unwavering. The dim light of neon lamps flickered through the partially closed window, casting dancing shadows on the wall as Baimu cautiously advanced along the corridor. Guac floated by his side, their movements synchronizing as if they were attuned to one another's thoughts. Upon entering the inner chamber, a fierce voice shattered the silence, revealing a tall, poised woman with a composed yet cold demeanor. "Have you finally arrived?" she inquired with a light laugh, reminiscent of an old friend. Standing at the center of the room was Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling, release Su Quan. Baimu's gaze was steady, his tone devoid of anger, yet filled with an unyielding determination. "Ah, if you wish for your friend to be safe, you must first pass through me," Zhu Ling replied, her words as chilling and harsh as frost on a winter's night. Yet, a hint of amusement curled at the corners of her mouth. "Guac, let's go," Baimu commanded without hesitation. The battle erupted suddenly in the confined space, as Zhu Ling's Pokémon responded with agility to Guac's onslaught. Both sides exchanged blows, the outcome hanging in the balance. Baimu felt a pang of anxiety, yet he understood that impatience would only place him at a greater disadvantage. He inhaled deeply, casting aside all distractions, and focused intently on the unfolding situation. "Do not think my strength is limited to this," Zhu Ling murmured, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Baimu sensed a new pressure bearing down upon him. With swift decisiveness, he called out, "Guac, Shadow Realm." His command unleashed a chilling aura that momentarily distracted his adversary. Right on target, Baimu rejoiced inwardly. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Guac launched a rapid assault that seemed to expose every vulnerability. Zhu Ling's Pokémon faltered under the relentless barrage, a flash of light signaling its collapse. "It appears I underestimated you," Zhu Ling remarked, her expression calm, though her tone betrayed a hint of regret. Baimu remained silent, gradually relaxing his taut form, understanding that victory was within reach. Yet, Zhu Ling suddenly exhibited an unexpected interest. "You are indeed a formidable opponent." To Baimu and Appos' surprise, she willingly released Su Quan from his restraints, gazing at him as if weighing her options. "This time, I owe you a favor, but our accounts are not settled," she stated, casting a lingering glance at Baimu before vanishing from the area with a deft use of a substitution technique. As the images before Baimu dissipated, the room settled into an eerie calm. He reminded himself to remain vigilant for the future, reaffirming his goal. Regardless of the adversary, he would not retreat. Su Quan, cradling his aching wrist, smiled at Baimu. "Thank you. I knew you could do it." Baimu nodded, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. Although this was merely a waypoint in his journey, he was acutely aware that alongside Guac, he could overcome even greater unknown challenges. Standing beside Su Quan, Baimu gripped the protective gear he had received, his heart swelling with anticipation and trepidation for the adventures that lay ahead. The place known as Longway Cliff, where the legendary Pokémon legacy was said to be hidden, beckoned him to explore its mysteries. "Take care," Su Quan said with a gentle smile, offering Baimu a piece of food he had provided throughout their arduous journey. "Thank you for the protection, Su Quan. With it, I will feel more assured," Baimu replied, gratefully accepting the sustenance. Su Quan's gear not only mitigated external harm during their travels, but also strengthened the bond between him and Guac. As time passed, Baimu ventured alone along the path leading into the depths of the cliff. The steep slopes beneath his feet were ensconced in dense woodlands, occasionally echoing the calls of unknown Pokémon. Unfazed, Baimu pressed forward resolutely, with Guai hovering nearby, as if cheering him onward. Midway through, the sky darkened ominously, distant thunder rumbling forebodingly. It seems trouble is afoot, Baimu mused, furrowing his brow as he peered ahead, where several cold figures loomed. We're the ones blocking your way. Sorry about that, one of the obstructors announced loudly, a psychic Pokémon hovering at his side, poised for action. Baimu knew that circumventing them was not an option, and a smirk appeared on his lips. You are not as formidable as you think. No sooner had he spoken than Guai shimmered with light, executing the Shadow Realm technique. Everything around them plunged into an eerie stillness, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Baimu sensed the assailant's focus waning and could not suppress his delight. This was a prime opportunity for him and Guai to strike in unison. Now, Guai, attack, he commanded. With Baimu and Appo's directive, Guai launched an assault. Before the opponents could recover, their psychic Pokémon fell, one by one, succumbing to the onslaught. You wretched fiend! The leader cursed, powerless to resist, as Baimu took advantage of the chaos to push past the fallen foes and continue onward. At long last. After a grueling climb and numerous skirmishes, Baimu stood atop Longway Cliff. The howling winds enveloped him as he and Guai twirled joyously in celebration. We did it. Prepare to embrace the legacy. At the summit, amidst dazzling light, an incredible power coursed through his body, and Baimu felt an indescribable connection deepen between him and Guai. Thank you, Guai, he said, gently patting its head, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He understood that this was merely the beginning of his renewed journey. Meanwhile, Suquan awaited patiently at the cliff's base. As Baimu approached from afar, a sense of contentment washed over him. Baimu, it seems you are no longer the person you once were. Indeed, Baimu replied, waving the legacy item in his hand. With this, a new adventure is about to unfold, and this is just a small step for us. Under the moonlight, the two retraced their steps. Baimu's spirit ignited with fervor, as this victory instilled in him greater expectations and responsibilities. He recognized that the challenges ahead would be even more formidable, and his evolving system would bestow upon him mysterious and powerful abilities. With this growth, the bond between him and Guai became more profound, and countless challenges awaited their conquest. Armed with unwavering faith and anticipation, they would forge new legends together. As night fell, the campfire flickered gently, casting a warm glow around Baimu and Suquan, who sat together, savoring a brief moment of tranquility. The fire's warmth provided a sense of comfort as Baimu leaned against his backpack, fatigue evident in his expression as he turned to Suquan. What do you think our next course of action should be? Baimu inquired softly, a spark of curiosity in his voice. After a moment of contemplation, Suquan replied, We heard about a trainer claiming to be Long Yu who is searching for you. He is reputed to be quite powerful. This could present a valuable opportunity for growth. Baimu nodded, then it settled. Tomorrow, we shall meet this Long Yu. Guai bobbed excitedly nearby, seemingly eager for the challenge that lay ahead. After a refreshing night's sleep, Baimu and Suquan set off early the next day towards the small town. Chapter 61. Secret Realm Expedition. A hero's Pokémon journey. Along their path, they encountered numerous fellow trainers, all seemingly headed in the same direction. It was rumored that a considerable crowd had already gathered in the central plaza of the town, eager to witness the spectacle. Baimu, I've been expecting you. Long Yu exclaimed from the heart of the plaza, radiating confidence as he clutched a Pokeball that shimmered with an incandescent glow. Baimu offered a gentle smile as he approached. I heard you were seeking me out. Let us engage in a spirited battle, then. The contest commenced swiftly, with Baimu and Long Yu each releasing their initial Pokémon. Baimu's ghastly pirouetted across the arena, exuding an aura of mystique, while Long Yu's Charizard soared overhead, belching forth gouts of roaring flame. Ghastly, unleash spectral dominion, Baimu commanded. Ghastly promptly enveloped the field in a domain of chilling dread, compelling Charizard to hover warily in the sky. Long Yu urgently directed, Charizard, execute Fire Vortex. However, ensnared within the spectral realm, Charizard's movements were sluggish, hampered by fear. Ghastly nimbly darted through the flames, a testament to the seamless synergy between Baimu and his Pokémon. Within moments, Ghastly seized the opportunity, launching a shadow ball that struck Charizard's vital point, swiftly concluding the battle. A chorus of applause and gasps erupted from the crowd, awestruck by Baimu's resounding prowess. Long Yu dejectedly recalled his Charizard, approaching Baimu with undisguised admiration. Baimu, I concede. Please accept this inherited artifact. It may realize its full potential in your hands. Baimu received the artifact with a subtle smile. Thank you for your recognition, Long Yu. The disparity is but fleeting. We both have ample room for improvement. To avert undue attention from the duel, Baimu and Su Quan agreed to characterize the event as an accidental skirmish in their communications to the outside world. As they traversed the bustling streets of the town, Baimu recognized that this triumph was merely another modest stride in his journey. The path ahead was fraught with the unknown and brimming with challenges, with countless legends awaiting his dauntless confrontation. Ghastly nestled affectionately beside him, a steadfast companion as ever. Come what may, the forthcoming journey promised to be even more enthralling. The next chapter will undoubtedly be more captivating, Baimu murmured to himself, pressing forward with resolve and anticipation. Baimu and Su Quan strolled along the town's thoroughfares, bathed in the warm glow of the sun. As the cries of vendors mingled with the joyous laughter of the townsfolk, they purchased breakfast pastries from a corner bakery and settled into seats by the window. I never anticipated that Long Yu would so readily accept the outcome of the battle, Su Quan remarked, munching on a croissant. But the inherited artifact is indeed yours now. Baimu chuckled, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. He was a worthy adversary. Victory and defeat are ephemeral. Our next encounter may present an entirely different scenario. They exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware that their current discretion was a strategic necessity for better acclimating to this enigmatic Pokémon world. After breakfast, they navigated through the throngs of people toward the town's mission hall, a hub teeming with explorers and trainers alike. Patrons intently perused the mission board, absorbing the details of various quests. Baimu and Appo's attention was drawn to a solitary trainer standing before the mission board, a tall figure cloaked in a dark purple coat. Baimu gently nudged Su Quan's shoulder, gesturing. Do you think that person is seeking a particular mission? Su Quan followed his gaze and nodded in agreement. Let's investigate, Baimu suggested. Approaching the trainer, Baimu offered a cordial greeting. Greetings. You seem rather absorbed in these missions. Is there something of specific interest? The trainer turned, a flicker of curiosity in their otherwise composed expression. Hello. I am Gu Changfeng, and I am indeed searching for a mission related to a secret realm. It may hold the key to unlocking a fragment of legend. Baimu and Appo's eyes lit up, intrigued by the prospect. That sounds immensely challenging. I am Baimu, and I share your fascination with secret realms. Would you consider forming a team? Gu Changfeng paused in contemplation before concurring. Very well. Collaborating with experienced trainers will invariably enhance the likelihood of success. Thus, Baimu, Su Quan, and Gu Changfeng formed a fellowship. After procuring detailed information and a map from the mission hall, they boarded a colossal Pokémon airship provided by the trainers, soaring into the sky on its massive wings. During the flight, Baimu and Gu Changfeng stood on the airship's deck, gazing down at the rapidly receding landscape. In your previous adventures, what was your most perilous experience? Baimu inquired with curiosity. Gu Changfeng offered a subtle smile, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Perhaps my confrontation with the legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region. The resolve of a league champion compelled me to surpass my limits. Baimu nodded sagely, his heart filled with a yearning for adventure and anticipation for the impending secret realm expedition. He knew that the journey ahead would mark a new beginning, potentially fraught with greater trials and opportunities, but regardless, he and Ghastly would face them head-on. Beneath the vast expanse of azure sky and fluffy clouds, their airship hurtled forward, advancing toward the fabled secret realm at full throttle. The future chapters were awaiting their authorship. As the airship sped onward, Baimu, Su Quan, and Gu Changfeng huddled together, continuing their discussion about the impending secret realm mission. Baimu noticed that Su Quan appeared somewhat preoccupied, and he gently patted his shoulder in an attempt to alleviate his concern. Su Quan, you seem uneasy. Is something amiss? Gu Changfeng inquired with concern. Su Quan pondered for a moment before sighing softly. The truth is, I have long held a deep fascination with a particular legendary Pokémon dwelling within the secret realm. However, I have never had the opportunity to ascertain the veracity of those legends. His voice betrayed a hint of longing mingled with apprehension. Baimu nodded understandingly, refraining from interrupting as he listened attentively. The air, swept by the wind, carried a subtle undercurrent of tension, yet it was predominantly filled with the trio's anticipation for the uncharted journey ahead. Legendary Pokémon. Baimu mused, gazing into the distance, seemingly contemplating the myriad possibilities evoked by the enigmatic term. I believe that this time, we will not only confront challenges, but also uncover some unknown answers. And hopefully, we will encounter the legendary Pokémon of your dreams. Baimu's words conveyed steadfastness and encouragement, as if assuring Su Quan that this expedition was worth the anticipation. Moreover, deep within his heart, Baimu harbored a profound curiosity about these legendary enigmas. Gu Chafeng added, "Indeed, finding the legendary Pokémon is not only your aspiration, but also one of the primary objectives of our expedition. Therefore, let us strive together." Su Quan finally broke into a faint smile, his countenance relaxing slightly. "Thank you both, sincerely. Collaborating with you has bolstered my confidence." As they conversed, the airship abruptly lurched, prompting Baimu to steady himself against the edge. He noticed a mystical and expansive region gradually emerging in the distance, enveloped in an ethereal glow. It was their long-awaited destination, the entrance to the secret realm. "We have arrived," Gu Changfeng calmly informed the others, his previous expeditions having seemingly inured him to such circumstances. Chapter 62, Labyrinthine Expedition, a saga of valor. "Well then, is everyone prepared to embrace a novel adventure?" Baimu exclaimed, his voice resonating through the aircraft, igniting a fervent enthusiasm. Su Quan and Gu Changfeng exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. "Assuredly, let us inscribe our own legend." Before the labyrinth and Opos, Esma, they meticulously prepared themselves, their mission commencing as the aircraft gradually descended. The phantasmagoria of nature and the thrill of adventure awaited their exploration, this odyssey serving as the ultimate crucible for camaraderie and courage. The aircraft alighted gracefully near the labyrinth and Opos' entrance. Baimu, Su Quan, and Gu Changfeng stood at the hatch, their gazes riveted upon the mesmerizing, enigmatic radiance before them. A gentle zephyr wafted by, bearing an aura of the unknown, evoking a blend of trepidation and exhilaration within the trio. "Ergo, Gungue's spectral domain can furnish us with formidable support," Su Quan mused, a hint of apprehension yet eager anticipation gracing his features. "Baimu, can we rely on your abilities to circumvent potential pitfalls?" Baimu nodded, cognizant of his responsibility and sensing his comrades' faith in him. "Indeed, deploying the spectral domain judiciously can plunge adversaries into dread, affording us ample time to respond." Gu Chafeng, immersed in contemplation, articulated with calculated composure, "The labyrinth itself may harbor myriad inscrutable attributes. We might exploit these to orchestrate an ambush. None who dare impede us shall find it facile. If feasible, I desire to consign the rare materials we've procured to the professor," Su Quan appended, hoping to augment the expedition's prospects. "He shall undoubtedly discern how to maximize their worth, perhaps even unearthing further insights into legendary Pokémon." Baimu assented, recognizing the material's significance, and concurred with a nod. "Precisely, our acquisitions merit judicious utilization." With operational strategies and resource allocation resolved, Baimu proffered an additional notion. "Furthermore, the mystical artifact I previously obtained might prove advantageous. Let us scrutinize its function to ascertain whether it can bolster our collective potency." The comrades promptly convened, Baimu meticulously examining the artifact. After protracted deliberation, they deciphered its capabilities and formulated a strategy for employing it against potential threats. "Then, let us embark together," Yu Chanfeng declared tersely, exuding an aura of unflappable poise, thus ratifying their plan. At his behest, the trio steeled their resolve before the labyrinth's entrance, venturing forth into the unknown. En route, Baimu remarked to his companions, "This is not merely an expedition for legendary Pokémon, but also a trial of our own mettle." Su Quan and Gu Changfeng nodded in unison, each harboring distinct expectations, yet their strides remained perfectly synchronized. Deep within the labyrinth, the intricate terrain and ubiquitous, aberrant luminescence awaited their arrival. On this occasion, they would employ their camaraderie and valor to compose their own legendary saga. Within the labyrinth, the resplendent radiance, coupled with a mysterious ambience, momentarily disconcerted Baimu and his companions, yet simultaneously quickened their pulses. Immersed in their surroundings, Baimu exclaimed, "This place is indeed extraordinary. Assuredly, the Azure Lotus resides within this enigmatic realm." Su Quan squinted, seemingly endeavoring to discern distant anomalies. "Baimu, what do you surmise that to be? Could it be our objective? Possibly, or perhaps a snare," Gu Changfeng retorted with unwavering composure. "We must proceed with caution. Let Gung Gue reconnoiter first." Baimu nodded and gently summoned Gung Gue, a soft, amethystine aura enveloping its form. Instantly, Gung Gue flitted through the complex terrain like a wraith. "Patience, do not tarry," Su Quan murmured to himself, his heartstrings seemingly plucked by a gentle breeze. Concurrently, with the aid of the mystical lexicon system, a novel blueprint materialized in Baimu's mind, special storage artifacts that may be acquired subsequently. This seemingly inadvertent intimation evoked an unprecedented surge of exhilaration within him. This may prove a lifesaver in dire straits. "Hold, what of the situation ahead?" Gu Changfeng inquired, observing Baimu's absent-mindedness as Gung Gue returned. "Secure zone," Baimu responded, regaining his composure. "We may proceed." The trio swiftly adjusted their formation, cautiously advancing. Their path gradually narrowed, the intricate patterns upon the ground seemingly hinting at something, as if a peculiar signpost. Su Quan, leading the vanguard, suddenly halted, pointing at a plaque upon the ground. "Behold, these are the artifacts we must procure. Distribute them judiciously to ensure our collective utility." Gu Changfeng added with a hint of unease, toying with a plaque he had just retrieved. "Then there are the other teams. If handled adroitly, they can also serve as a resource," Baimu pondered. "We must not fixate solely on immediate gains, but remain vigilant against insidious threats." At that juncture, the challenge they perceived emanated not only from the unknown before them, but also from the innermost recesses of their trust in one another. Continuing onward, the trio jested and speculated on the myriad possibilities ahead. Presently, the surrounding arboreal growth began to thin, revealing a lake, upon whose surface an azure lotus shimmered with a faint luminescence. "There it is," Baimu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Let us proceed. This is the moment for valor and camaraderie. In this battle, we must triumph," Su Quan declared, clenching his fist, his heart swelling with emotion. Beneath the warm luminance of the sun, they strode purposefully toward the realm of the unknown and wondrous. Each footfall served as a reaffirmation of their friendship, a pledge to the legendary Pokémon. They were convinced that, on this journey, they would inscribe their own legendary saga. Baimu, Gu Changfeng, and Su Quan stood by the lake's edge, the water shimmering and reflecting the golden sunlight. The trio re-examined their equipment, Baimu especially, clutching the plaque tightly in his hand. The inscription on the plaque was ancient and mysterious, exuding an unsettling aura. "I believe we should first entrust this to the Alliance to ascertain its true nature," Gu Changfeng nudged Baimu, glancing at the Alliance's researchers in the distance. "Indeed," Baimu nodded, his gaze still fixed on the plaque. "However, I suspect it has some connection to my Gung Gue lexicon. Perhaps we can exploit this to augment some ability." Su Quan, with scant knowledge of Gung Gue's capabilities, could only rely on Baimu's intuition. Adjusting his backpack strap, he concurred, "Then let us seek out the Alliance researchers first. Prudence is paramount." The shadows cast by the lakeside trees grew longer as dusk approached. They followed a path toward the research station in the distance, soon encountering a League Special Forces squad. The leader, Han Yi, greeted the trio with a slight smile, walking forward with composure. "Well, it seems you have discovered something intriguing." Baimu and Appo's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. He responded swiftly, speaking casually, "Yes. This plaque has some peculiar inscriptions. We intend to have the Alliance examine it." Chapter 63, Nether Realm. A brave exploration for mysterious plaques. Han Yi scrutinized Baimu, seemingly observing his subtle reactions, which was reasonable for safety's sake. However, the plaque also piqued the interest of nearby Pokémon, perhaps related to some extraordinary power. Indeed, Baimu responded with a shrug, diverting the conversation. Maybe it's the key to unlocking an ancient, hidden realm. We'll ponder as we proceed. Their dialogue felt like an undercurrent, each probing the other's true intentions. Gu Changfeng and Su Quan wore obliging smiles, sensing the delicate tension in the air. Finally, as dusk approached, they arrived at a nearby town and decided to rest at a Pokémon Center. Upon entering, Baimu immediately felt a warm and welcoming aura. Trainers and Pokémon interacted intimately, exuding peace and contentment. We should take advantage of the lively atmosphere here and share our adventures from today, Su Quan suggested with a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Baimu nodded in agreement, while inwardly contemplating his next course of action. Although unaware of the power concealed within the plaque, he knew that challenges were closing in, not just from the plaque itself. The vibrant ambience of the Pokémon Center momentarily dispelled the tension in their hearts, as hope and camaraderie filled the air. Under the cloak of night, they knew that true legends awaited their penmanship. As night descended, the Pokémon Center became tranquil and comforting. Baimu surveyed the surroundings, noting the trainers and their Pokémon preparing for the day's end. He resolved to uncover more secrets with the aid of the enigmatic plaque. Gu Changfeng, Su Quan. Rest here for now. I'm going to the forest outside to enhance Ghastly's abilities, Baimu announced, his tone tinged with eagerness and anticipation. He knew that improving his strength was paramount. Su Quan nodded slightly. All right, it's still early. Be careful, and contact us via communicator if anything happens. Indeed, Gu Changfeng added. We'll keep an eye on the surroundings. Baimu smiled faintly, acknowledging their concern. He felt a surge of purpose, compelling him to leave the cozy Pokémon Center and venture into the shadowy forest. He was determined to investigate and find answers. Entering the forest, he was greeted by the scent of soil and foliage. Baimu released Ghastly, whose form emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Baimu closed his eyes, mentally invoking the system's golden attribute, Netherrealm. After several attempts, Ghastly's aura abruptly shifted, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify, filled with unease and oppression. Yes, that's it, Baimu exclaimed inwardly, realizing that the Netherrealm had been activated. Just as he rejoiced, a strange noise echoed from the depths of the forest. His heart tightened, and he focused his attention. The sound grew louder, and a massive Electivire emerged, its eyes fixed intently on Baimu and Ghastly. Ghastly, prepare for battle, Baimu commanded decisively, his mind calm. He knew that this battle was not only about the current adventure, but also about his future destiny. Ghastly rose, its shadows seemingly rising from the ground, enveloping the space in a chilling atmosphere. Under the pressure of the Nether Realm, Electivire and Appos' attacks weakened, and it hesitated, no longer as aggressive as before. Now's our chance, go Ghastly, Baimu shouted, seeing a glimmer of victory. Under the suppression of the Nether Realm, Electivire finally showed signs of exhaustion, its chaotic currents flashing uselessly around it. With a resounding crash, Electivire roared in agony with its remaining strength, then collapsed. Baimu approached, examining the ground near Electivire. A shard of stone, reflecting the moonlight, caught his eye. He picked it up, carefully stowing it in his backpack, realizing that the shard and the plaque were undoubtedly connected. Meanwhile, in a distant region, Stephen Stone led his team in a frantic search for the source of the energy. Various detectors whirred in the night, and Stephen, watching the gradually forming energy fluctuation map, slowly grinned with determination. Baimu knew that the true challenge had just begun, promising even more epic adventures. This time, he would not hesitate. Ghastly, sensing its master's resolve, emitted a low, resolute cry. Let's go. We have many mysteries to unravel and many adventures to experience, Baimu whispered to Ghastly, then turned towards the unknown journey, leaving behind a resolute silhouette in the night. In an instant, Baimu and Ghastly, guided by Moonwalk, traversed the winding tunnels and halted at the fringe of an expansive forest. Behind them, the oppressive aura of the Netherrealm remained palpable, the lingering cerulean energy shimmering in the air, evoking a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, we evacuated promptly. Otherwise, those Pokémon would have encircled us, Baimu remarked, perched upon a boulder, his breathing slightly labored, yet his mind at ease. Gently caressing Ghastly's head, he expressed, "Thank you, Ghastly, our collaboration was commendable." Ghastly responded with a subdued cry, its gaze radiating both sagacity and docility, affording Baimu a sense of solace. Nonetheless, he recognized that this was merely the inception. The looming image of the colossal crystal and the ancient Pokémon lingered in his thoughts, preying on his composure. That entity harbors profound significance. We must prepare ourselves, Baimu muttered, as he began to recollect the mission assigned to Team Rocket and the events witnessed within the Netherrealm. Simultaneously, within the command center, Stephen Stone scrutinized a fully charged detector, his countenance etched with unwavering concentration. "The energy fluctuations are intensifying. I can sense the reawakening of a formidable presence," he murmured, his subordinates standing rigidly behind him, their nerves taut. "Captain, what are our next directives?" One subordinate inquired cautiously. "Continue the pursuit," Stephen Stone proclaimed, his voice resounding with an unwavering resolve. "That energy shall guide us to its very nexus." Within the forest, Baimu and Ghastly returned to a secure location. Seated beside a crackling campfire, they deliberated their subsequent actions. Baimu comprehended that he must unravel the enigma concealed within these arcane forces. "That prodigious Pokémon appears to be of paramount importance. We cannot permit Stephen Stone to preempt us," Baimu asserted, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he fixed his gaze upon Ghastly. He clutched the pocket containing the shard of stone, sensing its faint yet mysterious warmth. "We have much to accomplish, do we not, Ghastly?" Baimu queried, his gaze sweeping across the moonlit forest as an indomitable courage surged within his heart. Ghastly responded with an affirmative nod, emitting another resolute cry. They were cognizant that their odyssey had only just commenced. The autumnal zephyr gently caressed the land, carrying away the faint flicker of the firelight, leaving behind the profound understanding between the two and the unfulfilled mission. The autumnal breeze carried a hint of chill, as Baimu and Ghastly sat in quiet contemplation by the campfire. Chapter 64. The Awakening of the Blue Crystal. They understood that this journey had only just begun. Baimu slowly retrieved the warm, glowing fragment of the stone slab from his bosom, gently caressing its rough edges. Guac floated nearby, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. "We must hasten our pace," Baimu murmured to Guac. "Dawu is making significant movements. I have a feeling he is close to the truth." Guac nodded in response, emitting a low, resonant sound. At that moment, an unusual light appeared in the distant sky. Baimu looked up to see a colossal figure descending from above. "What is that?" A chill ran down Baimu's spine. He quickly rose, standing guard alongside Guac as they watched the approaching silhouette. As the shadow became clearer, Baimu's anxiety transformed into curiosity and anticipation. "It is the legendary Pokémon." Baimu's heart raced. He had heard tales of this Pokémon possessing immense energy and incredible power. The Pokémon gently landed before them, radiating an enigmatic luminescence. As it approached, Baimu felt a peculiar energy flowing into him, as if he had received a form of blessing. "Thank you," Baimu silently expressed, instinctively bowing slightly in gratitude to the Pokémon. He sensed that this power would become a crucial component of his journey. Meanwhile, in Team Rocket's secret base, an ominous atmosphere was brewing. The dissatisfaction of the Greyhound seemed to be festering, leading to potential dangers. Baimu was aware that his standing within Team Rocket was precarious. "Dawu has sensed our movements." Baimu organized his thoughts, realizing that every action of his was under Dawu's scrutiny. At the Alliance Command Center in the Hoenn region, Dawu fixed his gaze ahead. As an ambitious champion, he recognized the formidable force that Baimu possessed. He had recalibrated his plans. Instead of merely seeking the source of energy, he aimed to draw Baimu into the Alliance to harness and guide his abilities. After absorbing the power of the mysterious Pokémon, Baimu awoke feeling invigorated. He sensed a surge of newfound magic coursing through him and realized that this power might be the key to unraveling all mysteries. An ethereal disturbance was occurring in the Hoenn region, and this extraordinary adventure would serve as his guiding light. Baimu was determined to enhance himself and embrace the challenges that lay ahead. After all, this was the path he must tread. As he and Guac continued on their journey, Baimu's questions grew clearer. Who would prevail in the quest for truth? A resolute voice deep within his soul assured him that the answer lay before him. As Baimu traversed the mysterious forest with Guesi, he felt the surging energy growing more distinct as they approached the profound cave. The surrounding trees swayed, as if whispering secrets. He gripped Guesi's Pokeball tightly, remaining vigilant. It seems we still have a way to go, Guesi, he mused aloud. Guesi's eyes sparkled within the ball, seemingly responding to him. As they ventured deeper, Baimu noticed that the Pokémon around them were gradually regaining consciousness, some even lurking and hiding. He crouched beside a seemingly awakened Piku and softly asked, "Are you all right?" Pika shook its head, as if emerging from a nightmare, then vigorously wagged its tail to indicate it was fine. Baimu exhaled in relief, gazing toward the increasingly bright cave ahead, his resolve to unravel the mystery growing stronger. If I am not mistaken, the blue crystal should be just ahead, Baimu thought, moving toward the cave entrance. Inside, the light was ethereal, and the sound of the wind echoed through the vast emptiness. A massive blue crystal stood at the center of the cave, its shimmering patterns exuding an aura that was both mysterious and perilous. Baimu felt a profound sense of pressure emanating from the crystal's unseen power. Not far away, a gigantic Pokémon hovered beside the blue crystal, its imposing figure both imposing and elusive. A flicker of unease swept through Baimu. Yet he knew retreat was not an option. He called upon Guesi, whispering, "Let us proceed." Guesi circled beside him. As the shadowy realm he conjured stretched the cave and Apos' darkness. The enormous Pokémon before the blue crystal slowly turned to face Baimu, seemingly awaiting something. In that instant, Baimu felt an energy within him urging him to approach. He realized that perhaps this was a pivotal moment. He commanded Guesi, "Guesi, try to touch the crystal with your power." As Guesi glided toward the crystal, Baimu felt a mysterious and familiar force awaken within him, reminiscent of the energy bestowed by the enigmatic Pokémon. His heart raced with anticipation for the unknown that awaited him. Meanwhile, at the Hoenn Command Center, Dawoo's focus remained locked on Baimu's movements. Observing the abnormal energy fluctuations on the screen, he furrowed his brow. It seemed the true challenge was about to commence. Dawoo muttered. He understood that managing and directing this emerging, unknown power was his undeniable responsibility as the champion. Baimu felt the gathering and release of power, guided by a steadfast conviction rising from his soul. No matter what lay ahead, he was prepared to confront the challenges. The boundaries were clear, and the story had only just begun. Guesi gradually approached the blue crystal, and Baimu sensed a subtle magnetic pull guiding his heart. His gaze was fixed on the crystal, as if it were the key to the gateway of power. The enormous Pokémon, lingering beside the crystal, remained motionless, seemingly evaluating Baimu's every movement. The cave was alive with intertwining shadows and light, exuding a sense of mystery and pressure. Baimu felt a mixture of anticipation and tension. The strange energy surged within him, causing waves of dizziness, yet he knew that retreat was never an option. "Guesi, proceed with caution. Let's tackle this together," Baimu called out softly. Guesi responded, and as if sharing a telepathic bond, accelerated towards the crystal. In the distance, within the Hoenn Alliance Command Center, Dawoo's attention was fixated on the screen, the glow reflecting off his concentrated face. Little did he know that the man who was subtly observing Baimu was the harbinger of a new wave of transformation. "Baimu, let's see what surprises you can bring," Dawoo mused, curiosity and vigilance flickering in his eyes. Just as Guesi was about to touch the crystal, the entire cave trembled violently, and Baimu was thrust backward by an unseen force. The colossal Pokémon emitted a low growl, as if proclaiming that its territory was not to be infringed upon. "Steady yourself," Baimu mentally urged, aware that retreating would cost him this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to fight to seize this power. Guesi finally made contact with the crystal, and in that moment, a blinding light engulfed the entire cave. Baimu felt as though Guesi was undergoing a form of baptism, the energy surging around him intensifying. An indescribable bond was established between Baimu and Guesi. This was not merely power. It was a resonant connection from the depths of their souls. "I understand now," Baimu murmured, as the epiphany seemed to crystallize in that instant. Chapter 65 The Awakening of New Power. At this moment, The colossal Pokémon no longer exhibited hostility. Instead, they gazed at Baimu with a hint of admiration shimmering in their eyes. Baimu felt a jolt within, realizing that perhaps his relationship with these legendary Pokémon transcended mere combat and conquest, embracing instead cooperation and symbiosis. At this juncture, Dawu had already pinpointed the anomalous energy fluctuations displayed on the screen. He understood that Baimu had become a force to be reckoned with, prompting him to reconsider the dynamics of their relationship. The cave descended into tranquility, the blue light gradually dimming. Baimu turned to witness Gaisai radiating with newfound strength. His heart brimmed with unwavering determination and anticipation, feeling the bond between himself and Gaisai fortify once more. He recognized that regardless of the challenges ahead, he was prepared to confront them. Outside the cave, a shadowy figure retreated silently, its silhouette fading into the abyss of darkness. The future battlefield had grown increasingly intricate, yet Baimu felt an exhilarating surge of vitality. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Gaisai, they pressed onward. The captivating tale was merely beginning. Upon returning to Team Rocket's clandestine base, Baimu was filled with a profound sense of fulfillment from the formidable power recently acquired. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The true test lay ahead. As he entered the training center, he found all eyes fixed upon him. Liang stood at the center, his demeanor composed yet tinged with scrutiny. Baimu now bore the title of the strongest here. His voice resonated through the hall, challenging anyone to step forth and contest him. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by hushed whispers. Clearly, the new members understood that the unique bond and power shared between Baimu and Gaisai could not be so easily shattered. Liang and Appo's brow furrowed slightly, indicating his dissatisfaction with the current outcome. If no one stepped up to challenge him, they would have to face the consequences of demotion. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, suffocating pressure weighing heavily upon everyone present. Hesitation and unease began to mar the faces of many. Baimu regarded Liang, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. He offered a soft smile and took a step forward, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the newcomers. "There is no need to force yourselves," he spoke gently, yet his words resonated with an inexhaustible strength. "I am more than willing to grow alongside those who wish to challenge me." Though softly spoken, his voice imbued each listener with a sense of calm and encouragement. Several wavering newcomers finally exhaled, their admiration for him blossoming. Meanwhile, in the distant control room, Dawu observed the happenings within the training center through the monitors. His focus remained fixed on Baimu, his perceptions continually evolving. This young man had surpassed his expectations, and indeed, the dynamics of the Hoenn region might shift as a consequence of his presence. Seeing that no one responded, Liang's eyes glimmered with a subtle light, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He understood that Baimu's path was destined to be extraordinary. Perhaps, he did not truly require the challenges posed by others. Rather, he needed time to cultivate the potential between himself and Gaisai. The training center settled back into serenity. Yet the air was suffused with a burning desire for battle and aspirations for the future, igniting passion within every heart. Baimu glanced at the monitors, aware that his every move was under scrutiny. "Let us proceed, Gaisai," he murmured, the fiery spirit of battle reflecting in Gaisai's eyes. No matter how daunting the forthcoming challenges may be, he would tread forth fearlessly, fighting alongside Gaisai. One crisp morning, Baimu awoke to sunlight streaming through the curtains, casting warmth upon his face. The fierce duel from the previous night replayed vividly in his mind, as he recognized that the enigmatic trainer, Long, had presented him with an unprecedented challenge. Qingting and Chongxia noticed Baimu's unease from the onset. Qingting spoke first. "Baimu, are you still pondering over yesterday's opponent?" Baimu nodded, a weighty smile gracing his features. "Indeed, his strength caught me off guard. I must discern the nature of his power." Chongxia furrowed her brow, concern evident in her voice. Was it a force even greater than the underworld's? Baimu contemplated for a moment, responding, "Perhaps not more powerful, but entirely different. I sense it is an area I have yet to explore. Our journey is long, and we must continuously elevate ourselves." Qingting exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Then let us embark on a quest to unveil this mystery." Who knows what we might learn? Baimu, inspired by Qingting's fervor, chuckled, of course. As long as you are not daunted by adversity, we shall venture forth into new escapades. That evening, as Baimu and his two youthful companions gathered around a campfire, sharing a simple meal, they deliberated on their next course of action. Gazing into the flickering flames, Baimu mused. Long's appearance has made me realize that even the most formidable power cannot be wielded unless its essence is understood. Chapter 66. The resurgence beneath the bluestone bridge. Chengxiao pondered for a moment before suggesting that perhaps they should seek clues regarding this mysterious power, which might be documented in ancient texts. Qingting nodded eagerly, recalling that previous trainers might have encountered similar situations, and they could glean valuable insights from their experiences. Baimu concurred, deciding to set off the next day to a nearby city to consult available resources, not only to defeat the dragon but also to strengthen themselves. With their plan established, Baimu felt a fresh surge of motivation coursing through his veins. He glanced at Qingting and Chengxia, two young individuals brimming with anticipation and vitality, reminding him of the equal importance of legacy and growth. As night deepened, the trio drifted into slumber, each harboring dreams of the future and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In this world, they all trod the path of exploration, and Baimu understood that his adventure with Gaisai was far from over. Their story had merely begun. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves onto their faces, Baimu, Qingting, and Chengxia were already prepared for departure. They unfolded a simple map to chart their course for the day. We shall first head to the nearest city to explore the library. Hoping to uncover any clues regarding this enigmatic power, Baimu stated with unwavering resolve. Fantastic. I have longed to visit that city. Qingting replied enthusiastically, her energy and curiosity unmistakable. Chengxia, however, appeared somewhat anxious. Despite being uplifted by Baimu's encouragement the night before, the pressures from the training camp still lingered ominously. I wonder if any of you feel a bit tense? After all, we are about to face the unknown, he remarked. Feeling nervous is inevitable, Chengxia, Baimu said gently. Yet it is precisely this uncertainty that compels us to proceed with caution, rendering our adventure both enjoyable and meaningful. With that, the trio set forth toward the city. Along the way, they traversed a dense forest, where sunlight dappled through the branches, and the air was fragrant with the scent of fresh earth. Amidst such natural beauty, it seemed as though all worries faded into insignificance. Upon their arrival in the city, it was midday. The city's gates stood wide open, and the bustling crowds reflected a scene of prosperity. Baimu recalled their previous battles here, beneath the silent bluestone bridge, where they had engaged in a battle of wits against the forces of darkness. The memories surged within him once more. Let us head to the library first, Qingting proposed, her eyes sparkling with the unmistakable desire for knowledge. Upon entering the library, the rich aroma of books and the serene atmosphere momentarily shielded them from the chaos outside. Chengxia meandered through the shelves, his gaze skimming over the tomes of ancient texts. Baimu perused a book entitled Ancient Powers, seeking any threads that might connect dragons to the mysterious forces. Qingting, Chengxia, have you found anything? He inquired. I've discovered an article discussing the history of Pokémon evolution, which mentions a legendary awakening power, Qingting shared, her voice filled with excitement. Chengxia too found intriguing leads, noting that some ancient trainers had communicated with Pokémon through their minds, achieving extraordinary harmony to summon unknown powers. This may be our breakthrough, Baimu thought, realizing that understanding these intricacies could aid them in harnessing Gaisai and Appo's untamed energy. Just as they reveled in the ocean of knowledge, the library's clock chimed, reminding them that time was slipping away. They exchanged smiles, gathered their notes, and prepared to continue their journey. Leaving the library, Baimu silently vowed that this adventure would bestow upon them newfound strength and courage, and he would never betray the faith of his companions or himself. After departing the library, Baimu, Qingting, and Chengxia resumed their adventure, their steps light, yet resolute. The vendors lining the streets called out, but their thoughts had already soared to distant horizons. Baimu reflected on the clever stratagems he had employed against Team Rocket in the past, his anticipation for the future intensifying. grateful for the companionship of like-minded allies. Hey, Baimu, that person ahead doesn't he look like an ordinary passerby? Changxia suddenly whispered. Baimu looked up, and indeed, at the end of the street, a cunning young man wielding a long blade approached them, a familiar foe, Liang. Liang's eyes gleamed with smugness, as if he had anticipated their encounter in this very place. Baimu, we haven't settled our previous score, and today I want to let you escape, he declared, closing the distance menacingly. Baimu felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained his composure, knowing that a confrontation was unavoidable. He quickly searched for an appropriate strategy within the entry system, while Gaisai's energy quietly coalesced behind him. At that moment, a familiar chilling aura surged from behind Liang. It's the Houndoom. Qingding instinctively gripped her Pokeball tighter. However, unexpectedly, before Houndoom could initiate its attack, its expression shifted dramatically, causing it to retreat in haste. Baimu understood that Gaisai's presence had instilled fear in Houndoom, preventing it from launching an offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Baimu adjusted his strategy and countered Liang's tactics. You are always so impatient, he taunted. Liang sensed Baimu's sharp reflexes and, though unwilling, was forced to engage in battle. Soon, the two sides clashed fiercely beneath the city's bluestone bridge once more. Qingding and Chongxia quickly joined the fray, their coordinated movements providing unwavering support to Baimu, each action precise and harmonious. Don't let your guard down. Liang may have tricks up his sleeve, Chongxia warned, having learned from past encounters not to grant their opponent any advantage. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, Liang and Houndoom were compelled to retreat. Despite the hasty conclusion of the skirmish, Liang was not yet defeated, but begrudgingly withdrew, leaving behind a scowl of frustration. Baimu wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at his companions. We did it. Once again, his voice resonated with gratitude and resolve. Indeed, after this, there will be no obstacle too great for us to overcome, Qingting reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Chongxia chuckled lightly, half-jokingly remarking, We certainly gave Liang quite the scare this time. The trio exchanged smiles, their spirits buoyed despite the battle's chaos, having tested their limits and strengthened their commitment to their adventures. No matter how arduous the challenges ahead, they would face them together, united in their journey. Baimu, Qingting, and Chongxia took a moment to rest beneath the bluestone bridge, the fatigue from battle becoming particularly apparent in the twilight. Leaning against the bridge and Appo's pillar, Baimu gazed at the starry sky, his thoughts drifting. We performed admirably in that last encounter. Chongxia broke the silence, lightly tapping his Pokeball, wearing a facade of ease. Chapter 67. The Phantom Duel, The Apprentice and Amp. Appo's counterattack. Qingting nodded, a look of approval gracing her features as she regarded Baimu. Indeed, however, your condition appears somewhat lacking. What are you pondering? Baimu withdrew his gaze, glancing at his two companions, a smile gracing his lips. I was merely contemplating our next course of action. We must remain vigilant, for Team Rocket will not relent. Fear not. We shall face everything together, Qingting assured. Giving Baimu's shoulder a reassuring pat, her tone resolute. Zhangxia struck a nearby stone with vigor. Our adventure has only just begun. Thank you both. Baimu felt a warm surge within, the strength of friendship bolstering his resolve. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would confront them together. As the trio continued to discuss their strategy, a sudden commotion arose ahead. Baimu immediately perked up, his eyes sharpening with alertness. What has transpired? Zhongxia inquired quietly, her expression turning grave. Baimu nodded slightly, taking a few steps forward. In the dim light beneath the bridge, they discerned a towering figure approaching them with measured strides. It was Daigo, the champion of the Hoenn region, his presence thickening the atmosphere with tension. Baimu, Daigo's voice was steady and authoritative. I have been observing your growth. You have become quite remarkable. However, remember that the battles to come will be anything but easy. A flicker of anxiety brushed through Baimu. Yet it was eclipsed by exhilaration. He clenched his jaw, steadying his mind, and fixed his gaze upon Daigo. Behind him, Qingting and Zhongxia stood silently, their camaraderie as strong as ever. He knew they were ready to stand by him in battle. I shall give it my all. Baimu inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with determination as he strode purposefully toward Daigo. The night breeze stirred, caressing this band of young adventurers, heralding a future fraught with peril. Yet they felt no fear, for they had each other, and this was their source of strength. Baimu stepped into the center of the small arena, inhaling deeply, his heart a tumult of nerves and excitement. On the opposite side stood Lixing, youthful yet exuding an extraordinary presence. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and resolve, captivating all present with her unique charm. Daigo holds such high regard for a newcomer, Zhongxiao muttered, impatience lacing her words. I wonder how formidable this challenge will be. We have no choice but to rise to the occasion, Qingting declared, her fist clenched, the fire of battle igniting in her eyes. Baimu glanced back, understanding that his friend's unwavering support fortified him, providing immense reassurance. Refocusing on Lixing, he resolved, no matter how treacherous the forthcoming battle, he would not falter. Lixing, I eagerly anticipate our duel. Her voice rang clear and powerful, as if she had already discerned every nuance of Baimu's inner turmoil. So do I. Baimu managed a strained smile, invigorated, feeling the blood coursing through him with renewed vigor. Show us your prowess. Daigo's voice resonated, calm yet imbued with an unmatched authority. The audience gradually quieted, all eyes converging on the arena's center. The air thickened with tension and anticipation. Even the night wind seemed to cease its movement, leaving only the two trainers standing as statues in that moment. Baimu gently unfurled his command device, summoning his Pokémon, Gengsi, a companion who had aided him throughout his journey. Gengsi floated in the air, its ghostly form shrouded in a faint shadow. Lixing swiftly called forth her Pokémon Erotum, electric currents swirling around it like ripples, showcasing a remarkable display of energy. The match begins. Daigo and Appo's voice thudded like a battle drum, igniting the fervor of the arena. Gengsi, unleash your phantom realm. Baimu commanded decisively, knowing this was the key to victory. Gengsi emitted a low cry, its intangible domain unfurling, enveloping the air in a mysterious yet oppressive atmosphere. Rotom, counter with electromagnetic wave. Lixing appeared calm and confident, as Rotom unleashed a powerful current, clashing against Gengsi's realm. Sparks erupted, the arena once again filled with palpable tension. Attacks and defenses intertwined in an instant, and the audience held their breath, the atmosphere becoming increasingly taut. Go! Baimu! Qingting and Zhongxia cheered from the sidelines, their eyes glued to every shift in the battle. In a fleeting exchange of glances, Baimu and Lixing each recognized the fearless conviction reflected in the other's eyes. The skirmish intensified, transcending mere competition. It was a profound elevation of their pursuits of personal limits. Baimu felt a stirring within, recalling the perseverance and effort he had invested throughout his journey. He understood this battle was not solely for victory, but a testament to himself, his friends, and the world, that his adventure had merely begun. And each confrontation was a new starting point toward the future. Together, we shall embrace the challenges ahead. His proclamation resounded through the arena, inspiring all who witnessed the battle, igniting fresh passion and hope. Chapter 68. Unraveling the Greyhound Conspiracy. Baimu courageously ventures into the mysterious island with the assistance of Ghost. Baimu gradually seized control of the situation. He sensed the energy of Ghost swirling around him, as the air quivered from the escalating intensity of the battle. Liang and Appo's plans were crumbling, and he turned to Li Xing, hoping she would reconsider at this critical juncture. However, Li Xing coldly shook her head, her steadfast and tranquil gaze firmly responding to Liang. She had already made her choice and resolutely stood by Baimu's side. With focused intent, she sent Baimu a message, revealing that she had uncovered the secret of the Greyhound, a revelation that illuminated the identity of their true enemy. Baimu, be cautious. The message read, the Greyhound is not dead. He has been orchestrating everything from the shadows. His true aim is to annihilate you. Upon reading this, Baimu's heart sank. It became clear that the Greyhound had been the puppeteer behind it all. His mind raced back through a myriad of past events. Suddenly, everything made sense. A fierce light flickered in Baimu's eyes. He knew it was time to bring all conspiracies into the light of day. Thus, Baimu and Li Xing resolutely decided to journey to the Greyhound's hideout, Arius Laurel Island. Once the lair of the Rocks pirates, it had now become the Greyhound's stronghold. The island's dense forest was silent yet intricate, and Baimu cautiously led Li Xing deeper into the thicket. He maintained a calm demeanor, reflecting on Ghost's ethereal abilities. His greatest reliance in navigating the unknown adversaries and dangers that lay ahead. "Stay vigilant," Baimu whispered, his gaze sharp as he searched for the path leading to the enemy's base. He understood that any recklessness at this moment could grant their foes an opportunity. "We must be fully alert. There could be lurking enemies behind any shadow of a tree." Li Xing nodded, following closely behind. "Rest assured, I will remain attuned to our surroundings and will not allow anything to approach us." As they ventured deeper into the forest, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them. A mystique unique to the dense woods, quickening their heartbeats. Soon, they stumbled upon a concealed cave entrance, its natural stone walls obscuring much of the opening. This was precisely where Ghost's abilities had guided them. Baimu paused momentarily, turning to Li Xing. "Are you ready? Once we enter here, there is no turning back." Li Xing nodded firmly, grasping Baimu's hand. "We must press onward, unearthing all the secrets and bringing this to an end." A surge of determination welled up within Baimu as they stepped hand in hand into the cave, the new adventure unfurling at that very moment. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he knew that with Li Xing and Ghost's trust and strength, every challenge would merely serve as a stepping stone to the future. In the shifting light and shadows of the cave, Baimu and Li Xing advanced slowly yet resolutely. Deeper within, time seemed to freeze, with only their breaths echoing in the stillness. The ancient, unknown symbols etched into the stone walls resembled a secret code left by some ancient civilization, instilling a sense of reverence. At last, at the cave's end, they beheld a peculiar ritual altar. Symbols encircled the center of the altar, as if safeguarding a mysterious power within. A powerful urge for exploration surged within Baimu. He exhaled softly and turned to Li Xing, saying, "There is a force here that we cannot overlook. Perhaps this is the key to our journey." Li Xing gazed at the altar, nodding slightly. "Perhaps this is the reason for the connection between Ghost and us. We must proceed with caution, yet we cannot miss this opportunity." Just as they prepared to investigate, an elderly man, seemingly ordinary yet incongruous with his surroundings, emerged from the shadows. With white hair and an unwavering expression, he declared, "You have trespassed into a realm that you ought not to enter." Though his voice was raspy, it resonated with an undeniable authority. Baimu, on high alert, stepped forward cautiously and replied, "We mean no harm. We were merely guided here in search of the truth." Chapter 69. The Secret Power of the Ruins. The non-electronic adventure of the hero. The elder slightly tilted his head, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. "Many seek to uncover the truth, but have you considered whether you can bear the consequences of that truth?" Li Xing stepped forward, earnestly stating, "We know little of this place, yet we pledge not to misuse any power. We hope to learn more from you, to unveil the secrets of this island, and to aid us in our battle against evil." The elder's gaze lingered on their faces for a moment, seemingly assessing their sincerity. Finally, he sighed deeply. "You are indeed unique. I shall share some knowledge, but under the condition that you protect all that resides on this island." Baimu's heart trembled, yet his gaze was resolute as he replied, "I shall not betray your trust." As the hermit's words unfolded, Baimu and Li Xing gradually understood the history of Arius Laurel Island, once a sacred site for the worship of Gaisai, where the symbols represented ancient blessings and curses. The altar was a guardian of primordial energy, and the reason the Greyhound chose this place as a refuge was due to the presence of that very power. In the end, the elder revealed to them a significant event linked closely to Gaisai, which would serve as the key to facing future challenges. They recognized that with the unveiling of these secrets, their journey was stepping into deeper unknowns. The seemingly ancient and harmless ruins before them might, in fact, be their most formidable weapon against the impending adversaries. The curtain fell. The night was deep, and the sea breeze gently caressed the shore, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Baimu and Li Xing stood side by side on the beach, gazing into the boundless expanse of the sea. The earlier confrontation with Liang replayed in their minds, leaving an indelible impression. Li Xing murmured, The members of Team Rocket always behave this way, arrogant yet not to be underestimated. Baimu nodded, his gaze unwavering. We fight for justice, not for their so-called powers. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the beach, their face appearing particularly grim under the moonlight. Li Xing instantly heightened his vigilance, stepping protectively in front of Baimu, whispering, "Be cautious, it's the Grey Hound." Baimu was taken aback, gripping the Pokeball tightly. He had thought the Grey Hound was long gone, yet the situation was evidently more complicated. A mocking smile played on the Grey Hound's lips. Did you think it would end so simply? It turned out that Dawu had provided the Grey Hound with specially crafted Pokeballs, allowing him to conceal his identity. Baimu maintained a facade of calm. Yet inwardly he pondered that if the threat of the Grey Hound was not swiftly neutralized, complications would surely arise. Faced with the adversary, Baimu instinctively activated the power of the Nether Ghost domain. The Grey Hound's expression immediately shifted to one of panic, fear engulfing him like a tidal wave. "What is this?" the Grey Hound exclaimed, attempting to break free from the invisible shackles. Yet all he could feel was the despair rising from the depths of his being. Li Xing glanced at Baimu, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "It seems your Nether Ghost domain has succeeded once more." Baimu nodded silently, aware that everything set in motion at this moment was to expose the enemy lurking in the shadows. In the throes of fear and confusion, the Grey Hound realized that everything was within the expectations of Baimu and Li Xing, and this situation was beyond his control. He slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness to accept his unchangeable fate. "We have once again passed an important test," Li Xing said with a slight smile, looking into Baimu's eyes, which radiated persistence and trust. Baimu took a deep breath, understanding that the road ahead remained long, with many challenges yet to come. However, as long as they united in purpose, they could conquer all. From a distance, the calls of seagulls echoed, as if celebrating their victory. In the midst of these cries, Baimu clenched his fists, silently resolving not to betray this trust and promise. Li Xing gazed at the starry sky, the twinkling starlight bright and vast like their future. In this radiance, their journey welcomed a new chapter. The stars in the night sky continued to shine brilliantly. As Baimu and Li Xing stood side by side, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. At that moment, a faint aura of danger from the distance made Baimu's nerves tense once more. He gently patted Li Xing's shoulder, whispering, "Prepare yourself. We might be in for trouble again." Li Xing smiled slightly, determination evident in his eyes. "We can handle it. Nothing can bring us down." Just as they braced themselves, the air around them vibrated suddenly, as if Team Rocket was descending from all directions. Baimu's heart raced, and after exchanging glances with Li Xing, they immediately entered a state of vigilance. At that moment, a figure darted past like a gust of wind, revealing Dawu, who approached slowly, a knowing smile gracing his face. Following closely was his assistant, the Grey Shadow, moving silently like a specter. His sharp gaze was fixed upon Baimu. Dawu nodded slightly, seemingly impressed by Baimu's composed demeanor. "Baimu, your abilities truly astound me." Baimu unconsciously clenched his fists, his brow furrowing. Clearly, they had no intention of allowing him to pass this test easily. Chapter 70, a new chapter. Challenges without boundaries. The Grey Shadow emitted a soft grunt, its body flickering before transforming into multiple indistinct figures that swiftly encircled them, launching an aggressive assault. Baimu intensified his contemplation, promptly activating the powers of the Nether Ghost domain. Amidst the shimmering shadows, the Grey Shadow's movements abruptly halted, a fleeting glimmer of fear flickering in its eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Li Xing observed the situation and swiftly issued commands. Her Pokémon nimbly darted across the battlefield, executing controlling moves in an attempt to stabilize the erratic motions of the Grey Shadow. Dawu seized the moment, launching a decisive strike at an opportune gap, while Baimu, maintaining his composure, deftly maneuvered using the dense shadows created by his Jengars to evade the overwhelming attack. As mist enveloped the area, he and Li Xing quickly established a silent understanding and began to counterattack. The battle raged on, the air crackling with energy as the brilliance of their clashes illuminated the night sky as if it were day. Despite the tense circumstances, Baimu exhibited an extraordinary calmness, acutely aware that only such poise would allow him to seize the fleeting opportunity for victory. Under Li Xing's astute orchestration, the gray shadow's onslaught gradually unraveled. Dou took a half-step back, a hint of surprise on his face, realizing that he had underestimated their partnership. Baimu, slightly breathless yet unwavering in his gaze, resolutely replied, "This is merely the beginning." With Li Xing's assistance and Baimu's keen reactions, they successfully repelled the gray shadow. Dou offered a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the skirmish, yet his scrutiny of Baimu remained unbroken. Amidst the twinkling stars above, a broader journey and unknown challenges awaited them. Baimu and Li Xing exchanged glances, as if perceiving in each other's eyes a lengthy voyage and the glimmer of hidden hope. In the face of these repeated trials, their convictions solidified, and they resolutely embarked on a new path. As night enveloped them, Baimu and Li Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. However, a persistent feeling of impending danger lingered in their hearts. Just then, the sound of footsteps emerged from deep within the forest, shattering the momentary tranquility. Baimu turned alertly, spotting a figure ambling forth. Team Rocket and Appo's leader, Liang, gazed at him with a hint of mild astonishment. "Baimu, your growth has exceeded my expectations," Liang remarked, nodding slightly, his tone laced with both approval and dissatisfaction regarding their surroundings. He halted a short distance away, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield before finally settling on Baimu and Dou. "The League has allowed you youngsters to mature in such perilous circumstances. That is rather irresponsible." Dou seemed unperturbed by Liang and Appo's words, merely brushing back his silver hair and maintaining his composure. "Liang, sometimes true battles reveal the limits of one's capabilities. Besides, you two emerged from such an environment, did you not?" Baimu regarded the two formidable individuals before him, his thoughts swirling. He understood that the significance of this discourse transcended mere words. It was a clash of ideologies. At the heart of this conflict, he and Li Xing, regardless of the circumstances, could only steadfastly uphold their beliefs. "You troublesome kids are quite a handful." Liang shook his head, his tone light yet devoid of genuine disdain. Baimu stood tall, locking eyes with Liang, unflinching. "Whether it be Team Rocket or the League, I merely wish to forge my own path. With what I possess, including these Pokémon entries, I shall grow stronger." Li Xing gently stepped beside Baimu, resolutely standing with him. With a soft yet firm voice, she echoed, "We do not fear the unknown. The challenges it brings will only make us stronger." Beneath the starlight, the two young trainers stood side by side, wordlessly reaching a mutual understanding in their hearts. Liang observed them, his expression complex, ultimately sighing as if to place all unspoken words into the future. He turned away, his figure merging with the night, carrying with it a semblance of unexpressed blessings. This battle was evidently just the prologue to a new chapter, and what lay ahead was an even more uncharted journey. After parting with Liang, Baimu and Li Xing continued forward in silence. The night breeze caressed them, their steadfast beliefs shimmering beneath the flowing starlight. Baimu's mind replayed the confrontation with Liang, recognizing it as merely the beginning. He understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet the indomitable spirit within him invigorated him. "You know, the upcoming training regimen will be quite rigorous. But I believe in your capabilities," Li Xing remarked softly beside him. Baimu smiled, glancing at her. Her support and trust brought him immense comfort. "I will do my utmost. I cannot squander this opportunity." Before long, they arrived at the venue designated for the League and Appo's special training program. Upon their arrival, they were immediately enveloped by the bustling atmosphere. The training facilities were grand, and every participant was eager to stand out among the multitude. A flicker of resignation crossed Baimu's heart, quickly replaced by determination. He knew he possessed Jengar's and unique golden entry abilities, assets that would serve as his advantages in this selection process. Li Xing looked at him with unwavering faith. "Your abilities are sufficient to keep you invulnerable." The training commenced with an intense preliminary round, as the mentors sternly evaluated each contestant's skills and intellect. Throughout this competitive environment, Baimu and his Jengars honed their synergy, The Nether Ghost domain entries allowed him to unleash tactical surprises, leaving many opponents in awe. Meanwhile, Li Xing's performance was remarkably outstanding, providing him with invaluable support during his moments of adversity. In a series of practical confrontations, they inspired one another, growing together. As time passed, Baimu gradually realized that his abilities might serve purposes beyond Team Rocket. Perhaps I can wield this power to protect the Hoenn region, shielding it from threats like Liang. He contemplated each night after training. After countless nights of effort, Baimu finally welcomed the ultimate entry reward. At that moment, he felt immense satisfaction and exhilaration, fully aware that he was inching closer to his aspirations. Upon leaving the training camp, Baimu and Li Xing stood atop a small hill, gazing into the distance. Baimu inhaled deeply, sensing an unprecedented surge of motivation. This is merely the beginning. There lies a broader world for us to explore and safeguard. Li Xing nodded gently, understanding that the unknown they faced was precisely the challenge they had long sought. New adventures awaited them just ahead. Chapter 71. The Unbound Shadows of the Underworld. Baimu's autonomous adventure, the marketplace, was shrouded in a haze of dust and panic. Baimu and Li Xing stood in the shadows of an alley, meticulously observing the chaotic crowd. A middle-aged merchant in vibrant attire gazed anxiously ahead, his bodyguards tightly guarding the lifeless form of the fallen firebird, their expressions steeped in despair. This was utterly inconceivable, Li Xing whispered nervously, questioning how a volcanic forge could suddenly collapse. Baimu furrowed his brow in contemplation. The merchant stranded in the middle of the road was evidently a person of significance, and his bodyguards were clearly trained professionals. Baimu scanned the surroundings, seeking clues laid by Team Rocket. But his thoughts were interrupted by the crowd's cries regarding the disappearance of the city's protector. Edu. Edu is missing? Baimu echoed this startling news in his mind. He clenched his fists slightly, realizing that matters might not be as straightforward as they seemed. At that moment, he sensed a wave of hostility lurking in the shadows. Behind the crowd, members of Team Rocket clad in gray uniforms began to gather, their sly smiles casting an ominous chill in the flickering marketplace lights. It appears we have guests. Baimu shifted his gaze towards Li Xing, offering her a decisive glance. She nodded slightly, her hands already poised for battle. Just then, a familiar figure stepped into view. It was Team Rocket's captain, Liang. He stood among several subordinates, his gaze seemingly piercing through the crowd, locking directly onto Baimu. Baimu, what are you plotting here? Liang's voice was domineering and cold, laced with an undeniable challenge. Baimu inhaled deeply, responding calmly. I believe this is not merely about power for me. Before Liang could pose another question, Baimu resolved to answer through action. Gaisai emerged from the shadows, enveloped in an aura of the underworld. Baimu closed his eyes, connecting his mind with the entry system, as the golden realm of the underworld swirled in his consciousness. Do not forget, I am still in pursuit of a nobler goal. Baimu's voice rang out, unwavering and fearless, as shadows began to envelop him, instilling an inexplicable terror in the Team Rocket members before him. The underworld and Appo's aura expanded, shrouding the adversaries within it. The typically arrogant members of Team Rocket now displayed expressions of sheer terror, as if they were ensnared in an endless darkness, trembling involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Baimu gestured with one hand, and alongside Gaisai's powerful strike, the enemies fell in swift succession. Liang's subordinates were swiftly overwhelmed, his face turning ashen. Yet, this only deepened his confusion regarding Baimu's true intentions. Baimu retracted Gaisai's power, turning to Liang with a newfound resolve in his gaze that Liang had never witnessed before, stating, "Our paths will inevitably diverge." Li Xing beamed with a smile of appreciation, her trust and reliance on Baimu deepening. Together, they ventured into the night, leaving behind the fading lights of the marketplace and embarking on their unfinished journey. As Baimu and Li Xing walked side by side under the cloak of night, the city's lights gradually receded, and silence enveloped them. As if the world consisted solely of the two of them, Li Xing gently broke the silence. Baimu, do you truly not intend to remain with Team Rocket? Not even to afford yourself a chance to look back? Baimu paused for a moment, then smiled softly, I do not harbor animosity towards Team Rocket. Rather, I detest being bound. My goal is freedom, to explore the unknown, rather than merely serving a faction. Li Xing nodded, her eyes reflecting understanding and support. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the distance was fixated upon their every move. Dawu, the champion of the Hoenn region, remained vigilant about Team Rocket and Appo's every maneuver. This time, he sensed that the black market operations concealed unspeakable secrets, and he had to ensure the safety of the Hoenn region. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of Team Rocket, Liang entered the conference room with a dark expression, reporting Baimu and Appo's actions to the higher-ups. A chorus of murmurs erupted in the room. Some believed Baimu to be an extraordinary talent deserving of cultivation, while others viewed his abilities as uncontrollable and deemed him a potential threat. Yang refrained from voicing his opinion, merely observing silently, aware that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Days later, in an abandoned battleground in Hoenn, Baimu and Li Xing unexpectedly encountered Dawu. He stood at the center of the arena, his expression one of scrutiny. Baimu, he began, his voice low yet powerful. Have you seriously contemplated your relationship with Team Rocket? Without hesitation, Baimu replied, I am in pursuit of a higher goal, unwilling to be a mere tool of any faction. Dawu nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed by Baimu's response. Then what is your goal? Is it power? Or something more noble? Baimu gazed steadily at Dawu, responding, my goal is power, but also freedom. I wish to realize my self-worth through the exploration of the world. The dialogue oscillated between understanding and hostility, both parties and Appo's eyes revealing an indomitable will. Observing Baimu and Appo's resolute gaze, Dawu chose not to press further, recognizing that this young man had found a clear direction within himself. Then, I wish you good fortune. I hope that when we next meet, we remain friends, Dawu said softly, turning to depart. Chapter 72, The Shadowy Struggle. The Warriors' Alliance strikes back. Baimu gazed at Dawu's retreating figure, a long-lost sense of exhilaration blossoming within him. He understood that his journey was merely commencing, with countless challenges awaiting his conquering spirit. Li Xing, standing beside him, clasped his hand tightly. They exchanged a knowing smile before continuing their march into the unknown. Days later, under the gentle embrace of dawn's first light, the cacophony of the training camp gradually subsided. On this day, the number of participants had dwindled from 120 to a mere 20, and the students, including Baimu, were undergoing a significant assessment, one that demanded not only the demonstration of combat prowess, but also the exhibition of their character and resolve. Today heralded yet another arduous battle. Baimu gently patted the head of Gaisai, his eyes brimming with trust and admiration. Gaisai playfully circled around him, emitting soft, joyous sounds. Through the rigorous training of recent days, the synergy between Baimu and Gaisai reached unprecedented heights. We can do this, Ken and Appo's, Tiwi? Baimu encouraged. Gaisai chirped in affirmation, then settled quietly on Baimu's shoulder as they both gazed into the distance. Ahead of them, undulating mountains loomed, seemingly riddled with challenges awaiting their courage. Yet, in that moment, Baimu felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and conviction. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. It was Li Xing. She approached with a smile, 2 bottles of drinks in hand. I haven't seen you since the training concluded. I thought you were entangled in some mission, she remarked, extending 1 bottle toward him. Thank you. I merely sought a tranquil spot to continue training with Gaisai, Baimu replied as they sat side by side, observing the training grounds illuminated by morning light. Li Xing, ever cautious, surveyed their surroundings before whispering, Baimu, I know you are in pursuit of strength and freedom, but be wary of Team Rocket. Liang is not to be trifled with. I understand your concerns, Baimu nodded. He was acutely aware of the complexities and perils lurking within Team Rocket's ranks. During the rigorous training in Hoenn, he had come to realize that this cohort of students bore a unique mission, one that necessitated their rapid growth in the face of Team Rocket's looming threat. At that moment, the voice of General ZFA resonated across the training field, urging the students to unveil their potential while underscoring the Federation's high expectations of them. Nevertheless, Baimu discerned a flicker of worry etched upon ZFA's face as he spoke. Rumors suggested that ZFA held doubts regarding his educational methods, though many believed such tactics were crucial for cultivating the students' growth. The challenges that lay ahead would prove more formidable than they could fathom. Li Xing turned to Baimu, her eyes reflecting both concern and trust. "I will walk alongside you." Baimu smiled, grasping her hand, a renewed determination surging within him. The conversation he had with Dao Wu echoed in his mind, intensifying his yearning for freedom. He recognized that the journey was far from over, and the true adventure was just beginning. He must confront the unknown, wielding his entry system abilities to systematically defeat formidable foes and discover his own path and purpose. "Indeed, our journey has only just begun," Baimu declared resolutely, rising alongside Li Xing as they continued forth into the uncharted territory. They understood that the forthcoming adventures would be even more daunting, yet nothing could hinder their pursuit of their innermost desires. In a secluded corner of the training ground, Baimu and Li Xing fervently deliberated their next course of action. With unwavering resolve, Li Xing asserted, "We can no longer delay. The conspiracy of Team Rocket must be exposed." Baimu nodded, a plan already forming in his mind, yet he remained acutely aware of the inherent risks. That night, as the training field succumbed to the embrace of darkness, they stealthily infiltrated the Alliance's archives, seeking further evidence of Team Rocket's machinations. Each footstep resonated with urgency, and the dim light within the archives illuminated the determination etched upon their faces. "This is what we need," Li Xing whispered, pointing to a document regarding Team Rocket's operations. Baimu swiftly perused the file, a surge of indefinable impulse igniting within him. They understood that Team Rocket and Oppo's roots ran deep within the Alliance. This document was a critical weapon in their quest for truth. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from a corner of the room, prompting Baimu and Li Xing to halt their movements, straining to listen. In the darkness, footsteps grew increasingly discernible. Exchanging a glance, they quickly concealed the document, preparing to confront the newcomer. A tall figure soon emerged before them, Dao Wu, the champion of the Hoenn region and a pivotal figure in Team Rocket. "You should not be here." Dao Wu's voice resonated low yet filled with menace. His gaze flitted between Baimu and Li Xing, seemingly assessing their intentions. Baimu instinctively reached for the Pokeball containing Gaisai, feeling a subtle tremor within. At that moment, he activated the golden entry system titled Shadow Domain, plunging the entire room into a shroud of darkness. Dao Wu appeared taken aback, a flicker of unease crossing his countenance. The aura of fear emanating from Gaisai enveloped the room, causing Dao Wu to instinctively take a step back. However, he quickly regained his composure, a steely resolve glimmering in his eyes. "It seems I have underestimated you." Simultaneously, commotion erupted outside the room, the chaotic sounds accompanied by the voice of Team Rocket's leader, Liang. In a bid to buy time, Baimu and Li Xing dashed toward the exit, pursued relentlessly by Dao Wu's footsteps. Li Xing, "We need to contact the other students immediately," Baimu urged, fully aware that only through uniting more allies could they stand a chance against Team Rocket's might. They fled the archives, with Li Xing urgently dispatching a communication to summon all trainees to join the fight. Gathering in the open space of the Alliance and Oppo's playground, they welcomed the arriving students, each one embodying unwavering courage and determination. Baimu observed them, feeling an unprecedented sense of unity. He recognized that the challenges they faced this time would be greater than ever before. Beneath the resplendent starry sky, Baimu silently vowed that regardless of the cost, he would fight for freedom and justice until the very last moment. The fate of Team Rocket and the future of the Alliance would be rewritten through the courageous steps of the warriors. As night enveloped the playground, a solemn yet resolute atmosphere prevailed. Baimu stood atop a makeshift platform, his gaze resolute. Li Xing stood beside him, clutching a communication device, ever vigilant of the students' movements. "Everyone," Baimu and Amp, Oppo's voice resonated through the night sky, capturing the attention of all present. "The conspiracy of Team Rocket has long threatened our world. Today, we shall shatter this threat, fighting for our friends, our families, and for all who cherish Pokémon." Baimu's words ignited the spirits of the gathered students, who rallied in response. Volunteers began preparing their Pokémon, while others conferred strategies with their companions. Seizing the moment, Baimu concentrated, activating the entry system. He required greater strength to confront the trials ahead. A golden flash flickered across the screen as he unlocked an entry titled Shadow Shield. This ability would grant Gaisai additional protection, allowing it to navigate battles with newfound agility. Chapter 73, The Shadow Raid. The final showdown at Team Rocket's headquarters. Baimu's heart surged with resolve, recognizing that this would become a crucial asset for them. Baimu, we can no longer afford to waste time, Li Xing urged, casting a vigilant gaze into the distance, knowing Liang must be hastily preparing. You are right, Baimu nodded. We shall set forth at once. Meanwhile, within the confines of Team Rocket and Appos' base, Liang was meticulously plotting around a colossal map. His subordinates, each wearing expressions of apprehension, understood that the moment of reckoning was imminent. Prepared to confront the challenges posed by the Alliance, Liang's eyes glimmered ominously. We cannot allow their plans to succeed. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, Dawu pondered the unfolding events. He grasped the determination of Baimu and the trainees, yet he also recognized Liang's formidable prowess. It seems the time for action has arrived, Dawu murmured to himself, issuing commands. On the screen, the maneuvers of Team Rocket and the Alliance's counteractions gradually formed a fateful confrontation. With preparations complete, Baimu led the trainees toward the enemy's stronghold. Each step resonated like a war drum upon the earth, the accompanying breeze akin to an invigorating trumpet call. Li Xing followed closely beside Baimu, aware that this was not merely a battle, but a trial of trust and conviction. Li Xing, we must achieve victory, no matter what, Baimu declared after a moment of silence, his voice steady and resolute. We will succeed, Li Xing replied, her gaze unwavering, for the future we share. As Li Xing's words echoed, Baimu felt an invisible force flowing between them. This bond of trust fortified his belief that nothing could impede their advance. The starry sky remained resplendent. The flames of justice were poised to ignite. Baimu and Li Xing ventured deeper into the forest, the dense foliage obscuring the radiant moonlight, leaving only the sound of their footsteps in the stillness. Baimu gripped the Pokeball in his hand, containing his Jengar, the key to their victory. Baimu, do you think we can win? Li Xing suddenly broke the silence, her voice tinged with unease. Baimu smiled gently, his eyes filled with determination. Of course. Remember the efforts we've made, and the assistance of Jengar. Li Xing nodded slightly, feeling Baimu's confidence shine like a star in the night sky. The two continued onward until they reached Team Rocket's headquarters. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the base, Liang awaited them with his back to the entrance, his demeanor stern and vigilant. They have arrived, Liang whispered to his subordinates, and with a wave of his hand, everyone sprang into action. Outside, Baimu halted, and beside him, Li Xing held her breath. Baimu quietly instructed, Li Xing, I will use Jengar and Appos, and Appos, Shadow Realm and Appos, to confuse them. You take the opportunity to locate Liang, understood? Li Xing nodded, gripping Baimu's hand tightly in encouragement. Be careful, Baimu, we must return alive. Baimu summoned Jengar, and an eerie black mist immediately spread from beneath their feet, enveloping all in a shroud of fear. The atmosphere within the base descended into chaos, many subordinates falling prey to this mysterious force, lost in illusions. Liang sensed the disturbance almost instantaneously, his mind racing. It's Baimu. They have arrived. He urgently commanded his men to gather around him, striving to resist Jengar and Appos' power. Meanwhile, Li Xing seized the opportunity to infiltrate the base. Utilizing her knowledge of Pokémon, she skillfully evaded the alarm systems, stealthily searching for Liang's whereabouts. Baimu continued to unleash the Shadow Realm, a surge of power rising within him, both a testament to his trust in Li Xing and a promise to honor the support of all their comrades. Finally, in a concealed chamber deep within the base, Li Xing discovered Liang. In that moment of eye contact, tension thickened the air. Liang wore a knowing smile. It seems you have some skill, but are you prepared to face the consequences of reaching this point? Li Xing stood her ground, summoning her Pokémon boldly to confront Liang's challenge. At that moment, the tension of battle tightened like a drawn bow, awaiting a spark to ignite. Outside, Baimu sensed that Li Xing had found Liang. He exhaled and hurried toward her location. He understood that the ultimate confrontation would hinge on their unbreakable trust and collaboration. Beneath the starry sky, Baimu and Li Xing stepped toward an uncertain victory, their hearts ablaze with the fire of justice. As Li Xing proclaimed, "For our shared future, we shall give our all." Inside the dimly lit base, the gauzy smoke drifted gently, carrying a chill. Li Xing took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering from Liang before her. Every movement of his was calculated, akin to a hunter stalking its prey in the jungle. She took a slight step back, contemplating her next strategy. "I have witnessed your tactics," Liang coldly remarked, confidence lacing his tone. "However, courage alone cannot win a war." Li Xing smiled faintly, aware that Liang's composure was a fade. "Let us prove it through our actions," she replied softly, her tone resolute as granite. Everything around them seemed to still in that moment, the rhythmic beating of their hearts the only sound. Then, she caught sight of a blurred shadow darting past. A figure in black lunged toward her, brandishing a gleaming blade that glimmered ominously. Li Xing swiftly recoiled, narrowly evading the strike. The sound of the blade slicing through the air quickened her pulse. "Tao Tu, you dare!" Li Xing murmured, her eyes filled with wariness. This sudden threat was clearly unforeseen, and she instinctively braced herself. Outside, Baimu felt an unsettling change, his heartbeat quickening as the same worry surged within him. He quickened his pace, the echo of Li Xing's faint yet resolute call ringing in his ears. "Baimu, hurry." In that moment, Baimu disregarded everything else. His thoughts singularly focused on reaching Li Xing's side. He feared no obstacle, driven solely by the urgency to rescue his teammate from peril. The unease and anxiety within him sharpened, prompting his steps to hasten. On the battlefield, Li Xing suddenly spotted a slight opening in the black-clad assailant's movements. Seizing the moment, she deftly reached for the woman's mask. As it fell away, their gazes met briefly, and a flicker of panic crossed the face of Tao Tuesday. Liang, taken aback, exclaimed, "Tao Tu." Evidently, Tao Tu had not anticipated her identity being unveiled. She stumbled back in fright before bolting away in a flurry of confusion. At that moment, Baimu reached Li Xing and Apos' side, panting slightly as he urgently inquired, "Are you all right?" Li Xing managed a faint smile, comforted by the connection they shared. "I'm fine, just overwhelmed by these unexpected twists. However, I believe that one day we will no longer be alone." They exchanged resolute nods, both understanding that this battle was far from over, yet at all times and in every place, they would not falter or retreat. Under the starry sky, they stepped together into an uncertain future, their hearts still ignited by hope and determination. Chapter 74, The Battle of Revelation. A hero's non-electronic adventure. The air lingered with a faint, ethereal mist, embodying resilience and tenacity, gently dissipating into the night. As darkness fell, the shadowy forest donned a veil of mystery. Baimu slowly opened his eyes to find himself resting in a quaint, cozy cabin. He stirred slightly, attempting to recollect the events leading up to his unconsciousness, yet his mind was a blank slate. "Are you awake, young man?" A kindly voice interrupted his thoughts. Baimu turned to see a woman approaching with a bowl of warm soup, her smile radiating warmth. "Thank you for saving me," Baimu said sincerely as he accepted the soup with a slight bow. "There's no need for gratitude, seeing such a young lad collapsed in the forest." "I couldn't possibly ignore it," she replied, settling herself by the bedside, her eyes filled with concern. "What is your name? How did you end up in such a place alone?" After a brief silence, Baimu hesitated before responding, "I am Baimu, but I cannot recall much else. Everything feels so foreign." "Do not worry. Sometimes memories return gradually," she reassured him, gently patting his hand, her tone imbued with comfort and encouragement. At that moment, a name flickered through Baimu's mind, Li Xing. He realized that a very important companion was waiting for him somewhere. Despite the hazy memories, his longing for Li Xing burned brightly within him, akin to a radiant north star guiding his path. "I must find her, Li Xing," Baimu declared, his gaze resolute, as if a newfound strength surged from within. "Who is Li Xing?" the woman inquired curiously, a hint of playful teasing in her voice. "She is my friend," Baimu replied, slightly bashful, "and she holds great significance in my life." We have faced numerous challenges together. Then continue to follow the guidance of your heart, young man. This forest may appear exceedingly complex, but there is certainly a path meant for you, she encouraged, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Baimu felt a sense of long-lost peace envelop him under the warm glow of the light. He understood that regardless of how unpredictable this adventure might be, he would resolutely press on until the truth emerged and he reunited with his cherished companion. As the night deepened, Baimu gazed out at the starlit sky. His heart ignited not only by memories of the past, but also by an unwavering belief in the infinite possibilities of the future. Though the road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, he was prepared to give his all. With the gentle breeze whispering through the leaves, Baimu allowed a small smile to rise. He trusted that the wheel of fate would turn toward the light, and he would fight to the very end. In the soft morning light filtering through the forest, Baimu gathered his spirits and embarked on a new journey. Gengsi quietly stood guard nearby, yet a subtle sense of unease permeated the air. Baimu keenly sensed an unusual presence not far off, the lurking threat of Team Rocket's spies. What's meant to come will come, Baimu murmured, recalling his new skill, Phantom Domain, which could instill fear in his adversaries. Are you ready, Gengsi? He softly inquired, feeling Gengsi's eager response. After taking a few steps, a familiar yet indistinct figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was the leader of Team Rocket, Liang. With arms crossed, Liang scrutinized Baimu with a wary gaze, clearly suspecting that Baimu had uncovered certain secrets. It seems you're not as simple as you appear, kid, Liang remarked, a blend of disdain and begrudging admiration in his voice. Captain Liang, let our Pokémon determine the outcome of today's match. Baimu responded firmly, unafraid, his eyes shimmering with inexplicable confidence. With an unspoken understanding between them, both sides launched their Pokéballs, and the battle was imminent. Liang swiftly commanded his Pokémon to defend, eager to demonstrate their might. However, Baimu was no longer the same individual from before. He adeptly directed Gengsi as the power of Phantom Domain unfolded gracefully and silently. Under the influence of Phantom Domain, Liang's Pokémon hesitated momentarily, allowing Baimu to seize the opportunity. Gengsi soared through the air, darting close to Liang's team, each attack precise and lethal, reminiscent of a nightmare descending from the darkened night. Unwilling to relent, Liang attempted to regain control of the situation. Yet Baimu showcased extraordinary strategic acumen, never becoming a mere target, but instead seizing every subtle opening with relentless precision. As Liang's Pokémon fell one by one, Baimu's conviction intensified. What burned within him was not merely a thirst for victory, but also an indelible yearning for Li Xing, which fueled his resolve. As the duel approached its climax, Liang's demeanor shifted from contempt to gravity. He could no longer underestimate the young man before him. It seems I have underestimated you, Liang conceded, weariness creeping into his voice. This is merely the beginning, Baimu replied, his eyes bright with determination, fully aware that more challenges awaited him. Yet, amidst the hazy image of Li Xing, he glimpsed a brighter future. As the clamor of battle began to fade, Baimu turned to behold the rising sun, his inner faith growing stronger. He recognized that the path to truth and light, though fraught with thorns, would be traversed with unwavering intent as he sought reunion with Li Xing, illuminating each step of the future. Morning sunlight poured through the windows, casting a warm glow over the corridors of Team Rocket and Oppo's S-Base. Baimu strolled thoughtfully, his mind still replaying the recent battle. A sense of pride swelled within him as he reflected on his victory over Liang. However, as the sun continued its ascent, he recalled the enhancement documents acquired during the fight, information that seemed crucial. What kind of changes will this bring? Baimu pondered aloud, his mind swirling with questions and unease. He knew that unraveling these mysteries would require vigilance. He paused outside the assembly hall, where Team Rocket members had gathered in droves. Liang stood at the front, outlining new missions. Baimu instinctively shifted aside to avoid drawing attention, though his heart raced with anticipation. Baimu, you performed well today, Liang glanced his way, his tone somewhat aloof, clearly still contemplating Baimu's true capabilities and intentions. Thank you, Captain, Baimu replied with a humble smile, maintaining his modest demeanor. Nearby, Dawu quietly departed, not engaging with anyone. His sharp, penetrating gaze seemed to harbor great interest in Baimu. This scrutiny weighed heavily on Baimu, who recognized that he would soon face even greater challenges. Meanwhile, thoughts of Li Xing filled his mind, an emotion both warming and bittersweet. He mused that their reunion might still be far off, yet it served as his driving motivation. Confidently, he believed that the shadows before him would eventually part. But he needed to remain extra cautious, ensuring that no one could shake his conviction. Suddenly, an urgent summons resonated from headquarters, instantly heightening the atmosphere of tension. Baimu acutely sensed the oppressive aura surrounding him, even his breath quickening. He resolved not to be swept into the chaos, but to seize every opportunity to elevate himself and uncover the truth. Chapter 75. The Misty Forest, the Amnesiac and Apos. S journey to find friends. At that moment, Liang approached him and whispered, Baimu, I hope you can maintain your pace and not be easily swayed by temptation. Baimu understood that Liang was deliberately testing him. He merely nodded in acknowledgement without elaborating. He was well aware of Liang's character, and the seemingly casual reminder carried an unspoken warning. As Daigo's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Baimu suddenly realized that the path he was treading was fraught with thorns and challenges, yet it remained the sole route to a brighter future. He murmured to himself, No matter what I face, I must press on. The sunlight outside gradually became clearer, casting a long shadow of Baimu, who recognized that his new journey had begun. Standing in the corridor of Team Rocket's headquarters, his hands unconsciously slipped into his pockets, his mind echoing the recent conversation with Liang. Liang was assessing his loyalty, while Baimu appeared composed, though internally he was tumultuous like the surging tides. Before Liang's threatening words had fully dissipated, Baimu had already grasped the precariousness of his position within Team Rocket. However, his resolve was unwavering. He aimed to rise to Daigo's level. Baimu. Liang's voice was deep and unwavering, a hand resting firmly on Baimu's shoulder, making it impossible for him to ignore. Here, loyalty is the only assurance of survival. Baimu smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, my objectives are clear. I will not waver easily. He understood that this statement was meant to convey to Liang that he had never joined Team Rocket merely for the sake of reward. His ambition extended beyond that. He aimed to defeat greater adversaries. Only then did Liang withdraw his hand, nodding with a hint of satisfaction, though his gaze remained as piercing as a needle. He could not fully trust Baimu, yet at this stage, he had no better alternatives. Baimu's abilities, particularly the golden entries of his ghastly, had already secured him a significant standing within Team Rocket. One day, when my strength surpasses Daigo and Apos, I will do my utmost to assist Team Rocket. Baimu seemed to casually throw out this statement, but in reality, he was paving his own path. He knew that should Liang choose to support him, it would provide him with a safeguard, at least during this period of strengthening. Liang fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the trustworthiness of Baimu's words. After all, betrayal and deceit were commonplace within Team Rocket. Yet, Baimu's calmness and confidence gave Liang reason to believe that perhaps this was a worthwhile gamble. Baimu, as long as you do not deviate from Team Rocket's interests, I will provide you with ample support. The two exchanged glances for a moment, ultimately reaching a tacit understanding. This relationship might merely be strategic, a fragile alliance, but for Baimu, it sufficed. What he needed was precisely this temporary trust, in exchange for growth and time to confront Daigo. As Baimu exited the conference room, he felt more assured than before. He was no longer the novice who had just joined Team Rocket, but a trainer who had improved both strategically and in strength. His next step was to gather more information about Daigo and utilize his resources to transform every challenge into a means of empowerment. Outside, the sunlight continued to shine brightly, as if celebrating Baimu's strategic victory. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, No matter how arduous the path ahead, I shall persevere. He understood that at this moment, his true journey was just beginning. In the days that followed, Baimu devoted himself entirely to training and information gathering. He frequently appeared in Team Rocket's library, training grounds, and obscure corners, unearthing every detail related to Daigo. Beside him, Ghastly silently accompanied him, its deep-set eyes shimmering with steadfast determination, as if motivating Baimu to keep moving forward. One day, Team Rocket convened a significant meeting. As Baimu entered the conference room, he noticed all members were busily preparing for the impending operation. An atmosphere of tension and excitement permeated the air. Liang stood at one end of the conference table, surveying everyone. Upon seeing Baimu, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Everyone, Liang began. This mission is of utmost importance and requires each of us to give our all, especially you, Baimu. You will be responsible for formulating the strategy to ensure our success. Upon hearing these words, Baimu felt the weight of responsibility, yet an inexplicable thrill surged within him. He recognized this as an excellent opportunity to showcase his abilities. He nodded and presented a series of meticulous tactical plans, leveraging his unique synergy with Ghastly to refine the strategy further. On the day of the operation, as night enveloped the area, Baimu led his squad stealthily into the target location. Utilizing Ghastly's Shadow Realm, he plunged their adversaries into fear before they could react. Quick, execute the plan, Baimu commanded firmly. His voice exuded an unshakable confidence that reassured his team members. With the operation's resounding success, Liang held a celebration at the base. During the gathering, he lavished praise on Baimu's performance and expressed his intention to bolster Baimu's support. Baimu, without you, this operation would not have gone so smoothly, Liang said, clapping Baimu's shoulder sincerely. Baimu smiled faintly. However, he understood that Liang's words were not merely compliments but also an expectation. He met Liang's gaze with determination, promising, regardless of the tasks ahead, I will give my utmost effort. This successful operation not only solidified Baimu's position within Team Rocket, but also strengthened the bond between him and Liang. As new entries were unlocked, Baimu's confidence soared. He realized he was one step closer to his ultimate challenge against Daigo. Sunlight streamed through the curtains onto his shoulders, as if encouraging him to forge ahead. Gazing at the increasingly familiar sky, Baimu silently affirmed to himself, no matter how challenging the journey may be, I shall persevere until the end. This conviction flowed through him like a warm current, fortifying his resolve as he stepped toward a new chapter. On a bright morning, sunlight bathed Team Rocket and Appo's harbor. A gentle sea breeze caressed him as Baimu stood at the dock, gazing out at the vast ocean. The waves crashed against the shore, evoking a sense of solitude and exhilaration. He was about to board the vessel sent by Liang, embarking on a brand new adventure. Are you ready? Liang approached, patting Baimu on the back. His demeanor was softer than before, as if past successes had drawn him closer to trusting Baimu. Baimu smiled slightly and nodded. Yes. When does the ship depart? Liang stood alongside him, gazing at the sea. The ship is ready, awaiting your command. Baimu replied softly, Thank you, Liang. Without your support, I fear I would not have embarked on this journey so swiftly. His voice was gentle, yet filled with deep gratitude. Liang waved his hand with a hearty laugh, declaring, You are the hope of Team Rocket, the beacon of our future. No need for further words. Let us board. As they boarded the ship, Baimu couldn't help but reflect on the past. Chapter 76, The Abyssal Ghost Domain, the final showdown with Team Rocket since joining Team Rocket. He has gradually grown through various challenges. In the fierce battles alongside his partner, he has witnessed more of the unknown world, igniting an even stronger fervor within him. Vivid images of his confrontation with Steven, the champion of the Hoenn region, flashed through his mind as he recognized him as one of his steadfast aspirations. As the vessel slowly departed from the shore, Shiraki became immersed in contemplation about the future. He recalled the arduous journey he had traversed, the unwavering support from his comrades, and the high hopes they placed upon him. This all solidified a resolute belief deep within his heart. Facing the sea breeze, Shiraki gazed at the receding harbor, his mind teeming with countless images of challenges and opportunities. He silently vowed to himself that no matter the difficulties he encountered, he would persist relentlessly to fulfill his dream of conquering the Pokémon world. The ship's horn resonated through the skies, and Shiraki's heart brimmed with an insatiable desire for the future. As sunlight gradually bathed the deck, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The vessel glided smoothly over the ocean, white waves crashing against its hull, accompanied by the soothing sound of water. standing at the bow. Shiraki stared at the approaching dark clouds, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Memories of past experiences flooded his mind. Each challenge had propelled him toward this very moment. Rio approached him, brow furrowed. Shiraki, you sense that power too, don't you? Shiraki nodded firmly. Indeed. This sea is not to be underestimated. It feels connected to Steven. He tightened his grip on the Duskull Pokeball, feeling the familiar energy and ghostly power emanating from within. Rio pondered for a moment before speaking. We must not let our guard down. We need a strategy. Those ships are formidable. I believe we still have time to decide how to respond. Shiraki glanced back at the crew, who appeared somewhat hesitant. But under the resolute gaze of his eyes, they regained their confidence. The distant fleet drew ever closer, and Shiraki's heartbeat quickened. He swiftly entered a focused state. Addressing Rio, we cannot allow them to take the initiative. Let us strike first and send Duskull to gather intelligence. Rio nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. Do you intend to use the Abyssal Ghost domain to probe their defenses? Shiraki pressed the button on the Pokeball, and Duskull materialized gracefully. He pointed towards the encroaching fleet and whispered to Duskull, "Go and sense their aura, seek out their weaknesses, but exercise caution." Duskull emitted a low cry before vanishing into a swirl of black mist, heading towards the enemy fleet. Rio and Shiraki anxiously awaited on the deck. Moments later, Duskull returned, and Shiraki gleaned an unusual message from its movements. A chill ran down his spine. It is indeed Steven. He appears to be aware of our arrival. Rio lifted his gaze, determination glinting in his eyes. It seems we cannot avoid a clash with the Hoenn League. Perhaps this is an opportunity to gauge Team Rocket's strength. The speed of the enemy fleet noticeably increased, undoubtedly preparing for a forceful assault. Shiraki took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension. Regardless of the outcome, we must not retreat. This is not merely a battle. It is our crucible. Rio smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with the spirit of battle. Let us show them our true strength. He called out to the crew with authority. All hands, prepare for battle stations. As Team Rocket's ship maneuvered, Shiraki silently reminded himself that no matter how the situation unfolded, he must forge ahead. The confrontation with Steven was not only a test of skill against a formidable opponent, but also a crucial step toward realizing his dreams. He eagerly anticipated the impending resolution of this battle. The sound of crashing waves grew louder, and the ships churned in the water, the signal for combat becoming increasingly apparent. Shiraki stood at the ship's railing, his eyes fixed on the approaching Hoenn League fleet. Rio, we must seize the initiative before they are ready. His voice was steady and clear. He recalled the pressure-laden name that Duskull had conveyed, Steven. Shiraki, remain composed. This is our moment to demonstrate our prowess, Rio encouraged. Excitement lacing his voice, a yearning for the imminent battle. The crew around them sprang into action, each member acutely aware of the mission's significance. Shiraki watched as Duskull circled above the ship, the black mist swirling with its movements. Duskull, Abyssal Ghost Domain, prepare to show them our might. Shiraki murmured, a bead of sweat forming on his palm. Under Duskull's influence, the entire sea became shrouded in the Abyssal Ghost Domain, an intangible fear permeating the air. The crew of the Hoenn League appeared tense, clearly unprepared for such an eerie atmosphere. Now's our chance. Shiraki seized the moment to rally everyone for an assault on the front line of the Hoenn League. The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted, turning the sea into a tempest of bullets. Rio stood at the center of the ship, commanding the battle with calm and decisive authority. There's a gap on the left flank. Concentrate fire. Shiraki shouted, swiftly directing Duskull to create further disruption. Duskull spiraled above the enemy, weaving through their vessels in a ghostly dance, generating more chaos. Steven remained steadfast on the flagship, his imposing gaze fixed on Shiraki in the distance. This kid possesses quite the skill to conjure such illusions, but it is still insufficient. Steven murmured to himself, issuing commands for his Pokémon to engage. Shiraki noticed the enemy's formation faltering, bolstering his confidence. With Duskull's assistance, he and Rio steadily advanced, their agility and precise tactics keeping the formation intact even against Steven's counterattacks. Just give me a little more time. We can turn the tide, Shiraki contemplated. However, Steven was no ordinary adversary. He seemed to have discerned the point of attack from Shiraki and Ryo, beginning to organize a counteroffensive. His battle instincts and experience rejuvenated the Hoenn League and Appos' ranks, forming a new line of defense. "We must remain vigilant," Ryo cautioned, yet Shiraki brimmed with confidence. He understood that this was not just a battle. It was a pivotal clash in pursuit of his dreams. Shiraki fixed his gaze on the tumultuous waves and enemy vessels, an unyielding determination surging within him. "Stephen, prepare to witness my true power." On this battlefield where sky met sea, Shiraki resolved to fight to the bitter end, for his dreams and to prove himself. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. Taking a deep breath, Shiraki silently intoned, "Now is the moment." The sea breeze caressed his face, and a resolute light shone in his eyes. Under his guidance, Duskull intensified the chaos of the illusion, causing the enemy's formation to waver like the rolling waves. Stephen stood on his flagship, sensing the surroundings growing increasingly chaotic. "These kids are indeed formidable," he thought, his alertness heightened, yet maintaining a faade of calm. He must not underestimate them. Meanwhile, Ryo urged Shiraki, "Don't falter. We only need to hold on a bit longer to turn the tables." His gaze radiated unwavering certainty, as if assuring Shiraki that everything was under control. Shiraki nodded, his fighting spirit burning even brighter. "All right, leave it to me." Chapter 77. The Ambition of Shiraki and the Trial of Loyalty. He responded in a hushed tone, summoning the ghostly realm of guise. In an instant, Daigo was engulfed in a shroud of despair and fear, his thoughts thrown into disarray. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to render him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Liang commanded his Pokémon to launch a fierce assault, revealing cracks in Daigo's defenses. The morale of Team Rocket soared at this moment, their warriors shouting in unison as they rapidly dismantled Daigo's left flank. "What a long-awaited thrill," Daigo, Shiraki murmured to himself, eyes fixated on the disorganized foes before him. For him, demonstrating such power to Daigo was not merely a sign of victory in battle, but a significant milestone on his path of growth. Daigo recognized the futility of his situation. Though reluctant, he had to concede that Shiraki's strength was formidable. How unexpected, he thought wryly, gazing at the shattered silhouette of the ship. Yet this was not the end. The echoes of victory had yet to fade, and Shiraki was already contemplating his next move. He understood that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. After this battle, his resolve to pursue his dreams was further solidified, no matter the hardships that lay ahead. He would forge ahead undeterred. That night, the stars sparkled like lanterns. Shiraki and Liang stood on the cool deck, gazing out at the vast horizon, each harboring their own aspirations and ambitions. The future was uncertain, but this battle would forever be etched in their memories. "This is just the beginning," Shiraki softly declared, his gaze filled with hope and unwavering conviction for what was to come. He gradually adjusted his breathing, the rapid heartbeat from the battle calming down. He lifted his head, contemplating the dimming sea, pondering how to strategize for the future. Though the recent victory was invigorating, he knew full well that this was not the conclusion. There were many matters to attend to, and Shiraki thought to himself that he must prepare for the challenges ahead. At that moment, Liang approached, an unusual gravity in his demeanor. "Shiraki, we need to discuss our next steps," he stated in a steady voice. The two leaned against the ship and Appos' railing, standing side by side as they deliberated their future objectives. However, lurking in the shadows was a former Team Rocket member named Grey Dog, his cold gaze fixed on Shiraki and Liang, a flame of vengeance igniting within him. Shiraki's success stung him, especially the fearsome power of guise, which only fueled his jealousy. Unwilling to accept defeat, he resolved to strike at the opportune moment, attempting to reverse the tide. Suddenly, a shadow burst forth from the corner, hurtling towards Shiraki. Despite the suddenness of the attack, Shiraki remained composed. With a slight gesture, Guise responded, the ghostly realm unfolding instantaneously. Grey Dog halted in astonishment, engulfed by an overwhelming tide of fear, as if his soul were being pressed into an unfathomable abyss. He attempted to retaliate, yet found his limbs trembling beyond his control. Liang watched intently, his expression one of keen vigilance. "These resentful enemies will inevitably resurface," he remarked to Shiroki. "You must always be prepared to guard against more potential threats." Shiroki nodded, understanding that their current position would undoubtedly attract further challenges, necessitating a deeper exploration of his and Guy's and Appo's potential. The midnight sea breeze caressed the deck, the stars shimmering in the night sky, as Shiroki and Liang stood resolutely, their trust and vision for the future unwavering. Both understood that the current turbulence was but a minor test on Shiroki's journey toward his dreams. The bond forged through life and death experiences only solidified their resolve. Shiroki turned to Liang, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "This is merely the beginning." They gazed toward the endless horizon, uncertain of the trials that awaited them. Yet at this moment, they clarified their shared goals, hearts brimming with boundless motivation and anticipation. Leaning against the ship's railing, the sea wind tousled Shiroki's hair, intertwining with the fabric of his uniform. He squinted, gazing at the approaching contours of Hoenn. Liang stood beside him, arms crossed over his chest, his expression focused. "The Hoenn region, compared to our previous explorations, it is far more complex." He broke the silence. "The influence of the League runs deep here, and Daigo is no easy adversary." A hint of caution tinged his tone. Shiroki nodded slowly. "Indeed, yet I sense that this is not merely a display of power. Daigo must be preparing something in the shadows. We must uncover the truth." Liang turned to Shiroki, his tone becoming solemn. "Do not forget, we have Guise. That entity is no simple matter." Shiroki smiled gently, caressing Gaise's Pokeball. "I know, Guise is our advantage. However, this plan may require more intricacy than ever before, not just relying on its power, but also necessitating a deeper strategy from us." Standing side by side, the waves crashed against the ship, producing a steady and powerful sound. Shiroki couldn't help but recall the past, the naivete of joining Team Rocket and the relentless training. Replaying in his mind, he recalled his confrontation with Grey Dog, growing acutely aware of the formidable foes that lurked in the shadows. "Listen, Shiroki." Liang and Appo's voice pulled him back from his reverie. "Whatever happens, we must stand united. The situation in Hoenn cannot be underestimated." "Rest assured, Liang, I am well aware." Shiroki replied firmly, his conviction as solid as rock. At that moment, the distant coastline became visible, the outline of Hoenn beckoning like an invitation to the unknown. Shiroki and Liang exchanged silent glances, both understanding this marked a new beginning, a trial they must face together. Ultimately, Shiroki's gaze returned to the front, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of perseverance, silently affirming to himself, "This is merely the beginning." As the ship docked at the break of dawn, the air was infused with the briny scent of the sea. Shiroki and Liang disembarked, aware that countless unknowns awaited them, with enemies lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, they were prepared to confront the tumultuous journey ahead with intellect and courage. Finally, the ship steadied at the docks of Hoenn, and Shiroki and Liang stepped onto the pier. The sea breeze brushed against them, carrying a hint of saltiness. The dock was bustling with trainers and their Pokémon, radiating an atmosphere of peace. Yet, Shiroki knew deep within that beneath this facade of tranquility lay restless undercurrents. "Hoenn is indeed a complex place," Shiroki remarked, turning his gaze to Liang beside him. He recalled their conversation on the ship, feeling a subtle pressure mounting within him. Liang nodded, his gaze resolute. "Precisely. Countless challenges lie hidden here, and we must strive to stay one step ahead." His voice resonated steadily in the crisp morning air. The two made their way toward the distant city, the Pokeball in Shiroki and Appo's hand glowing faintly, seemingly in response to his inner feelings. Before long, their steps were interrupted by a sudden burst of fireworks in the distance. A lively scene of celebration unfolding before them. Fireworks blossomed in the sky, vibrant and colorful. Liang frowned slightly. What are they celebrating at a time like this? Shiroki pondered for a moment. Perhaps they are welcoming new challengers? Or it could be a special occasion. Chapter 78. The Shadowy Subterfuge. The Rise of Shiroki Yet. The resplendence before them afforded little respite, for they were acutely aware that the most formidable threat in Hoenn lurked in the shadows. Shiroki recalled his initial confrontation with Daigo, that icy, unyielding gaze. Under his command, Ice-type Pokémon became as sharp as blades. Daigo would not easily overlook any threat to his dominion. Shiraki spoke softly to Ryo, his voice laced with a tinge of respect and trepidation. We must exercise utmost caution. Ryo offered a somewhat complex smile. We have Gaisu, and we possess our intellect. As long as we stand united, he may not be able to vanquish us. At that moment, they noticed several suspicious figures not far off. Evidently investigators dispatched by the League, probing into Shiraki and Appo's movements. A chill ran through Shiraki, realizing that Daigo had given them a stern warning. It appears we have become targets. He murmured, contemplating a means of advancement that could elude the enemy's incessant surveillance. Ryo patted his shoulder, signaling him to proceed. Do not worry. We have faced countless battles along our journey. What is there to fear? Shiraki nodded, understanding that the challenges ahead should not be underestimated. Yet they represented an opportunity for growth. A powerful adversary, in an intangible way, spurred him to strive harder. He felt the familiar and potent energy emanating from the Gaisu ball, solidifying his resolve. Let them come, Shiraki declared with a determined smile. We shall not be easily defeated. This is merely the beginning, and we are far from finished. The celebratory festivities continued, and Shiraki and Ryo pressed onward, well aware that each step laid the groundwork for future triumphs. The situation in Hoenn was as intricate as a tapestry, but they were prepared to face whatever arduous trials lay ahead, ready to confront each challenge hand in hand. Inside the dimly lit underground bar, the air was thick with the pungent scent of tobacco. Shiraki and Ryo sat at a corner table, their glasses half full before them. They spoke in hushed tones, deliberating their forthcoming actions. We must proceed with caution, Ryo remarked, thoughtfully swirling his glass. The League is undoubtedly keenly observant of our every move. Shiraki nodded, inwardly calculating. The entry concerning the shadowy realm afforded him a significant advantage, yet it also rendered him a conspicuous target. He looked up at Ryo and inquired, "What plans do we have?" Just as Ryo was preparing to respond, the bar's door swung open abruptly, and two figures strode in. Their tall stature and neatly pressed uniforms unmistakably marked them as League members. It was none other than Daigo's trusted aide, Tucker, accompanied by his partner, Quartz. "It seems they have tracked us down," Shiraki muttered, his expression grave. Tucker's gaze swept across the bar's interior, ultimately resting on Shiraki and Ryo's table. In that instant, Shiraki felt as though the air had solidified. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, realizing that Tucker might be aware of his capabilities. "Do not appear too anxious," Ryo said in a tone that balanced both ease and tension. "Remember, we have Gaisu and our wits. This time, we shall not be easily vanquished." At Ryo's words, Shiraki felt a slight alleviation of the pressure weighing on him. He sensed the strength emanating from the Gaisu ball, clenching his fists with renewed confidence. Just then, two young trainers, Ash and May, burst into the bar, evidently oblivious to the complex situation unfolding. May, ever the mischievous one, noticed Shiraki and seemed poised to approach, only to be intercepted by the towering League members. "Once again, this group of League fellows," Shiraki muttered, igniting a fire of determination akin to that of an ordinary person. He recognized that this was not merely a challenge, but an opportunity to prove himself and the strength of Team Rocket. "It is time for us to move." Ryo nudged Shiraki with his elbow, signaling that it was time to depart. Shiraki rose, adjusted his coat, and inhaled deeply. "Let them come. We will show them what we are capable of." With a resolute expression, he stepped out of the bar alongside Ryo. Though the path ahead was fraught with challenges, Shiraki knew that as long as they remained united, no trial could thwart their pursuit of victory's dawn. Chapter 79. The Journey of Baimu. Treading the waves on the morning of the following day, Baimu accompanied Liang to the training base of Team Rocket. Here, the newcomers respectfully greeted Liang. With his customary stern gaze, Liang scrutinized each individual until he reached Baimu's side. He patted Baimu on the shoulder and, in an encouraging tone, remarked that there would be a new task today and urged him to perform well. Baimu nodded slightly, silently planning for the day ahead. He understood that the rigid hierarchy and power dynamics within Team Rocket demanded not only excellence in training, but also the ability to stand out in strategy and action. They entered the cafeteria, where the first floor was bustling with newcomers. Their trays were piled high as they devoured their meals, a hint of anxiety evident in their haste. Liang led Baimu to the second floor, which was comparatively tranquil, a domain reserved for senior members and key figures. In a corner of the second floor, Baimu spotted a person engrossed in his meal, cheeks bulging like a train in motion, his speed astonishing. Sitting beside him was a distinguished man, none other than the champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo. He elegantly remarked, "Sanin, are you once again challenging your limits of consumption?" Sanin, undeterred, continued to cram food into his mouth and responded with a muffled grunt. Only a full stomach can ensure a good fight. This scene elicited an involuntary laugh from Baimu. It was hard to imagine such an unrefined character as a member of Team Rocket. Liang frowned and sternly admonished Sanin for his lack of decorum, reminding him that representing Team Rocket required more than just indulgence. Only then did Sanin reluctantly set down his utensils, look at Baimu, and casually say, "Oh, you must be Baimu. I've heard of you." He flashed a friendly smile. "Welcome to Team Rocket. I hope we can execute a mission together soon." Baimu politely nodded, reassessing the members of Team Rocket before him. He realized that this world was not solely about challenges, but also encompassed a myriad of complex human relationships and interests. He would need to find his footing within it. After a brief exchange, Liang signaled Baimu to continue his meal, stating succinctly that they would gather in the conference room after finishing, as they had important plans to discuss. Once everyone dispersed, Baimu sat quietly at the table, his mind swirling with countless speculations about the future. He reassured himself that as long as he worked alongside Liang and Gaisai, as the elder had said, victory would eventually be theirs. This conviction fueled his perseverance, compelling him to never give up. That evening, in the softly lit corridor of the third floor, Baimu and Sanin strolled slowly, engaged in hushed conversation. Sanin noticeably slowed his pace, placing a hand on his stomach and groaning, "Oh dear, I've truly overindulged. I can hardly move." Baimu couldn't help but laugh at Sanin's serious demeanor. "Next time," he teased, "I'll have to monitor your portions, otherwise. It seems I'll be your crutch." Sanin immediately puffed up with pride, mischievously winking, "It's not so bad, as long as I have your company." The two continued their banter until they reached their respective dormitories. After hastily washing up, Baimu returned to his room, chuckling softly. Sanin lay sprawled on his bed in a twisted position, the sheets disheveled, struggling with his clothing. However, his clumsiness led him to give up entirely, collapsing back onto the bed in defeat. "Sanin, you really know how to stir things up," Baimu remarked with a shake of his head. Sanin suddenly sat up, a teasing glint in his eyes. "What can I say? I had too much fun eating today. But seriously, if I keep this up, I'll need to work out diligently." Baimu nodded with a smile, "Then hurry and wash up. We have an early start tomorrow." Sanin waved him off, acknowledging, "Got it. I won't disturb you. I'll be quick." As night deepened, Baimu lay in bed, reflecting on his encounters with Liang, Daigo, and his new partner, Gaisai. He recognized the formidable power he held. The domain of the Netherworld could be a terrifying force if wielded wisely, likely to yield exceptional results in upcoming missions. He understood that only through close collaboration with Liang and other members of Team Rocket could he hope to stand out in this intricate world. With this thought, a resolute fighting spirit ignited within him as he gradually drifted into slumber. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently awakening Baimu. Upon opening his door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, where Sanin had prepared a simple breakfast. "You certainly rise early," Baimu remarked in surprise. "Hey, I have to learn a thing or two. Otherwise, I might fall behind you," Sanin replied, patting Baimu on the shoulder with a grin. As they ate, Baimu expressed his gratitude for the meal. "Thank you. Today presents numerous challenges, and I must strategize how to utilize Gaisai's abilities effectively." Their conversation flowed easily, creating a warm atmosphere. Baimu felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Yet, he knew that every step ahead was a crucial opportunity towards his goal. Regardless of the obstacles, he would resolutely forge ahead. The morning sun illuminated the room as Baimu and Sanan savored the remnants of their breakfast. Sanan, sipping his coffee, jested, "Baimu, do try not to create any trouble for yourself today." Baimu smiled slightly, reassuring, "Don't worry, I will be cautious." That said, I must carefully plan how to utilize Gaisai's powers. Just as they were immersed in their light-hearted exchange, the communication device of Team Rocket suddenly emitted urgent beeps. Baimu checked and found a message from Liang summoning all members. It seemed the day would not be tranquil after all. Setting down his utensils, Baimu cast an expectant glance at Sanan. Sanan shrugged, "Let us go. I don't want to miss any of the excitement." Upon arriving at the training grounds, Baimu saw Liang leading the other members, who awaited instruction. Liang stood at the front, casting a serious gaze over everyone. "Today, we have a special exercise, using the new prop, pseudo-injury agent, for a simulated task," Liang explained slowly. "This will test your alertness and adaptability." As the training unfolded, Baimu attentively observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted Sanan lying on the ground nearby, and his heart sank, fearing an accident had occurred. However, he quickly calmed himself, discerning that this was part of the training, a test of response. An amused smile crept onto Baimu's face. This was Liang's style, aiming to see if he could remain undistracted by appearances. Feigning nonchalance, Baimu approached the injured Sanan, calling out in a panic, "Sanan, wake up." As Baimu drew closer, Liang and Appo's laughter rang out, "Don't worry, this is merely the trick of the pseudo-injury agent." Baimu exhaled in relief, maintaining a calm facade. Liang expressed his satisfaction with Baimu's composure, announcing to the team, "Congratulations, you have all passed an important test." Liang then gathered everyone for a profound debriefing. Chapter 80. The Haunting Domain of Spirits. The preemptive strike of Team Rocket. Do not be deceived by the victory before you. Each success is hard-won. His tone was imbued with a seriousness that underscored the crucial nature of teamwork and trust. Following this exercise, Baimu became increasingly resolute in his convictions. Walking alongside Zhuanan on the training field, murmuring, "The road ahead is long, but I believe we can face these unknown challenges." Zhuanan smiled and nodded, "Of course. You have Gaisai by your side." The two exchanged smiles, igniting a fervent spirit within them, as if the entire world awaited their conquest. Baimu understood that his journey was just beginning. With every challenge that lay ahead, he would confront it alongside his companions, undaunted. The atmosphere on the training ground was oppressive and tense. Baimu and Zhuanan stood together, instinctively attuned to the changes around them. Zhuanan's face still bore the gravity of earlier reprimands, while Baimu calmly surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that this was not merely a test of physical endurance, but also of mental fortitude. Liang stood high above, his sharp gaze sweeping across all team members, acutely aware of Grey Dog's dissatisfaction with Zhuanan. Grey Dog, having adjusted his stance, coldly remarked, "Zhuanan, you must recognize your responsibilities. Team Rocket is not a child's game. One must possess the resolve to face reality." His tone was frigid, yet laced with an undeniable intimidation. These words weighed heavily on Zhuanan's heart. He felt a pang of resentment, but also understood that Grey Dog's admonitions were not without merit. Standing beside him, Baimu gently patted his shoulder, softly saying, "We are all here to grow. It's all right. Everyone has moments of weakness." Zhuanan regained his composure, his gaze gradually firming. He nodded at Baimu, filled with determination. He understood that this training was aimed at forging a stronger version of himself, and he would not allow a single misstep to impede his progress. In the ensuing training, Baimu and Zhuanan shook off the earlier gloom, their cooperation becoming increasingly fluid. Gaisai's presence allowed Baimu to navigate the exercises more adeptly, each command eliciting a powerful surge of psychic energy from Gaisai, as if revitalizing the entire team. Liang observed this scene with satisfaction. He remarked to Grey Dog, "Baimu's performance is indeed commendable. His leadership potential within the team is gradually becoming evident." Grey Dog grunted noncommittally, yet could not deny the truth of Liang and Appo's observation. After training concluded, Baimu and Zhuanan walked back together. Though physically exhausted, their spirits soared. This special training had crystallized their understanding of the power of mutual trust. Baimu and Zhuanan paused, and Zhuanan earnestly expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate you. This entire process has made me realize how vital trust between partners is. Baimu smiled, maintaining his serene demeanor. Zhuanan. The reason we have come this far is because we have never given up on each other. The road ahead may be long, but I believe that as long as we stand united, we can conquer all. They continued their journey, laughter echoing as the setting sun cast long shadows upon them. In silence, their steps were resolute and assured. Awaiting them in the unknown ahead were not merely challenges but a tapestry of growth and hope, embodying the essence of their relentless pursuit. Upon returning to Team Rocket's headquarters after a day of training, Baimu and Zhuanan found the building cloaked in mystery under the night sky, its sporadic lights illuminating the surroundings. They walked in silence, yet the unspoken understanding between them lent weight to each step. Upon reaching the entrance, Baimu was informed that Captain Liang was seeking him. Zhuanan gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't be nervous. I'll be right behind you. Baimu nodded with a smile, feeling a surge of confidence. In Liang's office, the captain's gaze held a profound intensity. After a brief greeting, he delved directly into the matter at hand. Baimu, I have been observing your training results closely. However, today there is a special test. Before he finished speaking, Grey Dog entered with a contemptuous stride. Baimu, I will be overseeing this test, and I expect you to demonstrate your true capabilities, he challenged. Without hesitation, Baimu calmly acquiesced. The testing grounds were set up in the underground training room of the headquarters, where Grey Dog had arranged a series of obstacles. Baimu recognized that this was not merely a test, but also an opportunity for Grey Dog to humiliate him. Yet, he was confident that this could also be a chance for him to shine. As the test commenced, Gaisai glided through the arena like a brilliant flash, agile and formidable. Baimu issued commands to Gaisai with a fluidity that startled Grey Dog. He had anticipated Baimu would falter, yet was taken aback by his composure. However, in a moment of oversight, Grey Dog launched a covert attack. The air crackled with a signal of impending danger. Baimu's heart sank, but just then, a golden orb of light materialized in the space around him. The orb radiated a dazzling brilliance, merging with Gaisai's power and instantaneously dispelling Grey Dog's scheme. Baimu felt an unprecedented connection, as if Gaisai's consciousness intertwined with his own. In that fleeting moment, he grasped deeper secrets of command. This newfound strength imbued Baimu with an unwavering conviction, filling him with a profound sense of responsibility towards his team. Observing from the sidelines, Liang felt a ripple of astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone exhibit such extraordinary prowess in such a brief span of time. Baimu, it seems you are not merely adapting. You are surpassing all our expectations. Liang nodded slightly, admiration flickering in his eyes. As the test concluded, Baimu emerged from the training room to find Zhuanan approaching him. I knew you would be fine, he declared, his words imbued with trust and camaraderie. Baimu patted his shoulder in return, smiling. This challenge was not just a test of strength, but also deepened the bond between Baimu and Gaisai. From that moment on, he resolved that no matter the obstacles that lay ahead, he would face the future alongside his companions. Their paths of growth now destined to shine ever brighter. As Baimu traversed the corridor leading to Team Rocket's headquarters, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. Having experienced a remarkable resonance with Gaisai, he understood that the forthcoming meeting would be laden with challenges and decisions. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the office, he found Captain Liang gazing out at the profound night sky. Baimu, you have arrived, Liang said slowly, turning to face him, his sharp eyes betraying a hint of inquiry. Captain, what is it that you wish to discuss? Baimu met Liang's gaze, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Liang gestured for Baimu to take a seat, then returned his attention to the documents on his desk. However, the gravity of his gaze rendered the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Baimu, I wish to learn more about your mysterious golden entry, the haunting domain of spirits. What kind of power does it embody? Baimu had anticipated this inquiry from Liang, but had resolved not to divulge too much. Captain, it is merely a fragment of the connection I share with Gaisai. The true power lies within this bond, does it not? Liang's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by such a response, yet simultaneously filled with admiration. It seems I have underestimated you, Baimu. Your conviction and reliance on your partners have left a lasting impression on me. Baimu smiled faintly. This has always been my pursuit. Chapter 81. The Ethereal Domain of Spirits. Turning the tide, Liang nodded thoughtfully, then shifted the conversation. However, Baimu, despite your extraordinary personal prowess, remember that the strength of the team is equally vital. Each member of the rocket team is an indispensable support for you. A ripple of understanding washed over Baimu. He recognized the wisdom in Liang's words. Although his trust in Liang was still tentative, he acknowledged that within the colossal entity of the rocket team, he indeed required Liang's support to advance more effectively. I understand, Captain. As long as it aligns with my principles of strength and justice, I shall give my all. Liang smiled with satisfaction. That's good to hear. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Exiting the office, Baimu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that his journey would present greater challenges, yet he also had ample reason to confront the future with courage. As he traversed the corridor, he encountered Zuanan, who playfully remarked, Baimu, it seems Captain Liang hasn't been too hard on you. Baimu chuckled heartily, patting Zuanan on the shoulder. How could that be? I am his trusted aide. The two friends continued on, Baimu contemplating that regardless of the treacherous path ahead, he and his Pokémon would discover their rightful direction here. With thoughts of teammates, responsibility, and the future, his goals became clearer. Standing in the corridor of the rocket team's base, Zuanan's teasing words lingered in the air. Just as they were about to change the subject, the sounds of battle echoed from the end of the corridor, capturing their attention. Exchanging a knowing glance, Baimu and Zuanan hurried towards the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the simulated combat training ground, Baimu beheld Liang calmly directing the other team members from the center. The Houndoom was locked in fierce combat with Shalebi, a member known for its remarkable defensive capabilities, yet it appeared to be struggling. Houndoom and Appos' attacks were relentless, each strike fierce and precise. Baimu furrowed his brow. He knew Houndoom's jealousy of his successes made this battle not merely a test of strength, but an emotional confrontation as well. Just as he instinctively moved to intervene, Liang raised a hand to stop him, signaling him to observe the significance of the duel. Look closely, Baimu, Liang whispered, audible only to him, in every team. There are frictions, yet this is a part of our strength. Though Baimu understood this notion, the unfolding battle filled him with anticipation. Houndoom unleashed a powerful dark pulse, carving jagged fissures across the arena and sending dust swirling through the air. The training ground descended into chaos. Liang commanded everyone to halt and stepped into the center, addressing all team members, including Baimu, with a measured tone. Today's battle teaches us that excessive aggression not only harms our opponents but also jeopardizes the solid bonds we should maintain among ourselves. Zuanan quietly remarked to Baimu. Captain Liang speaks truthfully. No matter how strong one may be, disrupting the team only leads to isolation. Baimu nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the conflict. He was not just facing a challenge of strength, but was also tasked with seeking equilibrium within the intricate dynamics of the rocket team. Houndoom's actions revealed not only jealousy, but also the subtle relationships within their ranks. Thank you all for your efforts. Now, let us disband and reflect on this battle. Yang concluded with a firm voice, and the team members gradually dispersed. Baimu felt a swirl of complex emotions. He realized that true battles extended beyond the training ground. With the enemy growing stronger, he required not only solitary bravery, but also the wisdom of unity. Throughout this process, he would gradually uncover the path that belonged to him and his Pokémon. It was a road filled with challenges and hope, one he would steadfastly pursue. Shortly thereafter, Baimu and his teammates found themselves in a vast, white canyon where distant adversaries were mustering their forces. The biting wind howled, mingling with snowflakes, enveloping the entire team in a tense atmosphere. Yet, for Baimu, this was no longer an unfamiliar challenge. Everyone, are you ready? Liang stood at the forefront, his voice diminished by the storm, yet brimming with conviction. Zuanan paused momentarily before responding, ready at any moment. Captain. He then turned to Baimu, his eyes filled with encouragement and expectation. Baimu nodded, grounding himself. His Jengar growled softly behind him, its smoky form flickering in the air. At that moment, Baimu envisioned the imposing figure of Stephen, the champion of the Hoenn region. He had heard tales of Stephen and Appo's formidable prowess, and one of their mission objectives was to overcome him. Baimu, be cautious, Liang suddenly warned. Stephen is formidable in both strategy and combat. Baimu smiled slightly, striving to maintain his composure. I understand, Captain. As long as we stand united, there's nothing we cannot resolve. Liang nodded, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, having witnessed the young man's growth. As their conversation unfolded, the opposing forces drew near. The air thickened with tension, and the battlefield fell silent, save for the resolute Baimu, Liang, and their teammates, whose heartbeats synchronized with the rhythm of impending battle. The clash was imminent. Baimu and his allies charged forth, their Pokémon engaging fiercely with the foes. Every strike resonated like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of all participants. Liang commanded the strategies, Xuan'an provided support, while Baimu and Jengar executed flawless coordination, employing the powers of the ethereal domain to confound their enemies, rendering their true positions nearly undetectable. It was through this impeccable teamwork that they gradually countered the enemy and Appo's onslaught and firmly seized the upper hand. However, as Baimu finally surged to the forefront of the battle, he was confronted by Stephen himself, clad in a pristine white suit, unblemished by the chaos surrounding him. Stephen stood serenely at the center of the tumultuous battlefield. Baimu felt the intensity of his presence, akin to being struck by a mighty wave. A flicker of unease stirring within him, but quickly suppressed. Stephen raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking softly, interesting. I wish to see how far the newcomer of the rocket team can ascend. Baimu, undeterred, boldly replied, this is the strength of our team. I won't let you have your way easily. With this challenge, the confrontation between Baimu and Stephen escalated swiftly. He was not alone. Liang provided timely support, while Xuan'an silently bolstered his resolve. The battlefield was woven with complex emotions, as if every movement was intertwined with the fate of the entire team. In this conflict, Baimu recognized that growth was not merely about personal advancement, but also a profound understanding of trust within the team and the unbreakable bonds shared with his partners. Ultimately, under Liang and Appo's guidance, they successfully repelled the enemy. Baimu stood at the center of the battlefield, the exhaustion of his body undeniable. Yet an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and anticipation for the future surged within him. In the times to come, he knew he would face even greater threats alongside these companions. Yet he was certain that this path would be filled with hope due to their unity. As the smoke of battle dissipated, the standoff between Baimu and Stephen became the focal point of the entire arena. Chapter 82. The resurgence of Hoenn. Baimu was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his adversary, yet he did not waver. His heart was brimming with unwavering trust in his team. His mind raced, endeavoring to discover a means to breach Dawu and Appo's defenses. Baimu, steady yourself. We shall always fight by your side, resonated a resolute voice over the radio. Baimu nodded, his eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, a message drifted from Xuan'an's position, suggesting the use of the Nether Ghost domain to create further chaos. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the ghostly entity, Guac. As Guac materialized, a dense aura of darkness enveloped the battlefield, casting a foreboding and unfamiliar atmosphere, where it felt as though countless eyes were fixated on Dawu. Dawu smiled faintly, unshaken. This little trick is indeed amusing, but how long can you maintain it? Baimu refrained from responding, focusing intently on the battle, continually directing Guac to navigate the arena in search of a weakness in Dawu's defenses. However, Dawu's composure and experience allowed him to deftly counter Baimu's assaults, and Baimu felt an invisible barrier pressing down on his confidence. Do not rush. Dawu calculates every move with precision. We must act beyond his expectations. Xuan'an's encouragement rekindled Baimu's resolve. He revitalized his approach, maximizing Guac's Nether Ghost domain abilities, creating an increasingly intricate illusion, which even Dawu found unsettling. He sensed Baimu's efforts and could almost perceive that indomitable spirit within him. Yet, Baimu was not alone. Liang proposed an audacious plan during the command. In this offensive, Liang and Xuan'an synchronized perfectly, weaving an invisible web of support that allowed Baimu to seize the fleeting moment when Dawu was distracted, successfully unraveling his multiple illusions. In a fierce clash, Dawu displayed genuine surprise for the first time, realizing he faced a truly worthy opponent. Liang, watching from the sidelines, wore a smile of satisfaction. Well done, Baimu. As the battle reached its conclusion, Baimu stood on the battlefield, panting heavily. Though his body was weary, the exhilaration within his spirit rendered him restless. This victory belongs to us, he murmured, his gaze filled with gratitude and trust towards his companions. Liang and Xuanan approached, admiringly patting him on the shoulder. This is merely the beginning. We have many more challenges ahead, Liang stated with conviction. Baimu nodded in agreement, feeling an unprecedented sense of strength and responsibility. He understood that fighting alongside such a united team would undoubtedly lead to extraordinary achievements in the future. They stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing down a path brimming with infinite possibilities and hope. After that intense battle, Baimu and his companions found a patch of grass to rest for a moment. Sitting down, Baimu allowed the gentle breeze to caress his cheeks, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. Reflecting on the recent confrontation, he felt not only the joy of victory, but also an unparalleled sense of duty. I must admit, you are indeed impressive. Dawu had approached them unbeknownst, a look of astonishment and admiration gracing his features. His words, though brief, carried substantial weight. As the reigning champion of the league, Dawu was renowned for his keen insight, and receiving his acknowledgement was an honor for any trainer. Baimu felt a warm surge within, the power of recognition. We merely complement each other harmoniously, he replied humbly, his gaze shifting between Liang and Xuanan. Filled with gratitude, he understood that without the support of his teammates, victory would have eluded them. Since you have proven yourselves, why not withdraw now? There is no need to partake in the subsequent trials, Liang suggested lazily, true to his character. Baimu shook his head firmly. No, this is just the beginning. I have much to learn, many challenges to face. We cannot stop here. Xuanan nodded in agreement. Baimu is right. We need to continuously hone our skills and progress. Otherwise, even the mightiest Pokémon would merely be a paper tiger. Dawu nodded solemnly. This is the essence of becoming a true trainer. No matter the strength of your Pokémon, you must never cease your pursuit of growth. He surveyed the group, his gaze resolute and powerful. Remember, the extraordinary lies within the ordinary. It is all about how you choose to explore. Baimu listened intently, a profound realization stirring within him. He pondered that perhaps he was not alone. Every trainer who stood atop the peaks had traversed a similar arduous journey of relentless refinement. Let us move forward. Many unknown realms await our challenge, he declared, rising to embrace Liang and Xuanan with his arm around their shoulders. Liang wore a look of admiration, while Xuanan gently squeezed his shoulder in response. They stood united, gazing into the distance. In that realm filled with hopeful light, their future brimmed with potential. Baimu, Liang, and Xuanan prepared to set forth, the gentle morning breeze brushing against their faces, their eyes alight with the fervor of battle. Dawu, standing nearby, nodded slightly, seemingly able to see his younger self reflected in their spirited demeanor. You truly possess an abundance of energy, Dawu remarked with a smile, his tone brimming with admiration. I am delighted to witness such enthusiastic youth. Actually, I have a request. Baimu hesitated momentarily, yet his gaze turned resolute as he faced Dawu. I wish to engage in a battle with you, to learn from the experience. Liang and Xuanan exchanged glances, excitement evident in their expressions. They would not miss such a precious opportunity. Dawu pondered briefly before nodding. Very well, but I shall employ a unique method to test your abilities. His demeanor was gentle, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Baimu summoned Guisi, and the surroundings were instantly enveloped in an eerie yet potent aura. Dawu smiled faintly, summoning his own Pokémon. The battle commenced with challenges. Guisi appeared somewhat beleaguered under Dawu's onslaught. Baimu furrowed his brow, anxiety gnawing at him. It is as expected, the league champion's prowess far surpasses mine. At that critical juncture, Baimu resolved to deploy his trump card, the golden phrase Nether Ghost Domain. He whispered commands, encircling Guisi in a shroud of ghostly light. which elicited a glimmer of appreciation in Dawu's eyes. The power of the Nether Ghost domain should not be underestimated, as Dawu's Pokémon seemed momentarily disoriented within it. Seizing this rare opportunity for counterattack, Baimu swiftly organized a retaliatory strike. Liang and Zhuanan promptly joined the fray, leveraging their own Pokémon in support. The three, under Guai's guidance, formed a cohesive encirclement, while Dawu welcomed their challenge with an increasingly evident admiration. As the battle progressed, Baimu began to discern that each strategic choice he made in front of Dawu grew more precise. Ultimately, although this contest bore no significance in terms of victory, Dawu decisively concluded the battle, extending a hand of commendation to Baimu. "You performed admirably," Dawu remarked. "This conviction and capability will guide you on a longer journey." Liang proposed, "Why not challenge other regions? There remains an abundance of unknowns in this world awaiting our exploration." Chapter 83. The Final Battle in the Netherworld. The Spark Alliance's voice brimmed with anticipation and fervor. Baimu and Zhuanan exchanged glances, their resolve growing ever stronger. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet as long as their beliefs remained unwavering, they would undoubtedly venture further. "Indeed, let us embrace more adventures together," Baimu declared, his eyes shimmering with visions of the future. The three of them turned and strode towards a broader horizon, while the dawn and Apos' light grew ever brighter overhead, heralding the commencement of myriad possibilities. Having gained Dawu and Apos' approval, Baimu, Liang, and Zhuanan resolved to no longer linger in their current circumstances. Their ambition was to traverse to other regions and confront the unknown. To clarify their direction, the trio convened in a tranquil spot to deliberate their forthcoming journey. "Let us first visit Zhuzi City. It is said that there are many formidable trainers there," Liang proposed, his eyes alight with a thirst for battle and enthusiasm. "Zhuzi City? Quite so. I have heard that the mayor there is also a Pokémon expert," Zhuanan interjected, already envisioning the various challenges they might encounter. "Agreed. It is settled then," Baimu affirmed, "but before that, I must attend to a matter." He extended his hand, revealing a mysterious Pokémon egg resting in his palm. A serendipitous acquisition from an earlier adventure. The shell glimmered faintly, seemingly heralding the life within that was on the verge of hatching. "Where did this egg come from?" Zhuanan inquired curiously, leaning in for a closer inspection. "I do not know, but I feel it is extraordinary," Baimu replied, gently caressing the shell and sensing the warm breath of life emanating from it. He was filled with anticipation for the new member that would soon join them. Just as they immersed themselves in their future plans, an unexpected sound pierced the air. Baimu, alert, turned towards the source of the noise, realizing that trouble was imminent. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, while Liang and Zhuanan prepared for battle on the opposite side. At that moment, a long-hidden thread emerged as Huigo appeared before them, accompanied by a group of unwelcome guests. Huigo and Amp, Apos' eyes brimmed with malice, fueled by jealousy over Baimu and Amp, Apos' rapid ascent. And it was evident that he was poised to strike. "Baimu, do you think you can continue to shine so brightly?" Huigo taunted, flanked by several enigmatic trainers. A cunning smile played upon his lips, as if he were already assured of victory. Baimu cast a sidelong glance at Huigo, inwardly scoffing. In the past, he might have felt intimidated, but now he was resolutely different. He was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. He turned to Liang and Zhuanan. "I will draw their attention. You two take the opportunity to flank them from another direction." Zhuanan looked at him with concern. "Can you manage alone?" "Do not worry. I have a powerful partner yet to be revealed," Baimu replied confidently, raising the Pokeball in his hand as a gesture of assurance. In the tense standoff, the earth seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Baimu and Huigo locked gazes, each searching for a chink in the other's armor. This time, Baimu was acutely aware that he fought not just for himself, but for those beside him. Retreat was not an option. "Let us go," Baimu commanded, and the Pokemon surged into action. He utilized the entry system with precision, effectively blocking the path of Huigo and his cohorts. In the midst of battle, a fervent belief ignited within him, leading Baimu to sense the possibility of triumph. At this critical juncture, the egg in his arms quivered slightly. an unseen support radiating from the yet-to-hatch Pokémon, seemingly urging its master to forge ahead. The conflict escalated fiercely. Ultimately, through the steadfast collaboration and efforts of Baimu and his companions, they successfully repelled Huigo's assault, forcing the adversaries to flee in disarray. This encounter fortified the cohesion of their team. The three understood that their bond transcended mere camaraderie, evolving into a profound trust and reliance upon one another. As Huigo retreated in disgrace, the sky gradually cleared. Baimu gazed into the distance, where a more expansive realm awaited their exploration. Clenching his fist, he looked at Liang and Zuanan, who stood by him in solidarity, and smiled faintly. The road ahead is laden with challenges, but we shall undoubtedly travel further. With renewed confidence, Baimu and his companions set forth into the unknown, prepared to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. The wind, infused with hope, gently caressed them, as their resolute footsteps blurred against the horizon. Baimu and his companions traversed the woodland path, having just concluded their battle with Huigo. They momentarily relaxed their vigilance, savoring the rare tranquility. A faint scent of smoke lingered in the air, but the sun steadily dissipated it. Zuanan gently patted Baimu's shoulder. That battle was quite thrilling. Where shall we go next? Baimu contemplated for a brief moment. There is a city ahead. Let us proceed there first. New clues and challenges may await us. As they prepared to advance, a figure abruptly emerged from the shadows of the trees, blocking their path. You have disturbed Lord Dawu here. The newcomer's voice carried a clear hint of displeasure. Liang instinctively positioned himself beside Baimu, wary of the intruder. Who are you? I am a follower of Lord Dawu, sent to test your strength. Lord Dawu does not take kindly to disturbances in his domain. Baimu felt a twinge of nervousness, yet excitement surged within him. He recognized this as an opportunity to prove himself. If it is a test, then let it come, he replied resolutely. The follower smiled faintly, tossing forth his Pokeball. A brilliant flash revealed an esteemed Pokémon standing before them. Once again, the battle became inevitable. Baimu, be cautious. This is a follower of Dawu, unlike other adversaries, Zuanan cautioned. Fear not. I have a strategy, Baimu assured, gripping the Pokeball tightly as his radiant Gung Gui materialized beside him. Baimu swiftly activated the abilities of the Netherworld's Ghost Realm. He understood that retreat was not an option. This battle was not merely about his honor, but the hope of the entire team. The Pokémon on both sides engaged in a fierce contest of wits and strength, and the follower soon recognized Baimu's exceptional command skills. He could not help but ponder why this young man appeared so resolute, facing them without a hint of fear. Baimu focused intently, directing Gung Gui to outmaneuver the follower's Pokémon with strategy. Gung Gui used Shadow Ball. Aim for its left side. As if sensing its master's confidence, Gung Gui unleashed a perfectly aimed Shadow Ball, striking the target with precision. The follower's Pokémon staggered back, showing signs of fatigue. I did not expect your strength to reach such heights, the follower conceded. After a prolonged struggle, the follower realized that defeat was inevitable and recalled his Pokémon. It seems Lord Dawu wishes to meet you personally. With the departure of the follower, the weariness of battle seemed to lift from Baimu, and he exhaled deeply. Liang regarded him with admiration. Impressive. Now we are even more confident in facing the challenges ahead. Indeed, Baimu replied with a subtle smile, his gaze resolute. The road ahead may hold countless unpredictable adventures, but they would not falter. Chapter 84. The Battle of Mist. The hero's pursuit of memory amidst the embrace and trust of his companions, Baimu resolutely took another step forward, venturing into the unknown challenges that lay ahead. He and his allies departed from the battleground where they had just triumphed, making their way to a secluded hillside to catch their breath. Although victorious, the exertion of both body and spirit left them utterly fatigued. It was indeed a hard-fought battle. Liang sat upon a large rock, observing his somewhat weary companions. His voice was calm, yet excitement tinged his tone. Baimu nodded, leaning against a grand tree, as Gaisai floated gently by his side. Their pursuers offered no respite, but fortunately, Gaisai proved to be an invaluable asset. At that moment, a hurried voice shattered the brief tranquility. A startling message crackled through the communicator. Dawu, the champion of the Hoenn region, was preparing to confront Baimu personally. It seems Dawu is quite intrigued by you, Liang remarked with a faint smile, eager to showcase your true prowess. Baimu closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating. Before lifting his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. I know this will not be easy. However, before that, we must prepare diligently. Liang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need to refine their strategy for success. He bent down, sketching the next course of action on the ground. Meanwhile, in a clandestine battlefield within the Hoenn region, Dawu stood expressionless, gazing intently at his Pokémon. As Baimu's strength became evident, his curiosity about this emerging challenger deepened. Silently, he began to devise his strategy for the impending confrontation. Dawu gently stroked his Pokémon, murmuring, "It appears this duel will be quite interesting." Not far away, at a port, Gangu sat on a dilapidated bench, discreetly observing the unfolding situation. He was acutely aware of every move Baimu made, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to execute his next plan. As night fell and the stars emerged, Baimu and his team began to strategize for the forthcoming battle. A hint of tension was evident on every face, yet overshadowed by an unwavering confidence in their future. No matter how formidable Dawu may be, he is not our final destination, Baimu silently affirmed. He understood that his clash with Dawu was not merely a battle, but a challenge to himself. Taking a deep breath, Baimu recognized that this would be an unprecedented conflict, yet he was prepared to face any eventuality. He raised his gaze towards the horizon, which symbolized his resolute path to victory. The night deepened, and the starlight twinkled faintly over the Hoenn region. Baimu and his team set up camp in a tranquil grove, gathering around a campfire. The flames flickered against their faces, offering warmth while illuminating their anxieties and hopes alike. Tomorrow is the day of the battle, Liang remarked, his voice laced with a hint of nervousness as he watched the dancing flames. Baimu, are you truly ready? Baimu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unwavering. He possessed unwavering trust in Gaisai, which instilled courage in him for the forthcoming challenge. Dawu is indeed strong, but we have our advantages. He paused, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. As long as I can effectively utilize the Shadow Realm, our chances of victory will be substantial. Liang nodded, recognizing Baimu's capabilities and understanding that this young trainer was unwilling to accept defeat. Trust your instincts, he advised. This battle is not merely a challenge, but a testament to your growth. As the morning sun filtered through the lush trees, Baimu and his team were ready to embark. With each step toward the battleground, a palpable excitement mingled with trepidation filled the air. Baimu clenched his fists, his mind tirelessly strategizing each move of the impending battle. In the concealed arena, Dawu awaited their arrival, his Pokémon surrounding him, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Confident in his strategy, Dawu also remained vigilant regarding Baimu's capabilities. The arrival of Baimu disrupted the fleeting calm, their eyes locking in a silent confrontation that hinted at an impending storm. Finally, you've come, Dawu said softly, excitement evident in his voice. Observing Baimu closely, he gripped his Pokémon firmly, bracing himself for the unforeseen challenge. Yes, we have arrived, Baimu replied, his tone resolute. With the referee's signal, the battle commenced. The moment Baimu's Gaisai appeared, it unleashed the Shadow Realm, enveloping the entire arena in a chilling veil of fear. The very air felt as though it had been abruptly siphoned away, casting a pall over the sunlight. Dawu, a seasoned champion, commanded his Pokémon with composure, attempting to pierce through the barriers conjured by Gaisai. Yet, Baimu's strategy flowed seamlessly, altering the tempo of his assaults and momentarily placing Dawu on the defensive. After several exchanges, despite Dawu's experience helping him navigate numerous crises, he struggled to dislodge Gaisai's dominant position. As the battle began to tilt in Baimu's favor, Dawu sensed his own limitations. Just as Gaisai prepared to deliver the final blow, Dawu made a decisive choice. Enough, he declared loudly, recalling his Pokémon and opting for a strategic retreat. Baimu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Dawu conceding at that moment, but quickly grasped the brilliance of his strategy. Dawu chose to conserve his strength rather than deplete it further. This is merely the beginning, Baimu, Dawu said with a slight smile, devoid of any disappointment. I will always be ready to face your challenge again. Baimu responded, his gaze equally unwavering. This encounter clarified his ambitions and fueled his determination to advance. As Baimu and his team reconvened that night, their spirits soared. This was not just a victory-esque commencement. It was the realization of their shared dream. The night enveloped them. The sky above their camp remained as serene and radiant as ever. Baimu and his team gathered around the campfire, their faces glowing with the joy of triumph. "Hey, Baimu, you truly impressed everyone today," exclaimed Xiaoxing, a newly joined member of Team Rocket, his voice brimming with admiration. Baimu smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. "This is just the beginning. We have a long journey ahead." Though victorious against Wu, Baimu was acutely aware that greater challenges awaited. Liang, the captain of Team Rocket, spoke with steady resolve. "Baimu, you must make full use of your entry system. Gaisai's Shadow Realm is a formidable weapon. We must wield it wisely." Baimu nodded, comprehending that Liang's words were not merely advice but a directive for their next steps. The success of their team depended not solely on individual strength, but on their synergy and the refinement of their strategies. "Very well, I will continue to explore more strategies," Baimu replied earnestly. He felt resolute. It was time to further enhance his abilities. Just as they were engrossed in their fervent discussion, the sky was suddenly split by a flash of lightning. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, a trainer from the Sinnoh region, adept in electromagnetic techniques. Chapter 85. The Journey of Baimu. The strategic battle of Team Rocket. "I have heard of your prowess. I am here to validate it." The voice of the electromagnetic master carried a hint of provocation, clearly directed at Baimu. Baimu frowned slightly but quickly adjusted his demeanor. "Let us proceed," he replied calmly. He rose to his feet, and his companion, Guiz, shimmered with a faint glow, seemingly eager to engage. The battlefield was cleared, and both sides positioned their Pokémon. The electromagnetic master's strategy was meticulous and unpredictable, and Baimu found himself under unprecedented pressure. He focused intently, striving to identify a flaw. After an intense confrontation, a misstep from his opponent afforded Baimu the opportunity he had been seeking. Without hesitation, he commanded Guiz to unleash the Shadow Realm, leaving the electromagnetic master flustered. Time appeared to freeze, as only the shadows of the Shadow Realm spread within his adversary's mind. "This is impossible." The electromagnetic master finally broke down, muttering to himself. The scales of victory tipped unmistakably in Baimu's favor. This battle not only reaffirmed Baimu's strength, but also solidified his standing within Team Rocket. His teammates erupted in exuberant cheers, celebrating this hard-won triumph. For Baimu, this was merely another small step towards realizing his Pokémon dreams. Upon returning to the base, Baimu sat alone in his room, replaying every moment of the battle in his mind. He understood that the challenge was far from over. He needed to continually improve himself and, together with his team, embrace every unknown trial that lay ahead. Within the Team Rocket base, the empty corridor reflected a cold light, still echoing the remnants of the earlier fierce contest. Baimu sat in solitude, massaging his temples, his thoughts unbroken. Soon, the door burst open, and Liang strode in, his gaze piercing. "Baimu," Liang's voice brooked no dissent. "Come with me. I wish to see if you truly possess that level of skill." Taken aback for a moment, Baimu quickly regained his composure. Although a flicker of pressure surged within him, a greater sense of determination ignited. He rose and followed Liang towards the battleground. "It seems this will be a formidable challenge," Baimu murmured to Guiz, who responded with a soft growl of encouragement. The battleground once again became surrounded by an eager crowd, the air thick with tension. With a wave of his hand, Liang summoned his Pokémon, a colossal steel Tyrannosaurus. "This time, do not expect it to be so easy," Liang taunted. Baimu offered no reply, responding instead through action. He inhaled deeply, igniting the fire of determination within himself. With a command, Guiz swiftly entered battle mode, executing a Shadow Realm. Liang was undeterred. His steel Tyrannosaurus spiraled toward Guiz under his command. Though Liang possessed greater experience, Baimu, armed with an in-depth understanding of Pokémon dynamics, deftly maneuvered Guiz to evade and counterattack. The two were evenly matched, and the battle escalated into a fervent clash. Liang relied on brute strength and impact, while Baimu remained agile, perpetually leveraging Gui's shadow realm to apply pressure. As the tide of battle began to favor Baimu, an unsettling aura approached from the distance. He keenly sensed the shift and turned his gaze, only to behold the champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo, emerging from the shadows. This could be troublesome, Baimu mused inwardly. Daigo smiled. It seems you are having quite the lively time. Allow me to join in. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated with dazzling light as the three forces intertwined in a complex dance of power. Daigo commanded his massive steel dragon, leaping down to position himself between Liang and Baimu. Recognizing the shared threat, Baimu and Liang tacitly allied for the moment. Together, they executed a series of maneuvers that repeatedly disrupted Daigo's offensive. Ultimately, amid swirling dust and brilliance, Daigo realized victory would not come easily. With a scoff, he turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving behind unfinished words. Next time, it will not be so simple. The onlookers dispersed, and silence reclaimed the battlefield. Baimu, now glistening with perspiration, could not mask the satisfaction of victory. He exchanged smiles with Liang, both aware that they had merely crossed another small threshold. You truly possess strength. Liang finally remarked softly, perhaps we can collaborate more effectively. Baimu nodded, a smile revealing his unwavering conviction. I shall continue forward. This is merely the beginning. As Baimu and Liang prepared to depart, hurried footsteps approached. Hey, you two have certainly stirred up quite a spectacle. Huego approached them, his expression serious, his gaze lingering on Baimu for a moment. Within that instant, envy ignited within him, yet he maintained a rigid smile. Liang shrugged, jokingly quipping, Huego, are you in such a rush because you fear missing our thrilling performance? Huego's expression shifted slightly, yet he suppressed his emotions, feigning calmness as he addressed Baimu. Your prowess has indeed impressed me. However, Daigo's appearance is a genuine complication. The League has taken notice. We must act swiftly. Baimu recognized Huego's intent, aware that his rapid ascent within Team Rocket, especially after acquiring a formidable GUIs, had caused discontent. Huego, do you have any suggestions? Baimu inquired with composure, his mind racing with thoughts of the next course of action. We need to unite against the pressures from the League. Huego's tone bore a hint of authority that was difficult to rebuff. Baimu nodded. Although he harbored reservations about Huego, he recognized the necessity of cooperation in the face of external threats. At that moment, the sound of the League's reinforcement troops echoed from afar. Baimu and Liang exchanged a glance, each seeing the indomitable spirit reflected in the other's eyes. Liang softly spoke to Baimu. It seems we must enhance our synergy rapidly. The road ahead is certain to be perilous. Baimu met Liang's gaze, nodding slightly, resolutely replying, I will continue to hone my skills. This is merely a new beginning. In the shadows, Huego silently observed the two, knowing that although they were temporarily allied, the bond forming between Baimu and Liang would pose an obstacle to his plans. He silently vowed to keep a close watch on their every move. Within Baimu burned a fierce flame, fully aware that this battle was but a small fragment of his lengthy journey. The road ahead was long, and he was prepared to confront every new challenge, whether from foes or allies. He and Liang stood resolutely, ready to face the impending League reinforcements. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, as if whispering a melodic tune for this new beginning. The League's reinforcements approached with expected swiftness, and Baimu and Liang wasted no time, immediately entering a state of combat readiness. Baimu issued a challenge to Liang, understanding that Liang was a seasoned warrior. Although he had yet to master all strategies, he recognized that only through real combat could his abilities truly flourish. Liang, let us engage. I know you merely wish to witness my strength. Chapter 86. The Turmoil of the Seas. The hero's Pokémon conquest. As Baimu's words faded, he commanded his Jengar to advance, intending to launch a tentative attack. Liang smiled faintly, caressing the Pokeball in his hand, and a robust Pokémon materialized instantly on the battlefield. Baimu, I have long been curious about your true capabilities. Now, let me witness them. Baimu nodded, understanding that this was not only a test for Liang, but also an essential trial on his journey to becoming a formidable force. He requested Liang to engage with full strength. At that moment, a nearby Houndoom interjected, his tone laced with characteristic disdain. Baimu, we should join forces. Only then can we more swiftly corner him. Baimu felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, upon meeting Houndoom's wolf-like, piercing gaze, he recognized that this alliance was built upon mutual benefit. Without further hesitation, he acquiesced. Jengar unleashed the move Shadow Realm, enveloping the battlefield in an ethereal and eerie black mist. Liang furrowed his brow, swiftly directing his Pokémon to retaliate amidst the confusion. Dark phantoms slithered across the arena as Liang's Pokémon endeavored to repel these menacing specters. Houndoom's involvement intensified the clash, as he and Baimu synchronously pressured Liang into a defensive stance. Unwilling to yield, Liang knew that Baimu was a vigilant and unpredictable adversary. Thus, resolving the conflict swiftly was paramount to mitigate unnecessary complications. Give me a moment, Liang internally resolved, summoning a powerful move that caused the ground to tremble. It appears you have underestimated me, he declared. As his words hung in the air, his Pokémon unleashed a formidable wave of energy, surging toward Houndoom and forcing it to retreat repeatedly. However, Liang's gaze shifted. His true target was Baimu. Anticipating the assault, Baimu prepared, and Jengar used the Shadow Realm to ward off Liang's attack, though a sense of oppressive tremor still coursed through its form. Stronger than I imagined, Baimu murmured, astonished by Liang and Appo's prowess. In an instant, Liang pressed forward, intent on applying more force to exploit any weaknesses Baimu might reveal. Baimu, quick to adapt, meticulously instructed Jengar to create more phantom barriers, successfully thwarting Liang's offensive and creating distance. The scene fell silent once more as Baimu steadied his breath and resolutely regarded Liang. This was a challenge he must confront, a requisite trial on his path to victory. Despite Liang's formidable strength, Baimu remained resolute, aware that he would not succumb easily. He possessed cards yet to be played and the courage to face what lay ahead. Stationed firmly, Baimu inhaled deeply to regain his composure, realizing that he had yet to unleash his full potential, while even greater challenges loomed on the horizon. Liang's might prompted Baimu to recognize that relying solely on his current strategies would not suffice. A transformative thought flickered through his mind, compelling him to pause. He headed toward the Pokémon Center to seek a brief respite. Along the way, Jengar floated beside him, its ghostly eyes offering silent support. Though fatigue tugged at him, Baimu understood that he could not afford to relax. After a brief interlude, he felt rejuvenated, akin to a full revival, and swiftly returned to the battlefield. Faced with Liang's unexpected maneuvers, he resolved to recalibrate his strategy, leveraging the Shadow Realm. Baimu understood that triumph hinged not merely on strength, but also on intellect. At that juncture, Liang hastily approached, his expression grave. There is a mysterious figure clad in black lurking nearby. It seems rather unusual, he stated, his voice low and urgent. It may pertain to your past. Baimu's heart jolted at the mention. Shadows of the past resurfaced, memories he was reluctant to revisit, yet could not afford to ignore. Steeling himself, he decisively commanded, Jengar, let us investigate. With that, the trio set forth toward the unknown. Shortly thereafter, Baimu discovered the figure concealed behind a thicket. The individual, shrouded in black mist, attempted to conceal themselves, but Baimu's keen eyes perceived a distinct anomaly. Without hesitation, he advanced to confront. Who are you? Baimu's voice was cold. The figure did not exude the calm Baimu had anticipated. Their countenance flickered with uncertainty, seemingly contemplating an escape. After a brief exchange, the cloaked individual felt the mounting pressure and began to retreat step by step. You. As the mask slipped away, Baimu recognized the person as an old rival from his past, prior to joining Team Rocket. I never expected to see you here, Baimu stated icily. However, the figure lingered not, merely letting out a shriek before fleeing, leaving Baimu alone to confront the night breeze, lost in contemplation. The past, like a persistent shadow, had not vanished, yet Baimu had already made a resolution. He knew he could not allow these ties to hinder him further. More significant goals awaited realization and new adversaries beckoned for challenge. The road ahead is long, Baimu whispered, his heart both calm and filled with anticipation. Exchanging a knowing glance with Jengar, he prepared to prove his capabilities in the challenges yet to come. As Baimu emerged from the confrontation with the cloaked figure, unease lingered within him. Yet, time was of the essence, as a surge of Pokémon energy abruptly shattered the night's tranquility. He glanced upward, noticing an unusual glow flickering atop a distant peak, the energy seemingly tearing asunder the balance of heaven and earth. It appears something significant is unfolding ahead, Baimu mused, determination glinting in his eyes. He recognized that such energy fluctuations could not be disregarded. His steps remained resolute, with Jengar closely following. Deep within, Baimu felt a confluence of challenges from the past intertwined with eager anticipation for the future. As he ascended the mountain, the air grew thin, and an indescribable pressure enveloped him. Finally, in an open expanse, he beheld Liang, the leader of Team Rocket, fully engrossed in commanding an ancient and enigmatic Pokémon, tendril-like energy surging forth, distorting the surrounding landscape. This appears to be a grand conspiracy, Baimu's internal alarm rang. Swiftly realizing that Liang was attempting to tap into some immense power, he understood he must act to thwart this unfolding disaster. Under his guidance, Jengar initiated the Shadow Realm, instantly suffusing the space with a chilling aura, every inch of air laden with darkness and fear. Liang, evidently sensing Baimu's arrival, swiftly altered his strategy, fixing his piercing gaze on Baimu as formidable counterattacks ensued. "Do you believe this will thwart my efforts?" Liang's words dripped with disdain and confidence as he unleashed the ancient power's assault. However, Baimu had anticipated this. Jengar adeptly neutralized several of Liang's fierce onslaughts, showcasing remarkable resilience. Moreover, it tenaciously withstood Liang's attempts to amplify his strength, countering with precision each time. As the battle's tempo accelerated, Baimu appeared steadfast, yet, with each crisis, he continuously recalibrated his strategy, aided by Jengar. His mind was as clear as glass, meticulously observing Liang's every movement for vulnerabilities. Just as Liang endeavored to deliver the final blow, Jengar executed a swift and precise counterattack, successfully thwarting Liang's lethal strike and reversing the tide of battle. Chapter 87. The Abyssal Ghost Domain. A new battle begins. "Enough, you have lost," Baimu stated calmly yet resolutely, his gaze unwavering and his words devoid of hesitation. Liang's plans were utterly shattered by the seamless collaboration between Baimu and Gaisai, forcing him to relent. This confrontation allowed Baimu to gain a clearer understanding of his own strength and the true aspirations he sought. With a heart full of hope for the future, he did not look back, but instead took a step forward once more. Regardless of the adversaries or the unforeseen challenges that lay ahead, he would confront them head-on, relying on the profound synergy between himself and Gaisai to embrace the grander objectives of their journey. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the tension within Baimu and Gaisai began to dissipate, and the acrid scent of gunpowder slowly faded from the air. Standing at the center of the battlefield, poised to advance, they suddenly witnessed a marvelous transformation in their surroundings, as if the very backdrop of the world had been redrawn, prompting them to catch their breath. At that moment, Baimu noticed a young boy stepping out from the mist ahead, clad in the uniform of the Alliance. His gaze was resolute and wise. Wielding a gleaming long knife, Baimu recognized him instantly. He was the champion of the Alliance's Fengyuan region, Dawu. "I never expected to encounter you here, Dawu," Baimu remarked, a sense of reverence rising within him. This young powerhouse had always been Baimu's idol, not only for his formidable strength but also for his composure and courage. Dawu took a few steps closer, his eyes reflecting admiration. "I witnessed your battle against Liang. It truly astonished me. You have grown remarkably strong," he said, his tone calm, yet imbued with strength. "Thank you," Baimu replied with a slight nod. While maintaining an air of vigilance, he understood that a champion of the Alliance would not appear here lightly, and the current circumstances were evidently extraordinary. "Though Liang is powerful, this time, it is clearly your victory," Dawu continued, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Baimu felt Gaisai gently pat his shoulder, realizing that this was not just a personal triumph, but also a testament to the unbreakable bond he shared with Gaisai. He reciprocated the gesture, signaling Gaisai to remain alert. Suddenly, the shadows around them began to writhe, as if some greater force was lurking in the darkness, observing them. It seems you still have many challenges ahead, Dawu said softly, his gaze fixed on Baimu, filled with admiration and a touch of anticipation. But I believe you and Gaisai will rise to meet them. For the sake of extraordinary goals, a surge of unwavering resolve welled up within Baimu. He and Gaisai exchanged a brief glance, as if silently communicating everything. Then, he turned his gaze once more towards the path ahead, fraught with challenges, yet brimming with hope for the future. We will succeed, he replied calmly, his voice unwavering. Dawu nodded, then turned and melded into the mist, as if he had never existed at all. Meanwhile, Baimu and Gaisai steadfastly continued their journey towards the unknown, aware that this was not merely a goal but a series of trials that would forge their wills through inevitable battles. Their spirits were resolute, for the next challenge was already looming near. After parting in the fog, Baimu inhaled deeply and pressed onward. He reflected on his encounter with Dawu, a faint scoff escaping his lips. Although Dawu had appeared friendly and generous, Baimu was acutely aware that such individuals often harbored their own schemes. He and Gaisai advanced in perfect harmony, the enigmatic force still enveloping them. Before long, Baimu's gaze was captivated by a crystal shimmering with blue light. The crystal floated silently in the air, resembling a portal or key. Gaisai seemed to sense something, quivering slightly. Baimu recognized that this was no ordinary object. Suddenly, an invisible pressure swept over him. Baimu felt it, the same formidable force. He swiftly became alert, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the shadows. It appears we meet again, Baimu. It was Liang, the leader of Team Rocket. Baimu immediately tensed, his hand slowly moving towards his Pokeball. He dared not let his guard down, for Liang was renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness. Liang turned slightly, revealing a chilling smile as his gaze flitted between Baimu and Gaisai. I am aware of your considerable progress, he remarked, his tone laced with both praise and threat. However, greater trials await you ahead. I hope we can have a proper discussion. Baimu's mind raced back to the Greyhound, that schemer who had attempted to ensnare him. Through his past encounters with Greyhound, he had gleaned invaluable insights into the treachery and betrayal lurking within Team Rocket. Liang and Appo's demeanor now prompted Baimu to exercise even greater caution. He remained silent, instinctively drawing closer to Gaisai, feeling its spectral power coalescing silently, ready for battle at any moment. They understood that this clash of strength would not merely be defined by the outcome of combat, but would delve into the depths of the conspiracies and ambitions shrouded in mist. Liang did not act immediately, but instead raised his chin, gazing into the distance at a place that seemed alien to this domain. Baimu followed his gaze, perceiving a stirring in the depths of the fog. Their eyes met, and the smile at the corner of Liang's mouth deepened. In the oppressive stillness, the flame of exploration within Baimu blazed brighter. He understood that no matter what dangers and challenges lay ahead, he and Gaisai would confront them head-on, never retreating. Chapter 88. The Inheritance of the Brocade Garment. The prelude to the hero's dark battle Baimu and Gue pressed onward, the foreboding underground passageway seemingly extending beyond their current reach. The secrets concealed by Team Rocket loomed like the mist surrounding them, each step drawing them closer to the truth. Baimu clenched his fists, aware that the forthcoming battle might serve as his greatest trial yet. Amidst the heavy stone walls, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A weighty force stirred nearby, and both Baimu and Gue could sense an unusual pressure enveloping them. The air crackled with an indescribable tension, as if some colossal entity was drawing near. Another challenge? Baimu murmured to himself, maintaining a sliver of calm. He understood the importance of composure in this moment. Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from the fog. It was a stone giant, its colossal form seemingly rising from the very depths of the earth, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath them. It appears, as Dawu stated, that obstacles extend beyond mere appearances, Baimu thought, exasperated by the troublesome creature. He then felt Gue and Appo's power coalescing, the perception of the netherworld ghost domain washing over him like a tidal wave. clearly identifying the invisible hands controlling the giant. Pika, an adversary he had never encountered before. Baimu, focus on sensing his presence. Dawoo's voice penetrated his mind like a whisper. Not far away, Nagasawa observed calmly, refraining from intervening, eager to witness whether Baimu could surpass this immense barrier through his own strength. As a seasoned observer, he never acted lightly, but could accurately gauge the limits of each individual. Guai, I'm counting on you, Baimu whispered to his partner, his gaze resolute. Guai responded with a soft yet profound murmur, channeling its strength into the netherworld ghost domain. In an instant, Pika's hiding place was revealed as if a window had been flung open, completely exposed to Baimu's sight. There, Baimu exclaimed, a wave of exhilaration surging within him, and he resolved to launch a fierce attack. A precise strike pierced through the night and the mist, striking at Pika and Appos' vulnerability. In that moment, Pika and Appos' expression shifted to one of sheer terror, utterly unprepared for the swift dissolution of his meticulously devised ambush at the hands of Baimu and Appos' abilities. The stone giant became momentarily immobilized, and Pika, left with no choice, succumbed amidst the shattered illusions. You have triumphed, Baimu. Nagasawa and Appos' voice was cold yet tinged with a hint of satisfaction. It seems you possess genuine potential to advance further. Baimu merely nodded, reaffirming his pursuit of a defined goal. He understood that on this thorn-laden path, reliance on luck alone would not suffice. He must transform every trial into an opportunity for personal growth. He exchanged a knowing glance with Guai, both aware that this was merely the beginning. Standing at the end of the thoroughfare, Baimu gazed toward the vague silhouette in the distance. Dawoo's figure loomed large under the moonlight, gripping a Pokémon infused with draconic might, its gaze exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Yet for Baimu, this was merely another trial. Guai floated at his shoulder. The two shared an unspoken bond, as if they were prepared to confront any challenge ahead. You seem quite confident in your abilities. Baimu, Dawoo, and Appos' voice boomed, filled with disdain. He issued a quiet command to his Pokémon, anticipating a decisive victory through overwhelming force. Baimu, however, merely smiled faintly, retaining his composure. Netherworld Ghost Domain. Baimu shouted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Instantly, Guai unleashed a shroud of impenetrable darkness, enveloping Dawoo and Appos' Pokémon entirely. A chilling atmosphere pervaded the air, causing Dawoo and Appos' Pokémon to tremble slightly. Dawoo furrowed his brows, astonished that this young man could so effortlessly dispel his offensive. This world is never short of gifted individuals, he remarked gravely. But raw talent alone will not carry one far. Baimu offered no retort, instead initiating a counteroffensive. He recognized that against such a formidable opponent, seizing the initiative was essential to maintaining control of the battle. The dark power of Guai surged forth alongside Baimu's resolve, each strike aimed directly at Dawoo's vulnerabilities. Dawoo found himself on the back foot, realizing that Baimu was no longer the weakling he once knew. The battle escalated into a stalemate. Despite Dawoo's repeated attempts to retaliate, Baimu deftly evaded and countered each time. Nagasawa stood aside, astonished by the unfolding scene. He had never witnessed anyone remain so composed in the presence of a powerhouse like Dawoo. This kid, an unsettling feeling crept into Nagasawa's mind. Yet he quickly shook his head, unwilling to concede defeat. He silently resolved to employ Team Rocket's secret weapon to prepare for the ensuing battle. As the confrontation neared its climax, Dawoo found himself cornered. His Pokémon was panting heavily, while Baimu remained vibrant and invigorated. Dawoo reluctantly shook his head. You've won this time, Baimu. But this is merely the beginning. Baimu responded calmly, his gaze unwavering. He and Guai had forged an increasingly strong synergy, brimming with confidence for the challenges that lay ahead. Baimu understood that the journey to come would grow ever more arduous. Adversaries within Team Rocket and beyond would not grant him respite. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, he welcomed this adventure-filled journey. Once they departed the battlefield, he fixed his gaze ahead, resolute in his determination, not only to grow stronger but also to ultimately win the heart of the one he cherished. Chapter 89. The illusion of injury. The rocket team's non-electronic adventure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Baimu subtly adjusted his stance on the battlefield, summoning his resolve to face the forthcoming challenges. At that moment, Dai approached him, his face radiating determination. Despite his recent defeat, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. "Once more, Baimu," he declared, his eyes gleaming with unyielding spirit. "I have yet to unleash my true power." His words brimmed with a mix of reluctance and anticipation. Baimu turned his gaze toward his partner, Guiz, and offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, Dai, our duel has only just begun." The two swiftly transitioned into combat mode. Dai launched another offensive, and unexpectedly, a fire extinguisher leapt into the fray, providing support for Dai. Baimu keenly observed the enemy's positioning, acutely aware of the need for vigilance. "Guiz, employ the underworld domain," he commanded loudly, his heart swelling with confidence. As the underworld domain unfolded, the surrounding light dimmed abruptly, leaving Dai and the fire extinguisher momentarily disoriented, thus granting Baimu an opportune moment for counterattack. "Excellent," he thought to himself, quickly orchestrating a series of assaults with Guiz that gradually breached Dai's defenses. The battle was intensely contested, and Nagasawa, watching from the sidelines, was captivated. "Baimu is truly a born warrior," he marveled. At that instant, Dai, unwilling to concede, summoned all his energy for a counteroffensive. Observing this, Nagasawa immediately joined the fray, strategizing for his comrade. "We cannot lose. Let him witness our true strength." Baimu discerned their intentions, but felt no fear. "To defeat me, you must exert greater effort." Calmly, he unleashed Guiz's ultimate move, Underworld Wave. He cried, as Guiz emanated an eerie glow that forcefully repelled the adversaries surrounding him. Dust swirled on the battlefield, and when the haze settled, Baimu remained steadfast, while his opponents appeared somewhat drained. Dai sighed, acknowledging Baimu's undeniable might, surrendering to his prowess. "Very well, it seems I underestimated you." Baimu smiled subtly, finding solace in the moment. "This is not the end, Dai. Each battle is an opportunity for us to grow stronger." Nagasawa approached, patting Dai on the shoulder, his expression filled with encouragement. "Don't be disheartened. Next time, I will fight alongside you." Yet Baimu understood that this was merely the beginning, with further challenges awaiting him. He raised his gaze to the vast sky, realizing that the journey was far from over. "Let us proceed, Guiz," he said to his companion, his tone imbued with determination. "In the future, we shall encounter even more exhilarating adventures." As the sun cast its golden hue, Baimu and Guiz's silhouettes gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a canvas brimming with potential. Against the backdrop of a sunset-streaked skyline, Baimu and Guiz marched with unwavering resolve. They had just traversed the battlefield of triumph, the air still rich with the remnants of their fierce conflict. Baimu gazed into the distance, an irrepressible fervor igniting within him. This was merely the beginning, and he was destined to explore broader horizons. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Nagasawa and Ulki's confrontation raged on. Ulki's strikes were like a tempest, fierce and precise, compelling Nagasawa to retreat step by step. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Nagasawa swiftly recalibrated his focus, his gaze sharp, as if he could foresee Ulki's every move. "It won't be so easy," he murmured confidently, akin to a lottery winner, quickly countering Ulki's onslaught. With a swift motion, he forced Ulki back a step. Ulki narrowed his eyes, realizing that his opponent was no ordinary foe. "Then let us see who will emerge victorious," he replied, his tone laced with provocation. Utilizing the momentum, he skillfully maneuvered through the surrounding rubble, launching another rapid counterattack. Dust filled the air, heightening the tension in the battlefield and Oppo's palpable atmosphere. With a fierce roar, Nagasawa entered a state of fury, his strength surging through his veins, his strikes rapid and unyielding, catching Ulki off guard. Their figures intertwined in the dimly lit arena, the clash of blades illuminated by their fiery resolve and persistence. Meanwhile, in the direction they departed, Baimu and Guiz continued their journey, growing ever more distant. A flicker of anticipation surged within Baimu. "Guiz, it is time for us to prove our worth. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, We shall surmount them all. Gui's responded with a low hum, resolutely attuned to Baimu's indomitable spirit. As the sunlight gradually receded, the cloak of night descended quietly. Baimu envisioned vibrant futures unfolding before him, aware of the multitude of challenges and adventures awaiting them. In confronting these trials, the bond between him and Gui's would only grow stronger. Thus, Baimu and Gui's embarked towards the unknown future, their shadows under the moonlight becoming increasingly resolute and fearless. This was a new chapter, and they were prepared to embrace every battle and every extraordinary encounter that lay ahead. Chapter 90, Resonance of the Netherworld. The bond of trust among heroes Baimu and Ghost floated cautiously into the mysterious valley shrouded in mist, the haunting echoes of a previous thunderous roar still resonating in their ears. The temperature around them dipped slightly, causing involuntary shivers. Yet, Baimu seemed unfazed, his heart brimming with a fervent desire for adventure. Indeed, this is no ordinary place, Baimu murmured to the floating ghost, whose eyes shimmered with a violet glow, seemingly responding to his composure. Suddenly, they halted, confronted by a group of fully armed skeletal lizards. It appeared they were guarding something, encircling Baimu and Ghost. The leader of the skeletal lizards stood apart, its size significantly larger than the others, exuding a fierce demeanor with spines jutting from its back, emanating an air of authority. Baimu instinctively tightened his grip on the Pokeball, while Ghost prepared for any potential confrontation. However, to their astonishment, the leader spoke in a deep, calm voice. "You have trespassed into a domain that does not belong to you. Tell me your purpose." Baimu paused, realizing this was not merely a skirmish. He slowly relaxed his grip, striving to make his voice sound steady and non-threatening. "We are merely lost adventurers. Our earlier conflict with the skeletal lizards was a misunderstanding. We bear no ill will." The leader's sharp gaze scrutinized Baimu, as if weighing the truth of his words. After a moment, it surveyed the surrounding skeletal lizards and said, "Our duty is to guard the depths of this mysterious valley, preventing the great terror from escaping. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, I shall allow you passage, but be warned, the path ahead is fraught with challenges." Baimu nodded, expressing his gratitude to the skeletal lizard. "Thank you. We shall not squander this opportunity." The skeletal lizards gradually parted, creating a passage. Baimu and Ghost exchanged a knowing smile and continued their foray into the unknown. The moonlight wove through the trees, casting elongated shadows on the ground. Despite the unpredictable perils that lay ahead, Baimu's spirit remained resolute and undaunted. After traversing a distance, an image of the greyhound flashed through Baimu's mind. Perhaps the other end of this path concealed the answers to his fate. Ghost seemed to sense his master's thoughts, gently touching his shoulder. A silent gesture of comfort and encouragement. They continued onward under the moon's glow, akin to two dreamers chasing aspirations under a starry sky, no longer merely striving for survival, but seeking the culmination of their tale. Amidst the dense woods, Baimu and Ghost pressed forward, the surroundings so tranquil that one could almost hear the chirping of insects in the grass and the whispers of the breeze. Baimu relished this moment of serenity, a stark contrast to the tumult of Team Rocket's past. His thoughts drifted back to the days spent in the Team Rocket training camp, a place burdened with immense pressure and the weight of error. Recalling Captain Liang's formidable presence and the diligent efforts of his teammates, he felt a surge of nostalgia. "Back then, I nearly believed these challenges were insurmountable," Baimu softly confided to Ghost, seeking no response, merely expressing a farewell to the past. Ghost hovered beside him, gazing at him with gentle eyes, encouraging him to continue. Baimu smiled and continued, "I remember Lan Na Luo. He always brought us hope in our most arduous moments. That spiritual resonance continues to inspire me." The moonlight illuminated their faces, and Baimu saw determination reflected in Ghost and Appo's eyes. In its unique manner, Ghost affirmed his words by swaying gently, as if to validate his sentiments. "I know this is a long and arduous journey," Baimu murmured, "but that training taught me much. Now, I can see my goals more clearly, even amidst the unknown darkness." Carrying the lessons of the past and his experiences within, Baimu recognized that these memories were not merely sentimental, but served as the driving force for his strength in the journey ahead. Whether to confront the challenges of fate or unravel the enigma of the Greyhound's destiny, everything awaited his resolve and courage. Thus, they pressed onward, traversing the shadowy realms of interwoven trees, each step echoing in the tranquility and mystery of the moonlit night. In the distance, a faint glow flickered atop the mountain peaks, the destination they sought. For Baimu, this signified the advent of an unfinished story and Apos' conclusion and a fresh beginning. As they journeyed forth, the myriad stars twinkled in the expansive night sky, casting a hopeful glow upon every inch of their enigmatic journey. Baimu and Ghost, two indomitable spirits, continued to explore their destinies within this uncharted world. Baimu and Ghost navigated along a narrow path, the surrounding woods appearing increasingly profound in the night. As they traversed a dimly lit thicket, a subtle rustling sound suddenly emerged. Baimu paused alertly, scanning the area to discern the source of the sound. Ghost floated beside him, emitting a faint violet light, illuminating their surroundings just enough. "Who goes there?" Baimu called towards the sound, his voice tinged with caution. "It is I, Baimu," a familiar voice replied. Emerging from the shadows was Liang, the captain of Team Rocket, illuminated by the moonlight that revealed his face. Baimu relaxed slightly, though still maintained a degree of vigilance, aware that Liang was no ordinary individual. Even among allies, one must remain cautious. "Liang, what brings you here?" Baimu inquired, his tone firm yet polite. Liang's gaze swept between Ghost and Baimu, as if assessing something. He spoke slowly. "I've heard that your recent exploits have garnered significant attention. Many gym trainers are intrigued by you." His voice carried a blend of vague admiration and intimidation. "That's not my intention," Baimu replied with a slight frown. "I am merely seeking my own path and training, wishing to avoid unnecessary confrontations that would drain my resources and time." Chapter 91. The Team Battle. Baimu's rocket team adventure. Gue-Si gently floated beside Baimu, seemingly supporting his perspective. Liang nodded, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I truly admire your candor. It is worth noting that even within the rocket team, few dare to confront such challenges, let alone procure a high-level Pokémon like your Gue-Si through specialized training." Baimu recognized that Liang's underlying intent was to seize this opportunity to recruit him as a more advanced member. However, he was aware that his pursuit was the path of a true Pokémon master, not merely a position within the rocket team. "I appreciate your regard. Nonetheless, I wish to continue my exploration and transcend my limits." Liang remained silent for a moment, contemplating Baimu and Apos' journey. Eventually, he nodded. "Very well, I will not impose. Should you require assistance, the rocket team will support your choice." Baimu expressed his gratitude for Liang's understanding and watched as he departed. Turning to Gue-Si, he softly remarked, "Let us continue." Gue-Si emitted a gentle glow once more, swirling as if in agreement with his sentiment. Thus, they resumed their journey towards the faint light shimmering in the distance, which seemed to beckon them with a mysterious allure and serve as a guiding force. The starlight behind them grew increasingly radiant, as if silently praying for and safeguarding their expedition. Regardless of how arduous the road ahead may be, Baimu's unwavering resolve towards his goals burned brightly against the vastness of the night. Baimu traversed the rugged mountain path, a gentle breeze caressing his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. Beside him, Gue-Si floated in the air, emanating a faint glow, akin to a pair of invisible wings. Baimu squinted at the horizon, where the glimmer ahead grew ever brighter, indicating the direction of the ruins island, much like a summons enticing him to delve deeper. "Gue-Si, do you sense anything?" Baimu inquired softly, his hand gently brushing against Gue-Si's ethereal form. He understood that Gue-Si was not only his companion, but also his most formidable ally. Gue-Si responded with a low hum, its glow subtly shifting, clearly brimming with anticipation and determination for the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, Baimu's communicator suddenly vibrated, the screen flashing an urgent contact message. It was a request from the Hoenn Region Alliance, demanding immediate assistance at Ruins Island. The message revealed that the Alliance champion, Dawu, was attempting to seize the mysterious power within the ruins, marking a new conspiracy from the rocket team. It seems matters are more complicated than I had anticipated. Baimu furrowed his brow, a hint of concern creeping into his heart. We must hurry, or we might encounter significant trouble. Baimu quickened his pace, with Gue Si closely following. On the other side of the mountain path, starlight cascaded onto the ground, illuminating a small stretch of trail for their passage. Baimu mused that if they could successfully thwart Dawu this time, it might bring peace to the Hoenn region and pen a more glorious chapter in his adventure. Yet, he knew that the journey would not only involve facing Dawu, but also the nefarious old rival of the rocket team, Huigo. Although Huigo had been defeated under Baimu's hand, he remained embittered and might lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Regardless, I must succeed. Baimu pondered silently, resolute in his determination to prevent their schemes from unfolding. The salty scent of the sea gradually wafted into his nostrils as they reached the coastal edge, the sound of crashing waves resonating. The distant ruins island, illuminated by moonlight, appeared as a hidden treasure imbued with power. Baimu took a deep breath, resolutely declaring, Gue Si, let us set forth. Just as they prepared to continue, a sudden uproar of fierce battle erupted from afar. Baimu's heart quickened, and he swiftly adjusted his course, moving towards the source of the commotion. As they drew closer, Baimu and Gue Si concealed themselves behind a massive rock, intently observing. A squad of monsters was fiercely battling, led by Dawu and his team, attempting to intimidate the Pokémon protecting the ruins with sheer force. We cannot remain idle. Baimu quickly conferred with Gue Si, deciding to strike at a crucial moment to confront Dawu directly. With that, Baimu and Gue Si burst forth from their hiding spot, positioning themselves directly in front of Dawu. He slightly tilted his head, surveying the chaotic battleground, and sternly asked, Dawu, is the power you seek truly worth the price you are willing to pay? Dawu raised his head, eyes glinting with intensity. Baimu, are you the only one standing in my way? Baimu did not flinch, his voice resolute as he replied, as long as Gue Si and I remain, you shall not have your way. In that moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, the gazes of Baimu and Dawu intertwining under the night sky, while Gue Si began to unveil its spectral domain's power. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Baimu silently reminded himself that no matter what lay ahead, certain sacrifices were imperative to uphold his convictions and safeguard the peace of the Hoenn region. Baimu's gaze remained unwavering, standing alongside Gue Si before Dawu, the air thick with the impending eruption of tension. Dawu's expression darkened, and he lowered his voice, though unable to conceal his fury. Baimu, you do not comprehend what you are obstructing. The power I pursue is a realm beyond your understanding. Baimu narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly retorting, no matter what power you seek, if it is built upon sacrifice and control, it is certainly not the right choice. His voice rang firm, akin to an unbreakable vow. Gue Si then unleashed the aura of its spectral domain, causing the originally fierce Pokémon to panic within this unusual atmosphere. Endure it. Baimu commanded Gue Si without hesitation, and in an instant, its power surged forth like a tsunami towards Dawu and his Pokémon. Dawu and Appos, S heart jolted. In a moment of desperation, he desperately commanded his Pokémon to attempt a counterattack. However, the pressure of the spectral domain far exceeded his expectations. Each time they attempted to strike, they were enveloped by fear. Dawu sensed that he and his team were gradually being consumed. Just as the clash intensified, Huigo, hidden in the shadows, revealed a sly smile. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, This is my opportunity, Baimu. Huigo cautiously approached the battlefield, tightly grasping a Pokeball, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Yet, Baimu seemed to sense the looming crisis. His mind raced, and his peripheral vision locked onto Huigo's position. The battle raged on, Dawu struggling to keep up, while Baimu's Gue Si grew increasingly formidable, showing no signs of fatigue. Ultimately, Dawu found himself powerless against Gue Si's relentless spectral domain, his Pokémon being forced back one by one, losing their combat capabilities. Baimu locked eyes with Dawu, solemnly stating, This must come to an end, Dawu. Suddenly, Huigo lunged from the shadows, targeting Baimu directly. I will not let you have your way, Baimu. Huigo shouted, fueled by pent-up rage. Baimu was prepared. He calmly commanded Guac to redirect its focus towards the new threat. Guac swiftly unleashed astonishing energy, instantaneously fending off Huigo along with his malice. This time will not be your victory either, Huigo. Baimu remained steadfast, his piercing gaze seemingly able to penetrate any scheme. As the battle concluded, the power of the ruins remained intact, and under the moonlight, this ancient land returned to tranquility. Chapter 92. The Shadow Challenge. The champions battle of the brave despite enduring an intense conflict devoid of gunfire. Shiraki understood that this was merely a station along his lengthy journey. New challenges awaited him just beyond the horizon, and he was prepared. He let out a quiet sigh, silently affirming, "The hounds of despair shall not catch me. Henceforth, I fear nothing." With this conviction, he turned away and continued along the path of unknown adventures. As Shiraki emerged from the ruins, the night breeze caressed him, and the moonlight illuminated his resolute visage. After a grueling battle, he felt not only physical exhaustion but also the weight of mental strain. He took a deep breath to collect his thoughts and pressed onward. He was acutely aware that the road ahead remained fraught with peril, particularly from the nefarious individuals within Team Rocket, such as the treacherous Gyarados, who would not easily relent. "I must grow stronger," Shiraki murmured to himself, driven not only by the need to confront Team Rocket, but also by the higher aspirations he had set for himself. Just as he stepped into the open expanse outside the ruins, a group emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Leading the charge were the subordinates of Gyarados, their faces stern and menacing, clearly harboring ill intentions. "You must be Shiraki," one tall man inquired coldly, his hand already grasping the Pokeball at his side. "Indeed," Shiraki replied calmly, his own Pokeball trembling slightly in his palm, sensing the impending confrontation. "Gyarados has commanded us to stop you," the man stated, motioning for his companions to encircle Shiraki. A subtle smile crept across Shiraki's lips. "I fear it is not so simple." As his words fell, Gengar materialized from its Pokeball, ethereally floating beside him. A chilling aura enveloped the air, sending shivers down the spines of Gyarados' subordinates. "This is Shiraki's Shadow Realm." One of them whispered anxiously, fear etched across his face. "Enough hesitation, attack." Their leader barked, clearly unwilling to concede. In an instant, several Pokémon were unleashed, and tension mounted palpably. Yet, Shiraki remained unfazed, swiftly directing Gengar to weave through the adversaries like a shadow. "Shadow Realm," he commanded. And Gengar erupted with a surge of energy, the surrounding air seemingly siphoned away, forcing the enemies and Oppos, Pokémon back into their Pokeballs, rendered powerless. In mere minutes, the confrontation concluded, with Shiraki's Gengar still vibrant and full of vigor. The defeated group retreated, dejected, as the reality of facing Shiraki sank in. "Let us depart," the leader grumbled, stowing his Pokeball, his expression dark. They soon vanished into the night, unwilling to prolong their futile struggle. Shiraki watched them fade into the distance, acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. As the evening breeze rustled around him, a few papers fluttered to the ground at his feet. Upon inspection, he discovered documents pertaining to the Alliance. "There must be something here I am unaware of," he murmured, a grave expression forming on his face. These clues indicated that the relationship between Team Rocket and the Alliance was far more complex than it seemed. Resolute, he vowed to press on, no matter the formidable challenges that lay ahead. With unwavering faith, Shiraki embraced the dawn's light and embarked once more on a journey laden with trials, determined to unveil the secrets shrouded in darkness. He understood that regardless of the obstacles, he would not falter in his pursuit, courageously confronting the trials of fate. Standing at the heart of the Shadow Realm, he felt a cautious energy enveloping him, the aura of Gengar granting him formidable strength while simultaneously drawing the attention of adversaries. Just as he contemplated the clandestine ties between Team Rocket and the Alliance, a deep, confident voice shattered the stillness. "Are you Shiraki?" A tall figure emerged from the shadows, a man of austere demeanor yet exuding an air of distinction. His gaze pierced through Shiraki, void of fear or hesitation. Shiraki scrutinized the newcomer. "And you are?" "I am Steven, the champion of the Hoenn region. I have heard much about you," Stephen replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, tinged with respect. Shiraki refrained from answering immediately, sensing the confidence radiating from Stephen. This opponent was not to be underestimated. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from the distance. Shiraki. Ash hurriedly approached, Pikachu perched quietly on his shoulder, eyes gleaming with curiosity. What a coincidence to find you here with Champion Stephen. Stephen, what brings you here? Shiraki inquired directly, his wariness unabated. He knew the champion's appearance was no mere happenstance. I'm here to confirm certain matters, particularly my interest in your abilities and Jengar's prowess. Stephen replied with composure, his words clear-cut. Additionally, I wish to investigate whether some rumors regarding Team Rocket hold any truth. He fixed his gaze on Shiraki, as if seeking a particular response. Then let us speak through battle, Shiraki asserted, his voice steady and calm. Recognizing that this confrontation might unveil fragments of the truth he sought regarding Team Rocket and the Alliance. Very well, I look forward to it, Stephen nodded, producing his own Pokémon. Come, let me witness your resolve. As the battle loomed, tension once again thickened within the Shadow Realm. Ash, usually lighthearted, now focused intently on the unfolding scene. He believed in Shiraki's chances of victory, but knew both contenders would exert their utmost. As the clash escalated, Shiraki began to grasp the complexities and contradictions within Stephen's heart. He realized that the success or failure of this battle might hinge on his ability to uncover the genuine connections between Team Rocket and the Alliance. With unwavering determination, he resolved to give his all, striving to unveil the truth hidden beneath layers of obscurity and to honor the trust placed in him by his companions. The shadows of the Shadow Realm gradually dissipated as Shiraki and Stephen clashed, their Pokémon clashing fiercely, transforming the world into a symphony of battle rhythms and energy collisions. Ash furrowed his brow, Pikachu cautiously perched on his shoulder, fixated on every movement unfolding before them. Suddenly, Shiraki detected an anomaly. His heightened senses caught a sound that disrupted the concentration, prompting Ash to notice it as well, both turning to the source of the disturbance. From the distant woods, an oddly adorned vehicle sped towards them. Its design exuded a familiar yet perilous aura, the vague insignia sending a jolt of recognition through Shiraki. Could it be Team Rocket? He pondered, a surge of intuition warning him that these individuals might be intertwined with the rumors Stephen had mentioned. Stephen. Shiraki decisively withdrew his focus from the battle. Locking eyes with Stephen. We may need to join forces temporarily. Someone approaches. Stephen furrowed his brow, contemplating Shiraki and Appo's words before nodding, evidently aware of the urgency of the situation. Chapter 93. The Realm of the Spectres. He withdrew his Pokémon, his gaze shifting from calmness to a hint of vigilance. These sudden intruders were evidently not to be underestimated. Let us cooperate for the time being. In the clearing of the Realm of the Spectres, the two stood side by side. Their combat momentarily paused, as ethereal mist enveloped them, seemingly heralding the impending instability. Baimu swiftly summoned his Jengars. Jengars, prepare yourself. We may need to act at any moment. As he turned, the sound of approaching vehicles grew louder, and with a sharp click, the doors swung open, releasing several figures who leapt out with agility. Their attire exuded the characteristic coldness and purpose of Team Rocket, indicating their malevolent intentions. Baimu's expression darkened, curiosity and tension intertwining with a fervent desire to seize this opportunity and unveil the secrets concealed by Team Rocket. Doe. Now let us see how much information we can glean from these individuals. Doe nodded slightly, his eyes remaining as calm as ever. He understood that this alliance was a splendid opportunity, not merely to uncover Team Rocket's schemes, but also to possibly foster a deeper collaboration with Baimu. The wind outside the forest suddenly intensified, sweeping away the ominous atmosphere. Baimu recognized that the moment for struggle was upon them. Any delay could cause the chance to unveil the truth to slip away once more. He and Dao stood shoulder to shoulder, exchanging a tacit glance that seemed to convey everything. A new round of confrontation was about to unfold, as Baimu and Dao focused all their attention on the newly arrived foes. This was not merely a battle against enemies, but a critical moment for revealing the truth. Baimu felt Jengar's power escalating, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. The wind howled through the trees, mingling with the tension of battle, rendering the entire realm of the specters increasingly enigmatic. Jengar's floated mid-air, its ghostly flames flickering, adding a sinister ambience to the skirmish. Jengar's Shadow Ball. Baimu commanded decisively. Jengar's immediately channeled its energy, the dense shadow ball slicing through the fog and hurtling towards one of the Team Rocket members. The member hastily countered, but Jengar's, bolstered by the power of the realm of the specters, unleashed a move far mightier than usual, effortlessly breaching the opponent's defenses. Simultaneously, Dao was equally unyielding. His Metagross emitted a brilliant steel glow, swiftly knocking away another member's Pokémon. Dao calmly observed the battlefield, quickly discerning Team Rocket's intentions and movements. He turned to Baimu and said, "It seems they have been distracted. We can find an opportunity to disrupt their rhythm." Baimu nodded, his gaze resolute. He knew they could not afford to falter at this juncture. In the intervals of battle, he pondered the intentions of the Team Rocket leader, Liang, gradually realizing that the adversary was attempting to buy time. "We must take the initiative," Dao suggested, his voice imbued with fearless determination. "Indeed, we cannot afford to grant them a moment of respite," Baimu concurred, his mind racing. He instructed Jengar's to hold its attack, enticing the Team Rocket members to reveal more flaws. Liang stood aside, a slight frown creasing his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. He gestured for his subordinates to continue their assault, yet Baimu and Dao had already formed an unyielding defense. At that moment, Baimu sensed Jengar's energy reaching a critical point. He understood the opportunity had arrived and commanded, "Jengar's Night Curse." Jengar's responded instantly, a deep purple light erupting forth, enveloping Liang and his companions. Liang widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sudden onslaught of such a potent attack. Under Jengar's pressure, Liang struggled to command his Pokémon to fight back, yet the long-held secrets now revealed an unmistakable vulnerability. Dao seized this moment, invoking Rock Tomb. In concert with his command, Metagross unleashed a violent barrage of rocky shockwaves, compelling Liang to retreat hastily and exposing the true positioning of Team Rocket's plans. "Baimu, now is the time," Dao called out, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. Baimu's heart raced, aware that this strike would determine their fate. He waved his hand, urging Jengar's to gather all its strength. Jengar's final strike, Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball transformed into a streak of light, hurtling unerringly towards Liang. Ultimately, Liang was forced to retreat repeatedly, and the tide of battle finally shifted in favor of Baimu and Dao. The winds outside the forest grew more tempestuous, as if heralding the final act of this clash between good and evil. Baimu and Dao quickened their pace, undeterred as they approached the truth that was on the brink of revelation. Back to back, they gazed through the swirling mist, ready to face the ultimate challenge. Deep within the forest, Baimu and Dao gradually slowed their steps. They listened intently, and amidst the surrounding silence, the faint sound of wind rustling through the leaves became audible. Baimu broke the silence first. "Young surely hasn't gone far. We need to extract more information from him." Dao nodded, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the environment. "We should lure him back. He likely remains unaware that we have turned the tables on him." Baimu pondered deeply, and after a moment, he clapped his hands decisively. "My realm of the specters can create some disturbances to unsettle him." As Baimu communicated telepathically with Jengar's to unleash the realm of the specters, Dao further fortified their defenses. True to form, Liang's figure soon reappeared in their line of sight. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, clearly plotting a counterattack. However, unbeknownst to him, this was precisely the outcome that Baimu and Dao had anticipated. As Liang approached them, Baimu subtly signaled Jengar's to prepare for an assault. Dao nodded slightly, gathering his strength, ready to synchronize with Baimu's action. Liang, seasoned as he was, halted, sensing something amiss. Yet, it was far too late. Baimu decisively commanded, "Jengar's Shadow Ball." Jengar's unleashed a powerful Shadow Ball, striking Liang's defenses squarely. Dao seized the opportunity, directing Metagross to cut off Liang's escape, surrounding him completely. Seeing the dire situation, Liang's gaze flitted anxiously between Baimu and Dao, sweat beading on his forehead. "What exactly do you want to know?" His voice trembled slightly. but he still endeavored to maintain composure. Baimu smiled faintly. The plans of Team Rocket. Otherwise, you know what we shall do. Liang glanced at the two, sighed, and reluctantly began to divulge. Fine, this is all your fault anyway. The Greyhound project is. He began to disclose Team Rocket's hidden schemes and layouts. Dawes and Baimu exchanged a knowing glance. In this round, they had finally made crucial progress, clinching the information provided by Liang. They felt as if they could see the final direction through the layers of mist. Let us proceed. More formidable challenges await us, Daw declared, gazing forward. Baimu nodded, a resolute spirit igniting within him. They knew that the true test had only just begun. Liang and Apos' anxiety became increasingly apparent, and Baimu and Daw shared a silent understanding, knowing they had acquired the intelligence they sought from him. Baimu stepped forward, calmly addressing Liang. Since you have divulged the plan, we must swiftly eliminate the remaining obstacles posed by the Team Rocket members. Chapter 94, The Domain of the Nether Spirits, the lightning showdown at this pivotal moment. A new challenger emerged from the shadows, none other than the esteemed Greyhound of Team Rocket. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Liang, who had been compelled to divulge secrets, before shifting his gaze to Baimu and Dawu, muttering, traitors. It was evident that Greyhound was poised to launch an assault against them. Baimu secretly smirked, with a flicker of thought. He issued a mental command to his Jengars through telepathy. He recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity to obliterate Team Rocket, one he could not afford to miss. As Greyhound prepared to unleash a formidable attack, Jengars unfalteringly executed the golden skill domain of the Nether Spirits. Suddenly, purple shadows surged toward Greyhound like a tidal wave, causing his movements to stagnate. I never imagined you could reach this stage, he gritted through clenched teeth. Yet his body trembled involuntarily. At that moment, Dawu coldly commanded his Metagross to strike, encircling Greyhound and establishing a formidable offensive. Each movement of Metagross seemed resolute, denying the opponent even a moment's respite. Greyhound found himself caught off guard, struggling to resist while the situation slipped from his grasp. You are courting death. His voice became increasingly disordered as he realized he stood no chance in this unexpected confrontation. Dawu and Baimu exchanged glances, acutely aware that they had drawn closer to their objective, not only dismantling Liang and Greyhound and Apos' plans, but also weakening Team Rocket and Apos' overall strength. Yet, they could not afford to let down their guard, for more formidable foes and graver challenges awaited them. We must press on, Dawu murmured, his eyes steadfast with unyielding determination. Baimu nodded, inhaling deeply, knowing that the moment for the next offensive was imminent. In this tranquil jungle, the shadows of battle had not fully dissipated. Rather, they heralded even graver trials ahead. The air was heavy and tense, the surrounding leaves seemingly sensing the invisible pressure, remaining utterly still. Just as Baimu and Dawu momentarily relaxed, Liang and Apos' silhouette emerged like a ghost from the night, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of his Lapras, causing the entire forest to tremble. Ha ha, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Liang's voice echoed with disdain and arrogance. The Pokeball in his hand shimmered with radiant light, and in the blink of an eye, a powerful and imposing Lapras stood before him, its gaze as frigid and unyielding as a frozen ocean. Dawu frowned, his insight into Pokémon revealing the unusual nature of this adversary. Baimu, be cautious. We must coordinate more closely. Baimu and Apos' mind raced as he quickly assessed the situation. Liang was clearly seeking vengeance, fully prepared, and the outcome was uncertain. However, Baimu's hand brushed against his Pokeball, issuing resolute commands to Jengars. Jengars materialized at his side, focused, as if bracing for an impending storm. Trust me, we can handle this, Baimu assured Dawu, his eyes exuding unwavering composure. As Liang and Apos' Lapras began to charge an attack, a wave of icy aura swept toward the two. At that moment, Dawu issued commands, and Metagross lunged from the flank, attempting to restrain Lapras' movements. Yet Liang had anticipated this. With a low growl, Lapras conjured a barrier of ice before them. Is this all you've got? Liang taunted, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Seemingly confident of victory. Seizing the opportunity, Baimu commanded Jengars to erect a protective barrier. A powerful shadow enveloped the space between him and Dawu, momentarily staving off the encroaching chill. "We need more precise coordination," he whispered to Dawu. Liang's laughter was premature. With a sudden command, Baimu shouted, and Jengars became intangible in the shadows, while lappers began to show signs of fatigue. Metagross leapt forth, striking the opponent's flank with blinding speed. Damn it! Liang's fury ignited, yet he understood it was still insufficient. However, he had clearly underestimated the tenacity of Baimu and Dawu. The two harbored unreserved trust in one another, and after a brief skirmish, they meticulously cornered Liang. Realizing that the battle could become stalemated, they opted for a swift retreat to gather strength for another confrontation. "Be wise, Baimu," Liang remarked coldly from the shadows of the trees. "Next time, you may not be so fortunate." In the depths of the forest, Baimu and Dawu vanished into the whispers of the wind, leaving Liang with a lingering silhouette. A new scheme was brewing. They understood that greater courage and wisdom would be required to face the imminent challenges. Within the dim confines of a room, a palpable tension hung in the air. The flickering lights on the walls cast shadows of Baimu and Dawu as they locked eyes, seemingly awaiting the other to speak first. "Baimu, you must handle your secrets with caution." Dawu's voice was low and measured, especially concerning the matter of Jengars. Baimu smiled faintly, then replied resolutely, "I have my plans, Dawu. The powers of Jengars and the domain of the nether spirits will aid me in achieving my goals." His tone was unwavering, filled with confidence. Dawu remained silent for a moment, contemplating Baimu's determination. He nodded. "Very well. As long as I am able to support you, I will do my utmost." At that moment, the door creaked open, and Liang stepped inside, a chill enveloping the room. His gaze flitted between Baimu and Dawu, finally settling on Baimu. "Next time, you may not be so lucky," he uttered coldly, laced with mockery. Baimu smiled nonchalantly in return. "We shall see." Their eyes met in the air, both understanding that this was merely the beginning of a prolonged struggle. Liang, evidently dissatisfied, recognized that it was not the time for bravado. After casting one last glance at Dawu, he turned and departed, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. As the atmosphere in the room gradually eased, Baimu nodded to Dawu, signaling a shared understanding had been reached. Dawu reciprocated, gently patting Baimu on the shoulder. With Liang and Apos' exit, Baimu became acutely aware of the conspiracies and crises lurking behind the lush forest, challenges they would face together. Whether it was Liang's retribution or Dawu's tests, he knew he had to remain ever vigilant, ready to confront the shifting tides of fate. The wind gently tapped against the window outside the forest, as if whispering warnings of the unknown. Baimu understood that this was merely the calm before the storm, and he was fully prepared for what lay ahead. "Let us continue with our unfinished plans," Baimu declared, his gaze unwavering, his tone hinting at an unperceived anticipation. He understood that his journey was only just beginning, and he would not disappoint those who believed in him. As they walked side by side toward the depths of the verdant forest, the towering trees reached skyward, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Baimu gazed into the distance, aware that this journey was a crucial step in enhancing his strength and countering the looming conspiracies. "I believe this training at the base will allow you to shine brilliantly," Dawu remarked with a gentle smile, his tone imbued with sincere encouragement. Chapter 95, The Realm of Shadows, Alliance Challenge with a soft sigh. Baimu expressed a hope that, aided by Guac and the Golden Entry, he could venture further. At the entrance of the base, a grand and imposing structure stood resolutely as Baimu ascended the steps. Upon entering the training ground, they were greeted by the sight of numerous trainees engaged in various exercises, the air thick with a palpable tension. "Greetings, everyone," Dawu's voice resonated across the training field. Standing beside Baimu, he introduced him. "This is Baimu, one who can sense the essence of the Pokémon world." The trainees murmured among themselves, their curious gazes scrutinizing Baimu. Maintaining his composure, he recognized that these individuals could potentially become either rivals or allies in the future. "If no one is willing to challenge him, I shall have to raise your training standards." Dawu's tone grew stern and unwavering. At that moment, A timid young trainee stepped forward, his apprehension stark against Dawu's commanding presence. I will give it a try. Baimu smiled gently and gestured amicably. No problem, we shall learn from each other. As they prepared for battle, Liang approached from the side, having observed the situation from the shadows. A faint smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with a complex glint. Show some skill. Consider this a small test from me. His words carried an elusive undertone. Baimu understood well that, despite their temporary alliance, the true nature of their struggle lay with Liang. He adjusted his mindset, focusing intently on the challenge ahead. The atmosphere in the training ground became electric as conflict loomed. The young trainee sent forth his Charmeleon, unleashing searing flames that surged towards Baimu. Guac, go! Baimu commanded softly. Guac floated forth, a layer of ethereal energy emanating from the golden entry. Baimu remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the smoky battlefield. Unwavering in his resolve, the fight unfolded under Baimu's control. Utilizing the abilities granted by the system, he deftly evaded the fiery assault and launched a swift counterattack, revealing extraordinary prowess. With a sudden shadowy strike from Guac, Charmeleon was caught off guard, and the battle concluded abruptly. The trainees stood frozen in place, while the onlookers erupted in applause and gasps of astonishment. Daowu nodded in satisfaction and approached Baimu. You have demonstrated your potential. Baimu acknowledged the trainees with a nod and smiled. I too have learned along the way. May we progress together. From a distance, Liang chuckled coldly, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome of the day. Baimu understood that this confrontation was not merely a display of power, but also a metaphor for the path ahead. In the mature forest of challenges, he would continue to forge ahead until the truth was unveiled. Just as he had previously stated, this is merely the beginning. The smoke of battle lingered in the air, resonating with an intensity that had yet to dissipate. Liang approached Baimu slowly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your performance today was commendable, but the challenges ahead will not be so straightforward. His voice lingered in Baimu's ears, laced with a barely perceptible provocation. Baimu felt a jolt within. He knew Liang seldom offered praise, especially not to him. A buried sense of rivalry ignited his nerves, and he fixed a steady gaze upon Liang, nodding in acknowledgement. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was prepared. Liang turned his attention to the other side of the training field, raising his voice deliberately to Wu. The challenge in his tone was unmistakable. Baimu followed Liang's gaze to see Wu calmly accepting the challenge, approaching Liang with a composed demeanor. Another spectacle, Baimu murmured to himself, stepping aside to observe this contest from the shadows of the realm of shadows. Liang summoned his Pokémon, Metapod, with an air of nonchalance. The atmosphere in the training ground grew, taut once more with anticipation. Baimu noted Liang's poise and confidence, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts within him. Daowu, however, appeared unfazed. He stood resolute, summoning Gyarados with an unwavering calmness. The imposing figure of Gyarados commanded attention under the light. Metapod, use Harden, Liang commanded without hesitation. Instantly, Metapod transformed into a silver whirlwind, hurtling towards Gyarados. Observe and evade. Daowu instructed softly, and Gyarados adeptly sidestepped, effortlessly neutralizing Metapod's attack. The spectators marveled at Daowu's composure and decisiveness. The two sides engaged in a series of probing attacks, their sounds echoing throughout the training ground. Baimu found himself holding his breath, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. He understood that this was not merely a clash of strength, but a confrontation of intellect and will. As the stalemate drew to a close, Liang sighed softly, his gaze toward Daowu now imbued with a hint of respect and anticipation. This shift in Liang's demeanor made Baimu realize that the day's events were merely the beginning. With the embers of battle still smoldering, Daowu and Liang departed the training ground side by side, entering a nearby dining hall to converse quietly about future plans. Baimu watched their figures recede into the distance, a new wave of determination rising within him. He understood that the journey of cunning and fortitude against adversaries had only just commenced, and he, Baimu, would continually strive to prove his capabilities along this path. In the stillness of the training ground, Baimu redirected his focus to his Pokémon. He gently caressed Guac, attuning himself to the gentle yet formidable energy it exuded. In the times to come, he would harness this power to vanquish adversaries one after another, steering toward the culmination of his dreams. Standing in the corner of the training ground, Baimu inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Liang and Dawu and Apos' gradually receding silhouettes. He recognized that these two would undoubtedly become formidable opponents on his journey ahead. Guac, we must grow stronger, Baimu whispered, gently clutching the Pokeball in his hand, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from within. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized he was not yet equipped to confront them directly, yet an unwavering resolve had taken root in his heart. In the dining hall, Liang and Dawu settled into a corner. Dawu regarded Liang with a serious expression, inquiring, "What is the next course of action? How does Team Rocket plan to respond to the alliance?" Liang hesitated momentarily, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. "Dawu, we indeed need to reassess this matter." He paused as if weighing his words carefully. "Your strength is unquestionable, but Baimu, his potential is unsettling." Dawu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he scrutinized Liang. "Are you afraid he will surpass you, or that he may become our adversary?" "Both," Liang admitted, his gaze drifting toward the window. "Baimu possesses a formidable Guac and that rumored golden entry. He is far more intricate than we anticipate." Outside the dining hall, Baimu strolled leisurely. He sensed that Liang and Dawu were conspiring about something, though he could not discern the content of their conversation. He felt the tension and unease in the air. "I shall not become a burden to Team Rocket," he vowed silently. He would continuously elevate himself on this journey, amassing combat experience until he could confront any adversary head-on. At this moment, Guac floated out from its Pokeball, its form hovering beside Baimu, shimmering softly.